As we look down for the DoorDash broadcast booth, we can tell you that this is the first time for Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green that they've been down 0-2 in any series. And they have lost to the better team in both games.
True words by Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. And oh, baby, this is going to be one of them ones, folks. This will be one of them ones. I am fired up. I didn't go to bed till 1 in the morning. The hell with that. I watched the whole damn game over. I do not care about sleep right now. We're in the Western Conference playoffs. Warriors are down 0-2, and you heard it from Tim Roy. Steph, Dre, Klay never been down 0-2. They've never been down 0-2 under Steve Kerr, and they've got work to do. The series shifts Thursday to Chase Center, and Sacramento has been a better team. They have been a better team. But the Warriors, with all their championship DNA, with all the experience on their side, looks like the team that's been playing in the playoffs for the first time in their existence. I mean, it's just disgusting, some of the turnovers. We'll get to the officials. We'll get to Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis, and that Domantas Sabonis. Baby tissue. Dude is soft. We'll get to him in a second. But good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? As you can tell, everybody, all the greetings and pleasantries in the morning, you know what it is. I'm not in that mood today. Spadoni, good morning. Loveman, good morning. Shasky, good morning. You got out of the first word because I'm fired up here and I'm ready to roll.
I mean, it's just a pick your poison. The turnovers. My God. I was telling Spadoni, if you'd have told me they had 50 turnovers yesterday, I'd have believed you. Just some of the worst passes I've ever seen. Leaving your feet with no one to pass to, just throwing it into traffic. I mean, the Steph one on the Dre pick and roll at the top of the key in the fourth quarter. I was like, where are you going with that? Davion read that like a script. It was so bad. Hustle plays. I don't know what the raw shooting numbers are, Bonte. I don't know what they are. But it feels like situationally, the Kings are getting good looks when they need them. De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter has been outstanding. Defensively, I thought he was spectacular in not allowing Steph Curry to move off of him when he was guarded on him on the relocations, which Steph is brilliant at. Davion Mitchell has been basically inside Steph's jersey for what feels like 2 games. And so, yeah, it's bad. And don't let all the Draymond Sabonis stuff overshadow the fact that the Kings have pretty much whooped the Warriors in every aspect. I mean, they have.
Personally, I feel like the Warriors blew 2 games. That's how I feel about the situation. And we'll break it all down. And Kings fans, you can call the show too, because I'm going to dominate your broke asses up there at Sacramento. You got, so sad. These guys win a game, go up 2-0, and before even the beam is lit, they're tweeting at me. So we'll get to them in a second. We'll get to them. Don't worry. Y'all got something coming up there in the 916. You best believe that. And you better win game 3. Because if you don't win game 3, this series is over.
No, the Warriors better win game 3.
The Kings better win game 3. They better win game 3 and end the Warriors.
I don't think now is the time for us.
I'm going to talk that talk, Shasky. Okay. I ain't going out like that.
Well,
I ain't going out like that.
The team feels like they're going out.
No, they're not. No, they played hard yesterday.
Between you and me, I felt like, especially during that third quarter, because they came off and it was erratic offense, but the defense was there. I felt like they were contesting shots. They were locking down. Wiggins was playing his ass off. I mean, I thought he was. It felt like to me in the third quarter, I was watching an old, broken, disjointed team that was kind of sick and tired of playing with each other and looked a step slow and a step old and very predictable. It felt like I was watching the final embers of a Dynasty burnout. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah, I didn't feel like that at all in the third quarter. I didn't feel like that at all. I didn't. I thought they did play hard in the third quarter. Now, what kills you is when you commit 5 team fouls in the first minute 42 of the third quarter.
Yeah. They're hacking. They're slow.
They weren't hacking in that third quarter. If you look at the game and you look at the whistles and you look at those fouls early in the third quarter, it was a joke. 3 fouls on 1 possession, touch loose ball fouls by the way the end of that game played out. It's Sabonis just hooking and pushing off on loose balls all day long. I don't know what you could get away with in this game. Zach Zarba, and I told you this all season. Zach Zarba, Courtney Kirkland, and the Greek dude. If you're going to let one team mug you and hook you and get into your jersey, then you got to let the other team do it too. Now, I'm not blaming the referees for anything. The Kings were the better team. I'll say that on the front end, and I'll say it all day long. The Kings were the better team. But when you call it one way on one side of the ball, you better call it the other side. Those fouls, to be in the bonus with over 10 minutes and 18 seconds left in the third quarter is an absolute joke.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've never seen anything like that. 3,001 possessions, Chasky. So when you look at Davion Mitchell, when you look at Davion Mitchell, and you look at that Kevin Herter, and you look at all these guys getting into the jersey, hooking, I don't know what you can get away with. You want to be physical? Okay, be physical. But call it on both sides. That's all I ask for. I'll ask for consistency.
I hear you on the fouls, but this has been a team throughout this year that has hacked.
They have.
Okay,
but they weren't hacking yesterday like that.
I know, but their body of work.
So I'm not going to come out there and say that.
Well, I'm telling you, the body of work has told you that. What's the sloppiness? Like the offensive sloppiness.
Well,
so just they turned the ball over. It felt like forever in the first quarter. They played lockdown defense, and then you look up and you're only up a couple buckets, and you're saying the turnovers are killing you.
Well,
Harrison Barnes yammed one and screamed in Klay Thompson's face, and I thought to myself, that was more emotion than I've ever seen from Harrison Barnes his entire career. It felt personal.
Well, it is personal. We do that. This is personal for him. You don't think it's not personal? You don't think it's personal when Draymond Green talks that talk? You don't think it's personal when they basically said, hey, here's $64 million. He walks away from it, and as soon as the series is over, they're calling Kevin Durant. They're not calling Harrison Barnes. So, yeah, it is personal. We do that. And he made big plays on the stretch. Credit HB. He may not be making everything around the rim, but he is going hard at the basket whenever Curry's on him, whenever Clay's on him. That turnaround in the paint late in the game, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. You give Harrison Barnes his credit, but you talk about the turnovers because I do want to start there. 10 turnovers in the first quarter. I just cannot believe the way they're not valuing the basketball. You're giving away possessions.
And it's your superstar. Steph Curry.
Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Yes.
They had 5 turnovers each.
Yes.
But you look at the box score here, and you look at the points off turnovers. That's the difference in the series. The Kings plus 11 in game 1, plus 16 in game number 2. What the hell is going on with the basketball? Do you not value the ball? Well, you know what? All season long, they haven't valued the basketball. They're last in the league in turnovers. But it's just the unforced turnovers, the live ball turnovers. The first 8 points of the game, the Kings scored off of Warrior turnovers. That cannot happen. That cannot happen if you want to win this series. You want to start fouling? Your bench has got to be better.
Well, but
Dante DiVincenzo comes in. He doesn't even take a shot. He didn't even get a shot up.
You and I talked about this yesterday, and I love DDV. This happens, though, in the playoffs where you have a great year, but there's a particular matchup where you don't fit, and it almost feels like this just isn't the matchup for him, B. Like, the reality is, all the stuff he did in the regular season, I kind of got to throw it out the window, because for whatever reason against this team, I don't really know where his fit is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where is it?
Well,
point guard?
I don't know what it is.
He's not an off guard.
He looks unplayable.
I think the lack of the three-point shot, which is, you've been identifying this for a couple months now, it's slowly started to be a little more erratic. That's zapped his confidence, and it's taken away his floor game.
He actually, the last week of the season, played really well, and he shot the ball really well from the three-point line. I don't know what's going on with him.
And then Klay Thompson had multiple opportunities. Look, I loved some big shots late in this game. Some big shots late in this game. But they have done a very good job of clamping everyone else down. Well, the ball goes to Klay at the top of the key, and he can't shake nobody. He's not a great ISO player.
Well, what he's doing is he's holding the ball for too damn long.
That's what you think it is?
Absolutely, I think that's what it is. He's holding the ball way too long. You got to get it back to Looney. You got to get it back to Steph. You got to be quick
with
your decisions against this team. So, first of all, the Kings, give them credit. They're setting the tone. Fox and Davion Mitchell are picking up full court. And I give Off Night credit. He was on last night.
I'll
give him credit.
Game winner.
He hit two big threes.
Game ender.
But they're staying in front of Steph Curry, 94 feet. Steph crosses half court. There's 16 seconds left on the shot clock. And then all of a sudden you're asking for a high ball screen. Looney, Draymond, they need to whack these guys at half court. You need to take these little guards out and send a message. Back screen, whatever the hell you need to do, and wipe these dudes out. You cannot start your offense with 15 seconds left on the shot clock with the team that knows you're going to run a motion offense. They're getting into these guys coming off multiple screens, whether it's Herter, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles, Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox. They are hugging, they're grabbing, and they're forcing the officials to make a call. You got to give them credit for that. They're getting away with physicality. They are all up into their airspace right now, and I don't know if you can run the motion offense in the series. Well, maybe you got to do more pick and roll.
No, and there's a problem with the pick and roll. You ran it a couple of times, and they were all over Draymond.
Where they're blitzing Steph as well.
And they were all over Draymond on that one. Davion read that like a book, but It's not just that. I think the lack of a second ball handler when you're playing GP2 as much as you are, and when Draymond gets himself kicked out of the game, right? You have a lack of a second ball handler, and then Jordan Poole feels whether it's the ankle, confidence, whatever, he feels unplayable.
See, I have a problem with saying Draymond Green got himself kicked out of the game, and we'll get there. I have a problem with that. Sabonis laid there on the court for 5 minutes crying like his ribs were broken. And then played the rest of the 7-0-3, pushed off, threw elbows, did everything he wanted to do. His ribs are broken. Then they had the little fake MRI after the game, pulling on the act to try to get Draymond suspended for game number 3. All right, fine. That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, fine. We'll get there in a second.
A leader can't do that because now Looney has to play.
Where are you supposed to step when a guy grabs your ankle?
No, he's wrong. Sabonis is wrong and Draymond's wrong. I'm not denying either of those things, but like he cannot. He is one of the most important players on the team. Okay, he can't get himself into that situation.
Can you explain how?
I don't think there is.
How did he get himself in that situation? Sabonis is literally grabbing his ankle. He's hugging his leg. What you explain to me? What is Draymond Green supposed to do when a guy is hugging your leg and your ankle?
Not stomp on him.
He didn't stomp on him, man.
Well, okay,
he stepped down looking for somewhere to step. That wasn't that hard.
I don't know. I think I just you're going to look at the guy's body of work. That's the reality. So to think that they're not going to be looking at everything he does, like he had the body slam late in game 1 where I was like, oh my god, please don't do anything. Where him and Sabonis get tussled up. He's got to be more cognizant that he's a marked man, and they're looking at him on everything that he does. Did I love it? No, I wanted both of them to be ejected in that game. Like to me, the grabbing of the leg preceded it, but that doesn't excuse Draymond's behavior.
Okay, all right. Well, he gets kicked out, and the Warriors end up losing this game. Actually, the ball moved a little bit better without Draymond Green. And again, I've been talking about this before the series. What is Steve Kerr going to do with the 2 big lineup? Because when you got the 2 big lineup, all of a sudden you got 2 guys who are not offensive threats, and Mike Brown knows that. So he's going to sag off of Draymond Green. He's going to sag off of Kevon Looney. They're not respecting Looney offensively. They're not respecting Draymond Green. And you know what? It's so funny. I was watching that game in the second half thinking, boy, they could have used James Wiseman right now. An offensive threat down low. Could have used James Wiseman.
Well, no, I didn't even think of that. This is what I thought of. When he started Moody, I'm going to be real with you. When Kerr is a legend. He's won 1 million titles. He's awesome. Like, I get it. But that doesn't mean that you can't criticize certain things. His handling of the younger players has come to roost in this playoff series. You spent all year blowing Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb at the expense of Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. And you have the gall to come out in the second half and you're playing Moses Moody when he's been in a freezer for 2 months. And credit to Moses Moody for being ready.
I thought he played well.
He played great.
I thought he played well in his 8 minutes.
And I'm saying to myself, where was this all year?
I'm driving home and I'm listening to John Dickinson on the postgame show. And he's going on and on and on about Jonathan Kuminga not being ready. How the hell do we know Jonathan Kuminga is not ready when he only plays 3 minutes and 56 seconds? How do we know if he's ready or not?
Last night I wanted to see Jonathan Kuminga.
He's one of your most athletic players on the squad. How do we know he's not ready for this moment?
I'm frustrated.
Is 3 minutes and 56 seconds enough to say, hey, yeah, he's unplayable in this series? Because if that's the case, you got 5 playable dudes in the series. That's Wiggins, Looney, Draymond, Steph, and Clay.
Well, and I don't really
That's all you got.
In the fourth quarter, late in the game, Looney was exhausted, and they were kind of attacking him. And we all love Looney, but like there's times where I needed Draymond in that spot right there.
Well, he got into foul trouble again. When you get into the
bonus,
they
were all in foul trouble.
When you get into the bonus, and I don't even want to call it hacking. I watched the game. I watched the third quarter over, and I think, damn, could have let that one go. Considering what they did let go for the second minute.
Say that again.
The Warriors committed 5 team fouls in the first minute and 42 seconds of the third quarter.
Like that.
I've never seen that in my life.
I've never seen anything like that.
The first minute of 42. Kings go up 14 in the quarter. The Warriors were able to weather the storm and get back to the game. I couldn't believe it.
There were multiple times where I looked at it and go, how is this a 6-point game? How is this a 6-point game? How is this a 2-possession game?
So Looney picked up his 4th and 5th foul. 7:22 left in the third quarter. He picks up his 4th foul. 6:51, Looney picks up his 5th foul. Kings were able to go on a 10-0 run. But look, you got to make layups when you got them. Wiggins missing that layup at the end of the third quarter was huge. He missed a big layup in the fourth quarter.
Draymond got blocked again by Alex Len.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Len.
Again, it's what it is. Draymond, on the pick and roll, when you get into the lane, look at the hoop. Yeah. Look at the hoop.
Well, but you know what, though? Sabonis is a dirty player. He's dirty, and he's getting away. And he's getting away with a lot out there. He's getting away with hooks. He's getting away with elbows. And the way he cried after the game, we got the sound. Sabonis is a chump. I'm sorry. It's a little fake all-star. I mean, this guy's grabbing. Why is he grabbing the leg? On the same play, he grabbed the leg. He pushed off of Clay for the rebound, trying to get a rebound. Go watch the sequence over. He pushes off of Clay and then grabs the leg as he's falling. What is that? What are you doing?
It's not a basketball play. It's not a basketball play, and neither is Draymond's. Like, they were both wrong. Like, to me, they're both wrong. Like, I know you don't do the leg kick or whatever the hell Draymond, whatever you want to describe what Draymond did. So like, they're both wrong.
Well, if Kuminga's lost out there, Jordan Poole certainly's lost out there. And Klay Thompson mentioned that he's playing with half a foot. Well, you know what? Then he shouldn't play then if he's got half a foot. Because he was unplayable last night.
He took
in 15 minutes
shots.
and 30 seconds.
And then
1 of 7.
Out of bounds.
0 for 3, 4 points, 3 rebounds. I just don't. What are we going to do about Jordan Poole? What are we going to do? Steph played 40 minutes and 46 seconds last night. God bless his soul. He was gassed. They're pressing him all day long. His 3-ball wasn't hitting. 3 of 13 from the 3-point line. Wiggins was great. I thought Wiggins was phenomenal.
I thought Wiggins was their best player last night.
He was.
I thought he was. And the crazy thing is like, and look, I know he had all the personal stuff, and this feels unfair to even say, boy, I wish they would have had him 2 weeks earlier so that his conditioning would be up even more because they need him more.
Well, he played 39 minutes last night.
I know, and they need him to play like 48.
Right. So far.
It feels unfair for me to even say that out loud.
But here's the one. The Warriors got to do something at the point of attack against De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. That's what's killing your ass.
When the two of them were on the court together, Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox.
Barbecue chicken.
I don't know what the answer is to that.
Barbecue chicken. Point to the paint. 60-44 in game number 1. Last night, 54-40.
Well, it felt
got to flip that.
It felt like in the fourth quarter, they finally realized we can attack the hoop. And then 7 minutes to go, boom, they start attacking the hoop. I'm like, finally, we're not settling for crap.
So the Kings are plus 30 when it comes to points in the paint through the first 2 games. Plus 30.
Oof.
Trey
Lyles has been plowing dudes.
When it comes, he's getting away with murder.
Well,
I mean, you're going to call something.
Physical. They've been more physical.
They have been more physical, but we're going to let everybody push off there. They're pushing off and elbowing guys in the back. They ain't getting no calls. No calls whatsoever. I'm not blaming the referees. It's not why they lost the game. Don't misconstrue what I say out there, people. 888-957-9570. But the Kings are getting away with a lot of physicality, and I'm thinking on the other side of the floor, the Warriors can't touch anybody. You can't even breathe on anybody, or Sacramento's going to the line. So it is what it is. It's what you got to play against. You got to overcome it. Points off turnovers. Sacramento plus 11 in game number 1. Last night, they're plus 16. That's a plus 27 in the series. So plus 30 for points in the paint, plus 27 when it comes to points off turnovers. All right, second chance points. Look at the second chance points. Last night, Sacramento 22-11. Game 1, 21-16. You know what that is, folks? Let's do the math. That's a plus 14 when it comes to second chance points. So when you're losing all the hustle points, all the hustle categories, how do you expect to win a series?
Well, and not only are you losing the hustle plays, they're so much faster than you down the court.
No, that's the thing.
I mean, they're so much faster. De'Aaron Fox in the open court, duh. But Harrison Barnes multiple times flying by guys and yamming.
No, I mean.
Harrison Barnes has been really good.
Dare I say, the Warriors look old in this series.
Well,
they are a step slow.
I literally
they are a step slow.
Feel like that's what I'm watching. I'm watching a team that looks old, that looks tired, predictable, stale on offense, and it looks like they can't get their shot up.
But they are a step slow. But yeah, last night was a circus. Kings go up 2-0, and I'm still here. Warriors will win game 3. They will win game 3. I got confidence in
They
that.
have to.
They will win game 3. We'll see what it is. We're getting to the calls coming up. 888-957-9570. I ain't defeated yet. 0-2, all right. They ain't never been down 0-2. But if you're scared, go to church. You know what? We're going to see what season's either going to be over on Thursday, or we're going to be talking about a big game 4 to even up the series. It is what it is. That's why I'm not panicking. It is what it is. You're going to Thursday. If you want to lay down to the Sacramento Kings, then you know what? We'll be having a funeral on Monday morning. It is what it is. But I ain't scared about anything.
You don't, I mean, again, a lot of things can change. It could flip, but it feels unlikely right now, okay?
Well, for you, it feels unlikely.
Well, it does for me, yes.
I don't feel like it's unlikely. The Kings did what they did. They protected home court.
There's a lot of different variables, but I get a same feeling of this got a Detroit Piston Laker feel to it, where it was like the end of Kobe and Shaq, and you're seeing a team that just is better, more cohesive, younger, faster, better defensively. They're in you, and you need to You need to either wake up or it's over.
All right, we're going to get into the Draymond Green Sabonis situation. When I see the calls lit up right now, we'll get to all of you here. It's going to be an explosive show. Explosive. So, Kings fans, you want to call in? Hey, I'm not ducking your smoke. Trust me on that. Kyle Draper, I'll get to them. I live rent-free in a 916. I'll just say that right now. The beam wasn't even lit. I mean, I come out the post-game show. Oh, man, you hear Draper and Kenny Thomas there talking about you on the TV show. Celebrate your 2-0 series lead. Why are you worried about me for? What you worried about me and what I'm talking about? Enjoy your 2-0 series lead. But we'll get to the Sacramento Kings and their little brother syndrome in a little bit. That segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Jim Colzamore is going to join us at 8:30. Kyle Draper, 9:20. You know who he is. That's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT.
The 2023 Mountain Winery concert season is here. Come celebrate.
Now Monk will bring it up. Gets it across with 3 seconds to spare. Dribbles it over to Sabonis in the corner. There's Mitchell. He'll fire again. And Davion Mitchell hits a three. Wow. That is not what the scouting report says he'll do.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Davion Mitchell, man. I can't believe it. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Davion Mitchell, big game for him. He played well. I got to get a little Joker credit. He's a national champion Baylor. I give him credit. He played well yesterday. 5 of 10 from the floor, 14 big points. That dagger from the corner, 3 assists. He picked up Curry all 94 feet. He was physical. He was physical. So off night was on last night. I give him that. I'm not going to apologize for what I said last week. I'll live with him shooting threes. The percentages tell you he lays bricks. But you know what? Shut up last night. And the Kings lead 2-0. They've been the better team through 2 games. I'll say that all day long. They've been the better basketball team. And that's disappointing. That's disappointing as hell to see the experienced championship pedigree Golden State Warriors look old, look slow, turn the ball over, look unsure of themselves. It's been a disappointing start to the series, to say the least.
Well, yeah, and then obviously you're going to have to find a way to win Game 3 and obviously try to win Game 4 and hold serve at home court. I mean, this feels like the tallest task they've had yet. The answers, I just think it's very simple. It starts right here. You have to take care of the basketball. You've got to find a second ball handler to initiate the offense quicker. And then you've got to be able to rebound better. I mean, these are the same issues that have plagued them throughout the year. So I don't know if there are specific personnel tweaks that can actually solve it. Obviously, not having Wiggins for 47 games is a part of that. He looked great. He looked great yesterday. But you need that second ball handler. And this is where Dante DiVincenzo being kind of a net negative is not good. Jordan Poole feeling like a net negative is not good right now. You don't really have that guy. And if Draymond Green is suspended for Game 3, then you also don't have that guy. So I think you're really going uphill.
I don't think the NBA will suspend Draymond
I hope
Green.
not.
I don't think they will. They suspend Draymond Green. I might be done watching the playoffs. You're going to suspend Draymond Green, really? 37 turnovers in the first 2 games for the Golden State Warriors. They've given up 41 points off those 37 turnovers. That's not winning basketball. Let's go to the calls. Alex in Maryland. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Good morning, man. First time call, long-time listener, man. I just want to talk about I just want to throw a stat at you guys. 0 for 32 this season. 0 for 32 when trailing going into the fourth quarter. It's like these guys just don't. I mean, it's sad, man. I almost want to turn off the TV after the third quarter if they're trailing, man. This team does not play good enough defense on the road to come back being trailing going into the fourth quarter. It's just they gave up way too many open shots, man. That Mitchell kid hit that huge 3 down the stretch. They really got to pick it up defensively, man. And I feel good about them winning these 2 games at home because I think if they play as good as they did on the road these last 2 games, they'll win these next 2 games at home. But if these guys don't play better defense at the Beam Arena, I don't know what's going to happen, man. I just hope we get it together defensively.
Good call. The De'Aaron Fox puts so much stress on their defense that they're forced to run once he picks his dribble up multiple guys at him, and it's opening up the floor. I mean, and then you got Sabonis, who's such a load for them to deal with on the rebounding edge. You've got multiple people boxing him out, so when there's a loose ball, they kick it around, and you got multiple shooters sitting there waiting to snipe. And they didn't even shoot well yesterday.
No, they didn't shoot well. They were 9 of 38 from the three-point line, 23.7%. I just can't believe it. They didn't shoot well, but the Warriors kept giving them opportunities. Fitz, you heard him on the broadcast all night long. I mean, value the basketball.
Yes.
Value the basketball. 37 turnovers first 2 games. You gave up 41 points off the turnovers. Sacks plus 30 in the paint. Why? Because Fox getting anything. He getting anything he wanted. 11 points in the fourth quarter last night. Another clutch performance.
Couple runners, a couple of
floaters,
stops and
stop and pop,
fadeaways.
Wide open, top of the key, 3 to ice it, make it 107, 101.
I mean, trailer. Yeah, that was
plus 14
beautiful.
Second chance points.
Beautiful.
Plus 14 second chance points. Plus 8 when it comes to fast break points. You are getting dominated. Oh, and by the way, The Kings are plus 11 on the offensive glass. You got to do something, Warriors. You got to do something here. Play physical. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm kind of my own man, and I usually don't, agree with everything the hosts say, but I got to agree with Shasky this morning. It looks like one of them African safari movies where the young lion is beating the hell out the old lion. He's got gray in his mane, and he can't do anything. The Warriors, sometimes you have to play your best athletes, and the Warriors are not playing Kuminga, and they're not playing Moody. They haven't played them all season, and it's coming home to roost. I mean, Sacramento's faster. Malik Monk, Mitchell, Fox, those guys are just running up and down the court with the Warriors, and they need to play. Moody played well when he was in there. Like you said, Kuminga can't even work up a sweat, Vontae, before they take him out.
Coach, how are we supposed to know? And I love John Dickinson. He does a great job covering the Warriors. I'm driving home last night. I almost crashed on 280. Listen to him say Kuminga's unplayable in this series. And I'm looking at veterans like Poole and DiVincenzo. I'm thinking, well, they're unplayable. How do we know if Kuminga's unplayable when he only gets 3 minutes and 56 seconds?
That's exactly right. Give these guys a chance to warm up and let them jump. Sometimes, just the youthful exuberance, and that's what the King is doing. The youthful exuberance sometimes will carry you places where savvy will not. So, I think, again, Kerr, the Warriors are playing like Kerr's coaching, and the Kings are playing like Brown is coaching. He's up and down that sideline. He's got his guys all fired up. They're flying all over the place. Kerr is laid back. He's putting in the same old war horses. They're throwing that looping pass and getting picked off by the young, faster Kings. The Warriors need to – it's time for the changing of the guard, guys. That's what I'm saying.
It's interesting that you bring up Kuminga, and we're watching right now. They got the replay on the second quarter, and he's one of the few guys outside of Wiggins who can out-jump someone and just bat the ball back to one of his teammates. I mean, you're having offensive rebounding and defensive rebounding issues right now, and I know he hasn't been the greatest rebounder, but there's a great example of he doesn't secure the rebound, but he's the one who bats it out so someone else can get it. And so I think we do all this box score staring, and we look at all these numbers, and it's like sometimes you have to use your eyes and watch the game. They do need some athletes on the floor. Right now, they are getting out-athleted, and they're getting out-executed.
Sacramento shoots, and they get their whole – they may not come down with the offensive rebound, but they certainly feel like they're touching the ball. Barnes, or they're getting to the ball. Barnes tapped out so many plays.
How many?
I felt like 7.
If he didn't get – I don't know what his rebounding total was, but he was better than whatever the box score says.
He had 6 rebounds. He had like 12 taps. All right, I know we got to take him to school. Don't worry. I'm aware of the clock. Let's go to take him to school. All right, Andrew Wiggins taking him to school. One of the few good defensive plays for the Warriors last night.
32.9 to go in the corner. The steal by Wiggins. He goes in and scores off the inbounds. What a play by Wiggins.
All right, Andrew Wiggins, 22 points, 5 rebounds. Actually, we're even on the boards last night with the Kings, but it certainly didn't feel like that. It felt like the Kings got their hands on every single ball, and the Warriors are down 0-2. That was taking them to school. Brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now hiring, offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLUSD. Go to www.slusd.us to learn more and apply today. Doug, TJ, Jack, SC, we're going to get to you all. 888-957-9570. Lines are lit up. We got Coles coming up at 8:30. Former host of Kings pre and post. You know he's going to be yapping. Kyle Draper, the current Kings pre and post game host, he's going to be yapping. So we'll get the Kings fans in. They deserve to talk after 2 games. It's all good. I know I live rent-free in her head up there in the 916, but don't worry, I'm still here. And I ain't going anywhere here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun, but shopping for
Finds Looney. Bounce pass inside the Moody. Bounce pass to Peyton. Left corner. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket. Golden State has tied the game with 6:03 to go.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Honestly, didn't believe it was over until Fox hit the 3 to make it 107-101. Warriors tied it. I said they're going to find a way to steal this game. Come back home with a split. It was right there on the table. And how many times in the past have we seen the Warriors win that basketball game? But this year, maybe they can't flip that switch. Maybe the regular season did tell the story of the 2022-2023 Golden State Warriors. They're last in the league when it comes to turnovers, and they turn the ball over 37 times through 2 games. Points off turnovers, they give it up an abundance of those. They've given up 41 points off turnovers in the first 2 games of the series. Offensive rebounding, well, Sacramento's plus 12 in that department. Points in the paint, Warriors don't have size, Sacramento's plus 30, and they're attacking the rim at will because of point of attack defense, which has been a problem all season long, continues to be a problem for the Golden State Warriors. When you don't win those categories, in Sacramento, they won a game by 8, and they made 9 threes. They made 13 a game. They shot 23.7% from the three-point line and still won that basketball game.
Yeah, because they had a zillion free throws and they got a lot of hustle plays and they were hitting in the half court. Like I know that you're reading off all the raw numbers. They got good looks though. I thought they got some really good looks. Early in the game, the Warriors were contesting. As the game progressed, It felt like they got better and better shots, the Kings, which, again, if you've been listening to all the rhetoric coming out of Sacramento, that's who they've been in the second half of games.
They have.
They've been a team that puts the pedal to the metal, and you get winded, and they get better looks, and they get stronger. De'Aaron Fox has gotten pretty much any shot he wants in the whole entire series. Even though he didn't have the greatest of games, in the fourth quarter when it mattered the most, what did he have, 13?
He had 11 last night.
11,
quarter.
And
he only made 2 threes, but he made the biggest one of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm watching Steph Curry run around on this court, and he's working for every single decent look. They contested shots really well. Clay got a shot blocked yesterday.
Yeah. Wiggins got a shot blocked yesterday. Wiggins got a shot blocked by Malik Monk.
Nobody is burying the Warriors, but if you're being reasonable, you're looking at it and you're saying it's pretty bleak, and a lot of things are going to have to change, and they're going to have to adjust if they want to fight back in this series.
Well, I don't know if they can adjust. Here's the reason why. And I believe the Warriors can win this series, but they look like the older team.
Yes.
Sacramento's getting to every single loose ball. They're a step faster. They're the more confident team. They're the more composed team when they need to be composed. Shot clock's running down. They get great shots. Shot clock's running down for the Golden State Warriors. How many times did you see Steph and Clay in the same vicinity yesterday at the end of the shot clock? The spacing was awful. Why? Because when Steph is bringing up the ball, Fox and Mitchell are in his grill. And they're getting away with some holding, some grabbing. The rest are not calling it. It's fine, whatever. But let me see it called on the other side then like that. But they're holding, they're grabbing, they're being physical, they're jumping. They're all over the split action. All the motion offense, they're just blitzing the passing lanes. Steph gets the screen. They're doubling him, hard doubles, trapping him. And so they got to figure out what to do in the half court. And you're not getting your offense started until there's like 12 seconds left on the shot clock. You're crossing the ball at half court with 16 left.
And you're getting bad looks at the end of shot clocks. Well, like you had the one where Wiggins hits the side of the backboard because the hot potato till the very end. Clay taking a bad shot because you've got 2 seconds left on the clock. Draymond with the ball in his hand. It is a hot potato situation.
But and you look at this. 18 assists. 18 assists. Is that Warriors basketball? No, that's a lot of one-on-one. Mike Brown has these boys blitzing those passing lanes all night long. So they've got to adjust this offense here. There's no doubt. But if you're going to let the Kings get away with physicality, you need to do it on the other side. There's no reason why the Warriors should have been in a damn bonus less than 2 minutes into the third quarter. They picked up 3 fouls on one possession. I mean, just ticky-tack stuff.
I was
look at the third quarter. Go look at that stretch in the third quarter, and then go look at the end of the game with Sabonis getting away with blatant push-offs. Trey Lyles getting away with blatant push-offs. Herder getting away with just running over dudes, trying to chase Clay and Steph around. It's a joke what's going on. The Zebras were awful. Courtney Kirkland, God bless his soul. God bless his soul. I never want to see him on a basketball court ever again. He's going to get assignments again. I get it. I know it. But they mucked the game up. They mucked it up.
I hear you, and I didn't love the officiating, but at the same time, the Warriors had how many unforced turnovers?
Oh,
and then how many did the Kings actually force? And then on top of that, how many shots? For example, there was a Jordan Poole, just a wild running layup where he's just throwing it up in the air, and it's like that doesn't look like a turnover in the box sheet, but that is. You're fueling the transition game. You're on the floor now. It's 4-on-5 in the other direction. No one else touched the ball but you, and you can say it was good Kings defense. I would say it was even more horrific shot selection.
Right. You know what? We talk
the
about
end of the quarter.
Yeah.
Real quick. How about the end of the quarter? Okay, you referenced it in the break. Steph subs in. Jordan Poole flying down the court, and they don't even get a shot off.
Doesn't even get a shot off. Doesn't even get a shot off.
How many times does Jordan Poole have the ball toward the end of a quarter, and it's a one-shot opportunity, and they don't even get a shot off?
Get the ball to Curry. Let Curry inbound the ball. Do something. I had to take a walk at a point in that game yesterday because the Warriors are not playing like the Warriors. They're really not. And Sacramento has something to do with that. I'll give them credit. They've gotten into the Warriors.
They've been the initiator.
They really have gotten into the Warriors. But, there's some people who say, well, Bonte, man, you keep crying about the fouls where the team fouls are even. But what did I say last week, Shasky? What did we talk about when it comes to the NBA? It's not about the end of the game. They always usually even out. But it's when you call the fouls. It's when somebody picks up a fourth foul. It's when somebody picks up a fifth foul. Looney had picked up his fifth foul with 6 minutes left in the third quarter, and next thing you know, Draymond Green's got to come back in, and he's got 4 fouls. So both your bigs that you don't trust JaMychal Green, they literally dusted off JaMychal Green for 50 seconds and put him right back on the bench.
But Bonte, if Jordan Poole's going to be a zero, essentially, you have no punch off the bench. And Dante DiVincenzo, no punch off the bench.
DiVincenzo getting to get shot off, but I'm looking at the bigs here. It's not how many fouls a team accumulates, just when you call the fouls on key players. That's the thing. You call the fouls on key players, and now they're in foul trouble. And Looney, he's getting a bad whistle. You never see Looney complain at the referees.
Well, it looked
when
like
Looney complains and looks around like that, and he looks flabbergasted saying, what the hell is going on out here? You know it's a problem.
There were a couple and ones for Sabonis that I thought were real suspect. And then there was the one where it looked like to me either Looney accidentally or get Sabonis' arm hooked underneath his armpit. But that's just like normal jarring. So there's a lot of those. And that was, I believe, his fifth foul, which sent him out of the game.
Yeah. Well, 102-101 in the game. 102-101 in the fourth quarter. Warriors down 1. Klay Thompson, it's 2 big threes.
Huge.
Threes. I mean, wow. The shot making.
After I was feeling very not confident in Klay.
Well, Klay, he showed up. He was actually efficient.
I actually thought he was better.
He was efficient. He was 5 of 10 from the 3-point line to 7 of 13 overall.
Yeah,
he just can't get shots up.
There's more to that story because it felt like he was isolated out on the perimeter with Sabonis, and he couldn't do a whole lot. He couldn't shake him. He's not a great ISO player. Hear me out when I say this. I actually thought that Klay got better looks when Draymond was off the floor. I don't know what they did tactically. Maybe it was just random and coincidence, but for whatever reason, it felt like Klay wasn't as good when Draymond was on the floor at the same time. I don't know if that's, again, I don't know what that is, but he got 3 much better looks the second Draymond got off the floor.
Yeah, well, Klay Thompson hit 2 big threes. 2 big threes. And
the
102-101. It's 102-101. And the Kings go down the floor. They miss a shot. Sabonis gets away with the clear right in front of the referee push off on Kevon Looney.
In the back.
The offensive rebound and lays it up. And it's 104-101. I mean, just a clear push off. You're not watching? What are we watching out here? What are we watching? So you want to let Sabonis get away with things, and we'll get to Draymond Green in that situation coming up here, because I don't know what he's supposed to do when Sabonis is holding on to his ankle, and then Sabonis is rolling around on the ground like he got broken ribs and a punctured liver or something, and then next you know he plays the final 7:03, and then, let's go get an MRI after the game. Please. What a joke. What a joke Sabonis has been when it comes to that stuff. He's been getting away with the antics, elbows, hooks, you name it. I'm sick of him.
Well,
all right, let's go.
If you're from the Sac perspective, they got De'Aaron and Sabonis feeling pretty damn good, though, right now.
Yeah, they're feeling good because they're getting away with murder. TJ in Atlanta, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing?
It could be better. I'm not feeling too good right now. I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not a fan of the ticky-tack calls neither. I felt like in that third quarter in particular, every time the Warriors would try to make a run, they would just blow the whistle on some phantom call. It was kind of, this is the playoffs, so I was kind of, it was just odd watching that.
Yeah.
But also,
go ahead,
Kerr, if Kerr is reluctant to play his bigger players, the problem with small ball is everyone has to be in unison defensively, and we're just not that because we don't have enough dirty work players on the court. So I don't know what Kerr's going to do, but the Warriors are going to struggle in this series if they're going to continue to just play small.
Yeah. I don't know if they can win this either. By the way, Draymond Green. So Sabonis gets an MRI for the ribs, right? He goes in and gets an MRI, and we'll play the sound in just a second. We'll play it right here in the 7 o'clock segment. Draymond Green. Because I went to bed at like 1 o'clock. I woke back up at 2:30, and I get back on Twitter, and Mark Spears comes out with a tweet late last night, like 2:30 in the morning. Warrior star Draymond Green asked for an X-ray on his right ankle after the Game 2 loss to host Kings after feeling soreness. Source confirmed to ESPN. Source asked Green believes the injury came when Kings star Domantas Sabonis grabbed his ankle before the stomp. And I don't think Draymond Green's ankle's messed up. I don't think it's has anything to do with that. It's gamesmanship. It's basically said, Sabonis wants to go get an MRI. Well, how about me? I want to go get an MRI because my ankle is messed up. Here's Draymond Green. He was asked to walk through that situation. Here's Day-Day.
Draymond, can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping? You just kind of...
I can only step so far. I'm pulling my leg away. So it is what it is.
Were you surprised, Day-Day?
No, I wasn't surprised that he stayed down that long.
He was not surprised about getting ejected. That's about getting the leg tangled up.
You said 2 times you've been held with Sabonis, both times?
No, it was Monk last game. Right on the baseline under the rim. So either you're going to stop it. John Goble was looking at Monk hold my leg the last game, and he just let it go. And Zach clearly was watching my leg get held this game and let it go. So I guess ankle grabbing is okay.
What do you think, Shasky?
I mean, I don't even know. Look, Sabonis was wrong. Grabbing the leg. He did grab the leg. You could say that it was in self-defense. I'm not buying it.
You know what, too?
I'm not buying that.
He pushed off on Clay before grabbing the leg.
Sabonis he
got away with a loose ball foul on Klay Thompson.
I thought he was dipping the shoulder every offensive possession
foul.
and a lot of elbows in the back, but that's whatever. It's for playoff basketball. I expect levels of physicality.
But call it both ways. That's all I'm asking for. Can you call it both ways?
Everyone wants it that way. Everyone wants it.
I want both ways.
I hear you. On the play, like he falls down. He clearly had the leg wrapped up, whatever. He could say it's self-defense. I don't buy it, whatever. He shouldn't have done that. Sabonis was in the wrong. And then Draymond was in the wrong. They're both out of line, right? And Draymond is going to always get zero benefit of the doubt because of the earned reputation that he's done to himself. And my bigger takeaway is if I'm on the team, coaching the team, a fan of the team, is you are so important to what we need to do in the final 7 to 8 minutes of that game. You just can't put yourself in that position to get it.
He's trying to run down the court. I don't get what he could have done to avoid that when Sabonis is grabbing his leg. And again, before Sabonis grabbed the leg, he shoved Klay Thompson. And to me, that's a take foul. Warriors are getting out and running.
I agree.
Right? And that's a take foul.
I agree on the take foul.
To do.
Well, I'll tell you what Draymond's supposed to do. Not step on him.
All right. What do you want him to step?
I'm just saying that's what the league's going to say.
By stepping away from him? No, get the hell out the way and leave my ankle alone. Let go of my ankle. It's not a basketball. Why are you grabbing my ankle?
No, that's neither are basketball plays.
Since the WWE, this ain't no ankle lock you're pulling at WrestleMania. This is a basketball game.
I hear you, but it doesn't exonerate Draymond.
We'll get to Sabonis sound in just a second. Segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Warriors, they need to get Game 3. They're going to get Game 3. And we're going to see if the Kings win Game 4. That's how I'm feeling right now. But here's Domantas Sabonis on grabbing Draymond Green's leg.
Draymond said that you grabbed or held on to his ankle and he's trying to... Did that happen from your
I feel like, it's the playoffs, a lot of things happen, but at that point, I get pushed, I'm falling on the floor. I'm just trying to protect myself, and then whatever happened.
It's the playoffs. A lot of things happen. Yeah, whatever. Sabonis on if you saw
I don't
the
buy.
video.
I don't buy any. Of
Yeah,
Sabonis's.
I'm full of. I'm sick of
They're
his crap.
both out of line. Like
Yeah,
that's
I'm
the
sick of his crap.
I wanted like whatever double text or whatever they were going to do. It should have been equal punishment for both.
All right, here's Sabonis.
Just in my estimation.
Yeah, I agree. Should have tossed
Equal
them both.
punishment for both was what
Get
I
them
would
both out the
have.
game.
But here's the thing: it's overshadowing to me. And like, yes, him getting kicked out actually did hurt their defense. But it wasn't the reason they lost.
No,
There was a
it's not the
variety
reason.
of reasons why they lost, and it's going to overshadow that the Warriors have a big, tall task to overcome.
Well, I don't think we said anything about the play dictated the game because again, it was 102 to 101.
Yes,
it was 102 to 101.
And I think they took the lead after that.
Well, no, Sabonis got away with the shove because the Warriors from that point on it was 102 101, and the Sacramento Kings ended up winning the game on a 12-5 run. So. They didn't take the lead after that. It was 102 101, and Sabonis got away with the push-off, got the offensive rebound, and laid it up. And Looney looks at Zach Zarber saying, what's going on? Looney never complains.
No.
He never complains. When he's looking at the referee, he's like, come on, man. He's getting a bad whistle. I expect it to change when the home court comes to the Golden State Warriors Thursday. I expect the whistles to go the Warriors' way. Sabonis, Mike Brown on Draymond Green, stomp.
I didn't see what he did afterwards. But for sure, it's a flagrant 2 for sure, and it'd be interesting to see what the NBA does after they review it. But I didn't see the aftermath.
And Joel Moss, is he all right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think he might be getting checked out now, getting X-rays and all that stuff because it was pretty hard stomp.
Pretty hard stomp. He's getting X-rays. But yet he played the final 7:03 of the game and sat there in the Prada jacket and took questions in the locker room.
You know what Michelle called him?
Please.
She goes, "Is that Hulk Hogan with the lying and riding on the ground?"
Yeah, I mean, come on.
She's like, "Get up, you're fine."
Like his rib was broken for 5 minutes.
Fine.
Played the final 7:03 and took questions in a Prada jacket like it was nothing. Please get out of here with Sabonis. Get out of here, Mike Brown. You got to protect your player. Here's Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard said it. Isaiah Thomas said it after the game. Take foul on Sabonis. I didn't think Dre tried to step down. That's just how his balance ended up. So it is what it is. You want to say he curb stomped him?
I didn't say
whatever.
that.
No, I didn't say you. Yeah. I'm saying people out there.
My bigger thing is like Dre's just got to be more cognizant of how he's going to be officiated. Any kind of tussle, they're going to be all over him. Yes,
that's not right.
Well, Bonte,
that's not right.
He's earned it.
It's not right.
Bonte.
That's not right.
He has priors.
That's not right.
Bonte.
The priors happened years ago. That's not right, though.
Priors. That's how it works.
So guys get away with ankle locks because of priors.
The ankle lock was wrong too, but the priors do matter. Come on.
Doug in Berkeley. What's happening, Doug?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Doug.
It's a tough morning. I understand. What I think we're seeing is kind of what I saw, and I know you guys saw from like November, and you ignored it. We ignored it.
We did.
We're seeing the same thing that the Warriors have been doing all season, and actually all of Steve Kerr's tenure here with the turnovers. And it's just kind of now we got a coach on the other side who knows our passing lanes, who knows our tendencies, and who's exploiting them. 3 things. Number 1, you saw Boston do it to Kevin Durant last year in the playoffs. That's what Mike Brown's doing to Steph Curry. He's locking him down and making the other guys beat us. Number 2, we blew it early because we had the right idea, morph the team, get some big guys involved, and then midway through the season, we just said, no, we got to go with the old guys. We owe it to them. And number 3, Kerr now has basically given up. If you heard him the last few times, he said, we turn the ball over, that's how we play. I never heard Steph be so down after a loss as I heard him last night. He usually has an optimistic attitude. We're going to do it. This game on Thursday night is big, and unless we change the turnovers, and I don't see us doing that after like 7 years that Kerr's been here and done nothing about it.
No, Doug, that's one of your best calls in a long, long time. One of your best calls in a long, long time. You make great points. You can't overcome turnovers. You're not in your prime anymore. You're a lot older. And that's the thing. You turn the ball over 10 times in the first quarter alone.
Hey, Bonte, I think I charted. What was the first 5 possessions were turnovers?
I don't remember if it was that, But it felt like it.
If you would have told me, I'm dead serious. If you'd have told me that they had 50 turnovers in that game, I might believe it. Well, they had like 5 assists at halftime. How many assists did they have at halftime?
Had 8 assists.
8 assists. Ugh. This is a team that wants to get up to the 30 number.
Kings had 12 turnovers at the half. They turned the ball over twice in the second half. Twice. The Warriors, 22 times. They turned the ball over 37 times in the first 2 games. Just unbelievable. It's sickening. It absolutely is sickening. They should have won the damn basketball game last night. Jack in Sonoma. Jack, what's happening? Jack, you there? Bye-bye. Let's go to...
Bye-bye.
Robert of San Jose.
Bye-bye, Sonoma.
Robert San Jose, what's happening?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Your last caller kind of hit on some of the points that I wanted to make. This is the way they've been playing with Steve Kerr for the last 7 or 8 years. The Kings are playing our passing lanes. We don't have an inside presence.
At all.
We can't score, throw the ball inside, and then get easy shots back outside, which is one of the reasons I did not want them to trade Wiseman, because Louis doesn't look to score, and neither does Draymond. He's playing both on the floor at the same time. You're really playing 3-on-5 offensively. And then Jordan Poole, I asked you guys a couple of weeks before the end of the season what his playing time would be like if Wiggins and Payton were both healthy. This guy's going to make $30 million next year. He's basically the 5th guard on the team right now. You got to get rid of him.
Well, you know what? Well,
I've got an entire flow chart of off-season moves.
Well, don't worry about the off-season. If the off-season starts on Monday, or if it starts 2 weeks later, whatever. We'll get to the off-season. Because there's some, trust me, this don't end in the Western Conference Finals or something. There will be changes, buddy. You think Joey Lightyears is happy? Had to trade his prized possession to James Wiseman. Doug and Berkeley talk about it, and Robert there in San Jose not having a low post scorer. Well, we all thought that was James Wiseman. Well, he's in Detroit right now. He's in Motown, getting better.
There are certain days where you have to come in and you have to just call it like you see it. Steph Curry is the greatest Warrior of all time. He did not play like it yesterday. The turnovers alone, and he was very good in the fourth quarter offensively, but there were so many instances of just back-breaking turnovers leading to transition plays for the Kings.
Draymond Green and Steph Curry.
Huge momentum swingers.
Steph Curry and Draymond Green accounted for 10 of the 22 turnovers. 10 of the 22 turnovers. Can't have that. Can't have it if you want to win playoff games.
How many did Jordan Poole have? Because I counted.
He didn't
3.
have any turnovers, but
I counted 3 bad shots that to me were turnovers.
Were turnovers, exactly.
Yeah. What do you think?
Jordan, he didn't have no turnovers.
How about the one?
But he was 1 of 7.
But I thought he threw a pass into the stands on the Moody play.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah. He did throw a pass.
Remember that one-handed pass that he
did?
It was looking like Kaepernick, circa 2015.
Oh, no, he's got the one. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong box score, damn it.
Because he was driving to the hoop and he threw a corner
pass.
the
one turnover. That's the one turnover.
Yeah.
It felt like he had 4.
I was into the 15th row.
Yeah, it was. And they were rolling.
I know.
They were rolling.
I know.
And it was like, Jesus Christ. Steph Curry. Here's another thing. The third quarter, Steph needs to get rolling here, folks. In the third quarters, in this series so far, Steph has taken 3 shots out of halftime in the third quarter.
How?
3.
Is that him just not getting the ball?
It's a little bit of Sacramento.
Yeah,
But you know what, Steve Kerr, you got to get this guy going. All right, let's break here. I know people are going crazy. We're going to take all your calls. 888-957-9570. What was the biggest difference in game number 2? We're talking about it. Ain't no question to throw out there. You know what it is. How do the Warriors respond from an 0-2 deficit? How?
What are you most frustrated with?
Game 3, Thursday night at Chase Center. The season's on the line. That's what's coming up on the game, presented by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat.
Monk in transition. They head to Barnes. Barnes drives in. Pass to the corner. Mitchell. Baseline. Back up top. Fox. Wide open three. Up and good. 107-101. 2:13 to go. Kings up by 6.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Fox ices it up. He is a special player. He had to fight through foul trouble. He picked up 3 fouls in the first half, yet the Kings still went into the halftime break up 58-52 with the 6-0 run in the first half. Barnes with a nice dunk there after the Warriors went on a 12-2 run to tie the game at 52 apiece. You thought, okay, maybe the Warriors could go into the break with the lead, but they lost all momentum. Bad shot, bad turnover, bad foul by Curry, bad shot by Clay. Just awful. Just an awful performance yesterday for the Golden State Warriors as they commit 22 turnovers and give up 25 points off those turnovers. All right, tomorrow. We're giving away, when is this? Thursday? Is it Thursday we're doing this? Wednesday or Thursday? Tomorrow? All right, thumbs up. We're giving you the chance to go to Game 4. Listen to us tomorrow in between 7:30 a.m. and 8 as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow in between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. 888-957-9570. Let's get to the lines. SE in the city wants to talk about Draymond Green. What's up?
Hey, good morning, you guys. What's up, Bonte? What's up, Shiesty, man? I love you guys' show. Just to touch up on Draymond, man. Draymond, again, doing Draymond thing. You know, I hate to say it, but that kind of reminded me of when he kicked Steven Adams against OKC, and also when he, the infamous LeBron James incident. Again, that needs to be accountability right there. And then I just want to give props to Mike Brown because, that guy is just out coaching Kerr right now. And overall, Dub Nation, I just want to say keep your head up. It's been a great run, and, just looking forward to the season. To the playoffs, keep going. And that's it for me, you guys. Have a great day.
You too. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Can you guys share with fans how there's still hope for us and the series isn't over? We could use a little hope and positivity today. Well, I'll tell you right now, 650, the Warriors are winning Game 3. But today we're reacting to Game number 2, and I'm pissed off about Game 2. I'm not going to lie to you. You want to play down mad sound? Yeah, I'm pissed off about the performance yesterday. When you come out and turn the ball over 10 times in the first quarter, when you give up all those second chance points, when you get punked in the paint, that pisses me off. So, yeah, I'm pissed off today. But 650, I do believe the Warriors are winning that chase on Thursday night. I do believe that. I ain't doubting this team whatsoever. They can win 4 straight in this series, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. And all of a sudden, we'll be talking about how the Kings had a great season. But today, I'm ticked off about the performance last night.
I'd be surprised if they won 4 out of 5 and found a way to win this series just today. They've got a lot of things that they're going to have to adjust. Number one is they look exhausted. They look exhausted. They look like a team that has had a very long, difficult season. They look old. They look a step slow. They're not being able to get their shot off in normal situations. Not only are the Kings doing a much better job than I anticipated into this series of creating shots for themselves, but their defense is so much better than I thought, individually and collectively. I didn't have Alex Len being a factor randomly off the bench in his small minutes, but he's been a positive. Right. Harrison Barnes has crushed them on the glass and gotten a lot of key hustle plays. Davion Mitchell has really made Steph Curry work really hard. When De'Aaron Fox has been put onto Curry, he's done a pretty damn good job. Done a really good job. And then Sabonis out on the perimeter on Klay Thompson, and Klay's dribbling. He's not going anywhere. Shockingly, Sabonis isn't some giant liability out on the perimeter. So there's a lot of things. If you're a King fan, you're feeling pretty confident now. And then the Warriors, you just keep looking at their ability to throw the ball all over the place. Yeah, it's just so bad.
Throwing medicine balls cross court. You can't do that with a quick team. Cannot do that. You got to take care of the basketball and value it. And that's the most disappointing aspect. So, yeah, I know I guarantee victories in games 1, 2, and I'll guarantee another one in game 3. I don't care what you think. But the Warriors, in my opinion, blew game 1. They controlled the game for the first 34 minutes. I was sat there with Darrell yesterday. I said, Darrell, did they blow game? He said they blew both games. They blew both games.
Why do you say that?
Why do you say that? Because Game 1, they controlled it for 34 minutes. We know what happened with the 15-4 run at the end of the third quarter. Sacramento now play well. But then you look yesterday, Sacramento missed their first 11 threes. Sacramento shot 23.7% from the three-point line and still won by 8. Why? Because you don't value the basketball. That's disappointing as hell.
See, I watched that entire second half thinking, how are they only down 2? Or 4? How are they only down 6? Because it felt like, to me, the dam was ready to break at any moment in that second half. And maybe I'm just viewing it through a pessimistic lens, but they took a big shot across the jaw early in that game and then fought back and then had a lead. And then it felt like Steve Kerr was coaching that game with the sense of urgency I wanted to. He called a quick timeout. He ran a beautiful play on an inbound play with like 5 minutes to go where they get a wide open Gary Payton backdoor layup. It was beautiful. And then they couldn't close that quarter. I said, dang it. I needed them to have a 6 or 8 point lead coming out of that first quarter.
Missed that layup at the end of the third quarter. He had it.
I was very frustrated. And then so that whole sequence in the final minute, again, if I look at the 8 quarters that have been played, the Kings, maybe 6 or 7 of them have closed with a sense of urgency, and the Warriors have either not capitalized on an opportunity to take a bigger lead or haven't cut the deficit or maintained that deficit. And it's been very frustrating. And I look at the Kings, the youth, the energy, substitution patterns. There's a lot of reasons why they're up in this series.
I still pick the Warriors in 6, and they could still win it in 6. They can win 4 straight, and nobody would be surprised. 888-957-9570. Reacting to Draymond Green, Domantas Sabonis. What you think of that? What you think of the game yesterday? The turnovers. What was the biggest key in your opinion? 888-957-9570. Mike in Oakland. What's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hello?
Mike, you there?
Okay. I didn't know you were talking to me. Okay. Hey, Bonte. Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
My issue is with the big three. All they do is turn the ball over. They take bad shots. I've been watching these guys, man, for quite a little while now, and they look old, they look slow, and they look unfocused, man. I mean, they're just nonchalant with the ball, man, and it bothers me as a fan all these years of watching the same thing, but it's gotten considerably worse because they're not making the shots now. They're taking shots that are bad, and the team's not progressing, and they look old and slow. The refs are not giving them any calls. Why is Steph bringing the ball down when it should be Draymond Green or DiVincenzo so that he can move around and not be so predictable? I mean, they are really off their game right now. Mike Brown and them are really putting it on the Warriors. I'm really shocked.
Hey, how about when Steph Curry and Draymond Green collided?
Yeah.
I mean, they just collided. Or how about the GP2 inbound where he throws it right back to the Kings?
I'm telling you.
I mean, and then there was another play. I want to say it was the third quarter. Someone got a rebound. I think it was Draymond, and he just threw it to Steph. Steph's not even looking. He's like running down court and it hit him in the back of the leg.
There's a lot of CYO turnovers happening last night.
What?
A lot of CYO turnovers. And the
moment looks too big for the Warriors.
954 Comcast Business text line. Bonte, please hype the people up. Don't throw the towel and hype up. Number one, I'm not a cheerleader. All right, let's get that straight. I'm not a cheerleader. I'm not going to be waving pom-poms right now. We're reacting to Game 2. When Game 3 happens at Chase Center, I'll be hyped for it. It's up to you to get hyped for it. I ain't lost hope in this team. So let's stop with the, hey, please hype people up and let's get fired up. We need to react to what happened last night. And what happened last night was a joke. The turnovers, the bad shot selection. Right now, the Warriors have 5 playable guys. 5. That's Steph. That's Draymond. That's Looney. That's Clay. That's Wiggins. I'm trying to find out who I can get off the bench to spark us. All right, Gary Payton II. He's another playable guy, but you know what? He played great. But he can't stay in front of Fox.
Well, and the other part is they're going to leave him wide open in the corner of the three-point line. They're not going to let him get into the dunker spot. And if they do, fine, they'll deal with it because they've got some length. He's got to hit shots. He hit a big 3. He hit a big 3 late. But other than that, he's hitting like side of the backboard.
Right, no doubt. No doubt he did.
I mean, right now, my biggest issue with the team right now in the half court, because it feels like the half court is where they're really struggling. There's not a second reliable facilitator, either ball handler, shot maker, a dribble drive penetrator, specialist. Like Jordan Poole, what made him so good for this team and so valuable was his ability to get his own shot, to blow by people, and to set up for others, as well as hit, wide open threes. But like right now, Draymond does not look like a competent second facilitator. No. Dante DiVincenzo does not look like, in this matchup, for whatever reason, a competent second facilitator. It's Steph Curry and Prey. And then you're praying that Wiggins can get some ISO buckets. It's just not good.
The Warriors dropped to 24-9 after losing the playoff game. 24-9. 30-11 since 2013. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr have never been down 0-2 in a series. Throw Kevon Looney in there as well.
Well, they've earned it now.
They're down 0-2 for the first time. So we said they've seen everything. Well, they haven't seen this yet. Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Cole in Austin, Texas. Cole, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on? Morning, y'all. Question. What do you do? I mean, I have two remedies, but I want to hear your opinion first.
I didn't hear the question.
What do you do? Oh, sorry. What do you do with Jordan Poole if you're Steve Kerr?
Well, first off, if he's not healthy, because like Klay said, he's on one ankle. If he's not healthy,
got half a foot.
Then you can't suit him up. Like it's just that simple. If you can't play, you can't play. Because what makes Jordan Poole so special is his ability to actually cross someone over and get to his spots on the floor. And I'm not seeing that guy. And so it's taken away from every other aspect of his game because it's certainly not defense.
No, go ahead, Cole. Continue.
His defense is awful. No, I think the two remedies I have are this. One, I need him on every break, or if he's not in the game, he needs to be sitting next to Iggy and picking his brain. Right?
Yeah, I mean, sure. If that helps.
I thought you were going to go like start Jordan Poole. That's where I thought you were going.
Well,
no, and the other remedy is this. I don't know who those two baddies were sitting courtside when he went off on those games, but we need to get a GoFundMe to get those girls on every single either playoff game, like home game or away game. We need to get that going because when they're there, he goes off.
Well, Jordan Poole had a 3-on-1 fast break in the first half. 3-on-1 fast break. And he's coming down. Clay's on his right. DiVincenzo's on his left. He passes it to DiVincenzo when I thought he should have maybe passed it to Klay for the open shot. But DiVincenzo gives it right back in the middle.
I know.
And it becomes a turnover. And you smoke a 3-on-1 fast break. They're just not playing. They're not playing button-up basketball on the offensive end. It is what it is.
And DiVincenzo, confidence-wise, 2 months ago, I think he takes a couple different threes in rhythm. He's not taking those rhythm threes. And so now he's going off the dribble, and they're not falling for it.
Cole, somebody asked me if I have an irritation meter. I'm at a 15 on that meter. Better believe it. I am irritated because of the way this team is valuing the basketball. You can't get around it. It's frustrating watching it. A veteran team like this, in a way, but you know what? Maybe this is just who they are, and I was led astray, and maybe I just thought, you know what? They could flip that switch because of the 4 rings. They can. But maybe this is just who they are. Maybe this is the way the season's going to play out. Well, you know what? We're going to find out Thursday, and I can't wait for Thursday. We're going to find out what they're made of. You going to lay down? You going to go down 0-3, or you going to keep the season alive? Because if you win Game 3, I truly believe this series, they can win it.
Is it more offense or defense right now?
To me, it's offense. Because defensively, you hold Sacramento to 114.
Okay, so Klay was quote-unquote efficient, but why to me...
Offensively, it's the problem for me.
Yeah, I know.
They're not getting into their...
But why is Klay not getting the amount of looks that he's accustomed to getting?
Well, because they're getting into their grill coming off of screens. The Kings are blitzing the passing lanes, knowing that Draymond Green is basically conducting the offense from the top of the key, and they're not afraid of him. They're saying, Draymond, go ahead and shoot. We're going to give you space. But Herter, Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Harrison Barnes, they're getting into the Warriors on these passing lanes.
I was going to say
give them credit for that. They're snuffing out the Warriors' offense.
I also think Klay's legs are tired right now. He's not relocating like he used to. I'm not seeing that same constant movement. I'm seeing a lot of standing.
Well, I see the movement, but you got to remember, Curry's getting past half court with 16 seconds left.
No doubt.
So we're only seeing him be able to run these actions for 10 seconds, and the shot clock is running down.
Well, when was
you got to get through. You got to get on the court quicker.
When was the last time you saw them boomerang each other, shot put each other underneath the hoop, running off of screens?
It's been a while.
You know what I mean? Like I just
to me, they're not getting into their offense fast enough. Curry is walking the ball up the floor. They're in his face.
I agree
and he's crossing the half-court line with barely 16 seconds. And then all of a sudden he's asking for the high ball screen, and all the action is starting with 13 seconds left.
I agree with that. They're not going to win if Steph doesn't have any A games, right? He hasn't had an A game yet. But they're also not going to win it if Klay Thompson doesn't have any B+ to A- games. Like, they need some of those as well. And I don't even know if Draymond's had a B+. Like, they need all of their stars to play like it. Wiggins, game 1, very encouraging. Game 2 was excellent. I thought he was excellent. I thought he was their best player on the floor. But they need these other guys to also have A games. They're not coinciding.
Well, you asked me yesterday. Out of Poole, was it Wiggins or Klay or Poole or Klay? Who needs to have a big game? And I said both.
Yeah.
And you said, thanks for playing the game. And I was like, what game? They both need to play well. You can't have 2 of the 3 not playing well. What I mean by that is Steph, all right, 28 points, 9 of 21. He wasn't efficient. He struggled. He struggled just getting shots. But Andrew Wiggins scored his 22. I'm not mad at Andrew Wiggins and what he's done in the first couple games of the series. However, he's 3 of 16 from the three-point line. The 3 is just not there for him. Maybe it comes back at home. Klay Thompson, he got his 21. But I'm looking at Jordan Poole and DiVincenzo. You can't have both of them not contribute anything. DiVincenzo played 13 minutes. Jordan Poole played 15:30. DiVincenzo in his 13 minutes of action grabbed 2 rebounds, got called for 2 fouls, turned the ball over twice, and did not take a field goal attempt. He did not take a FGA, folks. All right? Jordan Poole. Klay said after the game he's playing on half a foot. I got to respect that. If he's hurt, that sucks. And I admire him for playing through pain. But if you're playing through pain and hurting the team, then maybe it's just best to sit him out. He's 1 of 7 from the floor yesterday, 0 of 3 from the three-point line, 4 points, 2 fouls.
They just don't have any punch then. Like if JK's not going to, Jordan Poole's not going to be, a dynamic scorer off the bench. Like, this is a guy who's averaged 20 every game this year. What does he have in both games combined?
Who's that?
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole, he had 17 in game 1, 4 last night, 21 points through 2 games.
That's half of what his normal production is.
But you know what? He struggled against Sacramento all year long. He shot 30% from the three-point line, 33% from the field, and he averaged 13 points a game against Sacramento.
But if Klay and him are both going to be down in scoring, Wiggins is about where he normally is, that's not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough.
That's
not
enough.
Nearly enough.
You're
paying way too much. Let's go to and for people to say that Kuminga's not ready to play, well, he played 4 minutes. If Kuminga's not ready to play, DiVincenzo doesn't look ready to play, Poole doesn't look ready to play, who the hell are you going to play? You want to play Anthony Lamb? You want to play JaMychal Green? More than 50 seconds? What do you do if you're Steve Kerr? I don't know what to do. Sabrina, San Francisco, what's happening? Sabrina.
Hey, how's it going, you guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I think Kuminga is ready to play. I think that Kuminga is probably the X factor. We know that on every team, there's somebody that's the X factor. We know that Monk is the X factor for them coming off the bench. We know that Mike Brown has been doing this thing where he's substituting Curry. He substitutes a Monk in when Curry is out so that Monk could be that flurry for them. And I think that what needs to happen is Kuminga needs to match that youth and athleticism, but I don't think Kerr has given him the opportunity and the time to do it. Secondly, I also think that we need to go off of a momentum. So we know that Draymond and Sabonis have been having this back and forth. Game 3, I'm starting Draymond on Sabonis. I'm starting with a smaller lineup.
I agree with the small lineup.
I'm putting Dante at the 1. And so, that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I think everything's on the table in terms of starting lineups. I think Wiggins at the 4, Draymond, if Draymond's not suspended, Draymond at the why? I think he could be.
If Draymond gets suspended, I'll have thoughts on the NBA. But we'll continue. He hasn't been suspended yet. He shouldn't be suspended. If he suspended Draymond, suspend the guy who's putting him in the ankle lock. All right? Sabonis has been getting away with push-offs, elbows, hooks, you name it. It's criminal what he's getting away with. And we want to pop Draymond Green. What is he supposed to do, folks?
Well,
here's what Curry. I think Curry said something about Draymond Green and Sabonis since we're there. No, that's not up there. That's not up there. Never mind. Oh, here's Klay Thompson on it, though.
What are you going to do when someone grabs your foot when you're running full speed? That's it just fully grabs your foot and yanks on you. That's not cool, man. I'm not saying what Draymond did was right, but you can't just grab somebody's foot when they're taking off in a full sprint. That's not cool. I don't do that. That's crazy.
Here's Steve Kerr, what he said about Draymond Green.
I think most level-headed people think they both were out of line, and I agree with Klay.
All right, here's
they
Steve
both
Kerr.
were wrong.
I didn't see the play live, and then I didn't see the replay. I asked Zach Zarba what happened. He told me, and I was busy with getting the team ready. One of the coaches told me might get ejected, and so I was trying to prepare for what was next.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. And we didn't even get to Draymond Green riling up the crowd. Here's some bonus on grabbing Draymond Green's leg.
Draymond said that you grabbed his or held on to his ankle and he's trying to. Did that happen from your
I feel like,
bench?
it's the playoffs, a lot of things happen, but at that point, I get pushed, I'm falling on the floor, I'm just trying to protect myself, and then whatever happened.
Suspension. Here's Mike Brown. He definitely put it out there. He wouldn't mind seeing Draymond Green get suspended.
I didn't see what he did afterwards, but for sure, it's a flagrant 2 for sure, and it'd be interesting to see what the NBA does after they review it. But I didn't see the aftermath.
And Joel Moss, is he all right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think he might be getting checked out now, getting X-rays and all that stuff because it was pretty hard stomp.
They're both full. Come on, Sabonis is fine. Stop it.
So Sabonis said he's
fine.
trying to protect himself. What are you protecting yourself from? You pushed off Clay, first of all, and then you grabbed the leg. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Well, not. What
are you supposed to do?
Not stomp that hard.
I didn't
what
stomp
they're
that
gonna
all.
say.
Excessive stomping.
Well, no, I didn't.
The guy got stomped so hard he played the final 7-0-3 and pushed off on Looney when it was 1-2 to 1-1.
Both wrong.
Sabonis is a joke.
I would have done a double tack or whatever.
He dips his shoulder.
Had equal punishment.
He dips his shoulder every time in the Looney gets the calls. It's an absolute farce what happened last night with Zach Zarba. I'm not even going to get on the referees because the referees are not the reason why the Warriors lost the game. I want to reemphasize that. They're not the reason why the Warriors lost the game. But you can't tell me that officiating crew didn't lose control early in that game. It was a circus out there. It was WWE. And I thought we were watching WrestleMania when Sabonis had the leg. What are you supposed to do? That's a take foul. Call him for the take foul. Jesus Christ. Horace in Texas. Horace, what's happening?
What's up, man? First of all, man, I'm with you, man. I'm glad you pissed because I'm pissed.
Yeah, I'm pissed off today. I'm not going to lie to everybody out there. You're driving around now. I apologize. But what am I supposed to do? You guys love me for being authentic? Well, I'm ticked off that the Warriors tricked off 2 games. Go ahead.
I'm glad you're pissed, man, because I'm not frustrated. I'm just pissed. And here's the thing. I'm going to say this right up front. We lost the game because we haven't been taking care of doggone basketball. Now, when is not taking care of the basketball going to not be tolerated? Come on, Steve. You got to not tolerate that stuff, And I don't mind turnovers. Turnovers are okay. It's the unforced turnovers
and bad shots,
giving the ball away. Hey, if they're playing good defense against you, hey, salute them. Good play. But when you're just giving the ball away, come on, man. You can't do that. And you're fouling too much early in the quarter.
Oh, my God.
You put them in the bonus too early.
Oh, my God.
You gotta cut. If you cut those 2 things out, you win the ball game. Easy.
It's a great call, Horace. The third quarter. Warriors are down 6. Okay, let's get into our seats. Let's settle in. The third quarter. 2 minutes doesn't even elapse off the clock. And the Kings are in a bonus shooting free throws the rest of the way. Yeah, some of them were fouls. You got to call them, no doubt. But 3 fouls in 1 possession. What do you, I don't even, that caused me to take a walk. I remember I tweeted, I was like, hey, man, I'm going to just get off Twitter, but I couldn't stay away because I love Twitter. I'm not going to lie. I'm there for the smoke. But I don't think I've ever seen that in my life.
I've got some horrible messages on Twitter the last 2 days.
Well, I don't give a damn. You know what? Since we're here before the injury.
No, like some really heinous things.
Sacramento, they're clowns. They got little brother syndrome. They're broke asses. They're going to Cancun. Can't afford Cancun. They're going to Reno, the little biggest city of the world. And they're taking Greyhound on the way there because of their broke asses spending all the money at the Golden One Center. But listen, these guys in Sacramento, and D'Lo and Casey, I'm going to shout them out. Those are my guys. But the fact is, I wasn't even into my intro on Warriors Postgame Live, and these guys are tweeting at me. They hadn't even pressed the beam button yet, and they're tweeting at me. So you know what that tells me? I'm not hurt. You know what that tells me? I'm living rent-free in not only their heads, but the ESPN 1320 and the entire 916. I'm living rent-free. Kyle, check this out. I'm living so rent-free, they're on television talking about your boy.
11 fourth-quarter points for De'Aaron Fox.
Kyle, why don't we do a crossover show with the Warriors pregame team now? We were doing the crossover shows before where we didn't really have too much to talk
out
about.
there in Golden State
now we
right
need to get that crossover with them with them boys.
I ain't heard from Bonte, Festus,
Right,
nobody.
Man, let me tell you, I did his show this morning. He asked me to come on last night at like 9:20.
Were you talking that smoke?
What?
Okay.
What?
All right.
They left Matt out of it. He was going in on you. And then Joe was like, "Hey, let's go play some golf." And I was like, "We got to invite my guy."
Oh, we could beat him whatever we
Kyle.
could golf, we could play basketball, we could box.
Right.
He said box.
I told him.
Regardless.
Yeah, they don't want that smoke, man. They don't want that kind of smoke. I'm going on their show tomorrow, just so you know.
There you go.
And
Call
think
me
about
if
that.
you want me.
We 2-0. We 2-0. It's going to be fun tomorrow morning. All right, De'Aaron Fox, he was here.
So, Matt Barnes, no, I don't want to box with you. I'm not trying to get I want no smoke with Matt Barnes. I got too much love for you, Matt Barnes. And I don't want no smoke with Kenny Thompson. Now, if Kyle Draper wants to get in the ring with us, maybe we can take that matchup. But I'm living rent-free in their heads. I'm doing my post-game show. I'm enlightening Warrior fans on what the hell is happening with D. Wright and Festus. I don't got time to call you. But as soon as the clock hits 0, and I know the Wi-Fi is janky at the Golden One Center. You know Sacramento has AOL dial-up or whatnot. The fact that they're able to send out tweets before the beam was even lit. Oh, Bonte Hill, this is what he said about Davion Mitchell. Oh, Bonte Hill. Real little brother syndrome up there in the 916. Kenny and D'Lo. Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway. Real little brother syndrome up there. I'm living rent-free in all of Sacramento, and I'm here for that. Just like Philadelphia, just like Dallas, just like Seattle, I enjoy having real estate in the Sacramento, in the 916. I really do, and I can't wait to get up there to meet all my new fans up there in Sacramento. Thank you very much for thinking about me. Not a 2-0 lead, not lighting the beam, but as soon as the clock hits 0, them boys are tweeting about me. Oh, we got to tweet at Bonte Hill. Let's give them the smoke. And they think they're dunking on somebody. No. I'm not going anywhere. And let me say, the Warriors win Game 3, which I believe they will at Chase Center. They're 33-80 Chase. They play a lot differently at Chase Center. You better win Game 4, Sacramento. I tell you that right now. You better win Game 4 because I ain't going nowhere. I'm here for the smoke. I will dish it back. Y'all ain't got nothing. So enjoy your 2-0 series lead. Hell, hang a banner. Y'all hang banners for Super Summer League championships anyway. You hang banners for Pacific Division titles. Nobody even, I guarantee you, Steiny couldn't name the division that's in the NBA, and he loves the NBA. Nobody cares about division banners, and y'all hanging division banners up celebrating. So, you know what? It's all good. You better win Game 3 and put us away. I tell you that right now, because I ain't going nowhere, and I got receipts too. It goes both ways, buddy. Goes both ways. Boys are thinking about me. Clock ain't even hit 0. Oh, we got to get the tweet out real quick about Davion Mitchell what he said about off night. All right, good. Please. The boys is funny. They out there crying about ABC slots, thinking that they're the reason that the Warriors are on ABC. Please. You're participating in the Warriors Invitational. Get it right first. Sacramento. I'm sick of these little cockroaches up there, man. I really am. They're starting to annoy the hell out of me. They're worse than Laker fans right now. Boys don't know how to act. But, hey, ain't been to the playoffs in 17 years. I get it. Let's go to A-Dub in Daly City. A-Dub, I'm bringing the chopper today. Ain't no San Fran in me, buddy.
0-2.
Ain't no San Fran in me, buddy. I don't care. I'm going to talk, Shasky.
I know, but you're pulling a Draymond right
man.
now.
You've been soft on me the last 2 days,
not soft.
man.
It's just like
man.
To the victor goes.
Man, you've been.
When you win, you get to talk smack.
Sausalito Shasky.
To the spoils goes the victor, or whatever. However the hell it's said.
Ride with me. Don't leave me in a bunker by myself.
No, I am riding with you, but at the same time, it's hard to stand up for the Warriors right now when the Kings have beat them in every phase.
You're not going to ride with the team that won 4 championships in the last 8 years?
Of course I will.
I'm going to ride until the wheels fall.
Of course I will, but I'm also assessing in real time that they have some limitations right now, and they're not the juggernaut that they once were. Now, can things change? Of course things can change, but right now, it feels very bleak. And so for them to get different personnel out on the floor in different combinations to execute better, I think there's a lot that's got to go into that.
You don't want to ride with me? That's fine. I know it. It's all good. I know if we get into a fight, I can't expect Joe Shasky to jump in.
No, I'm just saying.
A-Dub in
right
Daly
now,
City. Let's go.
A-Dub. Time out.
A-Dub. Now, get A-Dub. He's on the Daly City. Let's go. A-Dub, let's go. I'm done. You don't want to ride. We've been soft the last 2 days.
Taking my call.
Go ahead.
Love your show. Just wanted to make some comments on Game 2. So, yeah, we can all sit here and be frustrated on how Games 1 and 2 went. But we have to remember, This is the Warriors we've been watching all season long on the road. Bad turnovers, poor shot selection, bad defense, getting out hustle on rebounds and loose balls, blowing leads. This is why they were 11-30 on the road. 4 of those wins came off of the tanking Rockets and Spurs. And just because it's playoffs, those woes just won't go away. So, it's baffling. For as long as I've been watching Warriors, I've never seen such a big disparity between the road and home games. But, hopefully it turns around at home. They've had much better success on the road, but, hopefully they're going to come together and they're going to really have to come together and steal a road game to win this series if they get the chance again.
No doubt.
The way I look at it is the Kings held serve. The Warriors just have to hold serve at home. So, Warriors in 6.
All right, no doubt. And listen, man, adversity's here. What are we going to do, folks? We going to punk out on our team? The team that's giving us 4 parades?
No one's punking out. I'm breaking down what happened last night.
I'm breaking down, too. What I'm talking about when it comes to the trash talk, I expect you to ride with me, man. You ain't riding with me. You leaving me out on the island by myself. But you know what? We got the roasters out here on the chat. They riding. I got faith in this team. And I believe that they blew these 2 games. They had control of the game 1. Should have won game 1.
I don't think they had control
The game was
yesterday.
on the platter yesterday. No, they didn't have control. But damn it, they was right there on the silver platter in the fourth quarter.
Well, there were opportunities to seize, and this is where I keep coming back to. Every time that the Warriors have had an answer for the Kings, it feels like they execute better. They get a defensive stop. They come down. Fox knifes through multiple players. Boom, he gets a little mid-range touch shot. Every time that they need a crucial defensive rebound, here comes Sabonis mucking it up underneath the rim, gets the rebound and one. They've had an answer for everything that the Warriors have done right now. Right now, the Warriors have got to punch back.
They do.
And I don't know if they have that on their bench right now.
I thought they scrapped on defense. I thought they scrapped yesterday. To be in that game late in the game showed me something. No, they could have laid down in that third quarter.
I thought their first quarter effort was really good.
But they could have laid down in the third quarter down 14. They're down 14. Dre's in foul trouble. Looney's in foul trouble. And I saw some heart. from the Golden State Warriors to get back into that game and fight.
I agree.
I thought they scrapped. So
late third quarter, like it could have easily become a 15-point lead for the Kings, and they were fighting, and that's what made the Jordan Poole turnover so frustrating because they were going on a little run.
No doubt.
And then he goes flying into the lane, goes up in the air again 3 or 4 times. Clay, him, even Steph Curry, they jump in the air with nowhere to go, and then boom, turnover, and he throws the ball into the 15th row and just totally zaps the momentum.
So I'm gonna be here talking. That's what I'm gonna do, and I know what time it is. We'll get to Draymond Green, Sabonis. Your thoughts on that? I wish we could do 8 hours of radio today. I swear to God, I'm off 3.5 hours of sleep, and I could go till noon today. I swear to God, I can. Let's go. Jack is Sonoma. Let's go. You back? Let's go. Let's go, Jack.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for all the entertainment this morning. Man, what a game last night. The offense was sputtering. The defense fell apart. And gosh darn it, that pitching was garbage. The 2023 Oakland A's are...
That was funny. We've got like Howard Stern level callers who come in and try to infiltrate the show and get a ticket. Was he going Giants, then A's talk simultaneously?
That dude was on hold for over an hour just to try and squeeze in a joke A's call. Like, this is where we're at now.
Speaking of Stomper, am I right?
Hey, speaking of the worst 2 teams in the American and National League.
So that's what we're dealing with, Warrior fans. You better rally around this team. Because if they don't get their act together, we're talking baseball next week. Count me out. I'm taking 6 weeks off of vacation.
You guys were in the chat talking about Giants baseball. Did I respond once? And I'm the biggest baseball fan on this show.
Well, I was just there at NBC. We had to wait for them to end the game. And I said, damn, long ball Logan strikes again.
Michelle was like, why are you so mad last night? I'm like, because I don't want to call this season a wrap yet. Like, I'm not ready to talk about the dreadful Giants who quietly have the second worst ownership in the Bay Area right now.
Yeah,
no one wants to admit that out loud.
Terrible. They're terrible.
Ownership has got to pull their pants up.
They're terrible.
Pull their pants up and get out of town.
Well, they're terrible. But
I don't even want to get into that today.
Imagine being Jackson Sonoma. You drop off first, then you call back, wait on hold for an hour, and you do that, go get a girlfriend. Go watch porn or something, dude. Go do something better with your time. I mean, go do something.
You think he left the phone on speaker while playing video games?
What a clown. Just clowns, man. What are we doing? You belong in the 916, Jack. Not Sonoma. Get the hell out of Sonoma. Go to the 916. Let's go to...
you belong in Oak Grove.
Let's go to Jason in Oakland. Us Warrior fans to relax. wants us to relax. What's up, Jason?
What's going on, man? This is the first thing I want to say, and I hope some of the Warriors staff is listening. Steph Curry, we need Steph to actually lead the team. This series, we don't need Draymond Green because he's too emotional. We need Steph to really holler at these guys, talk to him, let them know Steph got to lead. He can't be turning the ball over, soft passes. Jordan Poole can't be laughing on the bench, and we in a series where we down 0-2. We know we garbage on the road. It's been played out all season.
Yep.
But what I want to say is Steph has to lead the team. Steph got to talk. Steph got to get on players because it don't make no sense. We need one rebound. We're down 1 point in the fourth quarter. We can't get a rebound.
Yep.
It's 3 against 1. Sabonis get the rebound, go back up, make a shot. Now we back down 3. Then they come back down and shoot another 3. We down 6. So these games been close, but Steph, he can't be quiet on the bench. He can't be allowing guys to be on the bench laughing when we down 5 points. Yeah, we've been garbage on the road. We know that. And it's showing.
I know. But let me jump in here. We're up against it. I'm going to jump in. It's a good call. I hear everybody on the Steph's got to carry. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. Other guys got to step up too. You know, the other $40 million man, Klay Thompson needs to play better. Draymond Green needs to play better, not get himself kicked out of the game. Like, we can argue about what the semantics of the whole.
Fourth quarter, I needed 2 threes. Klay went back to back. Boom, boom.
He hit big one. But it's not just the fourth quarter.
It's not just the fourth quarter.
I need him to play defense.
When it's winning time,
I need Jordan Poole to play well. I need Wiggins. I wish Wiggins had more legs.
What do you do with Jordan Poole?
I don't know.
What do you do with Jordan Poole?
You know what I would do? If he's healthy enough, I might start him as the last option.
God. Oh, my God.
I might, just to see if I can tap into it.
The Kings are hunting him.
I know.
Hunting.
At this point, I think you got to go small and put Wiggins at the 4, Klay at the 3, and Jordan Poole at the 2. Maybe it should be 2 at the 2 to start. I don't know.
When Jordan Poole's on the court, the Kings look like Adesanya after he knocked out Homeboy a couple weeks ago, and they're using the bow and arrow.
Oh, I thought you were going Edmonds.
Hunting.
I thought you were saying like cookies.
Hunting. Injury report.
I mean, I don't even know what you do with Jordan Poole.
I mean, do you go smaller? No, I don't think so.
Well, you can't go Dre and Looney, can you?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you do, Steve. That's why Steve Kerr gets paid the big bucks.
It just feels like to me they're locking down in the half court. Their half court offense
is not good.
It's terrible. It's constipated.
It's not good. The Warriors still in both games. It's not doom and gloom. Series ain't over. I'm just pissed off that they blew one of these games in Sacramento. Should be 1-1 right now, but you know what? They're down 0-2. It's all good. Come back home to Chase Center where you're 33-8. Handle your business on Thursday on 420, and then we see what we talking. See if you tweet me after game number 3. Warriors got to step up. They cannot get swept in this. God, if they get swept in this series, they're not going to get swept. I know they're not. They're the champs. They're the champs. They're going to step up game 3. By next Wednesday, we'll be talking about a 2-2 series.
Someone's injured.
I keep talking, Chad. You read their injury report. Damn
Give it to me. I'll read it.
Want to be all politically correct today. Draymond Green asked for an MRI on his right ankle last night. It was a joke. I had to get taken out with Domantas Sabonis. I was complaining about the ankle soreness last night. I don't think he's going to get an MRI. He's going to play game 3. He'll play game 3. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Lines are lit up. Comments on YouTube. I see we're nearly at 1,000 right now on the stream. Keep bumping it up. Subscribe to us. Like us on YouTube. Do you like the show? Do you love us? If you want to go hands down, like us down, go ahead. I don't give a damn. As long as you're watching.
Calling all teachers and college graduates. Are you looking for a new and rewarding career path? You belong in the San Leandro.
I did some E40. Let that ride a little bit. Shout out E40. Couldn't go to the game last night. Didn't want to go to the game last night because of the classless nature of King fans in the front row. Not everybody, not all King fans. There's a lot of good King fans up there. Even Gaiman Brown, Kings fan here. NBA commissioner was at the game. More likely Green is suspended. Kerr getting out coached or Kings have a deeper bench. Thank you for your time. Kings look like they have a deeper bench. Kerr is getting out coached. Draymond bet not get suspended. That better not happen. That better not happen. Y'all think I'm pissed off right now? Let me see an announcement that Draymond Green's popped for game 3. Oh, my Lord. Probably my last day on air. Honest to God. By the way, good morning, everybody out there. You know the drill. Strippers, graveyard shift workers, contractors, bakers, cops, firefighters, you name it. Warriors lose game 2, 114-106. They've turned the ball over 37 times in 2 games and given up 41 points off those turnovers. And Mike Brown, he is out-coaching Steve Kerr. It's not even close. Yep. Not even close. What do the Warriors do? What are the adjustments they need to make?
I will start here. These are the adjustments that I'm looking for. Number one, and God, we've been saying this. It feels like for a decade, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. It feels like it's at an all-time low. Value the basketball. And this goes back to, I don't know if they have the personnel right now for this series to have a second facilitator that's trustworthy, that values the basketball. Dante DiVincenzo all year was a great facilitator for this team. Yep. He feels non-existent in this series. In fact, feels like a net negative. Yeah. Jordan Poole was a great facilitator for himself and at times could obviously elevate others and did a great job creating shots. That has gone away. Draymond Green, assist-to-turnover ratio this year was excellent for a guy handling the ball as much as he has. It's not been good through 2 games. They've clogged the passing lanes. They said, Draymond, we will allow you to shoot from the outside. You're getting nothing in terms of being able to set up for others. It's been few and far between. Steph Curry, the best player on the team, has been so careless with the basketball. Yep. So careless. Klay Thompson, they basically said, hey, you're not going to be a catch-and-shoot guy. We're going to force you to put the ball on the ground. We're going to make you dribble. We're going to make you try to create for others or yourself, and he's not really been able to do that. Catch and shoot, he's had his moments. Outside of that, he has not had many opportunities to showcase himself as a productive player. And then, Looney has had times where he's been effective defensively. Offensively, I think he's struggled around the rim because they've been very good at shot blocking. Trey Lyles, Sabonis, Alex Len, all their guys are feeling real good right now. I feel like Kevin Huerter, the box score doesn't show it. Him and Harrison Barnes have been very good at the hustle plays, been very good at the anticipation denies, the deflections, the little things. Davion Mitchell been outstanding defensively. But they're in a lot of trouble. Could it switch? Of course it could switch. Could they just simply come home and play better? Sure.
Honestly, let me ask you. Be honest with me. I won't yell. I won't get mad. Be honest with me. Is this series over? You think the series is over, huh?
I don't think it's over. It feels very bleak. Like, I'm being real with you. It feels very bleak. Like, you want the truth? Like, these are my real reactions as a Warrior fan. We've watched this team, and we've been clinging to the Dynasty and clinging to the Core 3, rightfully so. It feels like I'm watching the end of the Dynasty. I'm not saying it is the end, but it feels like it. And there are times when you watch this team for long stretches and they just look old and slow and not able to pull down some of the things that they used to be able to pull off. They would go on blitzes where they would stop you and get stops and force stops and then fuel the transition game and get any shot they wanted in the half court. It doesn't feel like they can do that against a younger, hungrier, more athletic team.
You don't think they can win this series?
Do I think they can win this series?
Yeah.
There's a path. It doesn't feel like it this morning. Now, maybe tomorrow after I watch the tape again, I watch the game, and I feel more optimistic, we get closer to the game, maybe I'm feeling different tomorrow. After that loss last night, I'm not feeling good. Plus, we got the looming Draymond thing kind of, over everything. Look, it's hard to not look at this situation. Everything that's going on with Draymond and his contract situation. Obviously, there's the team work dynamic between. No, but that's part of it. And then, you hear the news about Klay wanting a max extension right before Game 1. There's just a lot of talk.
Klay debunked that right away. He said he's focused on the championship. That's what agents do. They float things out. That's Woj's job. He's fishing. Of course, Klay wants a max deal. Hell, Anthony Lamb wants a max deal. We all want max deals. Like, that's why that news is not news to me. Klay Thompson wants a max deal. Well, who doesn't want a max deal? I want a max deal. You want a max deal. I want all the money in the world. Who wouldn't want that? Money makes the world go round. Surprise.
But what did I say that was, I mean, in terms of like watching the matchup between the Kings, what's factually wrong? Like, where are their adjustments? Right now, they have no bench pop at all.
Well, that's disappointing.
No, I mean,
that's disappointing.
And I don't see how Jordan Poole, unless Jordan Poole is going to, all of a sudden turn it around, I don't think they have enough pop off the bench. Kuminga feels like he's in the doghouse with the coach and it hasn't played well in the small stretches he's been out there, but I don't see any pop from him.
So, again, I was listening to John Dickinson last night. Does a great job on Warriors Live and Warriors postgame show on 95.7 The Game, but I almost flipped over in my car on 280 when he said that Jonathan Kuminga is just absolutely unplayable. He went off about Kuminga. And I'm thinking to myself, well, he only played 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Was he that bad? That bad? Jesus Christ. I thought he should have saw more minutes. So the guys who look bad is the guys who trusted all season long. Dante DiVincenzo and Jordan Poole. All right? And then Draymond with the 5 turnovers and he sat on in foul trouble. Not good enough. You're not good enough for your big money players. When it comes down to it, in the playoffs, it comes down to your dudes. And right now, your dudes ain't playing well.
Of the big four that are getting paid the most,
Steph and Klay. I'm getting in Wiggins.
No, I feel like Wiggins has been really good. Steph and Wiggins and Klay's giving me moments here and there, but it's just not been enough. And I feel like they're forcing Klay to guard on both ends. They're forcing Steph to guard on both ends.
I thought Klay was okay yesterday.
Harrison went at him a few times.
Yeah, but Harrison's a big boy. Yeah, Harrison is also a max player. I'm glad he was able to contribute 13 points to the Sacramento Kings. The fact that Harrison Barnes is a veteran on that team and he's a 5th option says a lot about Harrison. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's what it is. We get so hard on Klay Thompson. I'm looking at the other guys. Well, I still got 21 from Klay in a game where that was physical.
You know why, Bonte? He's like the 10th highest paid player in the NBA. So you're going to ask that. And he's a splash brother.
Here we go.
What? What do you want?
You can go back to the. Keep going.
Well, it's the facts. If you're going to come out and Woj is going to say whether the agent leaked it or not, you're going to say max money. Like everyone's like, all right, well, show me max production.
Well,
like
Klay
I'm expecting him to be one of those guys.
You think Klay texted Woj, "Hey, I want max money"?
He looks to me. Look. The reality is he had a good year this year. He looks to me and a great comeback, but he looks to me like he's really tired. The legs look really tired right now.
Well, yeah, he is tired. It's a fast pace. You're playing physical basketball. They're getting into you, and you're not getting any help. And if you go to the bench, well, guess what? You got to go back into the game because you're not getting anything from DDV and Jordan Poole.
Agreed.
Not getting nothing. Nothing.
It's not
and
on
people
one.
want to pull the start.
It's not on one guy. It's on.
You know what?
It's on a collection of guys.
I'm sending out the bat signal. Where's Raider Debater? I ain't heard from him in a while. Mike Snow. Give me a plus minus now. Call me. 888-957-9570. We'll bump you up to the line.
What's the plus minus? Who's the plus minus?
I don't know. Raider Debater came here and telling me why Jordan Poole should start, why he's a difference in the championship.
Jordan Poole right now is in Alcatraz.
He doesn't look like a championship player right now. And I'm not trying to slander the young man.
Who does?
Not many.
Yeah.
Not many.
So and you're asking me why I'm feeling bleak this morning. This is because the reality is they got kicked in the teeth, and every single time they went on a mini little run, the Kings tamped them down.
Let's go to Anthony and Benicia.
They've got a big uphill climb.
Anthony and Benicia, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas. So, first and foremost, last night's game was bad. We all know that.
Exactly.
But we got to stop trying to come down on Klay like he didn't have 2 catastrophic injuries, and you act like he ain't out there giving the best that he can. And he still gave us 21 points when our bench didn't give us nothing. And Jonathan Kuminga, they scored twice on him as soon as he got into the game. I believe that's why he had a short leash, because Kerr caught that timeout soon as Jonathan Kuminga came in. But Jordan Poole, he looks like a ball.
Anthony, can you repeat that, please?
I'm not sure what's going on with him. It's not the ankle. He rolled his ankle by himself because he ran into a guy. It should have been an offensive foul, but they called it on Mitchell instead. Jordan Poole is unplayable. But right now, we can only work with what we have. And our big three is giving us what they can, but the Sacramento Kings, they actually just are younger and more athletic. Yep. So if the other guys don't step up, and you know what? It's just going to be what it's going to be. But I still have faith that our home record will stand packed and that we will win these next 2 at home. But all I want is for the Warriors to go down swinging. Don't go down looking like the old guys like they have these last two games. I think Saturday's game could have went either way.
Yeah,
like,
I agree there. I agree.
Good look. Exactly. So right. So we only had one bad loss so far, and that was last night, and it did look bad. Everything that people are saying, it did look bad. But the Draymond Green thing, guys, not you, Vontae, but fans, stop being so soft. If you are trying to run and somebody grabs you by the ankle, you are within your rights to get off of me, or forcefully get them off of them. You can't keep holding his prize against him because he had to do what he had to do.
Anthony, I'm glad you're bringing this up. I'm glad. I want to have an honest. I agree, and and Sabonis is in the wrong as well.
Anthony.
It's a really good call. But, like, he's also, you cannot put yourself in the situation to get kicked out of that game. Would you at least meet me halfway?
How did he put himself in that position?
Doing that.
I guess.
I mean, you're going to.
You know what? I'm going to listen to a Hall of Famer, Shaquille O'Neal. Here's what he had to say about the Draymond Green curb stomp.
Sit up here and be a hypocrite. I did the same thing. I really would. Don't be grabbing me, because what am I going to do? Like, if I stay there and just try to run forward, I'll fall. You got to get them up off you. And if you're up off you and you're in the way, you might get stomped on. Was it a dirty play? Of course it was a dirty play.
But then just say that and leave it alone.
Hey, if you don't grab me, this won't happen.
You can't go, hey, man, you can't go around.
That's true. If he never grabbed them, that wouldn't happen. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
One bad play begets another bad play. That's it. Well, don't grab me.
But if I grab you and you hit me with a chair, it's just excessive. I'm just saying the Stomp was I'm not saying that he shouldn't get him off him.
Okay, well,
but it was a little excessive.
Hold on. Would you like to get on the floor and show me the options when somebody grabs you?
No, just move away.
Move away how?
Just walk.
All right, lay on the floor and grab my ankle.
No,
you got a bad hip. Stop.
No.
This is not a time.
Why don't you lay on the floor and I'll see if I can stomp on you?
All right, come on.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do it right now.
So that was pretty funny last night on Inside the NBA. Here's what Draymond Green said about the situation.
Draymond, can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping. You just kind of.
I can only step so far. I'm pulling my leg away. So it is what it is.
You said 2 times you've been held with Sabonis, both times?
No, it was Monk last game. Right on the baseline under the rim. So either you're going to stop it. John Goble was looking at Monk hold my leg the last game, and he just let it go. And Zach clearly was watching my leg get held this game and let it go. So I guess ankle grabbing is okay.
All right, so what are the Warriors going to do about it? Do you call the Cole Red and tell JaMychal Green to take one for the team? I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do when somebody grabs your ankle. I would have done the same thing Draymond did. I would have stepped all over you. Let go of my ankle, dude. I'm trying to run down the floor. I would have stepped all over Sabonis.
In a regular season game, I get what you're saying, but you got to be more I know it's difficult. I know people don't want to go, but everything Draymond does is going to be under scrutiny. Come on.
Is it just fall and maybe just fall on his
falls,
body?
he could get hurt, absolutely. But you can't. It was the stomp on the step or however you want to describe it.
The fact that Sabonis pushed off on Clay to even get to the ground. Zach Zarber's right in front of the situation, misses him, pushing off on Clay. He pushed off on Looney when it was 102 to 101.
But you knew Draymond was going to get kicked out.
Yeah, I knew that too. But Draymond Green.
And he clutched his leg. He clutched his leg. I'm not debating that. What I'm saying is that once he clutches your leg, you're in a terrible predicament. But we need you.
What would you do
7 minutes to go.
If somebody grabbed your ankle,
I don't know.
What would you do?
I've never had someone clutch my leg like that
Exactly.
in that situation.
It's a dirty play.
I'm not saying it's not dirt. They're both bad. They were both bad. But we can't exonerate bad behavior. You're going to get punishment for it. There's consequences.
You should have thrown them both out.
I agree with. We could argue with punishment.
We're ankle locking on the floor. WrestleMania just happened at SoFi Stadium a few weeks ago. Not in the playoffs. Oh, you're Kurt Angle ankle locking on the floor. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on, man. And 102-101. He gets off with a blatant push-off. Sabonis getting away with murder there. Yep, that's what Sabonis was walking out to yesterday. That was playing all over Golden One Center. Sabonis. And then you got all the King fans crying for Draymond Green to get suspended.
Well, of course they're going to do that. I mean, the guy's got a resume list longer than a CVS receipt. So, I mean, He also has to understand where his standing is. When you're berating officials every game all year, they're never going to have your back. So you can't allow yourself to be in that situation. It sucks, but it's real.
Man, I just know if somebody grabbed my ankle, I'm probably stepping all over him too. Can't do that. That's a dirty
and then
play.
you're probably given, if you had the track record of Draymond, you're probably getting kicked out.
On the playground, it's a fight.
Well, this isn't the playground. This is the first round of the playoffs.
So that's why he should be out of the league. You shouldn't be ankle locking dudes on the basketball court.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm not.
Sabonis playing.
You're making it out like I'm.
No, I'm not making it out like that.
Sabonis' actions.
Sabonis rolls around on the floor for 5 minutes long. 5 minutes, he's rolling around the floor the whole damn time, and then he gets up and he plays his ass off for the line at 7:03, and they want to put out a fake report about getting an MRI. I wanted to see a double tech
in that one. I wanted to see a double tech, equal punishment.
5'10" Sin, what's happening? 5'10" Sin on Highway 280. What's going on?
Yo, what's cracking, y'all, man? Look, this is tough for me because I feel like the things that we love most about Dre, we hate too. And I'm just like, for somebody that prides himself on intelligence and prides himself on knowledge of self and awareness, in that moment, you know, maybe it's unfair for me to expect the wherewithal. Yeah, bro, fall. I want you to flop. I don't want you to have to feel like you have to, you know, lay the letter of the law down yourself and put yourself in that position, man. Like, if he does, maybe he might be susceptible to getting hurt, but I feel like in that moment you have an opportunity to draw the ref's attention to Sabonis. You complaining about Monk grabbing your ankle the last game. Well, yeah, stomping on him is probably not the way that it's not going to turn out the way you want it to, and I think that we got to give him more credit for his own self-control. There's a lot of space on that floor. I think that there are other places his foot could have landed than on top of bro's ribs.
There is an element of emotional discipline. I agree with you. There is a layer of emotional discipline that he has to display. I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, other than that, as far as adjustments moving forward, bro, I know that we talk about Kuminga's unplayable, this, that, and the third. I'm tired of watching guys get blown by. Yeah. And you can't point to me anybody else on this roster that's staying in front of De'Aaron Fox, that's maybe giving Malik Monk some trouble. So let him chase guys around, bro. Just be annoying. We have to be able to give that Davion Mitchell assignment to somebody. I don't know if it's Wiggs, if it's GP2, if it's Kuminga. Somebody got to be a dog and hound De'Aaron Fox all game. Make somebody else beat us, whether it's Monk or Davion Mitchell's not hitting another 2-3 threes in the same game. So force the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hands. But I'm tired of watching him run around free and us say that we can't play Kuminga, but there's nobody on the court that can keep up with him. So that's how I'm feeling, bro.
Hey,
Stop turning the ball over.
5'10" Sin, hell of a call.
He ain't worried about the turnovers because we playing defense. Man, whatever, bro.
5'10" Sin, hell of a call. I'm with you. He's disgusted. You hear that in his voice? He's disgusted. And you know what? I'm disgusted too. You know why? Not only the Draymond situation, but the Kings are punking the Warriors. They're punking them.
Well, that's right. You want to play out. Here's it, just real quick.
Can I finish the point?
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Shasky.
Well, we want to talk about Draymond being this big tough guy. How about box someone out? You don't need to stomp and box out. Play physical on the court.
The Warriors are getting out and running. They're getting out and running right there. What are you talking about? They got the rebound. They got big rebounds down the stretch. He's getting out and running. He got his ankle grabbed.
They've been getting beat.
And by the way,
they've been getting out physical.
Not only that,
2 games.
Not only that, a couple sequences before that, Courtney Kirkland, who had an awful game with the whistle, just awful, absolutely awful. I told you, referee's gonna call somebody something, and it cost the Warriors at times yesterday. But the Warriors are getting out and running. Draymond Green passes it up. And he gets called for a hip check that Steve Kerr had to waste his challenge on to get overtime.
That I agree with. That was bad.
That just happened.
That was bad.
A minute before.
Well, Sabonis got up and crashed into him. That was bad. There's no doubt about it. Well, and even on the play
that's how Sabonis flopping again.
Well, even on the play where Sabonis is falling, he's like grabbing Clay and throwing Clay.
That's what I'm saying.
But
I've
here's
been saying that all day.
But Bonte,
and I'm the crazy guy.
No. I'm sure if we isolated a bunch of plays throughout the entirety of both games, you're going to see a lot of those situations. You got to have emotional discipline. Like that. That's an element of Draymond we've always talked about. Like, it doesn't go away just because someone ankle locks you, which was wrong. Like, everyone's making it out like I'm defending someone. Sabonis was wrong too.
Should have been trying to toss Clay.
Don't make a right.
Trying to toss Clay to the court and then holds on to an ankle for dear life, talking about he's trying to protect himself. The hell are you talking about, Domantas Sabonis?
Well, Sabonis is full of crap.
Sabonis is full of crap. They had to use their challenge. Thank God the charge that Curry got called for was under 2 minutes, so they had to review that, and that got overturned. That's what I'm saying. Sabonis, but to my point, the Warriors are getting punked in this series.
They are.
Sacramento's plus 30 when it comes to points in the paint. Plus 30. Plus 14 when it comes to second chance points. When it comes to points off turnovers, well, guess what? Sacramento has scored 41 points off of 37 turnovers by the Golden State Warriors through 2 games. So the Warriors are getting punked. They're getting outplayed by the Sacramento Kings, and that's why they're down 0-2. I don't know where ankle lock has to do with basketball.
Well, it also has no reason why they lost yesterday. It's distracting. I'm not you, but it's distracting a lot of people. The Warriors got beat on almost every level of basketball yesterday. You could give me all these raw shooting data and rebound. Dude, just watch the game. Situations. Watch the situations. The Kings got what they wanted when they needed it. They got stops when they needed it. They locked down defense and forced bad shots when they needed it. And the Warriors couldn't. It's very simple to me. They look like the better, more complete team.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right
They're being
now.
more physical. They're faster to the ball. They're getting to all the loose balls. They have been the better team. With that said, the Warriors lost by 3 in game 1. They were in that damn basketball game down the stretch yesterday. So I'm not worried. They come back to Chase Center, a.k.a. the dental office, and they're going to get a root canal on Thursday, and then we'll see what's popping Sunday at 12:30. Austin, Fulcrum, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thank you for having me on. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. What's the best ability in all of sports? It's availability. Draymond Green isn't available. The reason why they lost to the Cavaliers was because he got another technical. So, whether it's Sabonis' fault or whether it's Draymond's fault, the point is Draymond does this to himself. The team is tired of his antics, okay? They're tired of their antics. I'm a Sac Kings fan, and I'm telling you right now that the Warriors are done with Draymond Green. They have to be because, if you're not on the court, and you keep doing technical fouls.
Well, bye-bye. You're a Kings fan, number one. Number one, you're a Kings fan, so you're already annoying me. And then here's what Steve Klay Thompson had to say about the Draymond Green situation. Man, here it is.
I mean, what are you going to do when someone grabs your foot when you're running full speed? That's it just fully grabs your foot and yanks on you. That's not cool, man. I'm not saying what Draymond did was right, but you can't just grab somebody's foot when they're taking off in a full sprint. That's not cool. I don't do that. That's crazy.
They're both wrong.
Klay Thompson,
what he said, the part that you're overlooking.
He almost said dirty. He almost said dirty, though. I'm not overlooking.
No, but what he said is what Draymond did wasn't right. And I agree with that.
It's not right. Where's he supposed to land, though?
Not on the middle of his chest.
Okay, all right.
With full force.
I've seen guys that pick up basketball.
All right.
So, come on, man.
Now we're just
ankle locks.
Come on.
Ankle locks, dude. Really? Ankle locks at the
They were both wrong.
Come
How
on,
are
man.
you not listening?
I wish,
they're both wrong.
I wish, man, Draymond's foot would have landed higher the way Sabonis was acting yesterday. The hell
You
with
beat
Demonis
them
Sabonis.
by playing and executing basketball, not by the shenanigans.
Jim Colsomore coming up, brought to you by 7-Eleven.
Any size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. But it's not.
listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moody played well yesterday. That was encouraging. Maybe he'll get more minutes in game number 3. Played 8 minutes and 28 seconds. First guy off the bench with Draymond Green got into foul trouble yesterday, the third quarter, and he played well. I'm proud of Moses Moody. A lot of maturity there. 5 rebounds, hustled, 2 of 3 from the floor, 4 points. I liked his energy yesterday, so that's encouraging. There's a positive, folks. Let's lean on that.
How random were those minutes? Because I was shocked.
Very shocking. We're giving away tickets to game number 4. You can listen to us between 7:30 a.m. and 8 tomorrow as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets to game number 3. That's tomorrow, or excuse me, game number 4. My bad. Game 4, Sunday, 12:30. That's tomorrow between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. We're giving away a pair of tickets to game number 4. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com. The only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed. Guaranteed, not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. The Warriors have never been down to 0-2 with Stephen Curry, with Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. A lot of adversity. How will they bounce back? Let's hear Klay Thompson on bouncing back.
Well, Jordan's playing with like half a foot right now, so I was just proud of his resilience. And I know J.K. and Dante will have big games for us. Everyone's going to. Luckily, it's first to 4. It's not the old format where it's first to 3. That would be not so much fun, but we all have off nights. I've had bad shooting nights in the first round, in the finals, in the Olympics, so I just love those guys, and I know they'll bounce back. We have great opportunity ahead of us. I know we're going to right the ship.
Warriors are now 30-11. 30-11 when following a loss in the playoffs, 30-11. Also, they're now 24-9 under Steve Kerr following a playoff loss. They're 0-2 for the first time under Steve Kerr. And we bring in Uncle Coles from Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm sure he's enjoying what he's watching up in the 916. So, Coles, I don't even know why we booked you today. I really don't. I'm not in the mood. But, Uncle Coles, it's good to see you. Your hair looks messed up, but you know what? What's up, Uncle Coles? How you doing?
Oh, what's going on, boys? What's the word? My hair. That's how I look now. That's my new look. It's the frazzled, on the go look.
Well, let's start with the Draymond Green Sabonis wrestling match. They obviously were going at it.
Well, let me jump in? Can I jump in? Is Draymond out of jail yet for the crime he committed in front of 17,000, 18,000, millions more on TV? Have they posted bail? Has Joe Lacob posted bail yet on what Draymond Green?
Like a lot of things in America, the first offender never gets caught, right? I mean, guys out here ankle locking like Kurt Angle, but let's ignore that one. Let's ignore that. Poor Sabonis.
Awesome reference.
Poor Sabonis trying to protect himself. Let me snap somebody's ankle in half first, and let's not, like America, you get away the first. It's like we see it in football all the time. The first guy who commits it never gets caught. Let's go straight to Draymond Green.
Poor Sabonis was protecting himself from Draymond's awkwardness, and we've seen fake tough guy Draymond Green do this for years. He did it to Steven Adams when he gave him a junk kick, and then when he saw him in the hallway after the game, he turtled up like a 6th grade girl looking at the boy she has a crush on in 8th grade as they walk by one another. Draymond is fake tough. I don't think the league has the guts to suspend him for a game.
Oh, so wait a minute. Wait. So you think he should be suspended for that?
Oh, absolutely.
Of course you do.
A lot of it has to do with past crime.
Not shocking.
Right?
Dude, why we book Cole's name, man? Why we book? Go ahead, Shasky.
He is a repeat offender, Shasky. You know it. Joe set him straight.
Well, no.
Coach, you never played pickup basketball. You ever have somebody grab your ankle?
Where's
you supposed to land?
It's not
Where's you supposed to land? You grabbing the ankle? Or he should have stepped on Sabonis' neck for all the flopping he was doing yesterday. That's what should have happened. You want to be a fake tough guy and roll around on the ground for 5 minutes, and then next thing you know, you play the final 7-0-3, you're pushing off on Looney and everybody else, and then you're in your Prada jacket after the game talking about, it's just playoff basketball. I didn't know what to do, so I had to protect myself. So let me grab an ankle and hug it. Oh, come on.
Let me tell you, we're talking about the wrong thing. Here's where the series turned. It was back in game 1. Steph hits the big shot to put Golden State up 114, 112, 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. At that point, and you tell me if I'm wrong, we're all sitting down and we're all thinking the same thing. Oh, that's right. They're the Dubs and the Kings are the Kangs. This is where Golden State steps on the gas. They run away from Sacramento. They teach him a lesson in game 1, and they finish this thing in about 5. But you know what? Father Time was standing in the tunnel, and the Golden State Warriors are starting to see that no one's afraid of them anymore. That's where the series turned, when the Warriors had the game in their grasp with 4 minutes to go and couldn't close it, and the Kangs of all teams were not afraid of them. And then it just carried on to game 2, and the frustration of Draymond is going to play out. I know the Warriors look like they're cool cucumbers right now, but I think they know. Guys, next week when we're on, we can start talking about who the Warriors are going to take in the mid-first round. Okay, how does that sound?
I don't even. Do they even have their first-round draft pick?
19th overall.
19th. Oh, well, good to know. Coz, when you've been watching this Warrior team for a long time, you've obviously been watching the Kings. What's the biggest difference, just from your eyes? Obviously, there's personnel differences, but what's the biggest difference from the old version of the Warriors to this year's version?
Well, I think a lot of it is the wear and tear of what the excellence of the Warriors has been. Let's not underestimate the fact that they have been so amazingly brilliant for an extended period of time. That there are times during the year where they're not their sharpest, knowing that they plan on playing into June. They don't plan on playing through the middle of April. So there are times in the season where things go awry. They had the issue with Wiggins, which is unfortunate, horribly unfortunate. Nobody wishes anything bad on anybody. But I think the Warriors had to go through an uneven season. And at this phase of their lives, the big three have spent so much time on the court. Their bodies have been so physically utilized. And I don't mean beat up. I don't mean anybody's pounding on them, although you can make that argument.
Right.
Shoot, it's the Kings are going to the free throw line like crazy right now. They're getting physical. The Kings are playing really well.
They are.
But I do think a lot of it is the natural wear and tear that happens. And we're seeing what happened to the Detroit Pistons after they won their 2 and the Bulls finally broke through, or what happened to the Celtics before the Pistons broke through. You guys are young. You don't know these references.
Oh, no, I know. Hey, listen, I was referencing.
No, you don't know.
Hold on, Uncle Coles.
Years ago.
Listen, I had to check a couple years ago when the Warriors won a championship. You said they were finishing in 7th place. We know how that season ended. I referenced Malik Monk on Warriors pre and post game live yesterday, and I said, and I told the kids yesterday, educating our roasters, Vinny Johnson, the microwave. That's who Malik Monk reminds me of right now. Instant offense. How you like that pull? Huh? How about Mark Aguirre, midseason deal?
Credit for that one.
Huh? Adrian Dantley for Mark Aguirre, Coles. Come on, man. You know I'm a history buff.
Yeah, that is solid work right there. And for those people who don't know the players that Bonte's talking about, those are 2 really good pulls. And I got to be honest with you. When you look at the season, if you followed the Kings only through social media this season, you thought they had won 65 games and were one of the most dominant forces in the history of the game. At the end of 82 games, they had 48 wins and the Warriors had 44 wins. And you think the Warriors were having all kinds of problems all season long. There was only a 4-game difference. And if I'm not mistaken, Joe, the season after We Believe, remember that Warriors season after We Believe?
They won 48 and didn't make the playoffs, and Baron Davis missed a 4th to last game because of a birthday party in L.A. with Kate Hudson.
Can I hug you? Can I fly back to the Bay Area and give you a hug? I'm trying to tell people 48 wins is not exactly a panacea for everybody. But in Sacramento, it's the greatest thing they've had in 17 years. So they were acting like it was a 65-win team. Man, I'll tell you something. I was wondering what would hit them when the playoffs started, because the Warriors understand the playoffs. The Kings certainly do not understand it. They're one of those teams that's so dumb they don't know what they don't know. And I don't mean that as a negative. I'm not using a pejorative. I'm just saying they don't know what they don't know, so they're going out there, to the wall, and they're playing with one of the greatest organizations that's ever been put together. I think you got to give the Kings credit.
Uncle Coles, aren't you a Michigan State guy?
Well, I went there, but I will not root for them for a number of reasons.
Well, oh, really? The scandal?
I graduated from that. I shouldn't say I went there. I graduated from there. I won't, because of the way their school team doctor handled the
that was nasty. Situation. Yeah, that was
so
disgusting.
I have a hard time morally doing it, and they've recently done something else that I just got my Spartan Strong shirt. I swear to you, I was back on board, but they've recently done something equally as stupid.
And
so
yet,
I can't revert.
And yet you're selling out. Yet you're selling out a guy who donated a boatload of money to the athletic facilities up there at Michigan State. Right on brand, Uncle Coles. Right on brand. Listen, I will say this though. You're right. The Kings have been faster to the ball. They've been more physical. They're taking the Warriors out of all their half-court sets. They're pressing Curry 94 feet. I mean, the Warriors have committed 41 turnovers. 37 turnovers in the first 2 games. That's been an issue all year for them. They're the worst team in the league when it comes to taking care of the ball. And the Kings, they're 9th in the league. And they took care of the ball in the second half after having a hairy first half. So the Kings do get credit. They've been a better team for the first 2 games. And De'Aaron Fox has been the best player in the series.
Yeah. It's been great to see from the Kings' perspective because they've thirsted for this for so many years. Joe, I saw you tweeting last night as the game started. The energy was coming through your television set.
It's unreal.
The sounds of that crowd, because we've all gone back and rewatched or re-listened to that play with Sabonis and Draymond Green. And if you just listen to the crowd, you would think it's game 6 or 7 of the Western Conference Final. Yeah. And it's game 2 of the first round. They have thirsted for a long time, and I do think the fans have responded. The team has used that energy. They've used that home court advantage. But the game changes now as they turn around and they come back to Chase Center. I'll be intrigued to see. I do not believe that Draymond's going to get suspended a game.
You should.
And I'll be honest with you. 90 miles from where you guys are sitting, they're still worried about the NBA saying, I'd rather see the Lakers and the Warriors in the playoffs deeper than I'd rather see Memphis and the Kings. They're seriously doubting whether or not the league is going to tip the scales against them.
That's a joke because they've been getting on me about the inconsistencies of the whistle yesterday. And I haven't blamed the referees. Kings were better last night. But I thought the referees lost control of that game early and often. Zach Zarber and Courtney Kirkland was atrocious yesterday. By far one of the worst crews I've seen all season long. So I don't want to hear Kings fans saying, we're worried about the referees. They've gotten the benefit of the doubt in the first 2 games.
Well, and you know what happens in the NBA, Bonte? You've been watching it closely enough for a long time. I think it evens out. I think the next game for certain. But if they, you know what? I believe in what the Warriors have said. You win 4 titles in the span that they did and now have 5 as an organization, and these guys have been through the thick of it. I do believe they sit home, and what Steph said. He said, listen, there's a saying. The series doesn't start until a road team gets a win. And all the Warriors have to do is win games at home, and now it's a 3-game series. And you mean to tell me anyone is going to put money on the Kings, who are only 4 wins better than a Warrior team that had so much to go through in the regular season? If the Warriors make it a 3-game series, you the 3 of us might have a discussion, Joe, and honest to God, we might be sitting here saying, how quick can the Warriors get this done?
All right, so how does this series end? How does the series end, Coles?
Yeah.
How does it end?
I think right now the Kings win in 5.
Kings in 5. I mean, it feels very bleak for the Warriors. And just going off these 2 games, they've scored more bench points. They've scored more in the paint. They have gotten to the free throw line more and scored more free throws. They have more fast break points. Like, they're winning in a lot of key categories right now. And then just they pass the eyeball test. Like, I sometimes I feel like we overrate certain things with the data. The eyeball test tells me they're the younger, more locked down, hungrier, physical team that can get to their spots offensively. It doesn't mean it can't change, but right now it's been all Kings through 2 games.
Yeah, it has been. And I want to see how they respond to that. Do they come back in game 3 and do they say we can play with these guys, or do they get overwhelmed by what happens at Chase Center? Yep. I was on a station in Sacramento prior to the series starting. And I said the real advantage the Kings have is that this is their first round series in 17 years. The fans have 17 years of pent up energy, and they had better use it because it can sway the way the game is played, the way it's called. And I think I agree with you, Bonte, the way the officials call it, the way the fans can alter the game. And you're not going to get in the head of Steph Curry, but you are going to energize De'Aaron Fox. And they did exactly that. And the advantage is, Warrior fans, they're not going to pay attention until they get deep into the second round or into the conference final.
Oh, don't
these
you do
first round games.
Don't do that to Warrior fans, Coles. Come on, Coles, don't do that. You took a lot of calls from Dub Nation. You are not going to come on these airways and try to play my Dub Nation talking about they don't pay attention to the second round. Warrior fans are locked in.
They don't even know when games 3 and 4 are.
Warrior fans are locked in. Warriors fans have been like, Warriors fans kept you in business, Coles, for 10 years. What are you talking about?
Now that you've sold your unbelievable mansion in Danville, do you think you and me could head up a group of investors to buy the San Francisco Giants? What do you think, huh?
We'd have a better shot at buying the A's. but they might be a little more affordable. You know what? Hey, let me say something. I know some people, Joe. I know some people. We can get some money together and make a serious bid at the A's. I'm not sure we could do it to the Giants. What happened to the Giants? Didn't they just win 107 games a couple of years ago?
That was a fluke.
That was a mirage.
Because when you're flying back out to the 916 to raise that Pacific Division banner.
You know what? That's a good one.
Like that.
Pacific Division banner. That's a shot. I like that.
You like that, Coles?
I am. You know, it's funny. I'm coming back to town.
You know I don't get soft. You know we got to think. You know there's Frisco Shasky and San Fran Shasky. Right now we have Sausalito Shasky. He's getting soft on me riding with the 916. So I'm up here as a one-man band in the bunker by myself. With the chopper like Arnold Schwarzenegger, a.k.a. Rambo, or some Sylvester Stallone, spraying everybody up. So I'm taking shots left and right. Just let me know when you go up there to hang the Pacific Division banner.
It's so funny. I am coming there. I'm coming to Northern California in the next, what's today's date? Today's the 20th? What's today?
No, 420 is on Thursday.
Today's the 18th.
Tell me how I know that one.
420. Look at who's already counting 420 down. Starting early.
A lot of clouds.
Because it's the 20th in New Zealand at that time. I'm coming. I'm actually coming to town in about a week. So
nice.
That series is still going on. I might tap into your guys' resource. Come down and see you guys.
Yeah,
I miss you, buddy.
Come see me, Coles.
I miss
Come
you
to the
guys.
studio.
I miss you and the greatest fans around. The Bay Area fans are there. I know I was teasing them. It's going to be a great series. I hope it goes 7. I hope I'm wrong at Kings in 5. But you guys are so fun. I'm on the app listening to you guys. I absolutely love it. You're doing great work.
This is why he still has Friedman's commercials on the
I
station.
no wonder.
Right there. Right there. Sell, James.
I learned from Uncle Coles. He knows how to play the game, baby. He knows who butters that bread. You are unbelievable, Coles. Hey, but like you told me, man, Joe Lacob signing my paychecks, right? I know who's cutting the grass. You know what I'm saying?
Boom. You got it, boys.
All right,
I love you guys and miss you guys.
You too,
Have fun with Justin Fields, man. He looked good last season.
Hey, man. Yep. I will tell you this. He is an amazingly electric athlete who cannot play quarterback. So I will trade you Trey Lance for him straight up.
Oh, wow. That's a shocker. That's shocking.
I know, huh?
You're off the Mac Jones train, huh?
Give me an honest opinion. What do you think of Fields?
I think if you give him some weapons, he could be legit. You got to get him some weapons.
He turns his back to the offense too much running around for my liking.
You got to get him some weapons. If I'm being honest. Get him an offensive line and some weapons.
He has the odd ability to both not be able to get through his checkdowns and run too quickly and hold on to the ball too much.
Yeah.
I've never seen one quarterback have those two different problems, and he's got them both.
Yeah. No doubt. All right,
have a good one, Coles.
Enough of you, Uncle
See
Coles.
you,
See you later, Jim.
Guys. Take care.
All right, Jim. Take it easy. Jim Colesmore, 95-7 game. Out there chilling in Tennessee. A lot of fun.
I think we needed that smile.
Well, you know.
I did.
You just shut your yapper.
It's like having fun talking trash, man. It's, you know, he's not sensitive.
What,
he's not acting
I'm
like
sensitive?
No, not you. D-Lo KC. They couldn't even wait for the game to over to send a tweet at me.
Well, everybody's ready to
sport.
Put Draymond Green on a most wanted poster.
You know what? There's somebody out there who thinks Sabonis should be suspended, and that's Kirk and San Jose.
Well, I thought they both should have had double techs last night, or whatever they call it.
Sabonis did get called for a tech.
but they got the Curry free throw, they got the 2 free throws, the Warriors got the rebound, and then they got the possession.
Yeah, no
so
doubt.
it was BS in my estimation.
Yeah, I know it is.
It should have been a simultaneous punishment or equal compensation punishment.
Kirk in San Jose. What's happening? Kirk, you there?
Blowing away how biased these people are against Draymond. First of all, you got that hip check crap, which cost us 2 points as a 4-point swing. Then you got Sabonis not just pulling Clay down with his jersey, doing the leg lock. Now, I talked to every friend who wrestled in high school like I did, and they said they would have fallen with their knee to the chest and cracked open Sabonis' chest with 250 pounds coming straight down. And I'm thinking, think about that. If you fall on him, how does it ever look good? So instead, you try to do a fake stand on him and run away. Another 4-point swing. Sabonis should be suspended. If Draymond gets suspended by Kiki Vandeweghe, losing us the series, by the way.
Isn't it Dumars?
Why isn't Sabonis? And why isn't Sabonis?
Yeah.
You know, he should be suspended for a game.
I don't want anyone suspended. Can we? I don't think either action is suspendable worthy. just move on. Can we just move on? Like, do we really want this series having the dark cloud of suspensions over it? Like,
my thing is, if Draymond really stomped him, if it was excessive stomping, he would have broke a rib. Draymond Green is strong, right? Something would have been cracked. Something would have been bruised. He would not have been able to play the last 7:03 of that basketball game, Domantas Sabonis, if Draymond Green excessively stomped him. Like, that's the thing. You stomp somebody, you really put something into it, you're going to puncture something.
I just think the slow motion visual is like, all right, can't do that. Like, that's the way I viewed it, where it's like, all right, Sabonis, slow motion, in real time, it all happens so fast. He's throwing clay as he's falling down. He's grabbing. Maybe he claims he's protecting himself. Whatever. I didn't buy either of it, and I didn't buy Draymond's thing either. Like, I think they're both wrong. To me, they're both wrong, and I don't think it's you're picking a side saying that. I'm just trying to view what I saw and make the best judgment off of it.
D in Oakland. D, what's happening? What's up, D? D, what's happening? D, what's happening? What the hell's going on?
I'm not understanding how they get away with so much. First of all, it's all the refs' fault in the first place because they keep missing all these calls. And after a point, you're going to get frustrated and you're going to get tired. Let me first start off by saying I don't fully condone what it looked like. But you cannot poke a bear and think the bear not going to get you. You cannot put your finger in the lion's cage and think you're not going to get bitten at some point. They tell you, stop doing it. One thing about this is you have a coach that came from the Warriors. So he can give you all the insight and all the details and all the specifics on what buttons to push on all the players.
Thanks for the call, D. Look, they have been a more physical team.
No doubt.
Are they
Trey
getting away
Lyles
with some
is
things?
flying in and nailing people and doing what he should do. Like, when you want to wipe dudes out and box out, you need a guy like that. I respect Trey Lyles because I wish the Warriors had another guy like that.
Well, you know what? It's time to get physical with them. If they're going to get away with some of the bumping and the grabbing, then you need to do it too. So they're getting into it and they're seeing what they can get away with. And they're doing it. And so it is what it is. They're being a more physical team. When you look at points to the paint plus 30, they look like the more athletic team. The Warriors look old. And what's been the problem all season long with the Golden State Warriors? Young athletic teams have beat them off the dribble time and time again. De'Aaron Fox getting to any spot he wants. Davion Mitchell's getting to his spots. Malik Monk is cooking their ass left and
they
right.
Have no
he came
answer
in with
for Fox and Monk on the court together.
9 straight points there in the second quarter to flip that game early and take control. So the Kings get credit for being the better team through 2 games. And with that said, I still believe the Warriors blew game 1. Should be coming back home with the split, but they're not. They're down 0-2, and Thursday is as close to a must-win as you could get. Thursday is right there. You don't win Thursday, we're talking about the all-season a lot sooner than we all anticipated. That's for damn sure. Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hold on for a minute, guys. Hold on. Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, man. We're just getting out physical, and I'm telling you right now, it don't make no sense. I'm glad. I'm not glad that he stopped them. He shows some type of physicality that I've seen in this whole series. Like, Steph Curry keep getting punched and pushed and grabbed and pulled. It's like we don't have new big coming off the bench. Like we used to have Bogut and West and all these guys that show some type of physicality with Draymond, and we don't have nobody come off the bench with no type of heart. Everybody like deer in the headlights. It don't make no sense to me. It's just weird. I never seen the Warriors like this. Last year, I'm glad we won, but that was a struggle last year, and this year just really showing that we don't have no type of bench at all.
Yeah, I would love to see a hard screen at half court. On
like a JTA style play.
Just boom.
But they don't have that guy.
Ass. Well, Looney could be that guy.
Yeah, but then you can't have him accrue a foul.
I agree.
Because his fouls are so valuable.
Something's got to give, man, because they're starting their offense way too late in the half court.
Yeah.
They're starting their offense with about 15 seconds left in the half court. And the screens are high ball screens. I would like to see him set it higher to try to give Steph more space and see if he could split that double team. But they're doing a good job. When he comes off that roll, if he comes off the screen, Stephen Curry, the Kings are doing a great job of either trapping him, doubling him, blitzing him, getting into him. Give them credit. They've dictated the tempo in this series. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. But the Warriors need to fight back. It's time to get physical with them. Let's go to Martial Arts John in Richmond. Martial Arts John, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's cracking, fellas? Thanks for being awesome, as always. I just wanted to quickly just go over the egregious acting of Sabonis. I thought it was, not that we can compare to LeBron, but just the way he's acting and crying and acting and crying him in his face. And then they interview him afterwards. Oh, and he's fine. He's amazing. I mean, I do martial arts. Trying to get out of a leg lock there. I mean, I think Draymond did anything he could to, like, really not hurt the guy. I mean, he did make an effort to kind of jump off of him, even though it didn't look great. But anyway, Sabonis' acting just made me sick. And the last thing I have to say is E40 being kicked out just doesn't sit with me, right, guys? We need to pick a celebrity from the Kings, not that they have any, and kick them out. Maybe a Hassan Minaj or something. We need to kick someone out. E40 is making me sad.
Hey, who's a celebrity?
Who's Hassan Minaj? I don't know who that is.
Who is a celebrity from Sacramento? I don't even know one celeb from
Reese Hoskins.
Seriously? Oh, the Phillies. He's out with a torn ACL.
Who's the guy that he referenced or person that he referenced?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
No idea. Let's see here. Let's go to JP in Union City. JP, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, man, you know what? We need that energy. What is wrong with Dub Nation today? Why are we so negative Nancy right now? Andre, I'm on your I'm on your energy. Look, the biggest difference maker that we have over Sacramento is the fact that we're the Bay Area. Sacramento tries to be the Bay Area. They try to do exactly what we do. They got some little fake called Golden Gate braids that looks like it's bought from Craigslist. Every time that we try to do something, they're trying to copy. Look, the reason we're going to win this series is because Dub Nation is the difference. They come into Chase Center, they are not going to want this. They are not going to want that difference because you know what? You cannot deny the heart of the champion. So I'm going to be in all the Kings fans' faces when I'm at the Chase Center. So I'm going to be there, section 215, row 3. Come see me. We need Dub Nation. Stand up. Let's go.
All right. We'll get that energy going. But we got to react to game number 2. Right now, I'm running hot. I'm running hot. That one got to me last night. I'm not going to lie. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Now, this is what we know about the Warriors right now. They got about 5 playable dudes, maybe 6. Gary Payton II, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins. The Kings' starting 5 is all playable, except for Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray's been MIA in the series, 4 points. They bring in Davion Mitchell. They bring in Malik Monk. They bring in Trey Lyles. And Alex Lynn has been contributing. Alex Lynn's been tough for them.
I thought he's given them, in back-to-back games, at the beginning of the second quarter, quality minutes.
So the Kings have 8 guys they can play. The Warriors have 6. And that's a problem with me when you think about Dante DiVincenzo and the way he's played this year. He's not playing well. He looks unplayable in this series.
We kind of were talking about in between game 1 and game 2, and I know you were talking about you kind of scoffed at me, but I'm thinking, man,
you need him.
He was great all year. So to pretend like he wasn't great all year is not accurate. But I don't really know what his role is in this series. Like, who's he guarding? Can he facilitate? If he's not knocking down the 3, how does he help space the floor?
Yeah.
I don't know if he can be that second ball handler.
Well,
and I didn't have that on my flow chart.
No, you may need Moody in this series. You may need him a little more.
I thought Moody did some really nice things in his limited amount of action.
And then there's the Jordan Poole situation. What do you do about Jordan Poole? Klay Thompson yesterday mentioned after the game that he's playing with half a foot. Well, that's troublesome. In this series, you're going to need both feet.
1996 Tupac, troublesome?
Very troublesome.
La, 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 la.
Can't have a foot and a half. Not against this team. 1-7, 0-3 from the three-point line, 4 points, 3 rebounds. You know, I just got the stat from my guy, David Teller, producer on Giants Pre- and Post Game Live. This will make Kings fans happy. Reigning NBA champions are 0-3 in the first round when trailing 0-2 in a best-of-7 series.
When were the other ones?
All time, defending champions are 4-17 in a best-of-7 series. They're 4-17 and
when they fall 0-2. But when were the other first-round 0-2s?
You had to look that up.
Well, the best of 7 only started in the first round, at least for the expanded playoffs more recently.
You have to look that up.
It was 5 games until the Lakers.
Maybe San Antonio.
Was it Lakers?
Did San Antonio go 0-2?
I don't know.
Did San Antonio go 0-2 against the Clippers after they won the championship in 2014?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Be a good little trivia question. Let's see. Let's get to Brian in Palo Alto. BPA. What's happening?
Hey, Brian.
What's going on, guys?
I've had better days.
I think it's kind of embarrassing that we thought what was evident for 82 games was not real. But it's real, right? And I mean, they're not, they're just not a very good basketball team. And that's the reality. I don't even think I think the Kings get bounced in the next round, regardless of the opponent. But I mean, there's so many reasons why, but man, they know exactly what the Warriors are running. And, the motion offense for Kerr is increasingly less effective, and it's not effective at all at this point. And so I'm not really sure what to do. Draymond definitely shouldn't get suspended. I mean, he didn't initiate that play. I don't think he will, but if they do, if I'm the Kings, I don't want him suspended. You don't want an asterisk, but, it is what it is. It's not a good team.
BPA, what do you do with trying to jumpstart Klay Thompson's offense, Jordan Poole? I mean, I don't even know what you do with Jordan Poole. Dante DiVincenzo.
Klay Thompson had 21 last night, 7 of 13.
But they need more from Klay.
You need more from Jordan Poole.
No, you need more from all of them.
You got a 0 from DiVincenzo.
It's not either or.
I got my 21. Klay averages 21 on a year. I got my 21. Can somebody else step up, please? You want Klay to drop 40?
Yeah.
But BPA.
Yeah, I do.
BPA.
Yeah, I would like that.
One last point, and I'll get off, sorry, but GP2s are probably our second most reliable player at this point, and it just underscores moving forward. They're not going to win the series, I don't think. Moving forward, surround Steph with guys that play defense, right? Because GP2 plays defense, and we need more guys like that. Klay doesn't play defense. I mean, he just doesn't, right? Draymond is not the same.
BPA, who does play defense on this team?
Anyways.
BPA, who play? No. BPA, don't hang up. Who plays defense on this team? We love to single out Klay Thompson.
We say it's JP2. We do it
Peyton does.
Peyton does. Draymond.
At a lesser level. Wiggins does. I thought Wiggins was actually pretty engaged defensively.
He was really good yesterday.
Then that's it. Dante, I'll be honest, Poole and Kuminga being absolute pumpkins is not a surprise. Dante is a surprise. Dante has looked just completely like a deer in the headlights out there. But Poole and Kuminga are always the wild card. If they play good, we have a real good chance to beat anybody. And just absolute DEFCON zeros.
Yep.
So how's the series ended, BPA? You got the Kings? You got the Kings, BPA?
I think the Kings in 5.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow. I respect that. Wow. I respect it. How disappointing would that be? Wow. Brian in Los Gatos. What's happening?
Okay.
We get you.
Yeah.
Brian, what's happening?
Thanks, guys. I'm kind of blown away by the negativity right here in Dub Nation right now. I mean, we're the champs until somebody knocks us off. Let's not forget that. Sacramento did what they had to do. They had home court for a reason. They took care of their 2 at home. Going back to Chase, there's a reason the Warriors are 7.5-point favorites on Thursday.
They are 7.5-point favorites.
But for me,
they are?
Yeah.
Wow.
But for me, I think the big takeaway from yesterday, I mean, very physical game, very difficult to officiate. I think it comes down to want to, was my takeaway. Do the Warriors want to value the possession more and buckle down as if they're playing in the Western Conference Finals or NBA Finals right now? Do they want to make that extra rotation defensively and not give Fox open 8-foot floaters, which he's all-star for a reason. He's going to make those every time. There's been too many uncontested shots by Lyles, Mitchell. You go down the line. They're getting good looks. And, role players play better at home. But, they're getting these open looks, and they're knocking down. They're professionals. Dante played 12 minutes, didn't take a shot. Jordan Poole's hurt, but I mean, everybody's heard this type of year. You're either hurt or you're going to play. And if you're going to play, you need to be effective.
Yeah.
I think Moses Moody was very effective in his 8 minutes yesterday.
Agreed.
I honestly think they need to give Anthony Lamb a shot. Jude played his ass off in the regular season and he hasn't sniffed the court yet. He can play both. He can play both sides of the court.
He can hit some shots.
They have guys who aren't being effective out there right now, and so like you need to dig deep in that bench. And this is why Steve Kerr is a Hall of Famer. He's going to make adjustments, and I have absolutely 100% confidence in Game 3 on Thursday. And then come Saturday or come Sunday, we'll see. All they need to do is take care of business. All they had to do the whole time was win one on the road. They played as much as they could have won both games. Saturday was a 1-point game with 50 seconds left, and yesterday was a tie game with 3 minutes left, 4 minutes left. So, let's not hit the panic button here, you guys. This is a series. Sacramento's a damn good basketball team, and I think this is either going 6 or 7. And so, for all you guys saying Sacramento in 5, just buckle up.
It was one person. It was one person.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. Clay hit 2 threes when it was basically over. Need him to score when it's still a game. Well, the second 3 he hit made it 1-2 to 1-1.
It was a huge
1-point game.
Yeah, it was a huge
back-to-back threes. I don't know what you're talking about.
But Bonte, just be reasonable here. If they want to win this series in general, they're going to need Clay to be either the second or third most important player on offense. And it just feels like he's had moments where he's hit shots and then long stretches where he hasn't been impactful. So they need more from him.
Ball denial. 7-13, 5-10 yesterday. He shot over 50% from the floor and the three-point line. Only got 13 FGAs. Scored 21 on 13 shots.
Yeah, but the ball was in his hand a lot.
Yeah, but he had to pass. They were all up into his grill.
I know.
And he's looking for offense, trying to be a playmaker.
To me, it was Wiggins was their best player.
The guy we need to pinpoint is your boy Jordan Poole.
Well, no, he's unplayable.
Poole was, and if he's got an ankle sprain, he's hurt, he's compromised, then Steve Kerr shouldn't put him out there because then he's hurting the team.
It's not either or. It's all these guys need to step up. If they want to win, Clay carried this offense for months. Now, I know Curry was out at the time. You just need a better version of him. I need better from Draymond.
But you know what? I need a better version of Stephen Curry.
Well, that's
if we could be the buck, let's go to Steph. Are we scared of Stephen Curry on the show?
Undeniable.
Stephen Curry was 3-13 from the three-point line.
Bonte.
He's taking bad shots.
No, forget the shots.
He turned the ball over 5
turnovers.
times. He turned the ball over 5 times.
The one to Draymond was horrible.
So listen, before we go to Klay Thompson, because we're so quick to point at Klay Thompson.
I just don't know why you always defend Klay Thompson. It's okay to criticize him. No, it's okay. He's making $40 million.
Jordan Poole went 1 for 7 yesterday.
I know. He's making $2 million.
4 points.
He's making $2 million.
But yet I say something about Steph Curry, and you still want to go back at Klay.
It's okay. He's a big boy.
Coming back off of 2 leg injuries, and he's carried this offense. And you still want to come back Klay.
On a milk carton for three quarters yesterday.
What about DiVincenzo, your guy?
Yeah, he
You
stinks.
wanted Klay Thompson bench?
He's on a
Klay
minimum
Thompson
contract.
You get blown out last night.
He's on a minimum contract.
What are you talking about? You're always pointing the finger at Klay. But what about Steph and what about
opportunist. When you don't play well, you can get criticized.
Not with Klay Thompson.
Yes.
Not with Klay Thompson, you're not.
You're
not with Klay Thompson.
Why are you
Klay
so
Thompson's
offended?
7-13. I'm not offended. You're offended. I'm going to challenge you on this. Klay Thompson went 7-13 yesterday for 21 points. So now it's back to the contract. He got paid.
He's maybe the 5th best player in this series. Maybe. That's not egregious. I need him to be better. I need Jordan Poole to be better. I need Draymond. I need Steph to be better.
You haven't said anything about Steph today.
Turnovers.
You said nothing about Steph today. Nothing.
And he played very minimal defense.
Nothing about Steph. I'll bring up Steph one time, you lose your mind.
When?
He went 3 of 13 yesterday.
3
of 13 yesterday. I just did right now. You just lost your mind.
I started the show off by saying
you've been going off on Klay all show long. I'm sitting back chilling. I don't
know why you're just so offended.
Klay had 2 turnovers. Steph had 5. I'll bring up Steph Curry. You went crazy about Klay Thompson.
All of them need to play better. All of them need to play.
It always happens with Klay. Okay. Always. Okay. It's fine. I don't care. Delivery of the game. What was it earlier in the game?
It certainly wasn't Klay, but actually it was. I know you like that one. I know you like that. That was a joke.
You wanted to start Jordan Poole, right?
That was a joke.
How's he look?
He looks terrible. Thank God he's not getting paid $25 million this year. It's next year.
Well, that's next year.
The delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby.com, Curbee.com. The Warriors had just lost Draymond for the night. And here comes Klay Thompson. He's not ready to concede, delivering a pair of 3-pointers to put the Warriors within 1 with just over 3 minutes to play.
It's Curry with the behind-the-back dribble. Runs Mitchell through screens, finds Thompson, same spot, same shot, same result! He's a shooting shark. He circles the court looking for buckets. It's 102-101.
And unlike the Warriors, I'm going to pass it back to my teammate Bonte right here, and hopefully it doesn't get turned over.
No,
That's the delivery of the game brought by
all
Kirby.
The shots because I'm going to actually make them, not clink them. Well, you're always quick to go to Clay. I'm just sad. I asked the question. You lost your mind. Been going at Clay all damn year. And the guy goes 7-13, 5-10, 21 points. I went home, watched the game back, and didn't go to bed till 12:30. And the least I was like, oh, well, Clay. Okay, I know he's liability defensively at times, but they all are. But damn, he hit 2 big threes late. He only got 13 threes up. Steph Curry was bad, and all of a sudden, we say something about Steph Curry, you lose your damn mind. But Jordan Poole looked unplayable.
I started to show off by saying that Steph Curry was horrible on the pick and roll action with Draymond Green.
It is not even.
Horrible.
That is not balanced. It's not balanced when it comes to Klay Thompson. But anyway, Kyle Draper coming up, sponsored by the Inn at the Tides, playing their getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax and refresh rooms, and enjoy free breakfast. Book now in at thetides.com. We always point at the money. Oh, he ain't paid. Got paid before the Achilles injury. Stuff happens. But go ahead, bench Clay. Let's get rid of him too. Draper next.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions.
Clay. I ride with you. I ride with you till the wheels fall off. Kyle Draper coming up here on the roast. We're giving out Game 4 tickets. Game 4 tickets. Your chance to win and go to Game 4 is tomorrow between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the Next Generation Team G Network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. Kyle Draper is going to join us in moments. If you want some Giants talk, go ahead and listen to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. As Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky bring you all you need to know about the Giants season twice a week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. Long ball, Logan Webb gives up another one yesterday, and he drops to 0-4. Sure, he should have signed it. $90 million. Okay. Kyle Draper. You know what? Before we get Drapes on, let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Hi, Oscar.
How you doing? What's going on, Vontae, man?
What's up?
Hey, I feel your energy, but one thing I got to say, by me being in Stockton for a long time, and I'm born and raised in Oakland, I'm a Warrior fan, but by me looking at the game, the Warriors, we got rattled, and the fans, they get into us, and we got too many turnovers. And one thing about your boy, he got to stop panicking. I'm not worried about being down 0-2 to the Sacramento Kings. We are the Warriors, man. We got to start having more confidence within Steve Kerr to make adjustments. And the one guy, before you took the break, he had a good saying, Lamb needs to be playing more. Lamb needs to be in the game. And I know his pull ankle is messed up. He needs to be out the game because in the game right now, he gets going too fast. And stay off of Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is doing good. It's just the younger kids that we need to have energy. They're not providing that right now. So Klay was, like you said, he was 7 for 13. It ain't on Klay. It's on the rest of the guys that need to step up. Come on, man. Have heart. Man. Believe in the Warriors, man.
Well, but, we have a fascination of blaming Klay for every goddamn thing, so that's okay. Kyle Draper joined us here in the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Yesterday, look, I've said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I am living rent-free in the 916 because I'm not even worried about them. I'm doing my post-game show trying to break down adjustments with Fezzi and Darrell Wright, how the Warriors can get back on track. And here's what's going on in the Kings post-game show last night.
11 fourth-quarter points for De'Aaron Fox.
Kyle, why don't we do a crossover show with the Warriors pregame team now? We were doing the crossover shows before where we didn't really have too much to talk
out
about.
There in Golden State
now we need to get that crossover with them with them boys.
I ain't heard from Bonte, Festus,
right,
Man,
nobody.
let me tell you, I did his show this morning. He asked me to come on last night at like 9:20.
Were you talking that smoke?
What?
Okay.
What?
All right.
They left Matt out of it. He was going in on you. And then Joe was like, hey, let's go play some golf. And I was like, we got to invite my guy.
Oh, we could beat him whatever we
Kyle.
We could golf, we could play basketball, we could box.
Right.
He said box.
I told him
regardless.
Yeah, they don't want that smoke, man. They don't want that kind of smoke. I'm going on this show tomorrow, just so you know.
There you go.
And
Call
think
me
about that.
we
2-0. We 2-0. It's going to be fun tomorrow morning. All right. De'Aaron Fox, he was huge.
So I didn't even know that until I got at the studio last night, Mr. Draper, who joins us now on the morning roast. They were like, yo, they talk about you on the postgame. Why they talk about me? They were up 2-0. Why don't you go light the beam or take a selfie in front of the beam or something? Not only that, D-Lo and KC couldn't even wait for the clock to strike 0 before tweeting at me last night. And they're tweeting at me, oh, look what he said about Davion. He said it was going to be all night. Blah, 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 whatever. You better win Game 3, Drapes. How you doing this morning?
You know what, man? Normally I'm a professional. I got a lot of respect for you guys, but I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to kick you when you're down. Y'all reeling right now.
Hey,
You're
Draymond.
down 0-2. There's nothing you can say. I don't want to hear about 4 championships. I don't want to hear about Dynasty. Your squad is reeling right now, fellas. Through the first 2 games, it is clear that the Sacramento Kings are the better team.
All right. Draymond Gate. Let's start there because that's been the situation. You got Mike Brown and Domantas Sabonis basically crying about him getting suspended. We're just going to ignore the ankle lock that he pulled on Draymond Green. I could have swore WrestleMania happened a couple weeks ago at SoFi Stadium, but obviously it was still taking place at Golden One last night. What's your take? Don't take off the Sacramento glasses for a minute because I know you're about the we and the purple right now. Go back to your Philadelphia roots, Kyle Draper, and speak the real here about the Draymond Green situation.
And I'm going to give it to you real. The bonus grabbed his leg. I get that. but you cannot tell me that what Draymond did is okay. I expect a 1-game suspension for Draymond Green. And here's why, fellas. He got a suspension for kicking LeBron back in 2016. To me, this was flagrant. This was, you can't have this in the game. And Draymond coming up with the post-game excuses. He grabbed my leg. I'm not that flexible. Fellas, that was intentional. That was like Brutus the Barber Beefcake back in the 90s, bro, what he did to my guy Domantas Sabonis. And I said it on the radio earlier in Sacramento. I said if the Warriors are down or they feel threatened, they're going to resort to some tactics to try to muck up the game, something outside of basketball to try and get things going. And exactly, Draymond took the bait. And I think he's going to be hit with a game suspension, boys.
Are you really, like Draper, you're really lobbying for a 1-game suspension on these airwaves? Like, keep it real. Really?
Was this worse than what he did in 2016 in the NBA?
No.
He got suspended in the finals in Game 5.
That was because of an accumulation.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're wrong there, because he had tussled with Michael Beasley earlier in the season. He had accumulated X amount of technicals or whatever it is, flagrants, however they divide up the points. That was an accumulation. That was not a suspension off of one act. That was a laundry list, a CVS receipt worth of issues from the entirety of the playoffs. So I think you need to go back and do your homework on that one. Number 2, you're really going to go up here. Don't you want to beat the Warriors at full strength? You really want the whole Draymond Green suspension? Because it sounds kind of whack. It sounds whack.
You guys are begging for your boy not to get suspended. Dude, it was an egregious act what he did. And let's not forget what he did in Game 1, turtling and laying on Sabonis. Dude, these are cheap shots. These are things that you're not as good as the opponent, so I'm going to do things to muck it up.
So what about Sabonis grabbing Klay Thompson? Timeout. Like, if you're going to be an equal opportunist, take the Philly Sacramento glasses off.
Warriors homers right now.
No, Drake.
Take off the purple, the blue and gold underoos, and be objective about it.
I am. I will be. And look, Sacramento was more physical.
Well, yeah,
the Warriors have been sloppy with the basketball, 37 turnovers in the first 2 games. The Kings are plus 40. They score 41 points off those 37 turnovers. They're plus 30 when it comes to points in the paint. They are punking the Warriors right now. They've been a better team in this series. There's no doubt about that. With that said, the Warriors should have came home with the split. However, let's not act like Sabonis is not an actor here. Let's not act like he's the same. When he's rolling around on the ground like his ribs were broken for 5 minutes, then he plays the last 7:03, puts his off all loony with his 102 to 101, and then he sits there and does a presser in his Prada jacket like it's all good. No, come on. Sabonis is equally as guilty.
He got examined after the game. They took x-rays. The dude was in pain, but he's a tough guy. He plays through that kind of thing.
All right, De'Aaron Fox, he's a superstar. Let's start there. Let's get off the Draymond stuff. De'Aaron Fox been the best player in the series by far. Better than Steph, better than Clay, better than Wiggins. De'Aaron Fox is that dude.
I've been telling you all season long, bro. That's why he's an all-star. That's why the Kings are the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. And, I heard before the series, we'll throw Wiggins on him. We got GP too. But what you're seeing from De'Aaron Fox is supreme confidence when it matters the most. And I'll be honest with you. His 3-point shooting in the clutch down the stretch has amazed me. In Game 1, Steph hits the big corner 3, and Fox comes right back down. Ho-hum knocks down the 3. And what you're seeing, guys, is not only an elevation in skills and things like that, but the confidence. And you guys know, as an NBA player, when you feel like you can get any shot you want and no one can stop you, that takes your game to a whole different level, and that's what we're seeing with De'Aaron Fox.
What's the thing that surprises you the most from either the Kings or the Warriors in the 2 games that you've seen thus far?
I'm surprised by the Kings' defense. You got to give the Kings some credit. All going into the series is about the Kings' defense. And I know the Warriors have missed some open shots. But the Kings' compete level on every single possession, and Bonte, you talked about it, the Kings are playing with such force, such purpose every time down. It's what they've been doing all season long, but to do it on this level, and so I think that's what's shocking to the Warriors. It's like, man, these boys are playing hard for 48. They're not taking possessions off. Malik Monk is getting downhill. They're finishing at the rim. They're grabbing rebounds. They are, and I don't know if you guys agree with this or not, but Steph Curry, as great as he is, he's going to have to be superhuman in this series. He's going to have to, 28 ain't going to get it done for Steph Curry.
No, it's not.
Steph is going to have to be Steph, like we saw last year in the finals against Boston. He's going to have a 45-point game, I think, here in Game 3.
Well, he may have to save the season. No doubt about that. Warriors down 0-2. Kyle Draper does a great job on Kings pre and post. Also play-by-play as well when Mark Jones is out. He's all about Sacramento right now. He's my guy, though. Don't get it twisted. He's my guy, but for these 2 weeks, I can't stand Kyle Draper. No doubt about it. Listen, how much of a factor do you think the Mike Brown factor is? How much does that impact in this series? Because it does feel like everything the Warriors try to do, whether it's walking the ball up the floor, he's blitzing Steph, doubling Steph, they're not getting to their sets till there's about 12 seconds left on the shot clock. They're blitzing the passing lanes. It just seems like all the intel that he has on this organization is now coming out, and the Kings are playing with that game plan and blitzing everything. It feels like they know what's coming.
Yeah, you're right. It's the game plan. I mean, the way that they're playing defensively on the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors put a lot of pressure on you, and you're not going to be perfect against them. We've seen guys get open shots or layups or inside dunks, but the Kings have locked in on the game plan, and I think Mike Brown's a big reason for that. He knows what Steph Curry doesn't like. He knows what Klay Thompson doesn't like, Draymond, whatever. And, I think that institutional knowledge, whether it's Mike Brown, Luke Louts, Leandro Barbosa, a number of guys that have come from that Warriors organization. Mm-hmm. And so, and I also think, fellas, let's keep it real. The closeness of these two cities, the proximity has added a level of intensity.
Agreed.
Let's say the Kings were playing, New Orleans in the first round. I don't think we would be seeing this level of compete from the Kings, because I think there's a rivalry developing right here. At least the fans feel that way. And I think the players are showing that on the floor as well.
You're seeing certain offensive contributions from someone like Davion Mitchell, which a little surprising to me. I didn't know that he could knock down this many open shots. Alex Len giving them quality minutes off the bench in the second quarter of both games. But then conversely, Keegan hasn't really played that well, and he's been really good for them all year. What's the areas that you expect to flip? Does Monk fall down a little? Does Keegan step up? What are some things that you're looking forward to as they go on the road here, the Kings?
When you look at it, the Kings have not shot the ball well from three their first 2 games. I mean, they shot 37%, but, in that first game, but I think they only had 3 or 4 through the first 2.5 quarters.
Right.
So, the fact that Sacramento was able to win these 2 games, despite, not really clicking when it comes to 3-point. Remember, 3-pointers are a big part of their game. They like to get up 45 a game. They haven't been doing that, and they haven't been knocking them down. And so I think, if you're a Warriors fan, maybe you're a little afraid of that they may have one of these games where they actually get hot and Keegan actually starts knocking down some shots and Kevin Huerter is dialed in from 3. I think, that's something to keep an eye on. If I'm the Warriors, man, let's keep it real. The biggest thing for you guys is the turnovers, and that's been their Achilles heel through this whole run, right?
No doubt.
I mean, that's been their issue, and so some of them are forced. And I think when you play at that pace and you've got constant movement, some of those they're going to happen. But you can't have 22 turnovers on the road and expect to win if you're going to state.
No, I mean, again, Sacramento's plus 27 when it comes to points off turnovers. Plus 30 when it comes to points in the paint. And the hustling and the fresh legs of the Sacramento Kings, plus 14 when it comes to second chance points. And you're right, Drapes, 9-38 for the three-point line last night, 23.7%. And they're top 10 in all three-point categories. And Huerter played well with the 15 points and got in foul trouble. I do think the Warriors will win a game here, but how do you think that? I know how you think the series is ended. You think we're going to the second round. No, let me ask you this, because we were sharing text the other day. Now that you're up 2-0, are you actually starting your scouting report on the Lakers and the Grizzlies?
No, man. Deep inside, I want to. But, I like to consider the Warriors like roaches, man. No offense. Please, don't light up my Twitter mentions. No. But you can't just spray them and hope they don't come back. You got to stomp on them. No pun intended, Draymond. But you got to put them out. I'm not underestimating Steph, Klay, and Draymond at all. They go back. They win Game 3. And, some of those shots that they missed in games 1 and 2, like the Wiggins corner threes, he had a couple of them in game 1 and game 2, those knocked down. And so I'm not comfortable. I'm not safe. I'm feeling confident, but this series is far from over.
Man, there's a lot of NBC love going on here. Who has been dusting off their resume for when Laura Britt takes a night off first? You or Bonte?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm all sports. Bonte is just a football and a basketball guy.
Oh, no.
If they need me to fill in on hockey, bro, I could do that.
Kyle, wait up. I saw Kyle interviewing LPGA players about Harding Park. I saw that the other day.
Where was Bonte at?
I didn't get the call. Hey, listen, Kyle, I talk baseball here. I watch all teams, not just the Giants. I watch all NBA teams, not just the Warriors.
His Rangers.
So I'm all about it.
His Braves.
I went to the Sharks game a couple of weeks ago, Fan Appreciation Day, went to go check out the Sharkies and see them get smoked by Everton.
That's what I think of when I think of Fan Appreciation Day.
But Drapes, your boy has double duty. Not too many people can get off at 11 o'clock at night, watch the game over, wake up at 5 in the morning, and do a 4-hour show and still bring the heat. Not too many people built like me, Drapes. Come on, you know that.
Hey, I tell you what, Bonte, not all of us have to work that hard.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I know Matt Barnes and Kitty and carry you, man. Oh man, unbelievable. Hey, Drapes, are you going to be in the big studio Thursday, or are you going to be at Chase?
Of course, exactly. I'm going to be in the big studio, man. I'm trying to get them to bring us down to the game, but I know Warriors fans are out to get me, so I don't even want to be around.
You don't want that smoke. Tell Matt Barnes I don't want to box with him or play basketball. I seen him play the SF Pro-Am. He does not turn it off, so I don't want no smoke with Matt Barnes, all right? The smoke is just with you, Drax.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Good stuff, man. Good to talk to you. Okay, I see you Thursday.
Okay, I'll see you. All right, bro.
All right, Kyle Draper. You're on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Kings fans cocky, man.
They should
Draymond Green to be suspended.
That was ridiculous. But
that's what they're all pushing that. Wait till Kitty and D-Lo at 12 o'clock. You don't think they're going to be pushing that?
This is why you can't put yourself in those positions. I'm not going to re-adjudicate it. It was ridiculous on both ends. I would have gone double T and keep it moving. The non-Steph minutes. I've been thinking about it a lot. End of the first quarter, I thought they had an opportunity to have a bigger lead than what they ended up with. They kind of fumbled away a couple of possessions down the stretch. JP, at the end again of another quarter, running as fast as he can with the ball in his hand. We don't even get a shot off. Frustrating. Steph goes to the bench, and it feels like we're bailing water immediately every single time. If Jordan is not going to score, if DDV is not going to score, if Kuminga is not going to get rebounds and not score, they are hopeless. When Steph Curry's not on the floor. Like, seriously.
Yeah, no. So I just got some numbers from Anthony Slater to text with him. So in the non-Steph minutes last night, the non-Steph minutes, they were minus 11. Minus 11 in the non-Steph minutes. With Steph on the floor, a plus 3. Plus 3.
Which isn't great, but it's better than minus 11.
Hey, plus 3 means you're winning by 3. But how about this? One boy, J-Dub, Jordan Watkins, Stanford Cardinals, stand up, sent me this tweet as well. The Warriors have run the pick and roll in 41 offensive possessions so far in this series and have an absurd 129.3 offensive rating in such possessions. The other offensive possessions and all other possessions, they have a 107.3 offensive rating. So the pick and roll is working. You're dissecting the Kings when you do run the pick and roll a lot more. The motion offense, you have to scale back off that in this series.
Didn't it feel like in the fourth quarter they all realized, like, oh, we can go to the rim? And it's like, where's that been?
Did you hear Fitz yesterday on the call?
Where's that been?
Did you hear Fitz?
I did.
Over and over. Look, you're going to the rim.
And good things are happening.
Good things are happening.
I know.
They don't have any rim protection either.
Kalena, your job.
Kalena,
your job.
was like, come on, guys, go to the hoop. And I'm like, yes, go to the hoop. By the way, so the TNT broadcast is superior to the ESPN one. But here's the area where they both struggle. Stop showing me, and this is why I was going back and forth. I was trying to find the good mojo. So, like, they go on a run, I'd stay on that channel. And then once they stop going, I'm searching, right? Stop showing me the highlight of the play 2 possessions ago. Show me the 50-50 foul. Show me the 50-50 play where there's a no call. That's what I want to see.
They're not doing a good job with that. But I expect the whistles to change a little bit at Chase Center. The Warriors are 7.5-point favorites for game number 3. I fully expect them to win game number 3. And then we come in Friday talking about a pivotal game 4. I do. I'm sorry. I do. They should have won game 1 on Saturday night. They blew that. So now they're down 0-2. But I fully expect them to win game number 3 at Chase Center. 33-8 at home. They lost one postseason game last year at Chase Center. So we'll see what happens. I know everybody's saying Sacramento's better on the road. Well, Chase Center better show up. All right? I do not want to hear light the beam chants at Chase Center. I don't want to see much purple inside that arena. Warrior fans need to keep their tickets and be proud and represent this team. I do not want to see a lot of King fans in that arena Thursday night. All right, let's go to George in Santa Clara. George, what's happening?
Hey, George.
You're on the roast.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
What's up, George?
I'm going to be speaking for all my Warriors fans out there. I am not going to give up on these players this series. I'm going to make one observation and one prediction. Observation, you guys mentioned it. Warriors have to go inside, just like they did yesterday, and that zone defense, I think, really took off. It got them back in the game for a while. But my prediction is, I do think Draymond Green's probably going to get suspended, but that's going to open the door for a young player to save this series and transition this franchise for years to come.
Dude,
Jonathan Kuminga, is that where he's going with that?
Yeah, I guess so. Draymond can't get suspended for that. Go look at the play over.
I don't think he should, but I'm starting to feel like if they're lobbying this hard for it, it feels like it's coming.
It's shameless. Have some dignity about what's going on.
This is what I feared about once it immediately happened.
Nicole Diaz on Twitter just sent me a video, and it's the play. And Malik Monk goes in. This is a shot over Draymond Green.
And as Sabonis is
falling down, he grabs Clay in the back of the jersey. They're trying to rip him down.
Yes.
And the referee completely misses that. Completely misses it.
And then as he's falling, then he rolls over Draymond's leg and then grabs the leg.
The NBA suspends Draymond Green. That'd be... Oh, man.
Well, and what stinks is that there were multiple opportunities, I thought, to challenge plays down the stretch, but they had to waste the challenge on the other play where Sabonis goes flying into the crowd.
And they called it a hip check on Draymond Green, and he didn't do anything.
He was saving the ball out of bounds.
He didn't do anything.
Was that?
What's Courtney Kirkland.
Oh.
Courtney Kirkland. Zach Zarba. They put on a masterclass on how bogus NBA officiating is this season. And that's not the reason why the Warriors lost again.
No.
Give the Kings credit. They're the better team through 2 games. They brought the physicality. They've made all the plays down the stretch. De'Aaron Fox has been the best player of the series. The Kings deserve that credit.
Agreed.
No doubt about it. But, man, it was wild yesterday at Golden Wood with the Zebras. Let's go to Coach Hall. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just observation I had. So the Kings are pressing so far up, like soon as we get past half court, whoever is in that free throw spot, whether it be Looney, Dre, or even Kuminga, just turn and face. Like, turn and face.
Square up.
And not to pass. Like, that's all we got to do. Even Draymond, he attacks the rim to pass, and he so many cribs. Like, you got to put pressure right back on them. And then my final observation is, like, it's time to put away the cockiness, man. Jordan Poole over here giggling.
Yeah.
Draymond's egging on the crowd. Like, do y'all know we're losing? Like, what's the deal?
Well, I did.
So, I don't know, man. I don't know if I see a path for us to win. I don't know. I'm on the fence, man. Y'all.
Well, you know what?
I feel very similar to him.
You know, Jordan Poole 1-7 yesterday, but he was doing some things on the sideline that, you know, it was kind of strange.
What'd you make of the Draymond egging on the crowd while he's...
What do you expect? They're flipping him off. He's egging them on, and he knew he was going to get tossed. So you might as well get your money's worth. It's great. It's WWE with the way the things are. If you got ankle locks, you got bad officiating, you might as well go full WWE.
Well, he did it. Well, he ran around the court last year in Memphis.
I wish he did this year.
Do you think Adam Silver being there has any sway?
I hope not. I really hope not. Really, Draymond Green, he bet not get. He got ejected. He got the flagrant 2. Again, where is he supposed to land? Dude is ankle locking him. I mean, I would love to hear from Guru later on today about ankle locks on the playground. Who does that?
No one does that.
Nobody. This doesn't belong in the NBA.
I agree with you.
Sabonis is guilty of this. He initiated this.
I agree with you, but it's just, you know how it is. They always get the second person. Like, it always happens that way.
Flopping, throwing elbows, everything.
I'm with you. It'd be the thing that I just can't keep thinking about is, let's just say, you know, and I'd hate to put this even into the ethos. Let's just say the Warriors lose this series, and he does get suspended for a game.
I don't even.
That's how it's going to end.
I don't even want to go there yet. Let's see if they win game 3.
That's how it's going to end.
Game 3. Let's see what happens. Game 3. We'll get there though. We may have to get there sooner rather than later. Ross in Melbourne, Florida. By the way, that was Coach Hall in San Diego. We love Coach Hall on the show.
Thanks,
Ross in
Coach.
Melbourne, Florida. Ross, what's happening?
Hey guys, how you doing, man? I want to say this about the Sabonis should be suspended first, not Draymond. That's number one. Number two, we need to get Kuminga starter minutes. They only give him 4 or 5 minutes, 10 at the most, to get going, to get in the flow. It takes a while. I played basketball in high school and college. It takes minutes and minutes to get in the flow of the game. We need Kuminga to start 35 minutes a game at least, and bring Draymond off the bench. We can't have two guys in the same game, two starters out of 5 that can't score.
Have you been day drinking? It's 12:44 in Florida. I get that. How's your morning been, Ross? What have you been doing this morning?
Been doing great, man. I'm just upset about the game like you.
Let me ask you, what do you do out there in Florida? What do you do? What do you do when you wake up? You start your day. What are you golfing? Are you working? What are you doing?
Oh, I work, man. I'm on lunch break right now. That's why I'm calling you guys. Man, I am pissed. I used to live in California. I used to live in the Bay Area. I'm a Warrior fan going back to Rick Barry days.
Let's go.
Well, I'm just pissed off. Losing to an inferior team.
You know what? I'm pissed off too, Ross, because I feel the same damn way. I feel the same way.
He almost choked me 15 times today.
Well, no, you keep going in on Klay Thompson. You got a hard on for Klay. You had it all year. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And then you kiss his ass when he goes on a heater for 3 months, and then all of a sudden he scores 21, 7, 13.
I try to call it like I see it.
I mean, he barely caught out Steph Curry. He's the one who turned the ball over 5 times. He was 3 of 13.
He also had 30.
Chucking. He was chucking.
He was
Nobody
chucking.
wants to say anything about Steph.
You know, they all need to be better. There's no doubt.
Steph will tell you he played bad.
I agree.
Let me see. Steph Curry on how the pace affected the play.
We both like to play fast. That's kind of our sweet spot. I think we're a little bit more predicated on ball movement and player movement than they are, but they have a lot of athletes, especially D Fox, Monk, with the ball in their hands. They put a lot of pressure on you at the point of attack, so you have to have 5 guys, locked in on that. I think we've been able to hold up over the course of 48 pretty well, not getting fatigued or feeling like, I feel like we've gotten stronger as the game has gone on. Just got to be able to get out to a little bit better start in terms of not playing fast, but not in a hurry. That's the line that we try to find that sweet spot and that balance, especially with the way that they're guarding us. You got to have some counters to their pressure because they are trying to extend their defense out, and playing fast into that sometimes can get you in a little bit of a rush.
And this is why they absolutely need Klay Thompson, because the spacing on the floor, when you do have to, you're forced to play GP2 because you have to have a defender out there. You have to have Klay be an efficient off-ball shooter, and it was great to see him hit those late shots. But this is why you need that impact, because he's going to continue to get hounded at the top of the court, and you have to be able to make them pay.
No, you do.
And that's the part that was the most frustrating is on that tic-tac-toe, that pick and roll, whatever you want to call it, the play with Steph and Dre. They were so out of sync that nothing could get going, and it totally ruined the offensive flow.
I totally with you. 18 assists last night with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, they've played against this type of defense before, and they just look lost on that end.
Well, I think they did
wild.
it. Davion did a great job. He faked on 2 different possessions. Right. He faked doubling Steph, sagged off, and played the passing lane for Draymond. He was really smart.
They're doing a great job of recovering as well when they do trap and double.
Yes.
They're recovering on those shooters very, very well.
Also on the relocation, Fox was with Steph.
Oh yeah,
I was surprised. His stamina levels through the roof.
Yes.
Wiggins looked gassed at the end.
On the Kings making more plays down the stretch.
They just made a couple more plays down the stretch in terms of putting pressure on our defense. Fox got into the lane a couple times, forced us to make decisions on who we can give a shot up to. But I like the way we fought back and competed, not playing well in the first half at all, still giving ourselves a chance and having some life, but obviously wasn't enough. So biggest lesson is just how do we control the momentum early, knowing that they're young, athletic, they're trying to play with force. We can match that, but we just got to play with a little bit more IQ in terms of what we're trying to do on both ends of the floor.
Then another big question going into Game 3: how effective could Jordan Poole be? Klay Thompson said he's playing with half a foot right now. Half a foot. Jordan Poole that banged up? Because if that's the case, man, we got problems. We got problems in the Bay Area. You need Jordan Poole. And last night he was invisible. 1 of 7 yesterday. 4 points, not impactful at all. Not impactful. So if he's got half a foot,
I would say forget not impactful. Helping the Kings, spurring the Kings.
He Drove me a little crazy yesterday.
No, the shot selection. How about the 3 from 45 feet out that clanked the back of the rim? It was like we were on a little run, and I think they cut it to 6. And then he just
heat check.
No, not even a heat check. Oh, I need to take this. It's like, no, you don't. Come sit down. And then he fell down on a layup. I'm like, dude, let someone touch the ball. Like I had a really hard time. I said it in the chat on our group chat. Yank him. I said it like a minute into his possession. Yank him.
You see some of the things I said in the group chat can't be repeated on these airwaves. They got to get him right. He gets some. If he can't be impactful, where do you go?
I don't know.
Where do you go? Because
if he can't get right, I think they're done.
Well, Dante DiVincenzo couldn't even get a shot up yesterday. He did not take a shot.
He's reluctant to take that 3 because he hasn't been shooting it well.
He shot well over the last week of the season.
I know, B, but he did have what was that, a month, 2 months?
Yeah, but the last week of the season, he shot well.
For whatever reason, he feels reluctant. Maybe the playoffs are too big for him. I don't know. You'd think a guy that's been there would have some familiarity, but you never know. He's also paying for a contract. Like, that's another thing. Like, he's another guy, you get to the end of the year, and it's hard to not think about what you've got going on in free agency.
All right, it's time for Final Thoughts Fast 5 here on the Morning Roast. What a show. Warned you at the beginning. It's going to be one of them ones. Tempers are flaring. Blood pressure is up. Warriors are down 0-2. Where are their feelings? So I definitely have my feelings. I'm pissed off like Ross in Florida. It's just pissed. Pissed. But maybe we should have saw it coming. Maybe we should have saw it coming with this team.
My final thoughts here as we do Fast 5, Xfinity Fast 5. The Kings, all their glue guys were making plays. Yep. The little plays, the boxing out, the second effort rebounding, diving for loose balls, clogging the lanes, playing great deny, knocking down big shots, fighting for rebounds, finding the open shooter who's a trailer, whether it's De'Aaron Fox or not. Davion Mitchell hitting a big bucket late. It feels like almost every aspect of the game, the Kings are out working, out executing, out hustling, out scheming, out coaching, whatever you want to call
everything. They've been a better team.
They're a better team. And I don't have much rebuttal. They need to regroup and come back.
I swear to God, if they suspend Draymond Green, oh my gosh. Fast 5. Let's go to 30 seconds or less. 30 seconds or less. Stan Fremont, what you got?
So, turnovers are the key. You can look at other statistics.
Yeah.
Turnovers. So if you're the coach, what is Kerr telling them or not telling them on those unforced errors? What? It's pretty simple. They're sloppy passing. So what is Kerr not telling them, or what do you have to tell them to stop that? That seems like that should be easily correctable.
Well, it's happening from your veterans who's been here for over a decade. Stephen Curry, Draymond Green combined for 10 turnovers. Take care of the basketball. They know. Jesus, Burlingame, 30 seconds or less. What you got?
Nice to meet you the other day. Literally, the reason why I think the Warriors just don't have that switch we've had before where they can run off 10, 15 points. Haven't seen that yet. I think that we're kind of jumping the gun because these guys, the games are close, except for the second quarter when they got a little blown out there. But other than that, the games have been close. So I think they can come back. I think they just need to flip that switch like they normally do.
All right. Thanks. Hey, nice to meet you too, Jesus, at the playground. I remember you, man. Nice to meet you. Will and Marin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey,
30 seconds or less.
What's up, guys? I smell desperation all around, lobbying for a non-stomp. Domantas Sabonis, you are the softest 7'1", 240 in the world. You're Marvin Milquetoast. Draymond Green will not get suspended. Look up Mauricio Shogun-Hua. That's a stomp. If that happened to Sabonis, he'd still be in sack on the ground prime. Let's go, Warriors. It is not over. I'm not giving up on our boys. Let's do this.
Love it, Will. I needed that.
Dino, Bay Bridge, what's happening? Dino, going once, going twice. Mitchell, San Jose.
Shout
Mitchell,
out the
30 seconds or
Weinborough
less. Mitchell, what's happening? That's how we're going to end the show. Just like that. Just like that. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Final thoughts, Spinoni? You didn't say much today.
I didn't. Just let you guys kind of go back and forth.
Draymond prides himself as a guy who doesn't like to get baited and a guy that likes to bait others. He got baited last night. That's what I'm going to say.
Lubman, what you got?
Warriors win the next 2. Kings will take game 5.
That was the
Warriors
least
are gonna,
confident. Warriors win the next 2 ever.
I'm telling you, Chassis, Warriors going to win the next 2. They're going to drop game 5. They're going to come back. They're going to win game 6. Kings, they're going to be so nervous in game 7. Warriors going to take it there. Dubs at 7. Mark it in the books. Let's go.
Oh, boy.
Bye-bye.
It's Tiny Guru next. Hey, Chatty House.
I still love you,
in.
B.
Hey, 916. Thanks for appreciating us, man. Glad to have new fans in Sacramento.
The 2023 Mountain Winery concert season is here.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really...
All right. At the 6-minute mark of last night's game, it's 93-93. I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
93-93 with 6 minutes left. The Sacramento Kings scored on 9 of their next 11 possessions. After 93-93 at the 6-minute mark. Okay, of the 2 possessions where the Warriors, quote, got a hold, one of them was when Gary Payton threw the ball away in the backcourt and Davion Mitchell missed the 3 that would have been a backbreaker. They got away with that, but that's considered a stop.
Okay.
They turned it over in the backcourt and then withstood a Davion Mitchell missed 3. And then the other time the Kings didn't score, Sabonis followed up the miss with a putback. What are we talking about? This team played no defense in the last 6 minutes, going from 93-93 to 112-103, and it's ball game. They basically got no holds from the 6-minute mark to the 1-minute mark. Literally, almost literally got no stops.
I'm in shock.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm in shock. This is new. They have not been down 0-2 under Steve Kerr. And at times, the Kings, more than just at times, Steiny, I was in the house, they look younger. They look fresher. But all of a sudden, I'm not doing this because there were articles written pointing the finger. Because it starts with the big 3, the big 4, and I'm including Kerr in there, Steiny, because what's the old adage? You got to dance with who you bring, and all of a sudden now everything is just a cluster. You know what? And guys are not even playing that have been big parts of your rotation. I don't understand it. You told me at every turn, you and others, Moody was unplayable. But guess what? Last night we see Moody. Kuminga's vanished. Dante DiVincenzo's vanished. So I'm just I don't know what's going on. What I do know is this team needs Steiny. They need somebody to get in their face. I don't know what Kerr's trying to do, and I'm asking you because I keep hearing it. Do you think he's getting out, Coach? Because I'm looking at personnel, and right now the Warriors personnel, the Kings are in their space. They're making everything tough, and that's why the Kings are up 2-0. But I don't want to say Kerr's getting out, Coach, Donnie, because he's going to what he's went to all year. It's just not working.
At 93-93, with 6 minutes to go, from that point on, I'll say it again, the Kings scored on 9 of 11 possessions. The one they didn't score on was after they got a steal in the backcourt on a lazy Gary Payton, the second pass. And the second time they didn't score, Sabonis got the rebound and put it right back in. I know we're going to talk a lot about individuals. All right? Individual. Whose fault? This, that, good game. But they didn't stop anything in the most critical part of the game. That's on whoever was on the court.
I was about to say who wasn't on there. Draymond wasn't on there.
Draymond for not being on the court. They have not played defense all year long. And last night they were okay till it mattered. And they couldn't get a stop. They couldn't get a stop.
Are you going to be shocked? Because we're talking about me, your partner. Are you going to be shocked that I'm looking at you on this Tuesday, and I really mean what I'm about to say, Steiny? I do not think this series is over. Disappointed? Yes, I am. but I don't think it's over. But what really bothers me is that, I'm going to start at the beginning. The Kings were 0 for 10. They look like, okay, we got a game. We can rest on our laurels, and they didn't rest, but we didn't see a duplicate game production-wise from Fox and Monk, but we did see them close. And where was Steph, Stoney, in the fourth quarter in that time? Clay hit some shots. I didn't see the chef. So I'm just wondering what's going on and what can Steve Kerr do? Because if people are going to call the show, tell us what you would do if you're Kerr and what's going to change besides the venue.
I don't think there's any change to make. Got to play better. That's what I think. You asked about Steph Curry? Well, I mean, my answer would be everybody was crying that Steph Curry came out of the game in game 1 and they lost the lead.
Right.
So what happened? Steve Kerr plays Steph Curry the whole fourth quarter. Okay? Guess what? Curry didn't make a shot the last 4 minutes.
Man.
He didn't make a shot the last 4 minutes
There was
of the
one
game.
air ball.
So it's not negativity. It's that these things all are balanced. You can't play Steph 44 minutes and expect him to be a 25-year-old.
So are you?
There's a lot to figure out.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stoney, it doesn't take Einstein to figure out that if you're not going to rest him, he's going to get tired. And at some point, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. And if it's not Steph, it's another Golden State Warrior. My question to you, and I'm being real with this, when I talked about you got to dance with who you brought, explain Jonathan Commit.
I will.
Okay, before you go, and I'm going to add two more names to that. Dante DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole. Like, you cannot just take them and leave them off and not have repercussions from others either tired or gassed.
This was caused, for the most part, by Andrew Wiggins. Sorry, but it was. Andrew Wiggins doesn't play the second part of the season. He's a big minute guy. Now he comes back for the playoffs. Guess what? Wiggins looks pretty good. He looks okay. But 39 minutes got to come from somewhere.
Oh, man.
They have to come from somewhere. So, you should have seen this coming. They're going into the playoffs. They have no rotation because they haven't been whole all year. But now we're getting Wiggins back. So what do? It's great Wiggins is doing fine, but guess what? Now DiVincenzo is no factor because he only plays 12 minutes. And Kuminga's no factor because he's only playing 7 minutes.
Poole and Dante didn't play in the fourth at all.
Well, looks like Poole's playing on one leg.
Of who you been?
Who are they going to play for? Who do you want him on the floor for? I need names.
Well, see, I need scenarios. But
last night's game.
That's the coaches. That's up to the coach, Donnie. It ain't about
can't play Poole. Poole's hurt. Poole's playing on one leg. Clay said.
Yeah, he did say. Well, how can you be at your best then if a guy that's been we've sat here all season long, all of us at different junctures and whispered sweet nothings about Dante DiVincenzo. So now there's a fourth quarter close game and that guy is just not an option? I don't get that.
See, this is where
Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play in the second half.
We're missing the forest for the trees.
Help me out.
We're talking about Kuminga and DiVincenzo. What are we doing? They're role players on a four-time champion team.
But they're part of your depth, Stoney.
The reason the Warriors are in this predicament isn't because, God, we're not playing Kuminga 20 minutes. It's just not.
Hey,
they're down 0-2 because, for the most part, their best players are being outplayed by the Kings' best players, and the role players are getting outplayed by the Kings' role players.
So everybody, and what about the Mike Brown Kerr? I got to give it to Mike Brown right now.
Okay, so when you say Mike Brown's outcoaching Steve Kerr, let me guess, you're going to say, well, his substitutions are working.
No, that's too.
What is it?
That's too simple.
How's he outcoaching him?
Because he knows the Warriors' offense and is pressuring. Everybody is on high alert and they're pressuring the Warriors, Steiny. It's hard for the Warriors to even make a pass. And then they're doubling Curry.
Right.
And Curry ain't fast enough anymore.
Oh, that's Steve Kerr's problem? That's a Steve Kerr issue? That Curry can't turn the corner?
Man.
Now, I'm not saying Kerr doesn't get whatever. Kerr's going to take the heat if they lose. But I don't know what he can do. I don't know what he can do. This is who they are. It's who they've been all year. They don't close well. Well, guess what?
But again, they were in it. It was close, Steiny.
But, yes, and maybe
so I'm not saying it's over. I'm telling the people, I'm you know where I'm at. It's Frantic City, not
Kings
Panic City. But come on.
But again, where was any kind of, I don't know if the word's humility or what the word is, but, we and let's give Sack credit. We come into this series.
No doubt, man.
Oh, we always, all year, we're talking about championship pedigree.
That's
the first two games were won by the Sacramento Kings, who had a bunch of players making their playoff debuts. They've made all the big plays. They've made all the smart plays. They've kept their composure. Where's this championship pedigree?
That's what makes this shocking. Now, if you lost 110-98 and you felt like, you know what, you had no chance, we're talking about something else. But Stoney, Shasky just said it before he left. It was on a tee. And it was on a tee for guys like me that thought that championship blood and that pedigree would kick in. And it was something the Kings don't have. They haven't tasted it, but yet they're up 2-0. And let me give you some numbers. 7% of NBA teams have come back from 2-0 in any type of series. 7%. I'm not saying this Warrior team can't do it, but if you're telling me Kuminga's going to be a no-show, the reason I keep bringing that up, Steiny, is these guys are tired, man. This is the pace of the game is up and down. You're not going to win it with Clay, Curry, and Dre playing 48 minutes. You're just not. So when I come here with my itinerary and tell you, okay, do you think it's the right thing to possibly lose Kuminga and not play him at all in the second half, especially with Poole with a gimpy ankle? Because I don't want to hear Bonte was saying Poole's hurt. He suited up. He was out there. He thought he could go. If you can't go, but Steiny, he was terrible. And I don't feel like that ankle was the reason he was falling down and throwing the ball in the third row. I mean, in the rafters. Come on. Where are the answers?
888-957-9570. Let's go. Let's get it going. Warriors down 2-0. I've been trying to help you all year.
Now,
I really have. I've been trying to help you all year long.
You can rock that. It ain't over, but
it's
yesterday
this series,
you said some chickens are coming back to this direction.
This series is not over.
Okay. Well,
the series is not over, and I'll just let it there. But you're right. The series is not over.
Dre is not getting suspended. What did you think of the Sabonis thing? Stoney, in real time?
You know what I think? I think I'm sick and tired of talking about Draymond Green in these type of situations where half the people say Draymond Green's in the wrong and half the people say Draymond Green's in the right. And in the meantime, he misses the last 8 minutes of a crucial playoff game and you can't get a stop. I don't care anymore if Draymond's right, if Draymond's wrong, if Sabonis is a tool or Sabonis was right. It doesn't matter anymore. It's old.
Tell us how you feel.
It's old with Draymond Green.
I hated they needed him.
You hated what? That he did it?
No, that he got. No, I just hated that he put himself in that position to get ran.
He puts himself in that position.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Man.
And you know what? Quit telling us, Draymond, about how you can bait people and you're great at it, but you don't lose that game. You lost it again last night. By the way, he was out of control during that timeout.
But we saw that in New Orleans, and he won him a game.
Huh?
He won him a game.
He's lost him a lot of games, too.
That hurt me, though. When he left Snotty, I was like, they just can't replace that. And now I feel like the Warriors. Let me ask you a question. Who's got a better bench through 2 games?
Kings.
I never would have thought that. Who's been the best player in the series?
Fox.
I never would have thought that.
Well, that's That's because, and I'll just say that's because we disrespected the Kings. Let's lay it on the line. The Kings are better than the Warriors.
And I got to share something.
They're better.
Well, through 2 games they've been.
That's right.
Okay.
And
so
through the entire
they got some other
regular
hurdles.
season,
All right.
they've been.
They got some hurdles, though, Steiny, because if these 2 games play out Thursday and Sunday, the Warriors, I feel it would go the Warriors' way. Okay. I just feel that because of where they're at. But
Why do you feel that way?
Just to change the scenery, and the Warriors play better at home, and the role players play better at home.
So you're still?
No, I'm Jeff Van Gundy. I'm Sabonis on that ankle. I'm hanging on. But this is my bigger point. You have talked about, we have, ad nauseum, Andre Iguodala. Steiny, I felt like he was on the court too much. Dre, if you're listening, I love what you've done, but I was in the house. I'm like, Andre, we know you got a nice fit on, but damn, you ain't got to be the first one. Let Kerr coach. But then you know what I thought about and why I'm somber?
How come?
They don't have that body type coming off the bench. The first one's Poole.
Oh,
he ain't known for his defense. DiVincenzo normally gets in there before Kuminga. He's 6'2", 6'3". They don't got that length, Stoney. They don't got that size.
Supposed to be Kuminga.
And Fitz told us, I chopped it up with him, size matters.
It's supposed to be Kuminga.
The
with
team
that body.
is small, and we known this, but now, man.
By the way, you're not saying Iguodala could help right now, are you?
Dre in his prime.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's right. So in fantasy land, he'll help you. Because I'll tell you what, he couldn't play in this series.
And I got to be honest.
He could not play in this series.
Evan talked about it and brought it up. You know what? I'm going to save this for off-season stuff because it ain't no off-season yet, and we still could have a parade. But they left training camp just giving a scholarship to him, and how did that work out this year when that could be another body that could be helping you?
Oh, Iguodala?
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt about it. And Lamb, I'm going to put the rat on the table.
Uh-oh.
He can't do any worse. The Lamb we saw on a good day, running for loose balls, bringing some energy, that's what Steve Kerr. Steve, if you got to trust your guys.
They can't play 11 guys. Now you want Anthony Lamb. If Anthony Lamb's on the court, and I don't mean to yell at you.
Yeah. No, you can't.
I'm talking to the fans. If Anthony Lamb's on the court, well, then what are we going to say when Kuminga's not on the court?
Well, Kuminga wasn't on the court last night, and I don't think that helped you. Like, what are you teaching Jonathan Kuminga all of a sudden through 2 games that you at halftime, we're just going to stop this experiment? He deserves better. And you're losing, and you have no athleticism out there.
He stepped on the floor and lost his man right off the bat.
I get that.
Monk scored his points the minute Kuminga came in the game.
You're doing what you don't like people doing at Jordan Poole when we come in here and bypass the big 3.
Neither of them are good defensive players.
That was a bad. He blew an assignment, but so did everybody else.
Right.
Don't give up on what you're going to need.
He's 20.
You got to grow up sometimes, Donnie.
Not in the playoffs. Not in the playoffs. You play Kuminga 20, 25 minutes a game, it's not changing the series. I don't think.
It's not the number. It's you look old. They look old, right? They are the old dudes in the gym, and it's bothering me. Well, so you got a young thoroughbred that's going to make mistakes, but so is Curry throwing the ball away. Draymond, they're all effing up. So why are you saying, oh, you're out of the game completely? Steve,
it's experience.
Joe Lacob did not look happy, and he shouldn't have been. Stanley, I cannot believe he signed off on or thought that was a good move. There's nothing you can tell me until 2 p.m. that Jonathan did to have. Now, hey, Jordan Poole, I get it. But Jonathan, and you need size and speed and youth, and we're just going to divorce him 6 quarters in? I just don't get it.
He doesn't you might not get it, but it's easy to see what and why is happening. He doesn't trust Kuminga. He believes that Kuminga, when he goes on the court, he's too confused. He's confused, particularly defensively, and he just is. And now they're attacking Poole.
Everybody.
I was thinking about this. Just look at the teams here. Name me one player on the Kings who's a non-scorer. I came up with one guy who isn't really a good scorer.
Alex Lynn.
Davion Mitchell. Well,
Lynn. Davion, who's been letting them fly. Right. So he's been guarding Curry pretty well.
Virtually all the Kings roster can score. The Warriors, though, have Draymond Green, who's not a scorer, Kevon Looney, not a scorer, Peyton II, not a scorer, and Kuminga, not really a scorer. So the Warriors find themselves in a game most of the time when the Kings have more scorers on the floor. Right. They just do. And so then Draymond Green has the ball, and everybody else is getting covered.
They're playing zone defense.
And he's Draymond Green.
Okay. All right.
So what do you want?
But it's worked for years, and that's why I told you.
But it's over now.
See,
I don't mean it's over the dynasty. Okay. I mean that day is over.
And that's why I said when you said, "Oh, if Dre left, it would fall apart." No, maybe you need to transition on to the next phase of this Steph Curry thing, because last night, Steiny, in football, when you got speed on the offense, you know what the defense can do? It can go back up. It can go to a nickel. It can go to a dime. There's something. But when you're on an NBA hardwood and you got a guy that they're sagging off of, it was like football. Nobody was open. Shot clock, tick, tick, tick. Everything offensively for the Warriors is hard. And that's why we're seeing so many of these YOLO threes. Wiggins, Steiny, I know it's the second game, but he was incredible. Without him, they lose that game by 20. Guess what? He got gassed, and it's okay. But all I'm trying to paint the picture to you is you're talking about the scores. I thought defense was about to play. The playoffs was about the defense.
You just said maybe we want to move on from Draymond.
Yeah, well, okay. That was in retort to what you said.
I just told you that the Kings scored on virtually every possession in the last 6 minutes of the game. Well, guess what? Draymond wasn't on the floor. Yeah. So that's life without Draymond.
And Curry didn't get a bucket.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's just get it going. Mike is in. Well, let's go to Andrew in Roseville. Andrew in Roseville.
Andrew.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, listen, diehard Warriors fan here, man. Listen, Wiggins looks rusty. He's missing point-blank layups. They need to give Lamb and Kuminga a chance down the stretch. And who's going to step up and lock down Fox? I mean, I think I could do it. Why doesn't Steph just get on it? Someone needs to lock down. Series is winnable. Silver's helping them fund that $1 billion arena. He wasn't going to make it out of the stadium alive if they didn't win that game. Sabonis should win an Academy Award for that performance, you know. But give Lamb, give DiVincenzo minutes down the stretch. He's got to trust players.
Right. Thanks, Andrew. I'm envisioning game 3.
Right.
At
Thursday.
Chase Center.
All right.
Another close game. And last 4 or 5 minutes, and Lamb, DiVincenzo, and Kuminga are playing.
I don't think
break.
Yes, but he didn't mean it to that degree.
He said, play him down the stretch.
The point is, of those 3, nobody should have the moniker of you're unplayable.
Well, you know what's funny is, and
that's what I'm saying.
And you know what I said in 3 weeks ago?
What?
If Lamb plays in the playoffs, something's wrong. So go ahead and play Lamb, but that means something's wrong.
And lock up Fox, Donnie. What if I told you, and I'm being serious, we're watching a star. He made the all-star team. He played at a high level college. I didn't know he is this. Again, last night, he closed. That's easier said than done to put somebody on him. He's a problem.
The other thing that the Warriors, the problem that I see them having, particularly last night, is when the Kings go small in the backcourt. When Mitchell is playing with Fox, who the hell Steph and Clay and Steph, who are they guarding?
Yeah, man.
Those are and
those two are guarding
and
those
they're
two
quick
better.
enough on defense to bother the older Clay and Steph.
No, that is you hit that.
So
out
what
the
do you
park.
do? What's the adjustment?
I don't have one.
There is none. That's what I'm saying.
You ride or die with the Splash Brothers.
That's right. That's why when people this, that, the other thing, yeah, okay, you can tinker. They got to play better. Who's got to play better? They all do.
I agree.
And it starts with the big three. Clay was, it doesn't even matter. Clay was pretty good. He was okay. He was fine.
He was the only one hitting.
So what? They lost. Why? Because they weren't good enough as a group. It doesn't help anybody that, one, I don't know. I mean, so what if we can say, well, this one's on Dre and Steph? That's what I think.
No.
But okay, it is. So what? Okay, they're down 2-0. How do we figure it out?
Do you give Mike Brown credit for the defense where they're not blitzing Draymond, Steiny?
I just give him credit
They are just waiting, and it's hard.
Yeah, I give him credit for instilling a pace of play that's really become a problem for the Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors are down 2-0. Game 3 is Thursday. And we're giving you the chance to go to Game 4. Not Game 3, that's Thursday. This is Game 4, which is on, when is it, Sunday? Thursday. No, Game 4.
Oh, Sunday.
Game 4 is Sunday. Listen to Steiny and Goob between 11:30 and noon tomorrow. And we'll give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 11:30 and noon. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. The calls start after the break.
Steiny and Goo.
Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors down 2-0 to the Sacramento Kings. Game 3 at Chase Center Thursday. And I'll let you know where I'm coming from, and then I'll throw it to Goo. I'm looking at those first two games, and are there things Steve Kerr can do? I guess. But they're not playing well enough to win a playoff series. Like top to bottom. They aren't playing well. To me, this is the same team we've seen in the regular season. And it's the same team we've seen in 2 games. And we could pick apart Clay's shot selection or Curry's turnovers or Draymond's outburst. It's all of them, to me. So, yeah, if Kerr's got a tweak that he thinks I never think a tweak's going to change the entire series. It might change a little bit of momentum. But nevertheless, if there's something Kerr should do, I bet they're, go ahead and do it. But it's not going to mean anything unless the best players on the team start playing better.
I'm not mad at that.
And I don't know if they can because I haven't seen them play a really good stretch of consistent basketball since the Boston series last year.
And that's where I was going, Steiny, and I was going to Game 4, Steph. That's what we got to see. Game 6, Steph. That's what we got to see. And from a team that hoisted up 53 pointers in Game 1, they come back last night, Steiny. They attempt 43 pointers after attempting 50. Do what you're going to do, but you made 13 of them. But then I look on the other side. Sacramento was 9 of 38. This is why I'm biting my nails. They were 23%. Yeah. But you know what they did? They out-hustled you. They're faster. They got the glass, Steiny, and they were clutch.
Let me ask you this. Are they out-hustling the Warriors, or the Warriors just old?
I'm such in denial. I'm going to say at times the Warriors look old, but if it is the latter, then there's no way they can win this series.
Rob and San Bruno.
Our guy.
Get us started, Rob. How you doing, my man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey. Talk to us.
So I'm going to say this. I grew up a Kings fan. See, Webb was my favorite player. He's my favorite all the time growing up. I was at the Marco game, so I know what's up. And the Warriors, pretty much, I think it's more of a coaching thing. I think Mike, he knows that system. And he knows the Warriors are limited in what they can do because they don't have no inside scoring. My thing was this. I'm blaming the big three, and I'm blaming Kerr. They were supposed to develop Kuminga and Wiseman for games, for series like this. They didn't. They refused to do it. Now you're getting punked. Sabonis is manning up Draymond, and Draymond can't do nothing about it because Sabonis is playing his little mind games too, and he's scoring, and he's productive. Draymond's not scoring enough in this series. You gave up on Wiseman. You can't even go out there and get a live dunk. Wiseman come out there right now and play 3 minutes and get 2 dunks and get that weak defense. If he can get you 2 or 3 dunks a game in 3 minutes, that's 6 points right there. That can change the game. You didn't develop Kuminga, but y'all was too focused on the OGs. Some old guys cannot keep up with them young cats they got coming with the Kings. And the Kings are playing they playing rookies. They're playing young guys. It's about instilling confidence in your young guys. Mike Brown does it. And Kerr and the big three, they don't want a team to do it, or they didn't do it with Kuminga and James Wiseman. I think in certain spurts, you need the athleticism, and I don't think they have it. And they didn't let them guys go out and do that. Now you can't play Kuminga because you didn't give them no confidence.
Hey, Rob, let's end it there because that's,
man.
I think it can be both ways. Like, I'm not convinced playing Kuminga more is going to do much, but you're absolutely right. It's the Warriors' fault. It's whoever's fault that Kuminga's only at this point 2 years into his career.
Now that's a hell of a statement.
So, in a way, if Kerr doesn't think Kuminga can play, or can play meaningful minutes in the postseason, well, yeah, I guess it's on Kuminga, but it's also on Kerr and his staff for being 2 years in and still not trusting him.
And what did we do? And I mean this, Donnie, the whole season. At every press conference, every time he's on Willard and Dibbs, Coach Kerr talking about JK, prepping JK. And I'm not sitting there telling you in the masses JK's perfect. My point is he was supposed to be groomed for these times. And, okay, let's say he messed up last night. Okay, you come back the next night. But to sit here and tell me that the Kings' athleticism is not a problem, you would be lying to yourself. And this is the biggest takeaway, Stoney. Davion Mitchell, I honestly thought he could not get on the court. He is bothering Steph Curry. He is bothering everybody trying to bring the ball up. 22 minutes, 24 minutes, like I didn't see that happening. But if you're okay as a man, Steiny, and you say you get why now Kuminga doesn't play in the second half, what are you really doing, Coach Kerr? Because you have nothing to replace that.
He's trying to rely on the veterans as much as possible. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Jersey. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's doing? The Warriors are down 2-0. I'm a little nervous, but, I'm not going to give up hope just yet. They have to win on home. And just remember, all it takes, they have to win one game on the road. These 2 games on the road, they have to win 1 game. Now, I've been listening to you guys, and 2 points, 2 problems I've heard you guys keep on stressing is the Warriors' lack of size, length, and also the older legs.
Yeah.
I want to know what you guys think about playing Moody a little more. I think he looked pretty good last night. He played 8 minutes, got 5 rebounds, and he's got the 7'1" wingspan.
Okay, can I go first, Nani?
Sure.
I've been lobbying for Moses Moody during the season. Okay? You need what he possesses. You need what Kuminga possesses. And that's why you drafted him. But I need somebody to go to a chalkboard, a whiteboard, and tell me if you don't trust these 2 men, how are you going to come back in the series? Steiny, I just don't get what other options Steve has. And I get what you're saying, well, Curry can make every shot. Guess what? That ain't going to happen.
Well, honestly, one thing they can do is up what Curry play last night.
41. And I felt like he felt every second of those 41 minutes.
Here's what Kerr said on not playing Poole and DiVincenzo in the fourth quarter.
Wasn't the plan. It's just reading the game and seeing what we needed. We had to have our best defensive lineups out there in the fourth quarter. That's why Gary and Wiggs played quite a bit the entire quarter, and we kept Steph and Clay out there for most of the quarter. I think Steph played the whole quarter because had to have those guys to give us a shot. And so they got us there. They gave us a shot. Like I said, getting to that point, even with everything going on, I thought was really impressive, but just didn't have quite enough.
Boy, Coach.
I'll tell you what, he's pretty smart.
Man.
And what I mean by that is, he
ain't flipping over a spread.
No, but he
always ended on a good note.
I feel like it's Kerr's way of saying, like, what do you want me to do? Like, what? Like, he's prepping almost the fans that it might not happen this year.
I didn't get that, but that's
how can it be impressive to be in a tie game with 6 minutes to go? I thought that was impressive. That we were tied with 6 minutes. Remember, this was a dynasty. This wasn't just a champion. This, and still is, for a while, a dynasty. Like,
let me ask you something about that.
They didn't just win; they were dominant.
Do you think there's some arrogance from Coach Kerr? Because you could say, "Well, Guru, what adjustments do you make of just doing it Frank Sinatra, the way that they've done it to win 4 chips?" Do you think they're riding it out like, okay, if somebody beats us doing it the way we can? Or what am I possibly suggesting they can do? Well, you know what you can do, Coach, is trust Kuminga and Dante DiVincenzo a little bit more. And you might lose the game. But this is not the Warriors we watch throughout the 82-game season.
And I think if you lose a game with DiVincenzo and Kuminga and people look at the box score and Clay plays 29 minutes, then everybody's going to be like, how can you not have Clay in? Or play him more? It's tough. It's tough. And it's not – it's a different team. Alex and Hayward. What's going on, Alex? How you doing?
Steiny Guru.
Hey.
How's it going, you guys? Oh, big time fan. I listen to you guys every single day, and
Sweet.
it's finally great to be on your show.
Awesome.
Let me tell you guys, last night was tough, but you know what I will say? I know a lot of people have been getting on Klay Thompson's back, but I'm going to praise him for a minute because there was a lot of times where these guys were just taking over the game with their fast break, their speed, their athleticism. You know, they're younger. You know what I mean? Let's give them that. And we've been sleeping on the Kings. We thought we were going to take the Kings. But let's be honest here. When Klay Thompson slowed the game down and took control, like we need to slow our game down and make IQ decisions and not turn the ball over, not get too, play happy, trying to make, things come out of nowhere, like how we had all the success in the past where we just made unthinkable plays. We need to slow the game down, and we need to play basketball because right now, these Kings, they're schooling us right now. These youngsters are schooling us, and we need to slow the game down. We don't have the speed like we did a decade ago. We need to calm down, and we need to relax, and we need to take it one game at a time, one quarter at a time, and all I got to say is it's not over yet. 0-2, but let's go. 2 at home. Let's go, baby. Warriors!
It's not over.
No, I really believe that it's not over. But damn, Stoney, this is somebody who posted on Twitter yesterday. Is this the most win of Steve Kerr's tenure as a coach? And I was like, no.
Is it the what?
The must win of his tenure.
Oh.
And I was like, no, Game 7 of the finals against Cleveland, 16, and then down 3-1 in OKC. But I'm looking at the starting five, and outside of Andrew Wiggins, and I'm throwing Steph in there, Stoney, which one of those dudes can you give the ball to and get a shot created?
None of them. I mean, Steph can create, but it's going to be contested. It's going to be tough. Klay was fine. Like, this is what I mean.
I'm not saying Klay was bad.
He was fine last night. He wasn't great.
Yeah. 7 of 13, 5 of 10 from deep. Hit some clutch ones.
How's his defense?
It is what it's been.
That's right. I mean, again,
Harrison Barnes with some dunks.
To me,
Jesus.
I believe two things. The series is not over. But the best players on the team got to play better. Steph, Klay, and Dre have not been good. Or let me put it, they haven't been good enough to beat the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, those are facts.
So, Uncle Looney says the D looked solid yesterday. It did until it didn't. Till Draymond got tossed. Thomas in San Francisco. Hey, Thomas.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I don't think you guys should be surprised that the Warriors are down 2-0. I mean, they played really bad on the road all season. The Kings are a lot hungrier than the Warriors. They're younger, they're faster, and I feel like if the Warriors lose one of their home games, they're completely done.
Yeah.
They're done.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2-0's salvageable. I don't know about 3-1. Or 3-0.
Yeah, let's put it right on the table.
All right.
At some juncture, if the Kings win another game, now, I know we ain't in Sacktown, but then as it comes back to, okay, they're learning how to close out a series. They're up, but there could be, we've seen teams kind of get to the point to where they get up 3, but they just can't get that fourth, and maybe that would benefit the Warriors, but
it would benefit the Warriors for the Kings to be on the verge of winning the series?
No, you don't want that way, but they could maybe put too much pressure on themselves because you got to learn how to close out a series. I get you.
Dude, come on.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, can I be honest with you?
Yeah, no.
Quit begging.
Yeah. Well, that's what.
But that's what you're doing. You're begging.
Yeah.
You're begging that. But that's the thing. We've kind of begged all year.
The Warrior for Dub Nation's begging. We're begging for every whistle. We're begging. Look at Twitter. We are at beg capital. This is what you do when you're down and out. And I got to say this.
Not champions.
If I say it again, Stoney, let me know. I won't do it again. I was in the house.
No, we haven't talked about that enough.
We'll get to that, but anyway. That Wiggins layup, that was a killer. And there's one play in 48 minutes. He kind of had 2 of those, as fantastic as he was. But you got to make that one. And it just was like, here come the what? Oh. Damn it. It was one of those, man. I'm not used to this. And Steve Kerr's not used. You're right.
And it's
never happened.
And it's showing.
Mike Brown.
It's showing with everybody.
You think he's
Nobody's
hitting
used to
snooze on
this.
his alarm clock, or is he getting any sleep? Which one is it?
Who's that?
Mike Brown. I'd be sipping a mimosa right now if I headed to practice. Like I'm halfway there.
They got a long way to go.
Harrison Barnstein, he had some dunks. I know you don't like the high flyers.
I don't mind the high flyers.
That had to feel. Give me a Dan Daly, a cigarette. He went up one and claimed that had to feel good, man. You hate to say it, but you got to get credit, man.
Dylan's in Hayward. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Give it. We need answers, man.
Hey, the series ain't over yet. I think everybody needs to calm down. Having the officials against us last night, Zach Zarba giving the Kings 10.5 minutes of bonus time in the third, plus us turning the ball over 22 times, and we only lose by 8. You don't count that garbage dunk by Sabonis. I mean, I don't think it's over. I think if the Warriors can somehow find a way to clean their game up, there's not a team in the NBA that can beat us. And if we can clean this game, if we can clean our game up, I still say Dubs in 6.
All right.
I like it. He need to get up in front of the team.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I got the Kings in 6. I'm sorry, the Warriors in 6.
Freudian slip.
I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change my.
No, but you're on record. Whitley got. We know who you got. You got to. Hey, and Dibbs, of course, tweets out his is still alive. Like there's a
everybody's still alive.
But there's no cash prize. And let's just say your number hit.
Well,
are you
you're
going
out,
to brag or go on KTVU and say both thumbs pointing at your dome? Look at me. I guess this insane. I don't do that stuff.
You do it all the time.
On a bet, maybe, but not a prediction. But you're the type.
I forgot to bring this up.
Uh-oh.
What last night? What? I'm not gonna do it.
Oh no, you have to. Come on. You know
How's
our
that
relationship.
JV team looking,
dude? No. Seriously, it's one of the things since we've been together and married that you've taken out of context, and it's kind of getting old. I talked about they hadn't had a prom because there hadn't been any playoffs. But boy, you were hanging on that
So
like Van
pejorative.
Gundy on Zoe Morning's ankle.
Yeah,
Draymond got ran. That's 2 points though, Stoney.
Yes, at 4:08, I lost my bet last night. I had the Warriors.
Well, your streak came to 5 or 6 though.
I mean, I was telling my buddy, I was like, there's no way I can bet against the Warriors. They've got too much history. I'm not going to sit at my buddy at Kenny's, the bar, and watch the Golden State Warriors win a game that I think they're going to win with me having money on sack.
So you felt like I have for since the All-Star break. Every time Stoney, the Kings were 0 for 10. The Warriors looked like they were in control of the game. Okay, Warriors gave you one. Let's remind you, the cats from the Bay, the Warriors, the Dubs. Let's remind you, little cute Kings. I'm going Willard. You little adorable Kings, who you are. I was in my seat like, yeah, here we go. Please.
I mean, was I wrong? Warriors.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Was I wrong again?
Yeah.
When will I be right?
Well, the reason I can live with the loss of the bet last night on the Warriors is because, that's the way I looked at it. I was like, if you're telling me the Kings are going to win this game and go up 2-0, then I'm willing to, lose that bet and acknowledge Warriors got trouble. And that's what I woke up today. I was like, Warriors got trouble, obviously.
They do. And
but is it over? No, it's not.
Do you know how many points Sabonis scored last night? And the game's not just about points because I've been selling him short of, they've been wrapping him up and he looks, clumsy at times. Stoney had quietly 24 points last night. 8 from 12 from the field, 9 rebounds, 4. So who's the joke really on? Again, I'm just talking to myself aloud. I thought he was like fumble jumble. Dude, 20. Those were his season numbers right there.
Yeah.
What are the Warriors getting from the center position?
They don't use the center in a big offensive way.
And that's why I'm telling you the word transition, if it does happen moving forward, it's obvious that I think they have gotten everything from we don't need a center. We don't need anybody on the low block. 50 threes, 93s in 2 games. I just don't think that's the rest. Now, 15, 16, talk to me, Stoney. That takes legs, man. Curry was 3 of 13 last night.
Then they're done. Father time. Like, because you can't get
Wiggins 3 of
26-year-old.
16 quietly from 3 since he's
Why
back.
do you think that? Why do you think he's 3 for 16?
Getting too many minutes?
He hasn't practiced in 2 months.
No, totally that. But
Steiny is going to bet on an 11-30 road team.
See,
wow. Yeah.
That
I needed to.
11
You know
30.
what? In a crazy kind of way, 925. I wanted to be wrong about the Warriors, in a way, but I'm not sure that I am.
What do you think Lakeup's feeling?
He's pissed.
He didn't look happy yesterday. I got my Lakeup cam.
Sean in South San Francisco. What's up, Sean?
Yo, my brothers from another mother. Shout out my brothers behind the boards. So as a longtime diehard Warriors fan, been riding or dying since 2015, man. Am I going to be the one that has to say it? This team needs to be blown up. They've shown us who they are the entire year. Between the bad chemistry to start the year, the terrible road record. I mean, we can't just sit here and act like playoffs come and we just turn everything on. This team is on the wrong side of 30. When your 3 superstars are struggling to log 40 minutes in a playoff game, you can't expect to just activate yourself. We bring in GP2 to try to handle guys like Fox, and he gets embarrassed out there every time we put him on the court. The Kings haven't even been shooting over 30% from 3 from the starting shooting guard and small forward spot. It's only going to get worse. So am I crazy for saying it's time to let Bob Myers walk and rebuild this team? Maybe with Steph? Or is it just realistic thinking, man? It's hard to say.
Right.
But I've been seeing that beam all the way in Frisco, man.
Wow, he just went all the way there. It ain't over, baby. Both these games were close, Stoney.
Well, if they lose this series in 5 or 6 games,
it would be heartbreaking.
Then what do you do?
Well, I think what Steph's looked us in our faces and told us what they were going to do had they not won it last year. And you think Joe Lacob wants to spend some bread on a first-round exit on whoever that is?
Holly's in San Jose. Hey, Holly.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey. Down 0-2, Holly.
Man, here's what I got to know, guys. Why? Why is Wiggins posted up on the wing instead of being under the basket? Why doesn't Kerr have him posting? The guy hasn't practiced in 2 months. Get that boy some easy buckets under the basket. Why is he shooting?
Your guess is as good as ours.
Because they're not guarding him out there.
Somebody tell me what is going through Kerr's mind right now. I just don't understand. I'm not a pro, you guys, but even I know you shouldn't have him out there failing over and over again. Post him up. Let him see the ball go through the hoop. It's mental.
Thanks, Holly.
Well, to be fair, Holly, he played 39 minutes, was good. Stoney, he made some moves that a lot of Warriors couldn't make. You already understand that, getting to the basket. But, 2 of 8 from deep, not ideal, Stoney.
What is he, 3 for 16? So clearly, I guarantee you Mike Brown was like, look, this guy hasn't played in 2 months. If he can knock down 50% from threes, let him do it. And Wiggins got to take that shot, doesn't he? If he's on the floor, he's got to take it.
So you're saying Wiggins, real quick, Wiggins' reemergence has affected Kuminga?
Of course. And DiVincenzo.
Wow.
And we knew that was coming. 888-957-9570. Warriors aren't dead yet, but they need to get moving in a hurry. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help.
Wiggins up the floor, launches a deep three, spins off the rim, Barnes the rebound, and the Warriors now are down 2 games to none and head back to Chase Center for a must-win situation in Game 3 on Thursday night. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So I was just thinking this, Goo.
Shout out Tim. Saw him last night.
And it's not to stick it to you or anybody, but like this is like, all year, everybody's just been downplaying any kind of. It's like, you know what, Goo? Keep calling them the defending champs. Go ahead, keep calling them defending champs.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call them what they are: a 6 seed.
And we'd both be right.
Champ.
No, I get what you're going.
I'm done.
I'm not giving up, man. I am not giving up.
I'm not either.
I'm shocked, but I'm gonna put it right on the table.
The Warriors. Listen, I'm gonna go down believing that somebody can't beat them until somebody beats them.
Yeah, I thought you were going Journey. Don't stop believing. But yeah, I get it. But I'm telling you, if I end up being wrong, which the right on the table is, Donnie, I think there's bigger issues at play.
Well, then they're not. Then it's over, right?
Retooling is coming of some sorts.
So wait a minute.
They're
not going to win it, is what you're saying?
No, they could shock me, and
Okay.
I'm a root. But I'm just telling you, if they were to lose in this first round series against the Kings, I think that's the inevitable, man. I just think the days of starting 2 bigs that are not going to give you scoring. I think that's helped other teams hone in on stopping Steph and Clay at this juncture in their career. And Steph Curry, I love you to death. They are D'ing your ass up. You need help, and speed kills. And right now, Sack is throwing a bunch of Tasmanian devils and pit bulls at Stephen Curry right now. And there's no doubt him playing 41 minutes is why he airballed a couple times, one time, and was 3 of 13 from deep. I thought there was no scenario to where Wardell Stephen Curry would not be the best player on the court against the Sacramento upstart Kings. And through 2 games, 8 quarters, buddy, I have been wrong. And I'm telling you, I'm going to sip on my Jack Daniels tonight and tomorrow.
What's 82 times 4?
That would be 328.
Yes.
Yeah.
So actually for 328 quarters, that's nice, man. Damn.
Yeah,
it's actually, you've been wrong for 328 quarters.
Wow.
It's been all year.
Wow. And what if I told you the 82 didn't matter?
It does now because you don't have home court.
And they're 0-2 on the road after winning 11. So you know what, Steiny? Take your lap. You were right.
Not yet.
They weren't playing possum.
You can't. Isn't it what's the thing? The vampire. You need to do like
I never was into those.
7 things to actually kill it. You had to drive a stake through the heart.
That's the one. Show them light.
You had to show, light.
Yeah.
It had to be.
That's it.
Rick Pitino.
No, there's something they're allergic to, like
garlic.
What is garlic?
Is it garlic?
Is that
Anyway, so that's the Warriors. You're going to need garlic. You're going to need daylight.
Well,
you're going to need
with
the
one
stake
more
through the
loss.
heart.
That's where they'll be at. But Steiny, let's slow it down. Slow it down. The Draymond ejection.
Okay.
Is there any part of you that thinks he may get suspended?
Maybe. Sure, of course.
Me going on social media.
How many times have we done this?
Dibs put out a great video this morning, the Daily ad. He was saying it's a King fan should be embarrassed, but it's not in their court.
Why should Kings fans? because
they're clamoring, saying last night I was walking out of there. They thought Dre should be in Santa Rita, like in jail. Okay, I get that.
I got you.
But the more I'm reading, and Adam Silver being in the building, and the reputation of Dre, it was a flagrant 2. Is there any part of me that needs to say, maybe I need to give this some more attention? Because
I think it's possible. Sure.
So imagine Game 3 with no Dre.
Imagine how many conversations we've had about this in 10 years. It's always the same with Draymond. Like, whether it's good, bad, who he is, who he isn't, it doesn't matter. It just happens, and it's not good.
What about this from Aunt Will? Looney 6'7", Dre 6'6", too small, and is finally catching up with them.
Possible.
That is very possible.
And they're losing athleticism.
Man.
Draymond is anyway. Joseph in Sunnyvale. He wants to get Kuminga in there. What's up, Joseph?
Hi, thanks for having me, Signing Guru. I have a solution. I hope Kerr is listening. The biggest red flag is the Green being wide open, not being shooting threat. I think we need to have Kuminga a power forward in that starting lineup. Put Kuminga in the starting lineup and have Green come off the bench. Kuminga can shoot the ball when they're glued to Steph, and Green can be that leader to keep Poole in check off the bench because Poole has been doing too much and costing us points and turnovers in the second quarter.
Wow, man.
I mean, the suggestion is bring Draymond Green off the bench.
Oh, no, come on now.
Well,
and they were playing that in there.
What?
E40. They were playing the nope. He wasn't there. They were trolling.
And what did that mean?
They were trolling.
How did that manifest?
That they weren't sorry for what they did to E40.
They're down 2-0. Who cares? It's not about E40.
Yep. You are.
It's not.
I didn't like that.
You didn't like what?
The DJ playing 40 and
the Warriors were playing E40 at shoot-around.
No, yeah, my bad. They also were playing it in the arena during the game, during certain foul calls, and they did safe.
Gotcha.
And I didn't like it, but Stoney's people were getting a kick out of it. Like, how low could you be? Nope. Yeah.
By the way,
I'm glad we clarified that.
I should almost tease this for 11:30. In fact, I think I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
All right, Goo, you know how most of the time, if not all, well, most, I support officials.
Go on.
You know that, right?
Father of one.
Son of one.
Yeah. That's a five.
Something happened last night that must be addressed with officials officiating, the coverage of officials.
I've been waiting for this.
And I'm going to
address it.
Yeah, and if you think
the floor is all yours,
it's going to be critical.
Can we play the Guru Grind sounder?
It's going to be critical.
The intro.
It's going to be critical because this cannot,
man.
And I may get into trouble for it because I'm going to talk about a guy specifically.
Oh,
David G in San Francisco. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing, man? I love your show. First of all,
thank you.
But I do want to say one thing. You know, I think that Dub Nation is a little disappointed this morning because I hate to say it, but the Dubs are overrated. And you guys just said right now the Dubs are a 6 seed. Yes, they are a 6 seed. You're playing against a 3rd seed. Where's the respect for your opponent? I've heard on your guys' show fans calling in talking about we're going to sweep the Kings or maybe we'll let them win one game. You guys got to respect your opponents. And the Kings or the Dubs are lucky they're in the playoffs because they were almost a 7 seed. They were almost in the play-in. But because of 1 or 2 games, they need the 6 seed. So, yeah, they are a 6 seed. And as everybody has stated the obvious, you guys don't have that record on the road. You know, you guys have a losing record on the road. So, like, what are you expecting to win? You can't win on the road. You're a 6 seed. You're a lucky 6 seed. And the other point I wanted to make was the refs. Come on. The refs were I'll agree with you guys on one thing, or a lot of things I agree with you guys, actually. But I will agree with you. The refs were bad yesterday, but on both sides. How many calls went against the Kings where there was that Clay double dribble that they didn't?
Oh my God! I forgot about that too.
So there was a lot of calls that were bad. The refs were bad on both ways. You know, the Draymond thing, that's another thing. But I just want to say, you guys are defending champs. You guys cannot be blaming on the refs. And anyways, hey, I love your show. Thank you guys for having me. Go Lakers.
Oh, he and Spadoni might have conspired there a little bit, and I know you like the Lakers too.
No, I root for greatness, LeBron.
Did I say that?
Root for LeBron. Anyway, what about that double dribble? That bothered me. And then what about the Curry charge that got overturned? So the Warriors got some.
Well, that was the right call.
Yeah, foot was on the.
I do hate that.
You can go stop and look, or what?
No, I hate that they have to win the challenge, and then lose another opportunity.
Yeah.
It's like, so the call was wrong on the court if they called a charge. I can't remember offhand.
They did call a charge.
Okay,
I was
so
like,
they changed it, which they should have. Nico's in sack.
Mac, yeah.
Nico, what's going on?
Hey guys, man. This is wow, Draymond, man. I mean, that rah style. It went a little too far last night. I mean, he's got suspended for 4, but that was he had enough technicals already to get suspended for that. This one, I don't know if he'll get suspended for this one, but I don't know. I think it was way too far. He put all his pressure onto Sabonis. He didn't really have to do all that. He could have shook his leg and probably kicked him in the face. That would have been funnier. But, last night, it seemed like the Warriors were playing a lot better than they were in Game 1, and they ended up losing by 8 points. I'm not sure what the Warriors could have done differently. You can't rest Curry any longer than you could have. He had to play the whole fourth quarter. There was not much Kerr could have done last night. Everyone's saying give Kuminga more minutes and this and that. He hasn't done anything to prove he deserves more minutes. So I don't know what Kerr can do with this lineup or what he can do to save face in this series. But I called last week and said a Warriors in 6. But watching these games, I don't know. They haven't proved to me that they deserve to win in 6. And Guru, you asked for the Kings, bro. You asked for them. You literally begged for them. And now you're sitting here crying about them being so fast, and I didn't know they were this good. Come on, man. You asked for this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say crying, Nico. I'm pointing out, what's going on in the series, but I wouldn't say crying. It's not over, but, yeah, I did want him. Want him.
Anything out? Thanks, Nico.
You love him for that one. Almost like
he kind of snuck it in there.
He did.
Snuck it in and then stuck it in.
Yeah. Holly lessons from YouTube to both of us. Keep the faith, and I think we both have it.
Well, I have a different kind of faith.
Yeah.
I'm not rooting for the Warriors, but I wouldn't dare say they'd have no chance. Yeah. They got to. Well, the thing I do not like the way
totally get it, man.
See, I don't.
It's physical.
You can't adjust or make an adjustment to quickness.
Right. That is profound.
It's just so hard. Man. You can go backdoor more, but it's.
I hear you, man. And what about this one?
Yeah.
Normally, I'm like, Curry's going to play 6 more years. I'm just using him in this example. Or Dre's going to play 5 more. You watch these 2 games, you ain't using the plus sign. You're using the minus. The Kings look for produce when I go to the store. They look fresher. So how is that going to change on Thursday?
Well,
I want to rip my mic out because I'm starting to feel like that.
2 days off. That'll help an older team. And then I think they have 2 more days off again before Game 4.
3 for Sunday.
All right, so, for teams that are old in the playoffs.
They had a week off. I ain't going for that. Nope. They had a week off before Game 1. This is bigger than that.
No, well, they're old. They're old. And
they had a week off before Game 1.
Well, I know.
And Wiggins had months off.
So what? He should have been in better shape.
No, I just hate that he's shooting too far, too many times from deep. He's playing his ass off. Man.
Kevin in San Jose. Got to figure this thing out.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Sure.
I just have a couple points. Offense and defense. So, as much as they say defense played last night, okay, there's 0 of 10 points. 0 of 10 shots that they couldn't even make last night. So why do we need a defense? Let's get down to the basics. Let's learn how to pass again. We have so many turnovers based on what? Not because the ball got stolen, because we were making excellent passes, but we just need basics. Let's just pass the ball, shoot. They were last night. The Kings were picking and rolling so good in the first quarter. I was amazed. I was like, and I was always quick. Like you just said, quickness is hard to defend against. But they were picking and rolling and taking. Nobody was on them defensively on the Warriors, and they were just shooting those 3-pointers, but they missed. So what do we need a defense for? We need to return back to the basics, and I think, let's just concentrate on that. Let's stick together. And the thing about, one point about Draymond is of all the Warriors last night, and everybody knows, excuse me, he played with his heart. Okay, yeah, he screwed up. You know, we've all screwed up. But at least his heart's out there. If he's suspended for the next 2 games, 3 games, whatever, he's going to be in it. He's going to be in that game because his heart's in there. And I think the Warriors need to take a little bit and say, hey, we need to get our hearts back.
Get back to the basics, Kevin. We got to get back to the basics. As Van Morrison said, got to get back to basics.
Jonathan Kuminga, 4 minutes. And all year long, he was your diamond in the rough. He
minus
was
10.
Dude, he played 4 minutes.
I know, that's a lot. That's a real, I mean, it got disastrous immediately, in other words.
But you got to know who you are. Dante DiVincenzo, minus 13.
Yeah.
Fox is giving him fits, but he's giving everybody fits. My whole point is, Stoney, I don't think there's a resolution by taking away, sitting guys down, who, especially young guys who are athletic. Hey, let's put it right on the table. You fought me. This ain't no victory lap. How can there be any victory when you're down 0-2? Moses Moody, out of nowhere, played good 2 or 3 from the field. He played a good 8 minutes. So come Thursday, do you think maybe that 8 could go to 17? And even if he's bad in those 17, you kind of get what you have to throw everything against the wall, Coach Kerr.
Okay, let's do the math.
Okay.
More minutes for Moody, more minutes for Kuminga, and more minutes for DiVincenzo. Okay? So that means Wiggins has got to come off the floor for at least 10 minutes. Kevon Looney's probably only going to play 10 to 12, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. But, Stoney, I don't get paid that. But it's a point. I'm looking at anytime my kids are in a situation, the first thing I think of, and my parents taught me this, is what could we have done to avoid this? You know what I mean? Was there a better alternative to avoid this?
There was. Win more games in the regular season.
JaMychal Green, 1 minute?
Okay, so he needs more time. You know what? The Dean Smith came up with this about 40 years ago. I just had a blue and white team. He'd sub in 5 guys at a time. Is that what you want to do?
No, I hated that.
Is that what you want to do?
Nah.
Okay.
I hate that.
Because they played 10 guys in a hurry when Dean Smith did that.
But you gotta be on it.
Okay, so
you ain't gotta leave a dude out there 9 minutes.
But 2 games and now deviate from everything.
Well, the Kuminga 4 minutes looks like deviate from everything. The Dante DiVincenzo 13 minutes, no field goal attempts looks like, and Jordan Poole. Hey Clay, listen, PSA to Clay, I love you, but if Jordan Poole was that hurt, you stay your ass on the bench. Don't go out there and play and fall down and throw the ball up in the rafters and say, to Poole's credit, Clay said he got half a foot. If you got half a foot, Moody should have been playing today. I don't want to hear that part of it, Stoney. You're either ready or you're not. And Poole told the coaching staff, I'm ready.
Yeah, had a bad game. He did.
20 turnovers.
And you see when
20.
When Poole
Barry Sanders.
When Poole doesn't play well, they have a tougher time winning.
Trey ain't bailing them out, man.
Trey, not sure where you are, buddy, but welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing this evening? I mean, actually, this morning still.
Yeah.
Well, what can we say? Well, you know what? I want to touch on something. You know, it's hindsight. You know, now, but I said going into this playoffs, I said this. I don't know. I didn't say this to you on your show. I said this on a particular 95.7 show on somebody's segment. I think it was like on the Saturday show. I said this. I said going into this series, I think the Kings and the Warriors is a bad matchup. Actually, I said the Warriors would have probably done themselves justice. As crazy as this is, would have done themselves justice by trying to go to the 7th seed and let the Lakers have the 6th seed. Because I think the Lakers could have handled this. I think they could have handled this. But that's hindsight. That's hindsight. You hear now. You got to do what you got to do. I still think the Warriors have a shot. Just hold service at home, and now you have to find a certain way how you can you win up. Find a certain way how can you win up there in Sacramento, and just let the chips ride, and let's see where they fall. You know,
that's all you can do right now. Trey, appreciate the call. I mean, you can't make a trade.
Yeah,
can't sign a free agent.
No,
you got the roster you got
now. I need you to hide all this sharp objects over there when I say what I'm about to tell you. And you can use whatever adjective I can take it. I'm a big boy. You know what really is bothering me? My essence
that
about
you were
this Warrior
completely
team?
wrong about the team all year?
No, that I don't rob
kidding.
them of the ability to come back and win. But what these warts, these pimples, these blackheads, these are going to follow you against the Lakers or Memphis.
No kidding.
And then after that, so
not
in
after
my
that.
mind, see, that's what makes this more sobering is like, you might get back this one.
Exactly.
But Jack, that next one,
the series is going 6 or 7.
I'm seeing cracks. That's what I'm trying to share to you, man. I ain't giving up, but I'm not the type of dude to ignore when the spouse comes home late.
Yes, you are.
On a payday.
You ignored it all year long.
I file it away.
You ignored it all year long.
I
the
did.
whole season was about hope.
This is therapeutic for me. I did. Keep going. The 11 road wins. I told you they were playing possum.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know why. Nobody can tell us why they accumulated 11 wins.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. They're older. They're not playing as hard for as long of stretches. They can't play long stretches of great ball.
You know what?
They're getting older.
It's not they don't want to.
Here's another reason why they went 11-30. Because they never, Curry missed 20 games. Wiggins missed 40 games. DiVincenzo missed the first 10 or whatever it was. They never got a rotation. They just didn't. They were playing Anthony Lamb. Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome came in and really helped them for 2 months of the season. Okay, well, guess what? Here comes Wiggins. What are you going to – you can't keep playing. I mean, it's
not they don't want to, Stoney. You said they can't sustain it.
Well, they haven't sustained it yet. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob. Actually, no, we got to go to break.
Yeah. He probably was at work.
888-957-9570. How Warrior fans feeling?
And what's the remedy? What would you do? What can Kerr do? You said they ain't growing. He ain't making a trade.
I mean, I know this might not be the greatest sports talk radio, but their best players got to play better. Yeah. If Steph, Clay, and Draymond and everybody plays a little bit better, they'll start winning. The question is, they might play better, but the Kings might be better.
And they got a better road record.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I'm nervous, man.
There's no way you can't be. Sorry. Yeah. Because even if you're
That's
one of
the
these
first time I think you understood it.
Well,
usually it's like, Guru, come on now. It's like,
now
I
it's
get
like
it.
if you're a Warrior fan and you're like saying, you know what, we can do this. Okay. But
know what? Yeah.
Hit the pike if you're going to try to tell me
That's
you ain't scared.
Okay, petrified.
Because your team has not looked good.
No doubt.
And they got to be better. They got to be better. And we'll talk about how. But first, on the other side, NBA's got to do something about the officials, and I'll tell you specifically what it is. And see you.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you.
What the F do you got to lose?
If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. We're giving you a chance to go to Game 4. Game 4, which is Sunday. Listen to Steiny and Guru between 11:30 and noon tomorrow as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 11:30 and noon. We're going to give away tickets for Game 4. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com. The only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Let me tell you what the NBA and TNT has got. They've got, and I thought this guy was a pretty good ref. They got to lose Monty McCutcheon as the spokesperson, the guy on the telecast. And I'm going to be dead serious.
Wow.
Here. You know, Goo, I've never liked to put a suit and tie on. I like being able to be casual at work. All right? But I can't wear gym shorts. You know what I mean? And I just think there's a time and place for professionalism. And with the stakes are so high for these playoff games, if fans get so into it and the refs are such a point of focus, why would you have the person who is explaining what he thinks is going on or what happened looking like Monty McCutcheon looks? He looks like Craig Sager. Right? Yeah. He's Craig Sager with a bow tie.
All right.
And sometimes he wears like the funkiest glasses. And it's like, I just think it's a bad look.
Wow.
I just think it's a terrible look.
So that unprofessional almost.
Yes, I believe it's unprofessional.
Wow. I hadn't
you
thought
look
of
on
that.
another network, who do you have? Steve Javie.
Okay.
Nice tie, nice jacket, looks good. It's like
take it serious.
You can't dress like that without wanting to draw attention to yourself, which is fine, but not in that position.
Wow. That's totally where I didn't think you were going, but damn.
Bad look, NBA.
What did you say, the funky glasses, Donnie?
Sorry.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm done with that.
No, that's good.
Let's see. By the way, my buddy Harry.
Yeah.
Not really Harry, but I call him Harry, and you're mad that he doesn't
want his real name.
Right?
Yeah.
Harry had the Kings in 6.
So you know that
and
you
I
got
got I got the receipts. Yeah, we went back and forth on an email. Basically, everything.
Now, what do you think Harry basically?
I can tell you, he thinks the Kings are too. He's a big size guy.
Okay, man,
and he just thinks the Warriors are too small. You're not going to like this. He's the one who talks a lot about age and what happens to athletes' bodies after 30, after 32. I mean, it's not. I mean, look, the Warriors have a quickness problem in this series. Now, let me ask you this: if the Kings are significantly quicker than the Warriors, and they've even got a little size on them,
dude, that's a nightmare.
I don't want to say you can't win, but you got to be perfect.
Yeah, and
people are like, we got to limit the turnovers. Well, that's
20 of them.
Turnovers have always been an issue with this team, and guess what? They become more of an issue when you got water bugs out there and young players who some of whom have length and quickness. It's just that quickness thing's just kind of the way it goes.
And okay, I'm gonna say this because I disagree with Coach Kerr. I didn't want him to say I didn't get any sleep. I don't know how I wanted him to react about these 2 losses, but I was like, man, I said it to you. Coach Kerr's in a good mood. Maybe he's looking at it feeling like that's why they got that close, Donnie. So it ain't dire like we think, because you talk about the lack of quickness and size, but yet they've had 2 opportunities to close the game.
Right. I mean, just because the Kings are younger, quicker, and more athletic doesn't mean that they're going to blow the Warriors out. But it manifests itself in.
So you're not surprised by the turnovers. I'm gonna tell you before you answer why I am. Your horses are doing it. Steph's doing it. Draymond's doing it. Clay's doing it. Wiggins is doing it. They're bothered. Okay, but still, I thought because it was go time, he would be able to rein that in. And I sold the Kings short, and Mike Brown Steiny, they are in the Warriors space. Watch Curry bring the ball up. Watch Poole. Dude, they are not falling for the okie doke. They're sound, they're young, and it's coming off the TV, and when you go in person, you see it. How do you combat that? This is the biggest adjustment.
There's no adjustment. You can't. What's the adjustment to being older and less quick? I'm waiting for that adjustment.
Rotations. Maybe I'll start Kuminga.
Well, you're not going to. The rotations are never going to be as good as they were because you're slower and you're older.
Now, not necessarily if we don't. Now, hear me out. Let's say we don't start Looney. He don't start. We start Kuminga. So you lose a little bit of size, but you lose
a lot of defense. Sorry.
Well, and rebounding because he ain't been doing that.
Anna, let's go to Anna.
Hey,
Anna's in Livermore. Hi, Anna.
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
I really enjoy your guys' show.
Thank you.
I had such a hard time watching these games. I mean, we know that we have a talented team. We know they all have good skills and they're great players, but there's no cohesiveness with this team. Their turnovers and not being in the right place at the right time. They're playing like they're hungry to win. The other team, the Kings, want to win. They're young kids. They haven't had a win in years, and they want to win. And I don't see that out of the Warriors. They're lackadaisical. I don't get it. It's really sad because they have a lot of talent.
Anna, maybe it's as simple as wanting something more than the Warriors. Maybe it's hunger. Warriors won it last year for the fourth time.
But
Kings are there for the first time.
Okay, but we're doing radio with you, Steiny, and I'm giving you your credit. You said this has been a staple, the turnovers of the Warriors the whole run. They were just great enough to overcome them.
Right. They're not that team anymore.
But I'm being so serious because I'm kind of talking to myself.
Yeah, you are. No.
Where's that slippage? What category would you put? We all established they're not as great as they once were, but where's that slippage? What category?
Every single category.
That's scary, man.
Every single category.
Because I'm starting to see it, man. And it's not just somebody. It's collectively, man. It was kind of there in the regular season.
Yeah. Like here's let me just throw this out because this is the way I think. And you might think this is a paradox. So, and I know, are Warriors a smart team? They smart?
You don't have 4 titles if you're not smart.
Well, and I would tend to agree with that. But let's really talk about what makes a smart team. Doesn't a smart team take care of the ball?
Oh, that's number one.
Okay, well, they don't do that. They never have. Okay?
Wow.
How about shot selection? That's a sign of a smart team. How's the Warriors' shot selection been this year?
See, I ain't been on that wagon.
It's been terrible.
But shoot or shoot. Okay.
Yeah, and
you got 2 dudes in the start lineup that don't shoot, so it ain't that bad.
They're getting more shots. They're taking worse shots. They're taking harder shots. The shots, maybe they're the same shots, but guess what? They're harder because they're older. It all is just little stuff.
Oh, man.
So my question is, you know what? And their offense, you got to be smart to run it. And know what they and maybe that's one of the problems Kuminga's having is adjusting to that.
No doubt. Wiseman too, maybe.
But what I'm getting at is how smart are they really? And they won 4 titles. They're obviously smart, of course. But I'll say, but you know what? They were so great. They just overcame. They just overcame their sloppy play when they had Durant and the Big Four. You know what I mean? Like when you score at a clip like they were scoring. It doesn't matter if you have 15 turnovers or 19. That's just the difference in winning by 15 or 7.
I get it.
George in San Francisco. Hey, George.
Hey, how you doing?
Hanging in.
Talk to us.
Yeah. So, very frustrating watching these last 2 games. I was pounding on my coffee table, my young son watching me when you're seeing all these fouls and all these turnovers. And a lot of credit to Mike Brown. I think he's really outcoached us. These Sacramento players have been playing with such urgency. It's been incredible. However, as a fan, I'm so grateful to this team and what they've done. These 4 championships, and hey, we've got 2 games at home. If they take those 2 games, we've got a real series, and I'm still going to support this great team and hope they can do something.
One game at a time. We got to win next game.
And they are night and day. The scary part about next game, Stoney, is you could look at the splits home away for the Warriors, but you could do that with Sacramento. They play better on the road. But now you can't tell me the fact that they got 2 in their back pocket. They feel like not a freebie, but just their mind will be free. Let it all hang out.
Warriors got to win 4 or 5.
Now I hate when
they got to win
do
4
that.
or 5 with 2 of them on the road.
But wouldn't you want this to now again? Wouldn't you want it to be a first time, a virgin team to the playoffs?
And that's where I almost.
Well, look where that got me. That thought process. It got me down 0-2.
Snort at that.
Yeah.
From the same people who say, "Well, championship pedigree is going to come out," and the fact that the Kings have no experience. Oh man, that's going to come out and be a huge. And now, all we're down to now is, well, maybe the Kings will get nervous on the verge of closing the Warriors out.
Wow. You know what I'm going to say to you?
I mean, man, you
and you could
begging.
put this in the cap. It's been a while. We'll bring this back, Evan Spadoni. But I'm going to say it now because I don't need to see anything else. And I kind of been holding it in, kind of let little bits of it out, but I kind of caught myself because I know what Steve Kerr is, a future Hall of Fame coach. He changed this franchise, gave it an offensive system that we haven't seen in forever. But I will tell you this year, when you talk about the totality of this year, the deficiency he has, and I think those are some of the chickens coming home to roost that you talked about yesterday, was he, and this is his prerogative, Bobby Brown, did not prop up these young guys. And if you look me in the face on this Tuesday after an L, okay, and if you tell me, Goo, I've never heard you mention this phrase that I'm about to lay on you and the listeners, it will be greater later. I was saying that at every turn.
Right,
for
in
Wiseman,
2026.
for Moody, for Kuminga. If that was the title of the jam leaving training camp, that you were going to try to have the tread like the older 3 and 4 with Looney, and we would, take some lumps. But guess what? We might be the 6th seed. That is all. One guy's not even here. Okay, the number 2 pick, Wiseman. Okay, I won't even go down that road.
This is James Wiseman.
But what's happening to hey James? What happened to Kuminga last night?
Right,
and then you have, and I love you, Coach Kerr, the audacity to run Moody out there after you guys treated him like some stale bread, like he couldn't play, and had you and me going 12 rounds because I'm telling you Moody can play. He's a youngster. Stoney, these dudes don't come in the league ready to play.
I know.
Hello,
so that's why
guys.
That's why
you have to nurture.
That's why a championship team should not draft projects. That's why projects don't fit on a championship team. And you know what?
So even then, that got it wrong. Then
here's to me a fair criticism. You know what? Front office and coaches weren't on the same page. They're not the same. They weren't on the same page this year.
But how can that happen?
Because they're not perfect. Because
I would never do anything for this show
because they can't make mistakes.
If you said it bothered you or you weren't on board, it wouldn't even whatever I was trying to do, I wouldn't enjoy.
Right. Okay, let's try to do this in sequence. Yeah. Before the season starts, Joe Lacob saying, "Hey, let's play those younger guys." Steve's probably like, "Oh, no doubt. In fact, Joe, we got to play the younger guys.
Let's go
because the old guys are getting old."
Yeah. And they just won a chip.
You started the season 3-7. 3-7.
All right, I got that.
Okay, so let's wait till we get to 6-17. Then you don't make the playoffs.
But why the panic after 10 games, even though it was 3-7?
Because they were 3-7, and it looked awful. It not only looked awful, it was embarrassing. To put your young players out there, they looked so bad.
Well, how's it going to look now if you don't get off the mat and drop another 2 to Sacramento, and then people are
It's not
looking
a
at the
big deal,
Warriors
Goo.
like they feel like
It's not a
boys
big
demand
deal.
the end of the road.
It is. The dynasty is coming to an end. Whether it's this year, next year,
this version of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
But
hold
Steph
on.
ain't going nowhere.
You can hold on to whatever you want to hold on to. They've already held on to the dynasty longer than just about any team ever has. This is the natural cycle of things. The explanations are.
I feel like I'm in a doctor's office and he's saying, there's nothing you can do, Mr. Dude, I hate hearing it, but no, it's real.
Okay.
But
let me be the doctor.
You ain't the only one. YouTube's writing it, man. But you got Curry who's still.
Call me Dr. Steinmetz.
Dr. Stein.
I've got bad news to deliver to you Warriors. Your time is short. You don't have a long time. You don't have a long time
Doc,
to
you
live.
don't know that.
No, I don't. I can't say it's going to happen in the next week or two. Might not even happen within the year, but you're not going to live past 2025.
You know, that's pretty, you sounded like a doctor. But, dude, you know, Stoney, they got Steph, man.
Oh.
I'm just telling this. Why did you take it there, though? You brought in Lakeup and Myers. I'm talking about Kerr. You do what your boss tells you to do. And the biggest fan, I can go to every athletic article or TK podcast with Joe Lakeup. Talking about, I don't know what, remember it is, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know what the fans were talking about. I like what I saw from Wiseman. I don't think they prop Wiseman up. Now, here I go.
They weren't on the same page.
I'm going
They
Perry
made
Mason.
a mistake.
Okay, I'm going Woody Harrelson, True Detective, the best version of Stoney. I'm starting to think some veterans got in the way and impeded and messed up that nurturing that Wiseman was supposed to get.
Yeah.
Because guess what? He can score you 14 points. He can score you 18 and get you 12 rebounds.
Yeah, Warriors,
you can't use that.
Warriors didn't get a stop the last 6 minutes. I don't care about 14 points.
Well, their linebacker, Ray Lewis, was in the locker room.
I don't know what that means.
Draymond Green is their Ray Lewis of their defense.
No. He can't do that. Brian and Hayward. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going well.
I just want to say I'm loving the show.
Thank you.
And, let me start with not Green, but Brown. And like Goose said, Bobby Brown, I feel like after last night's fiasco with Draymond Green, he needs to have a little bit of a Brown mentality. I think he was thinking to himself, everybody's talking all this stuff about me, man. Why don't they just let me live?
That's
because that guy's out there giving his all. And after I saw that play with Sabonis, what are there, 300 guys in the league? Probably about 290 of them would have gotten the benefit of the doubt if they had their leg grabbed when they were trying to run away. But Draymond's probably only a handful of guys where they had to look at it and say, okay, that's a flagrant too. And also, in terms of, the offense, the offense was off last night, guys. More than once in the second half, I saw Steph and Clay within an arm's reach of each other in a corner without the ball. For being a team who's spaced so well over the years, I think that was one of their biggest issues last night with the offense. And, man, let Draymond live, everybody. Let Draymond live. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was pretty funny. The arm's length of each other. You remember how you shared with us, myself and the listeners, the first time you played the Inner City Kids?
Oh, yeah.
And you just felt like you knew. I can't speak for the Warriors, and I won't. But, Stoney, to my eyes, because my eyes talk to my brain.
I think it's a great analogy.
It is some of that.
Yes.
The common, easy pass you take for granted. Here, that is hard.
Exactly.
That is hard.
I'm right with you.
And I never thought we talked and dissed their defense. Everybody did all season long. But
I'm with you.
Is that execution by Sack, or is that will, or is that want?
It's quickness and length.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
my goodness.
Okay, so the Warriors commit 20 turnovers last night. They were a little careless with the ball. Okay, you know what? I bet if they really put their mind to it, they could only commit 12 to 14 at Chase Center. But they're going to have to play different. You have to be more conscious of turning the ball over, which means you have to be a little less free, which means, that's not going to be all positive. You're going to have to be a little more deliberate.
But
with
what
your
if you're
offense.
pressured, you're overwhelmed with that pressure, so the ball becomes a hot potato, Stoney, and you want to give it up.
You've got to pass it a split second soon rather than a split second late. But there's not one thing you do. It's just, you got it. Yeah. AJ in Concord. Hey, AJ, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Stoney. Thanks for asking. Listen, I think the perfect cocktail has been created here when they plucked Mike Brown from us. He knew us in and out, right? And then, not to point out the elephant in the room, but Stoney, you said it before, and I'll just echo it. We're not who we were last year. We don't have the same pieces. Otto Porter stretched the defense. We don't have that. If Jermichael Green was supposed to be Otto Porter, I'm sorry, he can't even be counted as a poor man's Otto Porter, much less a replacement or a substitute, if you will. Mike Brown understands how we operate. And if he was the so-called architect of our defense, well, don't you think removing that piece of the puzzle probably led to our inability to play defense in the same manner? But we're also a year older.
Right.
And to Steiny's point, man, and I hate to echo this over and over again because Warrior fans aren't, and me included, we're not willing to admit this to ourselves. We haven't had the rotations correct. We haven't had the balance. In Sacramento, they've had rotations all year long. They haven't had any major injuries. So they completely understand how to operate in their own space. And Mike Brown is the perfect person to kind of go against us right now. Perfect cocktail to beat us, guys.
It's not bad, AJ. Not bad at all.
I cannot. Go ahead.
It's not bad.
Starting on a scale, I know how you do. Goo, I don't get too excited. I don't get too high. I don't get too low. Seriously, on the scale, and I'm asking you as a friend, 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how surprised are you that the Warriors are down 0-2 to the Sacramento Kings? Give it to me.
7.
Oh, that's
7.
Pretty high. That's pretty high. I'm at 11.
I mean, I picked the Warriors to win in 6. Now, part of that was just being scared of Warrior fans.
The blowback, right? But
a lot of that was just being afraid. I'm a little bit scared.
But a 7 for you is real,
right? Because I expected them to split. Now, if the Warriors win Game 3, that drops to a 5.
No, the new information.
So.
I got to tell you about my visit too, Steiny, because when we get back, I saw We Believe in. Go ahead, in person and in the bars in the Union.
Yeah,
We Believe it was incredible, but they're doing something up there, man. It's just almost as equal or the same. And
1 year. They're gonna have one big year and then.
See, no, I mean, it don't. Hey, we ain't talking about that. We're just talking about the now.
Gotcha.
It's incredible, man.
Yeah, it looks great.
And then
on
when
TV.
they light the beam, the dude goes 5. So whatever you're doing, stop. And then it's Mayweather who was at the game. He looked mad.
Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, he looked like he bet on the Warriors. And I saw 50 Cent walking to the car.
Kind of.
No, I told you I laid out
because somebody actually on the text line's like.
Telling me to stop.
Well, no, just that it feels like you might have had money on the Warriors. I had money on the Warriors last night.
Yeah.
They got beat. They got beat. Don't be scared, dog. All right, coming up on the other side. Wait, you're going to say something?
Well, it's a show, so we both say something. But no, I was just going to tell you about my outing, but that was it. And I ran into 50 Cent.
Nice.
Walking to the parking lot, he had his goons. I want to say 50. Let me get a flick, but Curry was enough.
I think there's a portion of Warrior fans who may have gotten schnookered. And I'll explain what I mean in 5 minutes. Monster sack.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list.
Now Monk will bring it up. Gets it across with 3 seconds to spare. Dribbles it over to Simonis in the corner. There's Mitchell. He'll fire again. And Davion Mitchell hits a 3. Wow. That is not what the scouting report says he'll do.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy!
We shared the elevator
Thank
last
you.
night. Me and Tim chopped it up a little bit.
Did you tell him I was mad at him?
No, I didn't know. For what?
Nothing.
I
love Tim. Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question.
And I got one for you.
The relationship between you got the Warriors and the fans. You got Lacob. You got Lacob buying a team.
He was not
winning
happy.
4 titles.
Yeah.
Here's the way I feel. You tell me the way you feel. It feels like something's happened with the Warriors' greatness where either Lacob has convinced the fans or the fans, some fans, either Lacob's convinced a segment of fans or there's a segment of fans that just are believers, and it's that the Warriors are impervious to struggle or to a down cycle. You know what I mean? Like, this guy right here, Guru, it's not happening this year. I'm not hating, just facts.
Sound like my boy Reg B and you.
I'm not here to kick, to me, I can't believe it lasted 9, 10, 11 years. And it's still technically going on.
Right, I appreciate that. I was about to say it.
It's possible looking 5, 6, 7.
There's your answer.
There could be some lean years.
Yeah, but there's your answer.
What? No, but I think there's people that are convinced that this is almost never going to end. What about Steph? Well, Steph's going to play for 5 more years. Okay, really? Steph's going to play for 5 more years.
Wow.
Okay.
I thought you were going somewhere else.
But I mean, as great as Steph is, great. What's happening right now with Steph?
He's getting older.
And he might do Thursday what he did in Boston last year.
No doubt. I expect it.
I wouldn't bet against it. But all I'm saying is
his biggest opponent right now in his career is Father Time.
And here's the thing, Joe Lacob would probably say, if I'd be Joe Lacob heard that, he'd be like, yeah, you're right, Matt. I'm not giving in. There's no reason we can't have Dynasty and keep a Dynasty for 20 years, 30 years. I'm not giving in. No, I won't accept that the natural cycle of sports means you're going to have a downward trend at some point, even after the most success possible. Look at the Chicago Bulls. Look at where the Spurs are right now.
Oh, my God.
But I guarantee you, Joe, there's a part of Joe that thinks, I'm going to be different. I'm actually going to kind of never lose.
Okay.
And I mean individual years, but, I'm going to, Joe Lacob's 60. Let's say he lives till he's 90 and then he gives it to his sons. He's going to say, for 35 years, we won, essentially. Well,
no. And he's experienced some losses, too.
That's all I'm saying. It's.
But there's been a 15-win season in there that got you Wiseman that went poof. There's also been the play-in that we never talk about where Curry didn't score in the overtime against Memphis. So there and I know Clay wasn't there, but he's experienced some downtimes. This is me.
I'm talking about years. And even during the down years, there was a reason. Clay was hurt.
No doubt.
Curry
hurt his hand.
If Clay doesn't get hurt, maybe they don't win it those 2 years, but they probably are in the playoffs and go deep. I got to give. Warriors have had a hell of a run. It's not over.
And go ahead. I have nothing to say when you put that on it.
Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call.
Sure.
It's like, the way I look at it is you guys are not giving Sacramento enough credit. They have to make some very, very tough shots. And Sacramento is not going to let Curry and Clay beat them. Curry got 2 or 3 guys on him, and Wiggins cannot make those big shots. They don't have a Durant to make those big shots when they put Clay and Curry on maximum lockdown.
I don't want to interrupt you, caller, because I want to hear your answer on the air. But how many other teams have played the Warriors and said, we're not going to let Curry and Clay beat us, and they had they couldn't do it. So that ain't enough to me. Why is it different this time?
The reason why it's different this time is because we don't have Durant. They've done it. They're putting Curry and Clay on lockdown, but they don't have Durant to make those big shots. And give credit to Sacramento. They're making big shots, especially Harrison Barnes making big shots at the end. And the other guy, they're making big shots. So they just don't have a Durant that can fill in the hole for when Curry and Clay are on lockdown. And personally, I just think Draymond Green just a one-way player, and he hurts them because he's no threat on offense, and that's why I think they should put Kuminga in. Thank you guys for taking my call.
More Kuminga. And let me take note. It was more of what he said about Dre, Stoney. And you said every good run comes to an end. You know I'm not sitting here telling you in the masses it's over. But you can retool, reboot. You can evolve. And I'm just starting to wonder, in this era of the NBA, 2 starters not looking for their shot is over. Maybe that's what's coming to an end. And you know who that falls on? If it is true and it's happening? On the Splash Brothers, because they are. Caller was right. It ain't. Give me a poor man's Durant. Give me something a Bobby Portis. Give me somebody that can take pressure off my 2 studs who have been able to live this great life because teams couldn't catch up with the way we did it. But right now, it's apparent to me that they are playing nickel and dime defense. Just sit back. Ain't no reason to blitz Dre. And it's tick, 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 tick. And then when the other guy gets it, oh, God, he said, Sonny, that's it. And Sacramento ain't playing that way because everybody, whoever gets it, hey, if you feeling frisky, go. They don't have any limitations as you're not going to shoot the ball and the defense can't collapse or make moves, counter moves, knowing they're not. You know what? We're not playing an offensive mannequin.
I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but that sounds like a personnel issue.
Well, my point, it is if you don't run Kuminga out there or trust Moody.
And that's why, honestly, there's been a disconnect. There clearly has been a disconnect between the front office and the coaching staff. And with all due respect, I could care less what they say.
Wow.
There's nothing they can say. They drafted Wiseman. They've now traded Wiseman. They got back Peyton. Why? For the now.
Yeah.
They went into the season saying, we're developing the younger players. That changed. They made a mistake.
Oh, man.
They misassessed something, or Wiseman didn't pay, whatever it was. And that's the other thing that I feel like, just playing along with what I said before, it's like, this organization can make mistakes.
Right.
They can make mistakes.
Okay.
And you know what? They might make another one soon. And they might make another one in a year. And all of a sudden, we don't talk about them as light years anymore. By the way, I'll give you a little pet peeve of mine. Looking at The Athletic today, saw a headline. The Kings are the stress test, and the Warriors role players are failing it.
Watch yourself. That's TK. I read that and thought of you, Stoney.
Role players.
See, I knew. I thought of you.
The Kings are a stress test for the Warriors, and the Warriors role players are failing it. Why don't we just cross out role players and say stars? Because that's.
But Clay had 21 last night, Stoney.
So what?
Everybody acts like he had 9.
So what? The big 3 ain't good enough in first 2 games.
So now that's different than that.
Stars. They're stars. Stars. The Kings are a stress test, and the Warriors, not role players, they're stars, are failing.
But Dante DiVincenzo did not scratch last night. He didn't score 1 point.
Why do you think?
Because Sack is presenting different problems. It's the playoffs. Or maybe he's tired when the coach started him. So
why did he have to start him?
Wow.
Because Andrew Wiggins took half the year off.
Oh, man.
You know what? I'm going to get to this guy, Chris, because he says I'm Charles Barkley. Yo, what's up, Chris?
Hey, Steiny.
What?
I'm okay if you don't like the Warriors, but don't come on there and say, oh, I'm not on the air to knock them down. Yes, you are.
No,
you
I'm
love
not.
this. Just
No, I'm
stand on it.
I love
Say,
basketball.
Yeah, I told you this was going to happen.
That's right. That's right. I did. Go ahead.
You've been knocking them down the whole year. Yeah, you say a few
They were
good things
44.
here and there.
They're
Well,
44 win team.
Just stand on what you believe in. Yes, we're old.
Right.
The Kings are now what the Warriors were when we won our first championship.
What ain't I standing
We're just
on?
old.
What
We
am I
just gotta
not
let it go.
standing on?
Stand on it, Steiny. Stand on your opinion.
Hey, Chris, what am I not standing on?
Well, you just, a couple minutes ago, you said, oh, I'm not on here to knock the Warriors when they're down.
I'm not.
You love this. You are the Bay Area Charles Barkley.
The
That's
bottom
what you
line.
are saying. It's fine.
Go ahead.
It's fine.
You know, and did you hear me say? Did you hear me say that the dynasty has already lasted longer than most dynasties in sports history? In sports history. Like, I don't have to root against the Warriors. Dynasties come to an end.
I get that. I understand. We are old. I get it. But don't come on and say, oh, I'm not here to knock them. You love this.
It's
Steiny. You love this.
It's not. I don't care if I love it or not. I'm going to be the same way either way. They surprised the world last year. Van Gundy called it the most improbable title of his lifetime. I didn't think they were going to win it. I said it all year. They're not going to win it. They won it. They proved me wrong. I was wrong. Holy hell. The dynasty's still going. All right, this year, they get off to a bad start. I'm like, they don't look good. What am I not standing on?
Huh?
Thanks, Chris.
I think he
I actually wasn't as mad as I made it sound like.
I think his point was you're enjoying them being down, or if they lose. I think that's what I took from it. Your fetish is being fed that they're losing.
Okay, and I've addressed that.
Yeah.
How many times we go over to the facility?
Yeah, but more than once.
Okay. We have Bob. I love Bob Myers.
Yeah, right.
I have a good relationship with Lakem.
Yeah.
Love Steph Curry.
There you go.
I love Klay Thompson. Draymond Green, I love and hate, just like everybody else. But what I don't like is a small percentage of fans that don't look at this team through a lens of kind of gratefulness, quite frankly.
Right. I get it.
And those are the ones that, you know what? I don't mind if they get their comeuppance. You're right, Chris. Because I know, because I was around this team in 1995 when they, after 95 when they stunk. And I saw fans sticking it out year after year after year.
Dub Nation.
12 years without going to the playoffs. Like, there's a majority of the fans who I have more respect for them than any fan base I've ever come across. But there's a group of Warrior fans that just don't get it. They don't get it. They're entitled. And those are the ones I don't mind seeing get their comeuppance. But just because I'm more critical of the Warriors than most people doesn't mean I don't praise the hell out of them.
I get it.
I
think he knows how you feel.
Patty.
Hey.
Patty. And by the way, it's like, they're not out of the series.
Yeah.
I predict, they can win 4 games. I predict them to win.
How you doing, Patty?
What's up, Patty?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah. Better than the Warriors, Patty.
That's all right. Hey, you guys are doing a good job. Listen, you know that incident with Draymond last night?
Yes.
Basically, if any of us would have done something like that, it would have been assault and battery and we would have been in jail. But nothing happens to these
professional athletes that can't control themselves. What's your take on that?
Wow,
I think it's stuff that happens in a game.
Okay.
Tempers flare. We've seen it throughout his career.
In real time, you obviously didn't know. I don't know if you did because I was at the game.
Yeah.
I said, this is the worst thing to happen to Draymond. I said, oh, my God, he's done.
Which thing? The stomp?
The stomp.
Okay.
And the place went still, and then they showed it up on the board, but they didn't show Sabonis grabbing his ankle.
No, they showed. I watched the game. You saw it. You can see it.
Well, on the board in the stadium, they showed just the stomping. And then when you saw your boy had it, Van Gundy, then it's different. So what the young Patty is saying, she's probably tired of Dre's stuff because there's a track record. But last night, Donnie, he was justified in what he did. Sabonis was grabbing the ankle. Sabonis was on the ground.
Justified to me is the wrong word. That's all.
So for both of them, no honor amongst thieves.
Sabonis was wrong, but what Draymond
did
was not justified.
So he can still get suspended then. If the NBA looks at that.
I don't know. Maybe.
If you call me a bum and I shoot you, I'm going to jail. I can't go to court and say, he called me a bum. Those two things don't equate. So if you're right and the NBA looks at it like, okay, yeah, Sabonis was wrong, who got a tech?
Right.
I just think that's why Dre won't get suspended because a tech was in 2 techs.
You're holding your breath, though.
Oh, it's everything. I don't think they'll stick it to the Warriors like they did in 16. Silver was at the game. When do you think we know this stuff?
Something said it'll come down today.
Yep.
Hey!
Yeah, you and that guy, I like that. You let him know how you feel. You let him know how you feel.
Apology not accepted.
He didn't apologize.
I'm thinking.
You know what? Wait a minute.
Was I somewhere smoking a cigarette?
Was I with you yesterday saying, yeah, own it. Own it. Because that's what he kept saying to me.
You might have.
Own it.
Yeah.
Stand on it.
I'll stand on it. Yeah. Stand on it. Listen, I got to stand. I got to stand on that I'm not a Warrior fan. And I got to stand on the fact that I tend to be critical when I watch basketball, and unfortunately,
but you're just saying
I'm not a
Dynasty's
fan, and I'm critical of the home team.
But you don't need me to help you.
But I recognize, as somebody who's covered,
yeah,
I mean, like, dude, I covered the worst franchise in the NBA for 12 years, and now they're the greatest franchise in the NBA for 12 years.
That's amazing.
It's like, hello,
that's amazing.
You play to win. No.
You're critical of everyone, though. I mean, you're calling Sabonis soft in Game 1, and Game 2 didn't like the way he's going on with his histrionics and stuff.
But we knew this when he came from Indiana. You and I talked about Sabonis. Right. We kind of say he ain't my cup of tea. You can put up the numbers. But, Steiner, you look at last night, 24, 9, and 4 or 5 assists. I'll take that. What did Draymond give you? That's what I'm saying.
What?
There's no body punches from the Golden State Warriors. And they won a chip last year. Like, that's incredible. That is truly, and Evan's too young to know, there was a show on ABC every Wednesday night. It was called That's Incredible, Evan. And the Warriors in this dynasty still going. What a series not over. But what I wish you would have said to the dude is, hey, partner, hey, pal, bucko, I'm going happy days. Your whole point was just the dynasty's in.
510 said, no, Steiny, I said own it. So I'm going to assume that.
Oh, that's him.
I love you. But what was his name? Chris?
Something like that.
I love you, Chris. I actually wasn't as mad as I sounded.
Mick who? But it's funny when you get into it and it ain't with me. I just sit back. I've done that with
I love that. I love doing that with you.
I think it was me and Priest at one time, and I got mad at you because I felt like you changed up on me.
No, I'll run for cover.
Yeah. What did Vontae call Shasky? Sausalito Shasky would, if he felt like he being a little light-footed.
It might have been Sonoma Shasky.
We'll call you.
Brian's in San Francisco. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Doing good, Steiny. How about yourself, brother?
Doing well, buddy. Thank you.
All right, so I just wanted to bring up 3 points. I kind of try to team everything together. The first point is, I got to give it up to Mike Brown. He's playing chess pretty good. I think Steve Kerr needs to do a better job with the X's and O's and try to execute a different game plan where that Mike Brown doesn't know, and hopefully that can bring up that full pressure down to a little bit. You got to get more cohesiveness when you're going up and down the arena. The second point is what happened yesterday with Green is like, hey, you put yourself in that situation. Okay, like if I'm that guy and someone's holding my leg and he's afraid of going and extending his leg because he's got injury, and the guy's there, hey, that's his fault. Why you gotta blame him? They should rescind that flagrant foul. And my third point is with the zebras. I mean, you guys talked about it throughout the day.
We lost.
Was
Brian.
he turning right or left? He had that thing on a while. I took that from Evan.
It's a great one.
The Evan gave it.
Damn it.
Dude, two ones I've stolen, but I've cited where I got them from.
Thanks, Gil.
925. This is Chris. I said stand on it.
Oh,
Love
yeah,
you
new
too.
friend.
Love you too. Wenti course on me whenever you want.
I love it.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm.
Man.
Appreciate it.
Has there ever been a tech rescind? No, he got thrown out, so ain't nothing getting rescinded. When you get thrown out, they don't say, "Oh, we messed up." So those 2 points are sticking.
Like Sabonis did something, and Draymond did something back, and like we always acknowledge. They see the second one. Now they saw the first one when they went to the review
Sabonis with the X-rays and MRI, and then Dre said today, whoever did this for Dre, he got an X-ray on his ankle.
Well, it's
that's wrestling that I like.
Honestly, I don't want to devote too much time to Draymond, and here's why. I mean, we can definitely address the last 6 minutes when he doesn't play and you can't get a stop. But to me, it's past whether Draymond got screwed or Draymond shouldn't have been or Draymond can't be suspended or the league again is doing. We're beating ourselves up over the head. He may have been in the right and he may be punished. He may have been in the wrong and not be punished. We've seen it all with Draymond. We've seen it all with Draymond Green. So we've had the is he right, is he wrong, is he getting poor treatment for 10 years now. It's like, I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
But I got to bring
Let's
this
just
up.
acknowledge that they're going to be 6 of these a year.
All right.
That's all.
But this is the first one in the playoffs since 2016, and I text JD this in real time. Stoney, I'm looking at the Warriors bench, and I have no idea. Tell me, am I being too nosy as a fan and what we do for a living? Do you think there's any Warrior player that was mad at Draymond for putting himself in that situation and getting ran?
Yes.
But I guess
there's no but.
I'm not saying I want drama. It's somebody's got to get to a mic and let him know. Because I was hoping, I hope he don't do a podcast.
That's a little.
And to his credit, he didn't do a podcast last night.
No, he's got 3 days to do it.
No, but my point is, if you do it that day, it's almost like not you're happy because we know that's. Dude, Curry couldn't have been. But he'll always, you know what? Just like you've had my back and I've had yours when you're wrong, I'll never out you publicly. But I was looking at his teammates like, even Iggy, that wasn't cool. Dude, you going to leave? We can't stop nobody with you. And now you're about to leave us for 6 minutes?
Well, to me, there were 2 things. One is the stomp, which has to be dealt with.
Is that? But you said that ain't how you pronounce it on Twitter.
But to me, it's how out of control he was with that fan looking into Arco Arena. Golden One Center. No, but that's it. That's right. But that's where if I'm Draymond's teammate
he was intense
for 8-10 years and I'm seeing him, I'm sorry. I'm rolling my eyes again. I'm not saying, boy, this guy continues to be our fuel and we can't. Yeah, that comes later. That comes later when you assess Draymond. But in the moment, I got to believe some guys were rolling their eyes because they've had enough of that crap. Everything's sponsored by the Department of Health Care Services.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity.
You know, after the game, I was actually thinking about that. Like, man, I think this is one we haven't seen yet, and we've conquered all the rest of them. So, why not go conquer this one? Be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It's good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Draymond Green after last night's Game 2 loss. John Dickinson joining us at 1 o'clock.
JD.
I don't know if they're practicing tonight, today or not, but JD's embedded. He's embedded.
He did the pre and post from the facility.
Embedded.
He went in
from
last
the Golden
night.
One Center?
Yeah, he went in on JK.
On
I'll
who?
bring it. JK. Kaminga last night. Like, he wouldn't have played as much as he's been playing, to paraphrase.
I respect that.
Dude, Stoney, I know we got the guys coming in here in an hour. Not that I'm looking that far ahead. I just think Kerr, if he had it to do over the organization, to coddle the youngsters a bit much, because I can make an argument right now. If we had a beer and you had all the time in the world, ain't no reason Wiseman is not here. That's just, you don't throw
Wait,
seven.
I'm sorry, one more time?
There's no reason in hell 7'1", 250-pound dude is not here, especially after you so eloquently talked about what goes into the puberty of a young NBA big. Like, you got to give, what did they panic for? This? Like, and I love GP too. And I think you sold him short when we talked about scores. Steiner, he's been hit a few threes last night.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to be guarded.
He don't create as much.
He doesn't really need to be guarded either. His man can help, which makes it harder on the guards. And then when he gets a three, how many does he make? Did he kill him with the three? I don't even know.
But he'll make about 2 or 3.
Okay, well, I'd rather him go to. Well, yeah. What did Peyton do last night?
I'm about to tell you offensively. Gary Payton, the second, Steiny, 27 minutes.
Okay.
5 of 6 from the field.
Pretty good.
Get this, 2 of 3 from the three-point land, and they were big ones, and 6 rebounds.
Okay.
I can make an argument. Should he be playing a little more than 27? I'm just asking.
And do you want him taking 12 shots? Because, see, that's where I think we get into trouble.
I want his defensive prowess out there more. I don't mind.
All right, you know what?
No, I'm being real.
No, I get it.
Because Kerr's got to do something.
And
if it ain't going to be Kaminga or Moody.
Right. Maybe people can say, Steinmetz, what game are you watching?
Doesn't GP play the same position as Kaminga, though?
Basically. Can Peyton is Peyton II left a defensive imprint on the series?
Oh, he made a strip last.
Yeah, I know. Last game.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah. He had a great strip in game one too. Has he made a defensive imprint?
He's been to me the best defensive player. But
well, then that's a problem because Draymond's got to be that guy.
Well, you got to be able to be on the court.
Yeah. Well, here's the one thing.
But to Evan's point, okay. Now, if you're telling me that he's playing Kuminga's position and that's why he's not playing, I'll back off.
That's one of the reasons.
But it ain't the ultimate. And the ultimate is right now you have no confidence in the kid. And he probably has none in himself.
We can't play Peyton and Kuminga together, really.
Yeah, I'm not lobbying for that. So if you're telling me no Gary Payton II, Evan, and I'm getting Jonathan Kuminga, sign me up.
Like, here's where, and I don't want to just make it I love getting in the weeds with stuff. But
420 coming up.
Who's playing well for the Warriors? Nobody. There's nobody right now that can say I'm having a good series.
I'm with you.
Steph? No, he's not having a good series.
You know what, Steiny? I'm going to take that back, but we're going to fight real quick. I know you fought out.
Say Clay's doing fine.
No, I'm saying
care.
Wiggins outside of the three ball.
Yeah, Wiggins doing all right.
All right, okay.
Wiggins doing all right.
That's your best.
Draymond, Clay, and Steph. Nothing. None of those three having a great series. And you know what? This is, and now, to me, this is the huge question. Steph, Clay, and Dre aren't playing great. When they played like this in the past, they either never played like this in the past, or when they did, they were able to overcome it.
Right.
So what do you think it is? Because I'm not saying I know the answer.
A combination.
Okay.
But my number one is they're not as fast as they used to be. But they didn't. But I don't, man, Steiny, I just don't. They just did it in June. Now, if you tell me you gassed up the car, and you used it all, you're at it. I
mean, you've used that all year, and I've tried to push back on it, saying last year was so different because every guy, all the big three, got a rest during the season. Clay didn't come back until after Christmas, so he played half a year before the postseason. Steph missed a month before the postseason. Draymond was out half the year. They got whole at the right time. They went on a run. But that run has taken a lot out of them, particularly the older players. And it showed in the regular season, and to me, it's showing now.
And that's why you were adamant when I kept saying, Steiny, when you say it the way you just said it, I really feel like because I'm watching it play out now, because your voice was on my shoulder in the arena like, this is what he was I can't tell you. This is what he was talking about. But that's why you said there was no switch to hit. They used the switch last year.
Well, what if they're flipping the switch? And this is what's happening.
That's the scary part.
Let's go to Trucker George. Trucker George in the Port of Oakland. Hey, Trucker.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
All right.
Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
I must give props to Steiny. He's been calling this all year long, and he usually goes along with the words, maybe this is who they are.
Well,
second off, there is one player on this team, and it's not Steph Curry, that this whole thing could unfold and unravel, and that is Kevon Looney. Without Kevon Looney's defense and rebounding versatility for Draymond, allowing Draymond, this whole thing falls apart, and it falls apart fast. And, I just love to hear what you guys have to say on this subject. Thank you for taking my call.
I mean,
when do you ever see Looney arguing with the refs? That was on. Now, you think that's frustration, or he was just, I'm sure he was mad at the refs, but Steiny, when you get to this juncture, I'm like, when you get Looney acting like that, it's almost like,
call.
Yeah, no, there were a few of them, but he's frustrated. There's no doubt. Just with the team, he's got to be.
I'm sure. I think they're all probably
him,
frustrated.
Dre, and Wiggins had 5 fouls each.
Adam's in San Jose. What's up, Adam? How you doing, man? John Dickinson coming up in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about it being more of a mental issue than them being their capability of winning.
All right.
I think mentally it's very difficult on them dealing with, when you have that feeling deep down inside where something is bothering you, but you can't determine what it is. Well, Bob Myers not having a contract is a big issue. You have the big three wondering if the dynasty's coming to an end. You have Klay Thompson, who's too busy trying to prove that he's the same old Klay prior to his injuries. You got Draymond, who's never been more disliked by our own fan base than this year. Jordan Poole went from being a fan favorite, pool parties all summer, to everyone turned on him, and now everybody wants him gone and traded. Kuminga doesn't know whether he's in or out. He doesn't know whether he's the future of this team or he's going to get traded next season. You got JaMychal Green, who thought he'd be a much bigger role than he is. And then, like you guys said, Moody was treated like stale bread. You got Wiseman, who was given up on. And then I think most importantly for the young guys, it's that all season the two-way players were getting more minutes than our 8th, 9th, and 10th guys. So if Kerr trusts Lamb so much, then play him now when it really matters instead of Kuminga and Moody and them, because you've already ruined their confidence. There's no point of playing them now and not Anthony Lamb. Use Lamb instead of them.
Thanks, Adam.
Man.
See, he ran down the list that I've been... He's run down the list that has scared me all year.
And I've been late to the party. And this is not over yet, but I get it. And I'm going to say something, Stoney, because I talked about, I always imagine how when I played, for what I played, not in the pro. So, that's how I look at sports. I don't know if you know that, but yesterday I brought up Jonathan Kuminga, and I told you I thought I saw too much white. And when I said white, I meant teeth. Because... Wow. Get your boy out.
Gotcha.
So I love Jonathan Kuminga, but I'm going to just keep it real because last night I'm about to bring up what Kevin Valenzuela on YouTube brought up to me. Why was Poole laughing on the bench? Let's talk about that. See, now I know you don't care, but there is a thing called game face, maturity, but sometimes... And I'm not saying Jordan's because he's going out there on one leg or half a leg. But, Stoney, I was looking at, dude, what? Like, if I were on the team, I would look at you like, what the F are you smiling at? But it was like that, and the two bad kids in the back of the... And maybe he was talking about the defense. But there was just something that didn't sit right with me, man. And now I try to correlate that with not karma, but... You're nowhere near the guy that you're supposed to be. But this how you handling it? You should be over there with a stern-ass mug on your face and scowl. You put my finger type stuff.
You know what? Maybe he's laughing at Draymond. Maybe he thinks Draymond is just a barrel of laughs right now. And I kind of am kidding, but I'm kind of not.
Because we just talked about it the last segment when I asked maybe he could be one of the teammates. Like, look at this. Ain't enough he hit me in the face.
Exactly. Eric in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Boy.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Talk to us,
So, I really think the failure stems from bad drafting. I mean, to have a top 2 pick, a top 7 pick, and a lottery pick, not contributing a single minute of real basketball through 2 games of the playoffs, it's basically an epic failure. I mean, they could have traded the 2 pick for Wendell Carter and the 4 pick, which could have been Halliburton, and they could have taken Wagner, and I don't think we're in this position because we actually have a bench. So I don't know if you guys agree. I'll take my
that was wow. You always ask for names, Steiny. He gave you 3. You could add LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, and I feel like what happened there again was the Golden State Warriors lose to the Toronto Raptors. Then the next year they still have the number 2 pick.
Okay.
On the day of the draft, again, on the day of the draft, they find out Klay Thompson's going to miss the whole year. I think at that point the Warriors said, you know what? We're probably not going to win it next year. There's this 7-1 kid down in Memphis. He has all the talent in the world. Our fans probably know we're not going to win it without Klay next year, so we could bring him onto this team where the stakes aren't championship like we've always known them to be. So here comes Wiseman.
Let's go.
And they have the year they have, which was, 15 and 50?
Yep.
Okay, so they have a bad year, but guess what? They still have a couple picks. And they take another. They liked Kuminga a lot, but they didn't realize how much time they needed.
How
Both
raw
and
he
Wiseman.
was.
Both of them. Both of those guys. And you know what? Moody, too. He only played 1 year of college. So I think, then Clay misses the next year. I think they switched. I mean, I think they wanted to build around, everything for Curry, Dre, and Clay, but then Clay got hurt. So they said, well, let's draft somebody who might be great in 5 years. They did. Then the core comes back. They win it, but they win it at a price. And the price is squeezing Wiseman out and Kuminga not playing a lot and Moses Moody not playing a lot.
Now, I'm not mad at any of that, but you mentioned a word about an hour ago, and you said Warrior fans to you, the ones, the sector that doesn't – what word am I looking for, Stoney? There's no gratitude toward all this winning, like they've taken it from – there's no appreciation. So I'm going to say this. Should the Warrior fans, listening to what you just ran down, and there were errors, but the fact that you just got a championship, shouldn't we just shut our fat mouths that this team, with what you just mentioned, and maybe it might be some lean years ahead, but the fact that they just won last year's title, you know how many organization and fan bases would probably give their, hey, we'll be back. Hey, we'll watch, but we ain't tripping too short. We are not tripping for another 3 to 4 years or 5 off of that title you guys just got last year out of nowhere. You would think we won't burn it down for them for it taking so long with the young guys in the Wiseman air or blunder. But the fact that they won a chip last year, shouldn't that have duct tape on the mouths maybe a year or two longer than normal if it were to just kind of be lean here in the next few years?
You mean just take it? Yeah.
Just like you took that title last year that normally you wouldn't have gotten. But that's just, what word am I looking for?
I'm not sure.
This is an anomaly, this Warrior Dynasty. You talked about it, okay?
Okay.
So Warrior fans should latch on to that, and I keep talking like they got swept and they're out of the playoffs. They're not. But as much energy as I want to spend on what's taking Moody and Kuminga so long and why Wiseman didn't work, Stoney, that's a lot. But you won a championship with those guys here. So shouldn't the fan base just shut your mouth? And you said take it, but not kind of take it. Just have perspective of, dude, you just won a chip and it ain't even a year old yet.
They won a chip that they didn't expect.
Okay, and the fans were at the parade.
Right.
So that's euphoria.
And by winning last year, it forced them to run it back.
Now that's a hell of a word.
It just did. And there's nothing wrong with that. But this is the exact same team as last year with the exception of DiVincenzo. The starting five is the same. They got they got Peyton the second.
Oh, man.
They got Kuminga.
Oh, man.
Somebody's saying my timeline's messed up. Yeah, I do think I messed something up there. They lost in 19. Then they went, 15 and 50. Then they drafted Wiseman.
Okay.
Yeah,
because Curry broke his hand in 20.
Gotcha.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Dante's in San Francisco. Hey, Dante, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
I just wanted to talk about Kerr and Poole.
Okay.
But everybody's talking about Poole. We see how Poole hasn't been playing good these 2 games. Where have we been without Poole? We can't win the game without Poole scoring 20 points.
I think that's
and then with the young guys, what about Kerr? Why? It took Kerr all the way to the playoffs to play Moody, but not to play Jonathan Kuminga in the playoffs. Why did it take him? I don't understand what's going on with Kerr.
I don't either.
Well, I'll tell you.
Outcoached the whole year. He's been getting outcoached the whole year.
When you thanks, Dante.
Well, that's too heavy,
when you brought back Gary Payton II, you said he will be he is Kuminga. Wow. They're the same, essentially, they play the same spot. Like, this is where, when they got Gary Payton II, you had to think, this is, like, I said it, I think, on the day, that's not good news for Kuminga.
Oh, you did. I remember. I thought you were like, yeah, please. That didn't tell you. But I was like, come on.
Pam's in Albany. Hey, Pam.
Hey.
Hi, how are you all?
Doing well.
Been listening all morning, and I have kind of I don't want you to think I'm a wimp. I've been watching a lot of the playoff games with a lot of the other teams, and I haven't seen the level of, I know that the playoffs are physical, but there's physicality and there's physicality. And this morning when I didn't quite catch it in the game last night, but when I saw the video of Sabonis grabbing Clay's jersey and almost pulling him down, I just can't believe that. I mean, I was a big Mike Brown fan. I'm not putting him down. I don't want to come from that angle, but knowing what Clay has been through these past number of years, to just turn a blind eye to that, and I mean, isn't that just going a little bit too far to be physical, as physical? I mean, Coach Brown knows the Warriors. He knows all the players really well. And I'm not saying to go out there and, just be, but to allow just such awful, extreme physicality to injure, trying to injure like two players in one game, and then hearing that Draymond said that Monk tried to pull on him in game one. So I'm just upset about it, and I didn't see anything like that in any of the other games. I watched the Suns the other night, and nobody's doing that to each other. So that's my what's going on with that.
Appreciate it, Pam. All right, I'll ask you, Goo. What kind of whistle you think the Warriors have gotten this series?
It was a fair whistle. They got in a fair whistle. And last night, a lot of whistles went their way. Those reviews that were overturned left and right. But I would tell Pam, and I love you, Pam, it's physical in the playoffs. And if Clay is not going to say that was a dirty play, we can't put that. Until we hear say, I didn't like Dre. He wasn't snitching. I didn't like Dre saying at the podium. That was a Monk did the same thing. I was like, damn.
This is Clay talking about it. Clay talking about Draymond.
I mean, what are you going to do when someone grabs your foot when you're running full speed? That's a dirty... it just fully grabs your foot and yanks on you. That's not cool, man. I'm not saying what Draymond did was right, but you can't just grab somebody's foot when they're taking off in a full sprint. That's not cool. I don't do that. That's crazy.
He's right. I mean, it was cheap.
Yeah.
It was cheap.
It was.
So how do you...
Warriors had 18 free throw attempts to Sacks 29. But guess what, Steiny? I'm turning it into the Black Steinmetz. They don't go to the rack. Jordan Poole wasn't even, he was a no-show. They don't go to the rack to create fouls.
Who was the caller last about Poole? I'm totally with him. It's you're in a pickle with Poole.
But you said he's hurt, though. He ain't.
Well, if he's hurt, they're done.
But he said he's available.
I don't believe the Warriors can win without Jordan Poole being a significant contributor. The problem is, what if you can't play him?
Well,
because he just can't hold up.
Okay.
At that point, if you can't play him, you've lost an X factor who has won you games this year.
I can name you 5 off the top. When I tell you, you know how sometimes we say things and people hold on to them. Stoney, if I tell you if I had $1 for every time someone on Twitter or IG says and introduces themselves to me as the guy that said Jordan Poole was out there in dress shoes, it's just incredible. But I just I need somebody to break down why his balance.
Because he's not strong enough physically right now.
But he must think he is. Well, on a good day, he is. He can get to the rack 13 to 15 times. He can hit YOLO threes. I was at the Sixer game. I was at the Pelican game. So it's not.
He's inconsistent. He's a streaky shooter.
Well, this is more. I'm talking about just straight up. He looks like a baby horse when they have birth and the colt got the. Why is his balance so off?
He's physically, for an NBA player, extremely weak. Physically. It's
okay.
To me, it's not dissimilar from the way
And I
Steph
love you,
Curry
Jay.
played in his rookie or second year.
Would Curry be on the ground as much?
I'd have to go back and look, but Steph was kind of scrawny.
No, that I know,
And so
but
when you're
I'm
scrawny,
talking about falling down with no contact.
manhandled.
And
you get manhandled.
But sometimes you're by yourself, Steiny.
Okay. I can't answer
and
that
who
one.
told us on the show it wasn't Barnett? Did he throw? I had never forgot, but that he throws the ball ahead. Jordan does, and maybe sometime it might be out of control.
Yeah,
but he's on the ground with no collision more than anybody I've seen.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. He's on the other side. He was in SAC for the first 2 games, and now he's coming back to the city for games 3 and 4. We'll talk to him on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain.
Another big bucket for Harrison Barnes.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, let's get right to him. He is the only Northern California media member to see all 84 Warrior games and all 84 Kings games this season. What's up, JD?
Jay.
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you. Good to see you last night, Goo.
Yeah, we take a little flicky. I just look terrible, but I look thinner than I really am, so I posted it. But yeah, Jay, it was good to see you, baby.
All right, so here's where I want to start. You're more familiar with these teams than just about anybody. Give me one thing in the first two games that's kind of surprised you, and then give me one thing you're saying right now. I think I was right about that one.
Well, as far as what surprised me, I think it's been the Kings' ability to defend the Warriors at a higher level than they've really been able to defend anybody at any point this season. I think that's probably it on that side of things. I think the Warriors have helped them out at times, whether it's the turnovers last night, and I thought the Warriors fixed some of the shot selection issues from game 1 to game 2, but they committed so many awful turnovers that it was, it didn't matter. The turnovers were enough, and just, missed opportunities. I shouldn't say I'm totally surprised by this on the Warriors side of things, but there just has been a little bit of a defiance or an impatience or an unwillingness on their part still to accept the challenge that they may have to go about things a little bit differently in this series against the Kings than they've done it all year long or even over the course of these last few championships. And what I mean by that is play a little bit less frenetic, a little bit calmer, dare I say a little bit slower, to make sure that you're getting into your offense without committing a careless turnover initially and then running your offense to completion, because still last night there were a lot of times when the Warriors could get into their offense quickly. They're still getting that layup line that they got a lot in game 1 and making Sacramento pay, but they've let the Kings off the hook in different moments, and when they've let the Kings off the hook with a bad shot or a turnover, the Kings, they hit you with these little 6-0 runs, and, they flip the game. Instead of being up 8, you're up 2. Instead of a tie game, and this happened right before halftime, the Warriors worked so hard in the second quarter after the second quarter really got away from them at the beginning. They had the game tied. They give up the final 6 in the last minute, and it's a turnover. It's a bad shot. Kings get 2 buckets, And all of a sudden, you got to climb the mountain again coming out of halftime. But it's just, there's almost your greatest strength can be your greatest weakness component with the Warriors, where they've done it this certain way and they're used to it being good enough. And I think they are in some ways a little bit stunned through the first two games that the Kings have been able to stand up to them and match them with big shots in moments where the Warriors have made big shots, match them in big defensive plays in the moments where the Warriors have made big defensive plays. The overarching theme to this point, I think, in this series has been when the Warriors offense has been playing well, their defense hasn't. When the Warriors defense has been playing well, top of the game when they hold the Kings to 17, their offense hasn't been playing well, and so they haven't been able to create any true separation in these first two games once they've had a little bit of the momentum.
Jay, I mean, that was well said, and I got like 100 questions for you, but I did start our show because you helped me. I was telling Stotty I went to Oracle We Believe against Dallas. I'll never forget it, but I will never forget what that building was like last night. It was incredible. You talked about it game one, but Jay, I'm going to go to the box score here because nobody is off limits in regard to criticism. And I would just love to know what Steve Kerr is thinking. Because, Jay, when I tell you Jonathan Kuminga played 4 minutes, DiVincenzo played 13, didn't take a shot, didn't play the second half, Poole didn't play the fourth quarter, he played 16 minutes. Why I got this energy, JD, is how do you compute that? Because I told Steiner, you got to dance with who you brought. You don't got other players. Why are you pulling what's he doing running the top heavy guys in the ground? I couldn't believe who I didn't see get in the game for whatever reason, Jay. This shocked me. Did it shock you or no?
Well, here's the thing, and there's a lot to chew on here. I told you guys yesterday, if I'm Steve Kerr, I wouldn't play Jonathan Kuminga.
You did say that. Wow. Jay, why? Real quick, why, Jay?
I thought he was that bad in game one. And I think, to me, it came down to, and I'm going to give you the answer, but I'm going to stretch it here, but I made a bunch of bullet points on this thing. I thought the way Kerr was rotating his players throughout the first quarter, and I texted Steiny this, I thought Kerr was setting it up, and they were up 23-17 at the end of the first, but he was making some quicker subs, and one guy for this guy, next guy for this guy, and I thought he was setting it up to bypass Kuminga in the rotation at the beginning of the second quarter, and that was going to be to not play him at all. And then he went to him at the beginning of the second quarter, and it was awful. Monk got him. Fox got him. Kevin Huerter, he was terrible on a rotation back, gave Huerter an open three that he buried. Jonathan Kuminga, in the 4 minutes he played, guys, was the worst player on the floor, and it was a huge part, albeit subtle to the casuals. And I'm not calling you a casual, Goo, but you're not the only one that's come down my road on Kuminga. He was the worst player on the floor for those 4 minutes, and a huge part of the reason why that game flipped from the Warriors being up 6 to basically being at a point where for 2.5 quarters they were fighting to not get run out of the gym. Based on the energy of the whole game changed with that group, and Kuminga was the worst part of that group, in addition to a hobbled Jordan Poole, who was also bad. But a huge part of the reason why things got away, and that to me was, all right, he's done for the night. And I think Kerr gave him, to me, Steve Kerr probably wishes he could have gone back and not played him at all. But he gave him the one more chance, and Moody got his run when Looney picked up the 5th foul, and I thought, damn, he may be forced to go back to Kuminga even though he doesn't want to, or JaMychal Green even though he doesn't want to, but he went to Moody. I thought Moody played well enough. He wasn't perfect, but he was steady enough to where he's somebody I think moving forward could be out there, but I think if he's out there, it's likely going to be in place of Jonathan Kuminga. I would go away from Kuminga for the remainder of the series unless it's an emergency situation, injury, foul trouble. Maybe Kerr gives him one more chance at home. I'll leave that. Maybe he gives him one more chance at home. But to me, it felt like the 4 minutes last night at the top of the second quarter was the extra chance, and he was so bad that it was night moving forward for Jonathan Kuminga. I'll give you one more little caveat to that. A Draymond Green suspension would probably be Jonathan Kuminga's best shot to get meaningful run again in this series, because at that point, it would almost be, hey, all right, YOLO, you got to just throw him out there because you don't have Draymond, and you hope that, in the energy of of Chase, he can make some plays and play with a freedom almost, hey, it doesn't really matter. Like, go let it hang out. We're not supposed to win without Draymond anyway. Maybe that's your best chance to succeed. And I'll wrap it on this note. It's not completely his fault that he's not ready, because, guys, people come down my road, and we've had heated conversations about it on the air, off the air. Right. It's not completely his fault that he's not ready to contribute at this level consistently, and we can have a conversation about that, but that also doesn't mean that he just gets to play and work through it in a playoff series, especially on a night like last night where the game was hanging in the balance from the second quarter. Like, that's where Steve Kerr at the end of the night, he's saying, damn, I thought we did a good job with the guys that played at having a shot to win it with 5 minutes left or 2 minutes left, because the Warriors spent 2 quarters from the midpoint of the second to the midpoint of the fourth just fighting like hell as hard as they could to not get run out of the gym in that environment that was so hostile and ready to pop basically from the time the game flipped.
All right, JD, a lot to chew on. Thanks for your time, and we'll talk to you more this week, I'm sure.
Thanks.
All right, apologies for using all my time on Kuminga. Appreciate you.
That's all right. We'll take it. We asked the question.
Oh, man.
Back to the phones.
Nice. That's what Guru asked him. Can I say something?
He went in. Yeah, go ahead. You two fired up.
Because I said this earlier in the show. Because to me it was staggering. This stat's staggering to me. Started the show with it. With 6 minutes left in the game. I know. Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Poor you. You got to hear it again.
No, this is Memphis all over.
You got to hear it again.
Yeah,
but
Memphis playing.
With 6 minutes left in the game, it's 93-93. From that point on, the Sacramento Kings scored on 9 of their next 11 possessions. 9 of their next 11 possessions, the Kings scored at the 6 minute mark, after the 6 minute mark of a tie game. But it gets worse. Here's how it gets worse. The one time the Warriors theoretically got a stop, it was on the play when the Kings scored. Gary Payton throws a careless pass, turns it over, and luckily Davion Mitchell missed a 3. That was their one stop. Their second stop, all right, they forced a miss. But Sabonis got the rebound and laid it right in.
Oh, man.
Damn it. 9 of 11 of those possessions, the Kings scored. I mean, ball game.
No, it is.
We've talked about defense all year, and they're not quite who they are, and da-da-da-da-da. And there it is. There it is. That's what gets you beat. You can't get a stop in crunch time. How much of that was Draymond not being there? Oh, I'll bet a little bit of it.
But okay, that's on one side of the. Okay,
there it is.
Yeah, but then on the other side, Stoney, nobody will fix their lips to say this. The Splash Brothers are about defense. They are about putting that ball in the hole. The 2 most prolific shooters in the game.
Only about putting the ball in the hole. Never. The Warriors have never just been about putting the ball in the hole.
I'm talking about the Splash Brothers. It ain't Splash Trap. It ain't Splash Zone. It's Splash Brothers for the 3 ball. Them 2 to me. So you talked about, and I'm not saying you're wrong on the defensive end, but Steph Curry scored a 2-point shot with 5:32 and didn't score another bucket, Stoney, which came at the free throw line with a minute 52 left. Like, that's 2 minutes. That in crunch time, that feels like a quarter. You got to be able to give it to one of your dogs, get out the way, and watch me. But that ain't what we're watching. We're watching 93-pointers. They'll come at any time, and I feel like they're doing the Kings a favor by shooting threes, or what's the word? They're settling for threes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
And if Jordan Poole can't go game 3 or is hobbled and this is what we're going to get, where's it coming from, partner? That's all I'm asking the man.
You do realize when the Warriors won their 4 titles, they were either the best defensive team in the league or one of the best.
Right.
So, but
I was focused on the offensive end of give it to your, let's go.
Here's the, you know why they ain't winning it? They ain't good enough defensively. They ain't good enough defensively.
Yeah, damn,
now, can they
man.
get better? I guess, but how?
That's what I asked. That's what I asked you. What adjustments? They're not growing.
Exactly. I don't know what the
never in a
are.
million years thought the Kings would be the physicality that JD talked about. I'll never, I have never read anything this wrong in my life. Now, the Warriors can prove me back. You're smiling or look like you attempted to smile, Stoney. I'm serious, man. I laughed at the Kings D. Everybody in the world, NBA TV, that was just yesterday, was talking about they wanted that sack pack. They wanted to play the Kings, who were cones on defense. Now, all of a sudden, they got this energy. They're trying.
You know what's funny is it might be the Kings that have the flip, the switch to flip on defense. You know why? Because they got better athletes. So it's almost like all things considered, if both teams are playing hard defensively, Kings are going to be better. Maybe. How can that be, Steiny? Well, Davion Mitchell and Fox are so quick. They're presenting some
problems.
He's
bothering Curry Mitchell, bringing the ball up.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my God, he looks like he did at Baylor. You know, you brought the ball up more than me. You know, as a dude can just be a gnat or a fly.
Yes.
Doesn't take the ball from you, but bother you.
Guy like Mitchell,
they're
nightmares.
And then he's shooting threes. He hit a couple, but I'm like, oh my gosh, confidence on 1,000. And you said the other team might have the switch.
Mar's in Vallejo. I was in Vallejo on Sunday. Hey, Mar.
Yo, what's going on? Steiny?
Hey, man.
Man, I wanted to bring this up real quick because it kind of brings my Warriors fan in full circle. Steiny, you kind of mentioned you started covering the Warriors back in '95. I started watching the Warriors back in '96.
Okay.
And I remember those times that the Warriors were so bad that it was just exciting enough to see them, you know, with Latrell and the other guys. But the point I really wanted to make was the reason why the Warriors ain't the same, the offense has digressed completely. Like, when Steph and Clay used to get microwave hot, it was off actions with catch and shoot, you know, and it was more gravy. And they're definitely lacking a big who can give them that vertical spacing. Like, they don't have that anymore. They don't got no cuts to the basket. They don't got nobody diving who they can just lob it to so that they can force the bonus to guard the paint. It's sad to see, but Steiny, I got to side with you on this. A lot of fans, a lot of real Warrior fans can admit this, but a lot can't, that they are, the Warriors are just, the core is getting older, and we're seeing it unravel right before our eyes. But they got to be grateful for the 4 chips in 8 years, man. Come on, we never seen this coming back in those early days. Never. That 2015, I was grateful enough for just that.
Incredible.
One. Thanks, guys.
I mean, he's absolutely right.
Yeah,
what the Warriors have done was unfathomable before it happened.
Let me read this to
anybody
you.
that knew what was going on around here.
Let me read this to you.
Yeah.
Joe Schmidt on YouTube. Warriors had the 8th best defensive rating since the All-Star break when Wiggins and GP2 weren't even playing. Miss me, guys, with that no defense, Steiny and Goo. I added Goo. Steiny, Sack is just running them out the gym.
Okay.
But the game, 95-95 or tied with 5 minutes late, ain't it? Joe, I ain't mad at nothing you said, but that ain't getting ran out the gym when it's that close. And that's why I think if the Chase Center, what we believe it to be, that home court advantage, but the rat on the table, and I told Evan this, you can look at a lot of these Warrior wins at home, and they were down. So just to expect them to tip the ball and the Warriors not change anything, and the result, this King team is coming in here feeling as confident as they probably ever have. I feel like Fox is feeling like he can't be stopped. Harrison Barnes. Steiner, you think that was just a dunk he did when he drove and Clay was right there? That's the type of stuff that can will you to win and keep you from not nutting up in crunch time. Like, I was sitting there just, what? And I know it's not individual sport. What must he, his brothers are riding for him, and he did it twice. That's the type of stuff that just don't evaporate, man. Oh, and they held on every time the Warriors came back. Got to give the Kings credit for answering, Stoney. Every time the Warriors came back. Joe, he looking up something.
93-93. Gary Payton II hits a three-pointer.
They're up
with
6 minutes.
93-93. Next possession, Fox pull-up jump shot. Good. Curry goes down the other end, scores on a layup.
Let's go.
It would be his last points of the game. 95-95. Barnes, cutting dunk. Okay, then Payton throws it away in the backcourt. Mitchell misses.
I remember that one.
Curry, missed three-point pull-up. Fox, 20-foot pull-up on the other end. We got a 4-point ball game. Wiggins, missed three. All right, we need a hold. Barnes, 4-foot turnaround bank shot. Now a 6-point game. We got to get something here. Thompson.
Take a two.
Thompson knocks down a three to claw back to 101-98.
Let's go.
Let's get a stop. We foul Malik Monk. He makes 1 out of 2. All right. Clay, another one. Clay gets us back to 1 with another three-pointer. We need a stop. Guess what? You get one. Fox misses a little bunny in the lane, but Sabonis follows it up offensively for a layup, and it's back to 3. Curry, 24-footer, was way, 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 way off. Fox comes to the other end, makes a 3.
Jesus.
I mean, Curry makes 2. We still are in the game. We need a hold. Barnes, 7-foot driving hook.
Harrison must have had 8 points
Mitchell,
in that.
3 points. They just didn't. They scored every single time.
Man.
Like that's what I mean. Do you realize that even in the Warriors' heyday, had the game been 95-95 or 93-93 with 6 minutes to go, and I would have tell you, well, here's again, the Warriors are going to score 9 of the opposition's going to score on 9 of their next 11 possessions, and on the one they don't score, they're going to get a follow. Like the Durant Curry Warriors don't win that game.
Wow. And here we go back to
but they were better defensively.
You said it, and I'm about to say it, Stouty, because it was apparent to me last night. The Kings, but you used everybody. The Kings are not scared of the Warriors. And now I feel like I've seen 8 quarters worth of basketball to understand why. Now, if the Warriors, I'm not robbing them of upping their game, but man, Jay, you know I love J.D. Steiny. I'll never agree with him on Kuminga, but to rob your team of his gifts or just the possibility of him having a good day, what are we doing? Is that what we're doing as we're going out?
What do you mean?
Like, the ketchup bottle is full, but you're putting it in the trash like there's nothing, like you got a corner left. The Kuminga ketchup bottle.
Have you ever stopped and think that maybe one of the big reasons Kuminga doesn't play more is because Dre, Clay, and Steph don't want him to play more?
I hadn't thought of that. I thought of that with Wiseman.
Because if the 3 of them went to Kerr and said, we need Jonathan out there, and this big 3's got all the input in the world, I got to believe Kerr would be like, let's try it. But that's part of the disconnect that has been there all year long.
And I'm late to the
And the
game,
bottom line is they're down 2-0. They still have time to turn it around, but not one singular issue of the Warriors has gone away this season.
Wow.
It's always resurfaced. All right, we got you know what, I'm gonna get to every call in the next segment because we got 10-15 minutes before the changeover. And I see Scott, Mike, Safe 3, TJ. I will promise to get to you on the other side. 888. Well, I'm not going to give you the number because we got lines jammed up here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dud Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente, they're happening right now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by right now. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive a truck that's built to serve.
I'm 1 for 1 against Draymond Green in basketball knowledge.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Speaking of Draymond Green, Sham Sharani of The Athletic reporting he's unlikely to be suspended.
There you go.
All right, Goo, you perplex me.
Now, I hate when you go D'Angelo Russell on me. Hold on now.
I want to say something that, like, I'm going to relay something that I've just heard, and I just got to ask you. So, I come in, and you're talking to, I think, John and Evan, and this is what you said.
Okay. Well, wow.
Something like, we asked why don't they cut? Why don't they cut to the basket? And you answered your own question and said, but you know what? When you get older, you don't want to cut. It's harder to cut.
Yeah.
I go out there at Club One. Is it harder to shoot a three or to drive to the basket?
Drive to the basket.
Thank you. So,
93 in 2 games.
You may not be a pro player, and I certainly am not a pro player. But by playing basketball, you know what happens when you get a little older.
No doubt, man.
A little older. You know what else you do? Like when you pick up your dribble to take your shot, it's just a little off. The grip is just a hair off. You're getting sped up just a little bit. Your feet side to side don't move as fast.
I feel like you've been following me.
You're down 3, and you're like, okay, it's going to be so hard to get 2 twos. Let's just see if I can knock down a 3. So you've lived that. You've lived that fatigue. Right. You've lived that what getting old means, and it just means a sliver here and a sliver there. But I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, but the title of the jam and what I think about going home, Stoney, is I meditate after I do every show that we have. I'm serious. I'll be in denial because I'm speaking for myself, but I got to believe. Now, Andrew Wiggins, Stoney, I watched him. He was gassed in a way that he didn't look gassed, but you could tell he's been off, and he is in the pressure cooker, and he's still getting some done, just not from deep. So I know what he is and why his situation is what it is. I'm just in denial that it would rear its head in the way because I can't sit here and look at you, and I'm going to watch the game. I'm going to hear Fitz tonight. I'm going to watch the game and search for answers as to why I was so wrong about Sacramento being just that tenacity on defense. But it's not all them. And that's what I got to decide. Okay, June was just not even a year ago, Steiny, but we're a month away. I'm a couple months away. Or are they in their space? And that's what the Kings. Fox is in Steph's space. Davion Mitchell is in his space. Harrison Barnes, you may score me. I'm in your space. Dre, they are all Alex Lynn. Anybody. Even Murray was getting after it for the few minutes he was out there. They got length. And I'm like, oh, my God, I know what this looks like, but I'm still in denial.
Why? Because the game, it was 95. You've lived it. Hold on. It was 95-95. Just like a great boxer. Counter. But that doesn't mean you're doing great. It means we're hanging in a game where maybe 2 years ago we'd be up 15.
Now, again, but
because
that's not how you advance.
We were in better shape,
no doubt.
And we were younger.
And I'm not even going to use better shape. I'm just going to say you got to win by 1. So all they got to do, because they had. So let me ask you this:
you're hitting the nail on the head.
Okay, but you can't ignore the elephant in the room. They had both of these games, right there for the taking.
But what I'm saying is, 2-3 years ago, the Warriors would have been the team that. It wouldn't have been 93-93. It would have been 105-96.
No doubt. And you conditioned me the other day to quit living in the past. So we're hungry and desperate now. So I got to forget the past. I can't compare the Warriors of 17-18 to now. Now is, can they beat Sac in Game 3? Can you have one more point than Sac? And even with everything that I said scares me, I just will not bet on the Warriors not to come back and win this series. I just won't. But we will find out where this team really is, get this, for math, after 84 games. Because if somehow they don't get it done,
Stop
Stoney,
it, Goo.
I'm coming in here with something white.
See, and this is where I'm like, stop it. Again. Was it Maya Angelou?
I should know this.
When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Yeah.
This is the same Warriors all year long.
I want to fight.
Why? They're older.
Maya Angelou specified believe them the first time.
Okay, thank you.
It's the second game.
Thank you. Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike.
Is this for Mike?
Yeah, Mike, what's up, buddy?
Oh, I got to get your money ready.
I would like to say the problem with the Warriors is that they're a victim of their own expectations. They can't sustain the expectations they had last year. Whereas the Kings, they've been able to sustain the expectations they have for the team. So if you can't sustain the expectations, then you have trouble winning the game. So that's why they can't figure out why they can't win. They don't have the same team they had last year, right? They don't have Porter. They don't have LaVisa. They have the right combination of people. So they can still come back, but can they sustain their expectations? And the Kings are meeting their expectations.
It's a great point.
Not a whole lot, but they're meeting expectations more than we are.
But let me ask you this. With that thought process, you're just basically saying they're missing Bielitsa and Porter Jr. And I love those guys, but is that why this is what it is? Because, when you got Curry, Dre, and Clay?
You're not
what about them?
Because with those two guys, they could meet their expectations. When they decided to go with all them young guys and not draft no veterans and draft all these rookies.
Yeah, okay.
Draymond said, beginning of the season, what you're asking to do has never been done before.
Exactly.
Never.
Exactly.
All right, I hear you. Wow.
No, he's right. I think he's right.
You killed me on the. That was great. You got me on the veterans. Maybe that's why Kuminga ain't in. But we don't know that to be true. But I'm not saying that. I done been around the block a few times. But Stoney, damn man.
Don't you think if Steph, Clay, and Draymond advocated
no doubt,
for Kuminga, he'd play more?
No doubt.
And
I'm not saying that's why he didn't
have advocated.
But Jay was
for
right, Stoney. JD, he did get lost on D a few times.
510, can we give the Kings props in their poise and maturity? Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing where
it's real.
For 2 weeks the week leading up to the series, championship pedigree versus inexperience. Championship pedigree versus inexperience. Championship pedigree greater than youth / lack of experience. Well, how's that going?
It's not.
There. Man,
this is where I'm at, Stoney.
I'm sorry.
You sound like me.
They might get by this series, be summing up something and get past this series.
Go ahead.
But what's going to happen next year?
Hey, it gets better, longer, stronger.
Here's the other thing. We're going to ask the Warriors, essentially, oh my gosh.
Win 4 out of 5.
To win a 7-game first-round series. Warriors are going to win a 7-game first-round series. Then they got to win another one. It's like, this team's older. Everything's starting to add up. Break time? All right. We're going to take a break. I don't know if we have the changeover or not. We got a lot of action today. We're gonna have the changeover? We're going to have the changeover. But we got a little surprise for the changeover. And the Quest for 5, it's brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team, it's your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Steiny and Goo will get you.
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Get your boy. Dude, that didn't go over well. Yeah, people were defending young Mateo.
I love Mateo, but I also love Matt Steinmetz because that's real talk right there.
Yeah, the hell with the kids.
What did he play yesterday? 4 minutes? Steiny's not wrong.
No.
And you know what? He went from 10 minutes to 4 minutes to game 3. Crickets.
Are you shocked, though? Because,
by the way, let's welcome in JD.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Change over.
My fault. My fault.
And John Dickinson today. John Dickinson today. So welcome in JD. And then also, I'm just going to say Nico, TJ, Safe 3, Vince. Dibs said, don't go anywhere.
I need you.
Because they're taking some calls soon. What's up, JD?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, good to be back with you again.
Jay,
after
our
convo was cut a little bit short.
Okay.
Well, I got the call. Hey, you're going to be in for Willard, so shut your mouth and get ready to do 4 hours.
Save the good stuff for your boy. Come on now. Come on. I need all your best from 2 to 6. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Dibs.
Jeez, man.
We talked to JD for a good 15 minutes.
Oh,
You're the
wow.
only one who hasn't weighed in yet. You're just getting
I'm
here.
waiting on this, Dibs.
No, and I'm interested in
thoughts.
what you lead with because to me, and I put this out on my daily delivery, and I appreciate you referencing
I
the
love
Guru
it.
because
It's great.
that made me feel good driving in because my whole thing, JD, on my daily video was, Stompgate is a big deal, but they've got about, carry the 2. 17 other problems other than the fact that Draymond Green likes to stomp on people.
That's real.
Well, what I came out with today.
Yeah, okay.
And will be the third time, so people are here's what I came out with.
Okay.
At 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the score was 93-93.
Tie game.
6 minutes left, tie game. The Kings scored on 9 of the next 11 possessions. Okay, can I tell you about the 2 they didn't score?
Let me think about the 2 in which they did not score. Well, I'm hard pressed to remember what happened.
One
of them was a putback.
One of them was Gary Payton
This
II.
guy's memory.
Gary Payton II.
I'm overmatched.
Throws it away in the backcourt.
Oh my God! On the inbound.
On the inbound after a Kings
After
score.
a bucket, Kings go up 2.
Yeah.
And it's
David
just
Mitchell misses a 3. That was their one good stop. Then later, as JD said, Fox missed the bunny, and Sabonis followed it up for a layup. Like, those are the 2 stops.
and stops. And is it really a stop
Exactly.
if they also score on the follow-up?
Exactly.
It's not really a stop. It's a temporary stop. It's more of a yield.
Right.
Is what it is.
My point is it still is, and it's always been mostly about the defense this year.
Yes and no, and I'll say no because that first quarter, the Kings were god-awful.
0 for 10 from 3.
The Kings were terrible, and the Warriors were equally bad. I've never seen a game, and correct me, JD, if I'm wrong, because your memory is unbelievable. You're like the Rain Man of 95.7 The Game.
I dubbed him that,
but, sorry, Guru. That's a 1 for me for stealing from you. JD, 9 turnovers per team in one quarter, 18 turns combined. Forget the fact that it was a playoff game, but any game, can you remember any game where that's happened?
No, not off the top of my head.
And if you can't remember, then it hasn't happened.
Yeah, they didn't make them pay. The Warriors didn't make the Kings pay for being as bad as they were. And I thought the Kings have started both of these games a little tight in terms of their shooting, but they've been able to hang in the game enough to where they get more comfortable as the game goes on. But the big thing for them has been the competitiveness. Like their intensity and competitiveness has matched or surpassed the Warriors at every turn. And then they get more comfortable as the game goes on. And look, guys, I know in talking to you, Steiny and Goop, before the series, the most exceptional thing the Kings do is their 128.6 offensive rating in the clutch. 5-point game, final 5 minutes. And in both of these first 2 games, the Warriors have not been able to stop the Kings. And that is who the Kings have been all year. That offensive rating that was 10 points per 100 possessions better than the second team in that category in the NBA this year.
Well, where you at, Dibs, in regard to your panic meter, if you're panicked at all? And before you answer, and I told JD this, I'm disappointed because I thought there was a switch. What we seen up there was the 84th game of the same that we saw from 82, and I've been in denial. I'm not saying they can't come back, but this is an eye-opener for me.
For me, I'm at a 7 on the panic meter.
That's
and
like Steiny.
And it's because of the reality of the situation. The reality is teams that go down 2-0, regardless of location,
7%.
92 and change % of the time. And the 92.8 is a little bit skewed because some of those were best of 5s. If you take out the best of 5s, I think it's 92.2%. So 7.8% of the time, the team down 2-0 goes on to win the series. Now, I'm a little bit buoyed by the fact that it just happened with the Milwaukee Bucks 2 years ago in the NBA Finals. They dropped the first 2 games on the road. They came back, and they won the series. The Warriors are good at home, and the Warriors should be able to win both these games at home. But I take out the venue from the conversation, and I look at how they lost these games. And Steiny, you mentioned it earlier, and speed kills. And this team is so much faster, so much younger, and I can't help but fixate on Klay Thompson on the defensive end. Great on-ball defender in 2018, but anybody against Klay Thompson, it's a quick step, it's a dribble, and they're by him. They're by everybody, including GP2.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I don't know if we talked about this, Dibs and JD, but when the Kings go to Mitchell and Fox, in other words, a really small backcourt, I almost feel like they have an advantage on both ends of the floor in a crazy way because they're not. I mean, Mitchell's a good defender. Fox isn't a great defender, but they're so quick. They're just making these guys go faster than they want. And then on the other end, they are tough to keep in front. At least Fox.
I mean, they are, and I think the Kings have done a good job of, and this is where Mike Brown comes in, they're hunting weaknesses in the Warriors' defense. They've gone after Klay Thompson in those situations that you've referenced. They went after Kuminga, as I laid out with you guys when I was on with you 45 minutes ago, in different ways. They've gone after Poole in certain situations as well, and it's really, I think, put the Warriors on their heels in this thing. Now, that being said, to your original point, Steiny, the games were tied with 5-6 minutes to go in really both games, and the Warriors have. So I think that's the one reason. And Dibs, I know we're going to get into this for the next 4 hours. There is, the eye test of it really looks like the Warriors have been overmatched at times. But the truth is, these games have been close with the Warriors having an opportunity to win, and I think that's got to be some reason for optimism for the Warriors as they shift back.
I was mentioning to JD about the eye test. Like, if there was no scoreboard, if there was no score box on the TV, and you just watch the game like you watch a musical theater production on Broadway, there's no scoreboard. You don't really get to see how well this guy's doing or that guy's doing. You know how you feel. If you watch game one, it felt like they lost that game by 17. And if you watched last night, it felt like they lost that game by 23. And yet you look at the scoreboard, and they had a chance to win game one. And last night, 6 minutes to go, Steiny, you're right, tie game. And you were still in a spot late in that game where if a couple things go your way, you could still win that game. So that, to me, is the glass is half full way to look at those two losses.
But in a half empty way, which, surprise, surprise, I'll tell you.
Man, it's a big but.
But you know,
Coke and a smile.
If you can somehow envision the team from last year playing this year in the and you can't do it, but they're better than just tied at 95,
right?
With 6 minutes to go, they're up 6, and so they're in a better position. So how do you make up for just like this? Is to me, it's the quintessential. They have less margin for error.
Especially when you have 9 turnovers in the first quarter. And that, to me, is where this game turned because Sacramento was bad. Not only with the turnovers, but Brick City. So the Warriors, the old Warriors, to your point, Steiny, would have emerged from that first quarter up 35-16.
Thank you.
So now you're up 19. You're not in, I think the game was tied after one, or it was, plus or minus 1 point either way. That's a game where the old Warriors go up by 19. Now, if you can't do that at home where you've been so dominant, if you come out and the Kings play like they have, and by the way, the Kings have not been great in this series. Yeah. The Kings have not played a great game.
28% from 3 yesterday.
Right. Go ahead, JD. The Warriors haven't been any better.
And I'll just say this, and I think you could make the case for both teams, but the one thing about Sacramento that would worry me more than anything for the next 2 games at Chase Center is the Kings, like the Warriors over the years, every 3-4 games, they have a game where they hit 18, 20, 22 threes just because they're hot and there is nothing you can do about it. And the Warriors have had a tendency to do that a lot more at home. Other teams haven't done that to them, Dibs, at home. But if the Kings now, knowing they don't have to win one of these next 2, can play a little bit more freely, this is the game, either one of these next 2, where you think, damn, if they come out hot and the Warriors get down, they're in major trouble against a team that's really bothered them, even though they've been able to come back in a lot of these games through the regular season.
Jay, Dibs, you talked about how you feel, and if there was no scoreboard, and Jay described it in the postgame yesterday, I'm paraphrasing. The Kings, I was like, everybody wanted them because I thought they were soft. But they're athletic and they're fast, so they're not getting hit on the defensive. Davion Mint, I was telling Steiny, as you get older, you know when you see it. They're making everything hard for the Warriors to bring the ball up, to just do the pass that you take for granted. They are in their space. And last night I was up close just watching it like, that ain't on the scoreboard, but it's bothering the Dubs, man.
The Dub and the Warrior, and it's Steph Curry. And they have taken Steph Curry largely out of this series. And now Steph is still getting his, but think about late in the game last night, guys, where you mentioned it earlier, the air ball he threw up. That's because he's being harassed all night long. Steph does not have any space. He's got no clean looks.
Goodness.
And so that's fine. Traditionally, Steiny, to go to your analogy about the past, well, in the past, Klay Thompson would step up and fill that void. Andrew Wiggins would fill that void, 3 of 16 from three-point range. Jordan Poole, who, I'm sorry, Festus, I know you're out there listening.
Oh, wow.
He's unplayable. Not only can he not close, he can't open.
I didn't like
and he
Clay
can't
saying he has
middle.
half a foot. I'm like, he out there. He decided to go out there.
I'm with you on that, Goo. It
felt like an
excuse.
excuse. It felt like a little bit of a resigned, like, well,
right.
he can't do it, and we know he can't do it because he's hurt, and so don't come down his road for being bad. It was a little bit of resignation.
No, you're right. It was a resignation sensation is what it was. Yeah, thank you.
You're listening to
And I'll tell you this.
Hold on, JD. You're listening to 95.7
I
The
get to
Game,
read here.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey
Always
Station.
live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app,
you
Steiny. Let's go. It's my time now.
What do you? My
sick of
last
you.
one. What do you give me for Fox?
Oh, boy. It's not your last one, by the way. You got 11 more minutes.
He is where Ja was, but a little further, as Ja was giving the Warriors the business last year, because Ja was, I think he was more hard and dribble. He was getting his, but De'Aaron's doing it. And last night, he didn't go berserk. Great game, but he closed. He closed, man. And I'm just saying, this dude might be more of a problem than Ja was before he got hurt.
He should change his name to the mid-range Fox, JD, because all he does is I'm going to get to 14 feet, and you can't stop me. So here we go.
And touch, JD.
And is he gonna make it or not? And in the fourth quarter, he makes them all. There's a reason. I think today is going to be the announcement for the Clutch Player Award. It's today or tomorrow. At some point during the show, De'Aaron Fox is going to win the. And again, it's kind of a contrived award, but the new Clutch Player of the Year award is going to go to De'Aaron Fox, I think, without a doubt. And so that's the guy that he's been, and a big part of the reason why the Kings have that significant advantage in terms of their offensive rating in the fourth quarters, which has been why they had the year they had.
JD, they got a name for that joke.
Duh.
Of an award?
Yeah.
Like, is it the Kobe Bryant?
No,
Is it the Bill Russell?
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, yeah. It's something like that.
Yeah.
They did have a name for that. Yeah.
That's all.
They did.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Can you guys all drive like standard shift with the clutch?
Oh, yeah.
I was doing that in high school.
It's named after Jerry West.
JD?
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it was a long time ago. I have not done it in probably.
Why do you ask
I only
that?
ask because of these whippersnapper punks in the back. I guarantee you Giddings and Lucan and the Grandy man, I guarantee you none of them could drive a stick shift. That's my point.
Wow.
Even though Giddings is an old soul.
Yeah.
Better be careful.
Thank you. It's a 3.
And here's Steiny, the Warriors bench is not the same as before. And here's where I'm like, really? I mean, who's coming off it? Poole, he was here. Peyton II, he was here. Kuminga was still here. Really?
He wasn't playing a lot, though.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying, no, he wasn't. But what I'm saying is, really, they've got one new player in DiVincenzo, and they lost Porter. And, okay, I'll give you Bielitsa, but you got 8 of your top 9 guys back. So, like, you ran it back, essentially.
Right, but if you look at this bench right now, if I'm Steve Kerr and I'm looking for a sub and I look down there, I go, no, I guess. No. I mean, you can't play any of these guys right now.
JD.
But he's got 6 playables, Goo. He's got 6. Tops. Right now, he's got 6.
Whose fault is that, Jay? Let's put the rat on the table. If that's what it is, whose fault is that?
Well, but this is what happens in playoff series. We've seen the Warriors do this to team after team after team. And this is where I think it looks like they might be a little overmatched, at least to this point, in that we're taking players away by the game, and the Warriors used to do that. And now, the Kings, I think the only guy that looks unplayable on the Kings has been Keegan Murray, but he's played the first 5-6 minutes of each half, and that's basically all he played. Remember the Warriors, when they had a weakness, that's what they would do. They'd play Pachulia the first 5-6 minutes of the half, and then he just wouldn't play the rest of the game, and it was insignificant because there were so many other players that could play. Peyton is the 6th with the 5 starters. Now that Wiggins is back in. But you can't only play 6. You got to at least figure out a way to get to 8. I think DiVincenzo still is part of that. But I don't think anybody said this, Dibs, about DiVincenzo.
13 minutes.
He really struggled when he wasn't starting and playing a lot. And now he went back to the bench, and he looked like he was just completely uncomfortable. He needed to play more to be successful. Kuminga was the same, but with everybody back among the top 5-6, that means that those players are going to get less minutes, and they're unable to be as effective as they were when they played more minutes, when they play less, and they've been hunted, and that's what makes them even less playable.
But you have to start Kevon Looney because, as we saw when Kevon was in foul trouble, there is no answer for Domas Sabonis.
Oh, man.
There was no answer
last night. I thought, he's been in the straitjacket fighting himself.
And they made it work last night, and he still got 24.
Man.
They did, and Kevon did another great job against him defensively, but he got caught up in a couple of bad foul situations.
You never see him complaining. He was, Dibs.
And you know what? That's a foul, and I hate to be the ref defender. And Steiny, I wish you could reprise your ref criticism because I was driving in.
Man,
you teased it, and then I happened to be on a phone call, and I got back to the radio, and I missed it. It was at about maybe 11.
Monty
McCutcheon is a buffoon. And
in the bow tie?
The bow tie and the plaid.
Oh, I thought you were going to come at Courtney Kirkland for his foul call on Draymond Green when he backed into Sabonis away from the play.
They overturned it, though.
No, I just think there's a time and place for everything. Some people have to. You got to look the part. It's optics. It's like people take this crap seriously. Refereeing is a big passion for fans. They want explanations. They don't want to see a guy with the bow tie and funky glass. They don't want to see Craig Sager. With all due respect, and we love him. That's it's just a bad look. Give me Steve Javie with the classy tie, talking about stuff that fans really get worked up about. Not Monty McCutcheon saying, "Look how I dress." I know it's trivial, but it's just something.
Let me put a rat on the table before we get out of here.
I love it. You got a pocket full of rats over there. I'm loving it. Thank you.
Listen, I've come down Dre's Road many a day, and last night in a playoff game where with them it was hell trying to stop Fox and company. As a teammate, would you be disappointed that he did what he did to get ran and left you guys basically there to go down 0-2?
No.
Or am I doing too much?
No, disappointed is the wrong word, and you wouldn't be surprised either because that is straight from the Draymond Green playbook. And Mark, actually, my partner, Mark Willard, out today. JD's in. I'm happy to have you JD, my OG host here on Sports Radio 95.7, if he and I can throw it back for a moment. But Mark actually called it the Draymond Green tech. And while Draymond actually didn't get a tech, so technically Mark loses his bet, that's exactly straight out of the Draymond Green playbook. And if you want to call in...
Well, that's not a good play. You left your team for dead.
Yes, you did. But that's the way that goes. When you have Draymond Green, you're going to get the elite defender, fourth in DPOY, a guy who can guard 1 through 5, a guy who is an unbelievable engine for your team, but part of what you get with Draymond Green is that.
But this ain't Indiana on a Tuesday night in the regular season, guys.
Well, he has no off switch, though, and he doesn't think about it like that. He knows that Sabonis is grabbing his foot, and it's the second straight game where somebody has grabbed his foot. And if you're going to call in and tell me that he couldn't help but step on Sabonis, save your phone call for Devon and Styles on the weekend because I'm not here for it.
He got his money worth.
Not only did he get his money's worth, but when you watch the video, so he stomps on Sabonis, he lifts his left leg up, and then he jumps off Sabonis, does a split in midair, and then runs down court.
Here's my thing on that, and I'm not going to argue with you on that, Dibs, but I'm just going to lay it out flat. If okay, well then you're saying he did it intentionally, right? Like you're saying he did. Are you saying because he did it intentionally?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Well then how does he not get suspended?
No, Draymond did it intentionally. Sabonis did too. You don't accidentally cradle. He was holding Draymond's leg like I hold my 7-month-old baby.
So if Draymond did it intentionally, to me, and I know that's already been reported in the last hour that he's unlikely to be suspended or basically isn't going to be suspended, but why wouldn't he be suspended if he did it intentionally? Like to me, if everybody common ground says, hey, he stomped on him intentionally, to me, that he probably should be suspended at that point.
I think that it's a level 1 stomp. It's not a face stomp. It's not a kick.
It was a flavor.
It's not a groin stomp. He got ejected from the basketball game. And to me, and it's funny you say that, JD, because I actually mentioned this in my daily delivery today on Twitter. If this was a regular season game, I do think he gets a 1-game suspension for the stomp, but not in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's a good call.
A couple other things I just jotted down.
I love jottage.
You know, the one thing I've noticed in this series, guys, is let's just say two-way player, and let's just really expand on it. The Kings basically have one guy who can't score, and it happened to be Mitchell, who scored 14. The Warriors, but other than that, Sabonis can score. Barnes can get you 15. Herter can score.
Fox
can score. Monk can score. The Warriors have
even
Murray, and he hasn't been. But the Warriors have Peyton, who's mostly defense. Draymond Green, who's mostly defense. Jordan Poole, who's all offense. Klay Thompson, who's kind of now just all offense. Looney, all defense. They don't. That's why Wiggins was so important, because but they don't have enough of those guys.
Interesting. And I saw you furiously jotting that down. I couldn't quite read your penmanship, but you're spot on, Steiny.
But remember when they were great, and this is unfair to always compare them to the Durant, but they used to have Durant and Iguodala, who were great two-way players. Legitimately, Iguodala could get you 15, Durant could get you 25, and defend.
Yep.
And you had Klay, who could guard on the ball.
Well, and that's the problem now, is that Klay is not even a one-way defender because he's not scoring the way he should. And Jordan Poole's not a one-way player because Jordan Poole is either injured, ineffective, or both. And so when you add all that up, you're looking at a situation where Steve Kerr and JD, you're right, it's a 6-man rotation, but it's more like a 3 or 4-man rotation, and I think you have to play with 5.
Yeah, and that's a problem that they're going to have to figure out as far as who gets added to that list being back at home. Does Kuminga get one more shot because they're back at home and they think maybe they'll get a little bit more out of him? Moody, I think, probably gets run because he was serviceable in his minutes in Kuminga's slot in the second half, and then beyond that, they have to decide, is Jordan Poole playable because of the injury, and maybe that opens up some minutes for DiVincenzo if he's not.
All right, gents, you guys have a great show, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. All right.
Steiny.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Willard and Dibs. Dan Dibley is in the big chair. My man John Dickinson filling in for Mark Willard. And JD, man, a lot of JD today since 1 o'clock. What's going on, my brother?
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, what will amount to about a 4.5-hour day, but
Nice.
I'm ready to roll. A couple hours of postgame last night from Golden One Center in Sacramento, and we're not at a loss of things to talk about today, so I'm ready to roll and looking forward to it.
What were the big takeaways from the fans last night on the post game? Because there's so much to pick through, and we'll get into Stompgate. Draymond Green, did he stomp on Sabonis, and how is Draymond Green's ankle after? I know he had some X-rays based on some fear after Sabonis grabbed his ankle. I know Sabonis had X-rays on his ribs. I think that we're all having X-rays now just to counteract the narrative from one side to the other. But what was the big takeaway last night in the postgame?
That the Warriors have to take care of the freaking basketball and stop giving away possessions. I know Sacramento's defense, especially in Game 2, was significantly better, but it's this notion that the Warriors continue to shoot themselves in the foot at every turn when they've had opportunities to seek control of both of these first two games of the series. And last night they were really working their tails off to just hang in the game, prevent themselves from getting run out of the building really from the middle of the second quarter until it was tied with 5 or 6 minutes to go. And just, I think, the unwillingness of answers as far as I think it's hitting Warrior fans a certain way that a lot of these players that have been such a key to so many great moments whether it's the stars or some of these bench players throughout different points in the regular season, have been rendered so ineffective against a Kings team that coming in you thought everybody was going to kind of comfortably be able to eat against.
Yeah, no doubt. 888-957-9570. We're going to the phones here at 2:30. We're going to take your calls, and we want to get the voice of the fan in today in a big way because, wow, what a game. Game 2, the Warriors fall to the Kings 114-106 in a game that felt much more winnable to me, JD, than Game 1 did. And you mentioned it, the turnovers straight off the top. They wind up with 20 turnovers as a team. Draymond with 5. Steph Curry had 5, largely ineffective in many ways. Klay Thompson with 21 points on 7 of 13, 5 of 10 from three-point range. Jordan Poole only able to play 16 minutes. Is it injury? Do they have any bench help? What does the future hold for this team? Steve Kerr, can he make the adjustment between now and Thursday? So many questions. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. I look at that first quarter, JD, and think about what could have been. You held Sacramento to 17 points, and largely that was built on the back of their turnovers. The Warriors only with 23 points because they had 9 turnovers of their own. It felt to me that was the point where that game was lost. Sacramento came out very, very stiff, a little bit nervous, trying to build that 2-0 lead, and the Warriors basically gave the ball away to let them back into it early.
Yeah, both. I think there were a number of different times that both of these games, I think the Kings have come out tight. And the Warriors in both games have been unable to take advantage. I think it was tied at the end of the first quarter in Game 1. Last night, the Warriors were up 23-17, but you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said in the past that would have been at least 30 or 32-17, and it was just a missed opportunity at that point. And then the game gets away in the second quarter with the 41-29 Sacramento advantage. But even then, after the Warriors had gotten down double digits, they fought all the way back to tie the game with about a minute to go before the half, and then they give up a 6-0 run. Turnover, bad shot. All of a sudden, when they had worked so hard to tie it, in a blink, they give up a 6-0 run, and they're down 6 at the half when they were up 6 at the end of the first quarter. And that, to me, has been just the overarching theme of this whole series. And I mentioned it earlier. When the Warriors' offense has played well, their defense has been terrible. When the Warriors' defense has been pretty good, they just haven't been able to score enough to maximize the good defense. And it's all added up to the Kings, Dibs, being able to hang around and make those little 6-8 point runs that have been the difference in the series.
And it was that 6-point run you mentioned at the end of the second quarter that really spun the game, in my opinion. Sacramento getting 41 points in the second quarter, and they led 58-52 going into the third. And again, the third quarter, the Warriors, it felt like they had multiple opportunities where they could take control of the game, and they never were able to get up on top. And ultimately, they fell behind by as many as 13 points in that third quarter. I checked that, 14 points, down 81-67. The Sacramento crowd was in it. They were lively, and the Warriors were unable to really get much of a lead from that point going forward. 888-957-9570. Your call is coming up straight ahead, but let's just touch briefly on the other headline from Game 2, Draymond Green and the incident with Domas Sabonis. Sabonis grabs his leg, no call in real time, and Draymond Green takes the opportunity to step on or stomp on or fall into, depending on how you look at it. And I know many Warriors fans are saying, where's Draymond Green supposed to put his foot? You know, the guy is just trying to run down court. What did you make of the incident, and how do you think it's going to get meted out from here on out?
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound like there's going to be a suspension. I think that had been reported, as we talked about, within the last hour or so. Put me, Dibs, in the category of, and it's a little bit different because I don't think it's not that he didn't have any place to put the foot, but I do think, and I watched it probably 150 times last night, as everybody did, but clearly you had Sabonis grabbing the ankle, and I almost thought Draymond started to lose his balance a little bit to a point where, yes, he could have either just kind of awkwardly fallen or swung that other leg around Sabonis. But I think in the moment he thought, you know what? I can get away with stepping on this guy right now because I'm kind of losing my balance. And so he took advantage of the potential optics, or basically feeling like he had an out. And so he did it. So it wasn't that he didn't have another choice. I think he did have another choice, but I also think in the moment he's like, well, I can fall awkwardly or swing my leg around him in a weird manner, or I can just, if he's not going to let go, just step on him. And that's exactly what he did. And I think he probably thought, because Sabonis was grabbing onto him, that maybe he would get the benefit of the doubt, not in the moment, but also I think acceptable enough, and acceptable is probably not the right word, to avoid a suspension, considering the fact that none of it happens if Sabonis doesn't grab his ankle, as extra is what Draymond did was.
Yeah, and I agree with that. None of it happens if he doesn't get his ankle grabbed, but the force with which he puts his foot onto Sabonis' chest, to me, is what makes it an easy call on the flagrant 2, because if you lose your balance and you're about to step on another human being, there's the certain sense of, I'm going to feather foot it and maybe put my foot on this person very gently so as to not inflict any harm. When he is falling down or he's losing his balance and he's about to put his foot on Sabonis, and it looks to me like he forcefully puts his foot on top of him and then uses that foot to push off of Sabonis and then run down court. That to me made it an easy flagrant 2.
Well, and let's not underestimate the fact that I think frustration is part of this. And as somebody that's really kept an eye on Sabonis and Looney and Sabonis and Draymond when they've been locked up, and really just Sabonis overall, because he's gotten the rap, I think, at times in his career as being a little bit of a softer player.
Totally.
Certainly hasn't been in this series, and I think and the Kings made a big point throughout their week leading up to the series of having to be physical and lay the first punch on the Warriors. And I kind of wondered going in, like, is that something where maybe they get a little bit out of character and it works in the Warriors' favor? But for the first 2 games, it's 100% worked in Sacramento's favor. But to bring it back to Draymond, Dibs, the frustration of, I think the Warriors feel as a whole like Sabonis is getting away with a lot of dirty stuff away from the play, when the officials are not looking, when the ball's heading down to the other end, and he's getting those little grabs or elbows or nudges or shots in that the officials have not been calling. And again, I'm not Johnny come down the officials' road guy, but I think the Warriors believe that they're missing the Kings doing a lot of that stuff, and then also calling the touch foul. Although the calls, I think, have been even overall, they feel the Warriors have been called. I think they've been called with a few more of the touch fouls. Look at that third quarter where they're in the bonus within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. And that was like 90 seconds into it, I think, JD, you're right. And, if you look at the way the game was officiated last night, the team that was more aggressive, Sacramento, got a little bit more of the benefit of the whistle, and that's the way it always goes in the association. And I thought, and I know I'm a big Zach Zarba acolyte, and I've always been accused of being a fan of the refs, and I'm not going to shy away from that because I think the refs in general get a bad rap, especially in sports talk radio. I thought last night the referees did a pretty good job early on in the game of laying out and not calling a lot. Now, in that second half, in the fourth quarter, where the Kings got into early bonus, that was a different story. But that game was very physical. Steve Kerr said as much in his post-game comments. And Steve Kerr, by the way, didn't make any comment in terms of the Draymond Green situation. In fact, this is exactly what he said, JD, in the postgame.
The play live, and then I didn't see the replay. I asked Zach Zarba what happened. He told me, and I was busy with getting the team ready. One of the coaches told me might get ejected, and so I was trying to prepare for what was next.
Trying to prepare for what was next, which was life without Draymond, and that happened with just about 7 minutes to go. 7:03 to go in the game. Warriors down 4 at that juncture, and they would not recover and win the ball game.
No, and they would not, and they, I think, had action in the final few minutes, and not having Draymond is certainly part of the story as to I think their inability to get stops and Fox's ability to really live comfortably and get into his spots. But it's not only him. I mean, Davion Mitchell hits a big corner three, which is a shot that the Warriors will give. And I think there has been that tendency for a lot like the regular season. These first two games have felt like a more highly competitive, intense playoff level version of the regular season, in that the Warriors, they do some things well, they do some things horribly, and then you look up, and if the game's close down the stretch on the road, the Warriors just don't win. And from Sacramento's point of view, that's exactly why they won 48 games, because they were so exceptional in winning those close games. A lot of them 130 to 128, but this was kind of the playoff version of that, where because of the knockdown, drag-out nature, it was lower scoring.
Yeah, so much fun, though, through two games. By far the best playoff series in the association. Game 3 coming up Thursday from Chase Center. The Warriors in, and I hate to do it, JD, they're in a must-win situation. And I don't like to use must-win unless it is a must-win, but I'll tell you on the other side why this actually is a must-win. Your phone call is coming up as well, 888-957-9570. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. Your phone calls on the other side. Warriors lose to the Kings. They're down 2-0. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song,
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver Sip Break.
But who needs that glue when...
Warriors went on a 12-2 run to tie the game at 52, but Sacramento scores the last 6 of the half. 58-52, Kings with the lead. This is playoff basketball.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We're back, JD. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. And if you're watching on YouTube, you see me adjusting the microphone because your boy, and I call him your boy because you've done more radio with him than I have, Matt Steinmetz tends to loosen the mic. And so there's a little bit of a jiggle wiggle that we have on this side that I don't normally have on my side of the console, JD.
There was a point, and this was pre-COVID, going back to, let's say, circa 2019, where Steiny and I were in doing a Warriors wrap-up show together, and he was driving that show. It was a road game in the chair that you're sitting in right now at that mic console, and I was on the opposite side where you usually sit, and it was a Friday night, and he loosened that bad boy up, and we did the show. And then I came in the next morning for Warriors This Week at 9 o'clock. It's now on at 10, and I'm sitting in the lead chair doing the show, and I go to grab the mic, and it completely falls off. It falls on the table.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It
and
happens
so,
all
yeah,
the time.
that's for those that are watching Dibs get that thing screwed in properly. Yeah, that can be a little bit of a calamity at the start of a show when your mic just literally drops before you have anything to say.
No doubt. And it's, it's kind of like when your shoe falls off as an NBA player. It's embarrassing, and it also causes you to, have to stop down and then, get your shoe back on before the next possession, without a doubt. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. We're going to go to the phones here momentarily, JD, and we're going to ask fans not only for your takeaway from Game 2, but how you feeling going into Game 3, because I feel like this Warrior team, looking at the 2 games that have happened, it's not good. It's a situation where you don't feel good about the fact that you're down 0-2 for the first time in the history of Steph, Clay, Dre, and Steve Kerr. So how can you respond, and what can this team do to respond to a Sacramento team that's looked a lot faster than they are?
It's patience, Dibs. I think it's a willingness to accept the fact, as much as the Warriors are hard-headed in not wanting to do it, that they have to play a little bit more composed, maybe a little bit slower, a little more disciplined on offense in terms of getting into it. The Kings are really coming out and pressuring Steph Curry and giving different looks to try and get the Warriors to take some time off the clock getting into their offense. And I think the Warriors have to be just a little bit more patient in making the first pass to get into their offense. The ball movement and the player movement has to be there, and just understanding. And I do think that Warriors did a better job from Game 1 to Game 2 in the shot selection department. I think the shot selection was atrocious for the most part in Game 1, especially from Klay Thompson. I thought Klay made the adjustment, Dibs, in Game 2. I thought he took better shots.
Yeah.
It meant he took fewer shots, but the turnovers completely offset the fact that the Warriors did, for the most part, take better shots because it was still going the other way. And I'm going to give you a nugget on the turnovers. Just a quick number here, because I bookmarked it for the first 2 games of this series. Points off turnovers in the first 2 games of this series, Dibs, 41-14 in favor of Sacramento. It was 25-9 last night, 16-5 in Game 1. It's been a major advantage, maybe the biggest advantage other than the clutch play that the Kings have had in the series.
And last night, how many times did you see Steph Curry throw just a lazy cross-court pass? And you also had a couple of incidents last night where they got straight picked. They had their pockets picked at half court, and that's going to always lead to a bucket the other way. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live and maybe catch us swearing. Although I usually save my profanity for after a series is over, but you never know. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. Let's go to the phones. Safe Thayer in San Francisco has been patient, and now you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on?
How you doing, fellas? This is a great show. Glad to be part of it. I'm going to give you 3 bullet points. I had more, but I'm just going to break it right down to as a 74-year-old man that's watched sports since the 50s, my bullet points. Number 1, they're not the same team. as they were last year, and there's a whole different dynamic on that. Maybe they didn't catch up on it. I don't know. I'm not in the locker room. Road record showed up. Now, my basic two, driving to the basket. You guys remember when they were driving to the basket and Sack was backing up in the second half? They were backing up because they were kind of in foul trouble. They didn't want to get more fouls. Golden State was driving to the basket, making points. Why didn't they continue that until they could be stopped? And one thing that I haven't heard on the air since I've been on is the main bullet point, and it is Mike Brown. If Mike Brown wasn't coaching his team, this would be a different game. And I'll leave you guys with this. Sacramento is a more disciplined Memphis Grizzly. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Safe Thigh. I appreciate the call. Yeah, great call. And JD, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Was it the third quarter where the Warriors got into early bonus and then they ended up only shooting 2 free throws in the quarter?
Now you're saying early bonus? That was
not sub bonus, but early penalty. Yeah.
Yeah, the early penalty was last night in the third quarter where there was still more than 10 on the clock, and that was something that obviously the Warriors can't defend without fouling. So you put them in a position where every foul is free throws for the opposition, and it can get it can be a momentum killer if the Warriors are doing some things on the offensive end. I go back to just the driving to the basket. I think that's been the story of the series, has been the Warriors' reluctance to just stay disciplined enough to keep attacking the Kings inside and making them work. Steve Kerr said it at the team hotel Sunday, in between Game 1 and Game 2, you got to turn down the good shot for the great shot.
Right.
In Game 1 and Game 2, there have been significant portions of both games where the Warriors have done that, and they've picked the Kings apart. It's been a layup line, but they have not been able to stick with it. Part of it is the ball pressure from the Kings and the physicality, but part of it has been a lack of discipline and settling on the Warriors' part offensively.
And we talk about tempo a lot in terms of the Golden State Warriors this year, number 1 in tempo, and the Kings, I think, are number 2. Offensively, they're the best team in the association in terms of efficiency, but can the Warriors win this series? Can they win Game 3 by really going back to kind of an old school tempo and, like you're saying, being a little bit more judicious in terms of possessions?
It's just a tick. It's not, and Steve Kerr bristles at any question about slowing it down. We don't want to do that. We want to play fast. We want to play free. We want to have flow, and I get it, and it's worked. It's a subtle difference, and he talks about walking the fine line between wanting to have all those things that I just mentioned and making sure that you're smart enough about it to where you can still win the game, but they just have not consistently been able to find that balance, more so because of the turnovers last night and the empty possessions than the bad shots. I think they did fix the bad shot problem in Game 2 to a greater extent than Game 1, where I think it completely wrecked the game, in addition to their fouling and, of course, the offensive rebounding issues, which were, I think, critical in key moments in both games.
Yeah, and the Kings, again, last night, 10 more shot attempts from the field, and the Warriors turned the ball over 6 more times than the Kings did. And if the Warriors aren't going to shoot lights out from 3, with that disparity, they're going to be in some kind of trouble. And the Kings outscored the Warriors by 6 points from the foul line. The Warriors did outscore the Kings by 12 points from the 3-point line, but ultimately the Kings with too many field goal tries in general for the Warriors to offset that big differential. Vince is in San Jose, wants to talk about big men, Vince. I don't know what they can do now, but you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's going on? How are you guys doing?
Great, Vince. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'd be doing a little bit better if the Warriors were playing better. One thing I will, and you guys are having an excellent show today. Even the show earlier today was phenomenal. You guys are doing a great job. One thing I will say, the fast break, the turnovers leading to fast breaks, not only are those easy buckets, but those are buckets that really get the opposing crowd into the game. I don't know if you guys noticed, but even watching the game last night on TV, the crowd is getting so loud, and when Barnes, when he dunked over Thompson, you felt like there was maybe a little something personal there, because he threw that ball down with authority. And that was a really big power jam, again, on a fast break turnover. If the Warriors are going to win this series, they have to win the next 2 games at home. Obviously, they're going to have to win a road game. And Steve Kerr's going to have to use really probably the best coaching of his career if he's going to pull this out. Turn all the odds around, focus on team rebounding. One other point I'll make before I leave you guys for today is Looney does a great job on defense. He's one of the best rebounders in the entire league. But Looney's touch around the rim sometimes offensively could leave a lot to be desired, whether it's a layup, and we all know he doesn't have too much of a shooting touch, which Sabonis obviously was a pretty good masterclass last night. Made it look easy. What do you guys think?
Yeah, thank you, Vince. Appreciate the phone call. And Kevon Looney is not in the game for his touch around the rim. He's in there for his great defense and his stout rebounding. And last night he was neutralized in large part by the fact that he got into foul trouble. And, JD, I think that Sabonis did a good job of forcing Kevon Looney into some fouls in some situations. I know the 5th foul was the one that Kevon was really most upset about. I thought that foul actually was a pretty garden variety easy call. He had pinned Sabonis' arm against his own body. It was the foul before that where I think that he might have had a little bit of a beef with the officials. But Kevon Looney's going to be in foul trouble in this series. Domas Sabonis is a handful at 7'1".
He is, and I think the frustration component was on display there for Kevon Looney as well, in thinking that maybe Sabonis is getting away with stuff that he hasn't been able to get away with in this series, and so I'm interested to see if maybe that shifts a little bit with some home cooking as far as the officials go in certain ways. Again, I think it's been relatively well officiated these first 2. I think it's been pretty even, through the first 2 for the most part. But you've watched enough NBA playoff games. I was talking to the guys during the break a little bit in the control room about you watch enough series, and there's always a game or 2 in every single series where you go, oh wow, the home team got every single call tonight.
Yeah.
It felt like, and I kind of feel like one of those games is coming in favor of the Warriors here in the next 2.
Yeah, you would figure it'd be this game because, if you're the networks, and I'm not, I wish I was, but they want a longer series. And, if the Kings win game 3, we mentioned this in our pre-show call.
Night.
Yeah, no team has ever blown a 3-0 lead in a best-of-7 in the association. So if the Kings do win game 3, the Warriors could win game 4 and avoid the sweep, but it feels more like a gentleman's sweep. The Kings would likely win this thing in 5.
They would. I want to go back and get your take on the other point the caller made as far as Sabonis, who's so skilled, and his ability to still at times get what he wants against Looney, even though Looney's working his ass off to stand up and has played well. I think the Warriors' go-to dibs in these situations has always been go smaller, right? Like everybody, the fans, hey, bigs, and any bigs. Well, you can't go get any bigs now because it's April 18th and you're in the playoffs,
right.
So we can throw that aside. But the Warriors go to, and the reason they've been reluctant to go get bigs is because their ace in the hole has been go small. Do you see a path to the Warriors going small in this series against Sabonis to try and ignite things and make him guard maybe more on the perimeter? And what group would be out there? What would the 5 be that could even potentially do it?
Well, it would have to be Draymond Green on Sabonis in terms of what that 5 would be defensively. So you go ahead and put
Peyton, Wiggins, Clay, Steph.
Well, I was even thinking DiVincenzo in terms of whether it's Peyton, but probably Peyton because you want somebody in there to guard De'Aaron Fox. So you go Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Peyton and Draymond. That's a pretty small lineup. Now I know GP2 is 6'4", but he plays like he's about 6'9" with that wingspan. Klay Thompson, unfortunately, is not the same defender that he was. Andrew Wiggins has been good, but he hasn't been the same active defensive presence in this series. Maybe it's because he's still coming back from his 2-month break, but normally I think that lineup might work, but you're asking a lot of Draymond Green in terms of guarding Domas Sabonis because Draymond is 6'5", 6'6", if you're going to be generous. And Sabonis is 7'1", and he's also skilled enough to where he's not just going to be a player that you can forget about on the exterior on the offensive end. You have to guard him. So Draymond Green is at his best guarding fives when that five doesn't have to be respected more than 10 feet away from the basket.
No, and it makes him vulnerable. And I think that's where the Warriors have been forced to stick with Looney, and it's, I think, prevented them from going to some other combinations that in the past have been able to really allow them to flourish. I like that previous caller too on the Sac Memphis comparison. A more disciplined, I think a more disciplined for sure, and I think a more efficient offensive team. I mean, the Kings are not what Memphis is defensively, although they've kind of looked a little bit like them in the first two games of this series at times. But yeah, more disciplined. They've got bigs. They've got Fox, who's a little like Morant, although even Fox has been more efficient in these first couple of games than Morant, and then a bunch of guys that can shoot it too.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that Sacramento is showing a lot more poise than Memphis normally does to that point in terms of, offensively and defensively. And De'Aaron Fox right now, I would look at him as a more polished postseason player than John Morant. I mean, John Morant got hurt on a play where
two games in, and he's already there.
And he's out of control. You haven't seen De'Aaron Fox out of control at all. 2 of 10 from 3-point range in last night's game. Maybe that's something that he'll develop as he becomes more of a seasoned professional. But in the mid-range, my God, De'Aaron Fox is unguardable.
Unguardable, and he can always get to the spot that he wants to get to, and the Warriors are going to have to figure that out if they're going to get back into the series. And again, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I think the most alarming fact for the Warriors, and there's a bunch of different ones, but the Kings have not shot the three ball well early on in this series, and 9 of 38 last night. They are due for an 18, 20, 22 3-point make game. And if that happens, and they're similar to the Warriors throughout the years where basically you can't guard them when they're that high.
Right.
And so you better be matching them if that's game 3 or game 4. Otherwise, the Warriors are going to find themselves in that position where they are down 1-3 and having to do something historic to be able to come back.
And the problem with matching them, JD, is that Steph Curry has been bottled up in this series. Sacramento's done a nice job of boxing one and really taking Steph away in the half court. Steph has had to work for just about everything that he's gotten through 2 games. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Let's go to Skills in Vallejo. Hey, Skills, what are you doing?
Hey, Dibs. Hey, John. Good to be on with you again. I am currently sorting through my PlayStation baseball videos to figure out the best ones to upload to my YouTube channel.
Nice. Okay. Talk to me about broken furniture, Skills. Do you have anger issues?
We can probably agree on that. Yeah, a little bit when it comes to look, the third quarter. You guys watched it. You saw Looney get into what I felt was unjustified foul trouble, especially that fourth one, like you guys were talking about. And that's just not something that happens a lot with him. I was already on edge with that because Looney's my guy. That's my guy right there. Everybody on the Warriors. And the third quarter, we fell behind 14 points, I believe, was the high point. Then we get to the point towards the end. We cut the lead down, make a couple baskets, get it down a little bit, 2 baskets in a row, and then Poole cuts to the basket. He has somebody in the corner, I forget who it was, wide open in the corner, and he throws the ball practically out of the arena. And at that point, a game and 3 quarters of frustration. I'm only human, guys. I'm only human. The TV tray went snap.
Oh, boy.
It's in pieces now. I had it for 20 years. I had that thing through relationships, apartments, cars, jobs. Now it's gone.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, Skills. Thank you for the phone call. TV trays. It's better than the videos of all those people punching their TV, JD, like from the Super Bowl, Philadelphia Eagle fan. You're going to go ahead and punch your $500 TV and break that. I will say this. I got myself into a little bit of trouble on the Homestead second quarter. I got a 7-month-old baby asleep upstairs, and I think I let out at least 1 or 2. What the hell was that? As the Warriors are carelessly throwing the ball around, and we have a video monitor, and I look in the video monitor, and all of a sudden my baby girl is rolling around and now she's crying.
Gaga goo goo.
Yeah, it was more than gaga goo goo, I'm afraid. Your boy got into some hot water in that first half.
Yeah, it was definitely more than gaga goo goo if it's your daughter.
you.
I think that's...
Dude, the
there's no
screaming,
doubt.
you have no idea, JD.
There's no... I mean, nobody knows how to pitch a fit like your daughter will not.
Yeah, it's true.
Too soon? Too far?
No. Accurate, and she has actually recently found her voice. So now she's...
wonderful.
Yeah, her big thing is to scream because she's yet to be able to formulate words, but she's discovered her voice. So now it's just straight up screaming. That's her go-to.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. The Jordan Poole question is an interesting one, and we'll get into that coming up here on the other side with our Cleared to Play segment. Dr. Nirav Pandya will join us because Jordan Poole, JD, he is certainly not at 100%. Can he get better enough by Thursday, or does he remain a little bit unplayable?
Yeah, he looked unplayable on a couple of different accounts, whether you want to say it was the way he played and how much of that was the injury. And you had Klay Thompson after the game saying that he's playing on one leg right now, which I think is part of why you look up at the end of the night and he only played the 15 minutes. I think the 1 of 7 is another part of it, and the bad turnover that was referenced. And there's just been so many of these momentum-changing plays for the Warriors. Like, they get to a point where they work to get back, or they start to get a little control like they had in the first quarter last night, the third quarter in game 1 when they're up 10, and they just give it away with momentum-changing plays like that Poole cast out of bounds. You know, Andrew Wiggins missed a couple of layups, including one right at the end of the first half, and it's just really hurt the Warriors when they it feels like the Warriors are working hard to get everything they can, and the Kings are getting it just a little bit easier, which is giving them more energy to continue that fight for longer portions of the 48-minute game.
And also it feels like because they're getting so much more easily that they're able to get to the foul line too, because the Kings are the more aggressive team. The Kings are attacking the basket, which is why you're going to get the whistles to go your way. The Warriors not attacking the rim as often, which definitely is going to hurt you in terms of being able to get to the foul line. 888-957-9570. You're lining up your calls. We'll get to you on the other side. We also are going to talk to Dr. Nirav Pandya about the injuries for this Warrior team, Jordan Poole, what he sees, and Andrew Wiggins coming off of his layoff, how he's looking to the doc. We'll do that on the other side as well. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard. Your calls coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Give your
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Back here, hour number 2, John Dickinson in for Mark Willard, and we are giving you the chance to go to Warriors-Kings Game 4. Listen to Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast in between 7:30 and 8 tomorrow as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 7:30 and 8 a.m. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed to not be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. I am Dan Dibley, and we go to the phones and our favorite guest when it comes to the medical realm, Dr. Nirav Pandya. It's time for Cleared to Play. We take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay and beyond. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how you feeling down 0-2 here in this Warrior Nation?
Not feeling good. My panic meter is rising a little bit, so a little bit concerned about what we saw last night.
Well, let's start there with the Warriors, and first Andrew Wiggins coming off a 2-month layoff. What are you seeing from Andrew Wiggins in terms of his ability to bounce back?
You know, I've been very surprised at how quickly they've ramped him up. I think he played 39 minutes last night, so they went quickly from a 20 to 25 minute ceiling to the 39 minutes. So I think that speaks volumes about how much he potentially was staying in condition when he was out. He looks good from a mechanical standpoint. He's moving well. He looks athletic. He looks explosive. But obviously, some of the rhythm and timing on the basketball court will take some time, but that's something that's going to come with more gameplay. I would really be concerned if there are issues in terms of, is he not cutting well? Does he not look explosive? Does he look tired at the end of quarters? He looks great. So I think his performance is going to continue to improve, and those shots are going to start falling as the series goes on.
Quick follow-up on Wiggins, Doc. What did you see from watching Game 1? Did you sense a little bit of the fatigue in Game 1 and maybe a little bit of a difference between Game 1 and Game 2? I know Steve Kerr gave him a little bit of a rest in the fourth quarter last night, put Moody in there for a quick couple minutes, and the Kings kind of got going with Draymond out a little bit. But what did you see as far as Wiggins and just the difference between the two fourth quarters?
Yeah, I definitely think Game 1, he looked fatigued. I mean, he still looked explosive, still was kind of looking good when he had the ball, but you could definitely see him going down the court a little bit slowly, not necessarily as active on the glass. And I think giving that little break and allowing Moody to come in Game 2 gave him that little bit of a breather, because I think when you get to minute 25, minute 30, that's when that fatigue is going to set in if you've been away for a period of time. So I think it was smart to give him that little break, and then he was able to come back and not appear as fatigued. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him in fourth quarters, and maybe give him that early fourth quarter break, just like they give Steph, as they did during the regular season, to allow him to finish strong when they need it, particularly on the defensive end.
Speaking of Steph, you mentioned Steph Curry. Last night he played 12 minutes of a possible 12 minutes in the fourth quarter, 41 minutes in totality. Do you think that is a non-factor considering they have 2 days off before Game 3?
Yeah, I think that people have a tendency to look at just individual game numbers, but I think that if you have days of rest, that sometimes is more powerful in terms of recovery than necessarily the impact of a lot of minutes are going to be for an athlete. I also think the other thing you need to look at as well, too, is where athletes start to break down is if you have huge clumps of games with high minutes. So if you look at 3, 5, and 10 game kind of clumps, and if they're significantly higher than what they've averaged in general for the season. And I don't think necessarily that's going to happen unless the series kind of plays out the same way. So I think one game, a lot of minutes with 48 hours to recover, I think he's going to be totally fine. If you see him playing 41, 42 minutes, Game 5, Game 6, potentially Game 7, that's when you start getting worried about performance and injury risk. But hopefully that won't be the case, and the games will kind of dictate him not having to play a lot of minutes.
Yeah, and you touched on this a little bit, Doc, and I wanted to just kind of follow up with the 2 days between Game 2 now and 3. There's 2 days between 3 and 4. There's 2 days between 4 and 5 if the Warriors can force it to a Game 5, but then it's every other from there. So you get the Game 5, and then it's 1 day game, 1 day game. The only way the Warriors are going to win this series now is if it's 6 or 7, which means playing all the way into that final weekend and April 30th coming up in 12 days. What's the concern level once it gets back into that every other? And I'll give you even this one, Doc. let's say it goes to 6. That's a 7 o'clock game on a Friday in all likelihood. If this series gets to a Game 7 with as intense as it's been, it's probably a 12:30 game on Sunday. So you could even have a quick turnaround from 6 to 7, quicker than the full 48 hours. How much would that potentially impact things?
I think it would be a huge impact, and particularly with players who are older, especially our core. I mean, I think even though Curry's in great physical condition, the impact of him and on Draymond and Clay with those short turnarounds is going to be a lot more than for the Kings to have a much younger roster. So I think that's number one, is that you do worry about their ability to perform well and be fatigued if they're at Game 5, Game 6, and Game 7. And then you worry about if they do make it past the Kings, what are all those heavy minutes and short recovery times going to do for potentially the next round as well, too? So it does have a lot of implications, particularly with an older core, particularly if the series goes long. So I would be worried about, number one, decreasing performance, and number two, fatigue heading into a next round series, particularly coming with those short rests, particularly that Game 6 to 7 turnaround.
Dr. Nirav Pandya from UCSF Health here with Dibbs and John Dickinson on 95.7 The Game. Jordan Poole, Doc, Game 1, what appeared to be a bad ankle sprain, able to give it a go in Game 2. What did you see from Jordan Poole from a mobility standpoint?
He actually looked a little bit more ginger, not as explosive, particularly on those kind of explosive drives to the basket where we saw him do a lot of in Game 1. In general, and I think as Clay put it best, he was playing with half a foot. With a lot of these ankle sprains, what ends up happening is not necessarily an issue if there's going to be your ankle's healed. We know that once you sprain your ankle, it's going to take 4 to 6 weeks for anything structural to heal. But is the pain and swelling limiting you? And it definitely clearly looked like it was. I think if this were a regular season game, you probably would see him not have played. In most ankle sprains in NBA players kind of land somewhere between 1 to 2 games out. So assuming it's the playoffs, they need him, you're probably going to see potentially another kind of limited performance from him on Thursday. But then after that, most of these ankle sprains will turn around. It's just tough to make that quick turnaround when you're dealing with pain and swelling, which look like a bad ankle sprain. And you could definitely see it impact him on the floor, particularly in terms of his explosiveness.
Ja Morant, I just saw here within the last 10 minutes, the Grizzlies ruled Ja Morant as questionable with the right hand soreness. I know after Game 1, he said the pain level was significant. I think he called it a 10 out of a 10. Is it basically, from Ja Morant's injury, is it basically a pain tolerance thing for him, or is there more to it than that?
That's a great question. I think, they said that the x-rays were negative, meaning that they couldn't see any fractures. I assume they potentially did get an MRI or are planning to get one. With a lot of these kind of injuries, even if there is a ligament injury or there's some sort of tendon injury at the soft tissue, unless the wrist or hand is completely unstable, it really does become a pain tolerance issue. And I think a lot of fans will think, well, if it's pain tolerance, then they should just kind of, take medication or things like that. But it's very difficult, even with a little bit of pain, for a structure like the hand to even function effectively. So even if you can potentially get Ja's pain down from a 10 to a 5, you're dribbling, you're shooting, you're passing, a little bit of pain can affect your function. So absolutely, it is a pain tolerance issue, but even if you can kind of grit through the pain, how effective can you be? Because when you have pain, it's coming because there's some degree of structural injury, even though it may not be serious. And if the structure of your hand's affected, how can you play, particularly the guard position, really impactfully? So would not be surprised if you see this impact him for several games. It was a really hard fall. And it's just tough because you want the best players out there, particularly in the playoffs, and he definitely is one of the stars of the league.
Doc, thanks for joining us, and hopefully next week we're not talking about how to mend my broken heart.
Exactly, or broken chest. Yeah.
Yeah, we could have gotten into that. Poor Domas Sabonis, how's he going to survive from Draymond Green stepping on him? Doc, thank you for joining us, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Dan. Take care, guys. Yep.
The preceding was sponsored by UCSF Health. That's Dr. Nirav Pandya. And JD, I guess we could have gotten into all of the, Sabonis had an X-ray, and Draymond had an X-ray, and all the back and forth. It seemed to me, in my untrained eye, they're both going to pull through.
Looks like they're both going to pull through, yes. And I think that in the case of Draymond and whether or not he ends up getting suspended, I do think that was the best possible news that anybody could have received on that front. The fact that there isn't any significant concern about Sabonis potentially missing time. I think that would change the narrative as far as whether or not Draymond should be penalized further. And let's just put the rat on the table.
I love it.
As far as that decision-making goes. The NBA wants this series to extend and get to a fifth game 2-2. Like, the NBA would love that. Get to a game 7 in Sacramento tied at 3 is intense. I'll tell you from being there, Dibbs, these first two games have felt like 10 games. And I've
Right.
just been watching and yapping about him. It has been that intense in that building in downtown Sacramento.
I did a Twitter Spaces at halftime yesterday, and we had like 500 people jump in there. The thing was crazy. And yeah, exactly. The boss. I got a text from the boss. Can you jump on Twitter Spaces? Look. I'm going to need you on in 12 seconds. It's like, boss, I got a baby. But yeah, I'll do it. On the other side, JD, let's get a little bit more into this Draymond Green, Domas Sabonis situation. I got some sound from Draymond, and we'll get you to react. And also, all of you waiting on hold. I see Javier. I see all the callers, 888-957-9570. Just one phone line available. Get in now. We go to your phone calls on the other side. Plus, Stompgate. We're going to get into it. We are sponsored by CalHope.org. It's Willard and Dibs with John Dickinson in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay.
Curry right side. Off the dribble. Doubled. Finds Looney. Bounce pass inside the Moody. Bounce pass to Payton. Left corner. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket. Golden State has tied the game with 6:03 to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, those were the days, JD, when this game was tied. 6:03 to go. About a minute and change after Draymond Green got ejected. The Warriors were able to tie the game. This is Willard and Dibs. Mark Willard off today, hoping he's back tomorrow. I'm lucky to have John Dickinson by my side on this very big day, coming off a Warriors loss against Sacramento in Game 2 of the first round of the NBA playoffs. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. So, JD, about 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Draymond Green gets kicked out of the proceedings. I think Warriors down 4 at that point. Did you think, oh boy, the Warriors going to lose now, or did you think this might be the galvanizing moment for the team?
No, I thought it had the potential to galvanize him, to be honest. And in the moment, it was ironic, I guess, probably the wrong word, but Domantas Sabonis goes to the free throw line and misses 2 free throws on the flagrant.
Ball don't lie.
And Steph Curry makes the tech free throw. So the Kings actually, for all of that, Draymond is out, but they ended up being a +1 in that exchange, although the Kings were able to get the ball back off of that, and the Warriors kept coming at that point. Got the game tied at 93 on the Payton 3. Then De'Aaron Fox was getting to his spot, 95-93. Curry tied it at 95. But the Harrison Barnes dunk with the Curry missed 3 and then the Fox pull up, it was 99-95. And at that point, it was probably going to be a little bit too little, too late, with Wiggins coming back in for Moody, and then Harrison Barnes with a take. And so I thought the Warriors hung in and still had that opportunity, but just no defense. I know Steiny had the numbers earlier, 9 of the last 11 possessions the Kings scored.
Yeah.
And the 2 that they didn't, they ended up scoring on one of them anyway.
Right, they got the ball back on a couple of offensive rebounds, and that's just the way that went. The Warriors tied it at 95, as you mentioned. Barnes with the dunk. Warriors go down 4. Klay Thompson comes down when they fell down by 6, actually. Klay with a big answer hits a 3-ball, 2 of his big threes late in the ball game, but ultimately came down to a lack of defense as to the reason why the Warriors were unable to pull that out. 888-957-9570. Your chance to weigh in on what we're calling Stompgate, JD. Draymond Green stomping Domas Sabonis after Sabonis grabbed hold of Draymond's leg. Draymond felt like he had nowhere to go with his foot, but on top of Sabonis, Draymond Green in the postgame talked about exactly what happened.
Draymond, can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. and I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping. You just kind of.
I can only step so far and pulling my leg away. So it is what it is.
He also was asked, JD, about being ejected and the explanation therein.
The explanation was I stumped too hard.
He stomped too hard, JD. Not stomped the yard, but stomped too hard.
Yeah, stomped too hard, and I think Draymond set up his defense in this by saying, hey, I was unable to get that leg away from Sabonis to set it down, so I just set it down on his chest. And then, obviously, the officials giving the explanation as to the force by which Draymond used being the flagrant penalty 2, which got him ejected from the game.
What did you think about the force that he used? Because, I mean, when you look at it in real time, and you were at the game, and I obviously was watching it on TV, you couldn't really see what happened. It looked like they got tangled up, a classic case of two players getting tangled up, and it looked like a big nothing to me until you saw the replay and you saw Sabonis actually cradling his leg, and then Draymond Green, to me, appeared to put his foot down with added force, unnecessary force, on Sabonis' chest.
Unnecessary force for sure, and I thought like you, and I was down on the opposite side by the Warriors basket there in the fourth quarter behind their bench. Basically, is where the seat was. So I'm kind of looking forward to the play, and then you hear the crowd react as the two get tangled up behind the play, and then there was that classic when Draymond stepped on him, and it's like, what happened? And I didn't see in the moment what had happened other than the two getting tangled up. And up on the board at Golden One Center, they very quickly moved to Draymond, and without really fully showing the fact that Sabonis was grabbing his leg, they just show the stomp, and then the whole place freaks out. And in that moment, I'm thinking, well, this is really bad. Like, not only is he getting ejected, but this is like maybe a multiple game suspension. Once you see the entirety of the play, you then realize, okay, it was still awful and ejection worthy, but there was a Sabonis component to it as well.
And Draymond actually addressed that in the postgame, saying this is something that Sabonis had done and the Kings actually had done previously in the series.
You said 2 times you've been held with Sabonis, both times?
No, it was Monk last game, right on the baseline under the rim. So either you're going to stop it. John Goble was looking at Monk hold my leg the last game, and he just let it go. And Zach clearly was watching my leg get held this game and let it go. So I guess ankle grabbing is okay.
Ankle grabbing is okay. And I'm reading the YouTube feed right now, and KPK Affle, it's hard to tell what people's handles are anymore, saying Dre should have tripped and kneed Sabonis' ribs. It would have been more natural, and Sabonis would have been the true instigator. Yes, that's exactly 100% right. If Draymond Green, when your leg is being grabbed by another player, if he just would have fallen down on top of Sabonis, we wouldn't be in this situation. But instead, he chose to take his foot out of the hold and stomp on Sabonis. And when you look at it on replay, JD, if Draymond just would have fallen over at that point and accidentally kneed Sabonis in the ribs, he wouldn't have gotten a flagrant at all.
I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but I think that's a great point. And what he chose to do was, hey, I'm gonna use I'm losing my balance card to basically stomp on this dude because he's been brutalizing us in a way. Like, I do think there was some intent behind it from, trying to have intent while making it look like there wasn't intent, I guess. And I think if you were going to suspend him moving forward, as we discussed a little bit earlier, you'd have to really be able to say, hey, he really intentionally stomped hard. And while that's something you can say the video proves, you never truly can prove it. And I think Draymond has enough deniability in it with Sabonis grabbing his leg to where I think that's ultimately why it sounds like, according to reports, that he is going to evade a suspension and be available to play on Thursday night.
888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the ball game? Your thoughts on the stomp? Was it a stomp? Did he just step on him? It's amazing, JD, because so many different people have so many different opinions of what we all saw on the video.
Yeah, and how do you view this as far as Draymond? Oh, it's another instance of Draymond letting the team down, because I didn't really think of it in those terms either last night. To me, it was more just heated moment, frustration from Sabonis' physicality in the series, and maybe the Warriors thinking they're not getting a whistle that they would like, and so he just kind of took it out on him and thought he was going to get away with it, and clearly when you look at it, he wasn't going to get away with it. But do you file this away in the long list of times where Draymond Green has let the team down by making himself unavailable?
Yes, absolutely. Because I put this in the file of, this is game 2 in the NBA playoffs. You're down 1-0, and you are in a tight ball game. Draymond Green finished in 4th place on Defensive Player of the Year award voting. He is your best defender. He is a self-proclaimed greatest defender in the history of the game. And he's going to take himself out for the final 7+ minutes because he's mad that his foot got grabbed. And if your leg is getting grabbed to the point of, like Deebo Samuel, remember when Deebo was on the ground and he got his leg twisted and he jumped up and he got hopping mad and benches basically cleared and all that? If Draymond Green was getting his leg twisted like that, then it's a different story. But he got his leg grabbed by Sabonis, and he chose to pay him back with the quickness in his own way, knowing full well that it's going to be reviewed. And once it's reviewed, it's pretty incontrovertible. It's pretty clear-cut to me that he's going to be ejected for that. And having your best defensive player ejected in a game where you know the Kings are coming. The Kings have been so clutch in the 4th quarter, and now you don't have your best defensive player. Yeah, JD, I do think he let his team down.
Yeah, and then they wind up not getting a stop basically at all down the stretch in a game where I think they had been pretty good defensively overall. And it comes back to the big theme for me in this series, which is the fact that when the Warriors have defended, their offense hasn't come along for the ride. And when they haven't defended, it's been, they've been in a better flow, and then they haven't been able to defend in those moments when they've been able to take control of the series. And I mean, the Kings the Warriors held the Kings under their average last night, but the Warriors offense, I just think top to bottom, if you're just saying, what's been, and we can get into the individuals, and I'm sure we will here in the next 2.5 hours, but the Warriors offense to me in the first 2 games. If you're saying, Jay, is it offense or defense? Sure, both. But to me, it's been more offense. The offense, you have to make Sacramento pay for being as bad defensively as they've been in the regular season. That's how you beat them, by outscoring them, because they're so potent that even when you slow them down, if the game's close, they have their way with you down the stretch. And so you have to get the game in position before the final 6 minutes to not have to sweat it out in a back-and-forth affair. And the way to do that is to go on a big run earlier, but the Warriors have just hamstrung themselves with turnovers and bad shots in these first 2 games, which have let the Kings just live comfortably in this, tight game scenario in both of these down the stretch.
Kings 8 of 21 in the first quarter, 1 of 13 from 3-point range, and they had 9 turnovers. If I just gave you those numbers, the Kings scored 17 points in the opening 12 minutes. The Warriors should have been up by at least a dozen, if not 15, but they had 9 turnovers of their own, 9 of 19 from the floor. They out-rebounded the Kings in the first quarter, but those 9 turnovers ultimately turned out to be the death knell on the ball game. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Kings and Warriors game 2, and also the Draymond Green, Damas Sabonis incident. Let's go to Kumar in Mendocino. Kumar, what are you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey there. So I got to admit, when I first saw that in real time, I thought it was nuts, and I was really upset with Draymond. But when they showed the replay, I mean, I've been out there before. I've had similar situations happen to me. And when you've got momentum and someone pulls on your foot, there's no way. Dibs, you said earlier, I got to call you on this. You said earlier that he should have tried to soft step it or something. You got momentum going. There was nowhere he could put that foot but straight down, or he would risk injuring himself. So I know that his hop off and his theatrical stuff, that didn't do him or the team any favors. I agree with that. But as far as the quote-unquote stomp, I'm just really not sure. I wish you had asked the doctor about that, because medically, I think the safest thing you can possibly do is put that momentum straight down when you're getting pulled like that.
Yeah, thank you, Kumar. I appreciate the call. And I don't know if I would characterize the quote-unquote pull as much as it was a cradle. Domas Sabonis was not pulling on his leg. He was holding on to his leg. And I do think there's a difference in terms of balance. And I know that, and I've been in these incidents in sports before where you have to step on or over a player in order to get back into a play. And there's a certain amount of featheriness, if I can just coin a phrase here, JD, that you use when you're going to step on a person. Draymond Green, in my opinion, takes his foot and he presses it down onto Sabonis. And Kumar actually mentioned the part to me that makes it an easy call on a flagrant 2. So after he stomps on Sabonis or steps on him, however you want to describe it, he pushes off Sabonis, jumps in the air, and does a split-legged move over the top of Sabonis and then runs down the court. There's the stomp, there's the trampolining, and that to me makes it an easy flagrant 2.
There's no doubt it's a flagrant 2. Again, to me, the only discussion we're having, and I guess it's not much of a discussion because of the reports that already have indicated he's not going to be suspended. That to me is the debate at this point. It was absolutely, unequivocally a flagrant 2 automatic ejection. Like, I don't think you can really argue about that. The other part, I wondered, with your officiating expertise and also expertise in minutia, and this was something that I had thought in the moment, Dibs, should that have been, and I saw Damian Lillard later on was, I guess, the only person that thought this, but should it have been a take foul on Sabonis? The problem with that, though, is they didn't call a foul on Sabonis on the initial play.
Exactly.
So, but I think in the moment it should have been not only a foul on Sabonis, but a take foul on Sabonis, which would have given the Warriors the one possession in the ball. The flagrant ended up negating the change of possession in that. But I think if it had been called correctly, that's probably how it would have shaken out.
Yes, but in the moment, the officials, had Draymond Green not stepped on or stomped on Domas Sabonis, that goes on as a garden variety no call. If Draymond Green is able to shake...
It shouldn't have, though. Absolutely
not. You're right. But if you're an official and you watch the bodies fly, and by the way, the initial play was a foul on Sabonis for throwing Klay Thompson to the ground. So that, to me, is the biggest egregious miss in all of this, because on the rebound, if you watch the replay...
He ragdolled him.
He
completely ragdolled him.
So that's where the foul should have been called. So he throws down Klay, and then Sabonis crashes into Draymond's legs and wraps up Draymond's leg. And if you're the official, you're following the play going down the floor. You're not staying with the players that are on the ground. It's not until Draymond Green stomps on Sabonis do we have anything. And you're right, JD, because they didn't call a foul on Sabonis in real time, you can't then go back and say, well, that's a take foul on Sabonis. So all they could do was charge Sabonis with a technical. Draymond gets a flagrant 2, and then we're on to Cincinnati, because you can't review a call that actually was not made.
And I guess it was...
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess it in a sense evened out, because the flagrant 2 was going to be a flagrant 2 regardless. And so I guess the Warriors got the one free throw that they would have gotten for the take foul. They wouldn't have got the ball anyway, because the flagrant would have superseded the take foul, and it would have been King's ball anyway. So I guess in that sense, I wouldn't say they got it right, but it evened out in terms of what the ultimate penalty was.
888-957-9570. Jeff in San Francisco wants a pound of flesh. Jeff, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's going on?
Hey, man. First of all, love your show. Keep doing what you do. Secondly, I'm going to be controversial here and say that Sabonis should be suspended for a game. If you watch the entire game, this game is physical just as much as it is mental. And Sabonis and Green were chirping and being physical the entire game. So, yeah, Sabonis is this guy that constantly gets fouled and is always roughed up, but he invites that physicality. This is the second time that Draymond Green's ankle has been pulled or grabbed. So clearly there's intent there. And if you want to control the physicality of this game, you got to suspend Sabonis for a game. That's my take, boys.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. And I do think that there's something to the fact that Draymond Green had been pulled a second time. And JD, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to hold my nose when I say it, because I hate the fact that this is a reality. But if Draymond Green were more of a flopper, then things probably would go differently. But Draymond Green doesn't flop. If Draymond Green was Sabonis and he had his leg held, Sabonis would have thrown himself on the ground like he stepped into a foxhole and broke his ankle. Draymond Green doesn't do that. Draymond Green takes matters into his own hand, which is why he got burned.
And there has been a lot of Sabonis being extremely physical on one hand, while also at every turn, I'm hurt. Your fouls are much harder than my fouls, even though I'm dropping them, left and right and kind of getting away with it at a certain level, which I think is the one thing above everything that's not related to the Warriors' play, which has been bad enough to be down 0-2 in this series. I want to make that point clear, but Sabonis has kind of got it going on both ends. It's like he gets fouled, and it's like my eye, my head, my chest, my leg, but then he's laying wood on the other end, and there's nothing coming of it.
Yeah, and just a quick memo to all Sacramento Kings fans out there. Quit your crying. Stop begging for Draymond to be suspended. Go out there and beat the Warriors at their level best. You're a good team. You're the better team so far through 2 games. You're better than that, Carmichael Dave. You're better than that, KC, and your sidekick, and all the rest of you Sacramento Kings fans crying and begging for the league to step in. Go out there and beat the Warriors on the court like you have so far.
I'll echo that completely, because just from talking to people last night after I got done with a post-game show and everybody's wrapping up their work, and I've got a lot of SAC media friends that I've known for a long time.
Sure.
And there wasn't one of them that didn't think, automatic suspension. Completely 100% intentional. How come the cops weren't brought onto the floor and Draymond was let out in handcuffs after what he did?
Yeah.
And also inciting the crowd as well. Like you can't, I know there was a great image of, and I'm sure you've seen it in various different places, but there was a great image from in front of basically the section that I was seated in, where Draymond's up on the scoreboard and he's giving him the hey, what's up, big old smile on his face as the crowd is booing, and there are 20 fans that are all giving him the finger.
Yeah.
They're giving him the double bird as Draymond's just like smiling like it's the happiest day of his life, but awaiting his fate in purgatory as to whether he was going to be ejected or not.
Right, and he was actually referring to one of the fans with a 5-letter word that will not be relayed here, but
Was there a crotch grab too? I think there was a couple people told me that there was a crotch grab by Draymond.
I'm not sure.
He did the old wrestler, right? The old what was the
I can't remember which wrestler that was, but
I can't either.
Yeah, but you always see that in the heat of the moment. One thing is for sure, the fan-athlete relationship has gotten to a point where it's dangerous now, and I think unfortunately we're going to see something spill over in the near future, whether it's some blonde-haired Karen heckling E40 or athletes, coming at Russell Westbrook when he's just trying to go through the tunnel. Fans are out of control in many, many ways. 888-957-9570. More of your phone calls coming up. We got some more Draymond sound to play. And our producer, Mark Grandy, has got a little nuggy-nug, a little statistical nugget, JD, that I think that you will be interested in. We'll get that on the other side as well. But we are giving you a chance to go to Warriors-Kings Game 4. Listen to Bonte and Shasky in the morning roast between 7:30 and 8 tomorrow. We give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 7:30 and 8 a.m. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Your calls next. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
Give your...
Gets it across with 3 seconds to spare. Dribbles it over to Sabonis in the corner. There's Mitchell. He'll fire again. And Davion Mitchell hits a three. Wow. That is not what the scouting report says he'll do.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome back. It is Willard and Dibs. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. I am Dan Dibley. This segment is presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. We're picking through the wreckage of a disappointing Game 2 defeat. Sacramento now up 2-0. And JD, as you know, the team up 2-0 in a best-of-7 wins 92.2% of the time in a best-of-7 scenario. Where's your panic meter right now, JD? I know you're not a diehard Warriors fan, but if you put yourself into Warrior fandom, into Warrior fan shoes, where would you have that panic meter currently?
Oh, I think it's at probably an 8 right now. Man. I think they're in significant trouble. There's no doubt, and there is still a pathway to win the series, but they got to go out and show that they can either put a game away before it gets down to the final 6 minutes, which they've had opportunities, I think, to do in these first 2 games, or win a close one against a Kings team that's been really good on the road themselves. They've got the best road record in the Western Conference overall, and I think tied for the second best road record in the NBA among playoff teams. So it's on the Warriors to go do it. I think the panic meter, if the Warriors can win on Thursday, probably goes from an 8 down to like a 4 or a 5.
Right.
So it can fluctuate. There's still absolutely a pathway to win this series, but the Warriors just have to be better than they were in these first 2 games in a lot of different ways. And I know we talked about in our pre-show call and a little bit in the first hour, just the reasons for optimism, because as bleak as it looks with so many individual players and so many of the things that the Warriors have been unable to do, and how much does Sacramento's quickness and Mike Brown play a role in it being unanswerable through these first 2 games, but there is still a pathway, Dibs, to the Warriors coming back and winning this series. Very much so.
Yeah, and I think that the Warriors themselves would feel that same way as far as the pathway goes. Here's Draymond Green talking about how things have gone through 2 games.
I think we've played we've played okay. We haven't played awful, but we definitely haven't played well. Yet, come down last 4 or 5 minutes each game and you got a chance to win the game. So all things considered, I like where we are. We just got to down the stretch, get stops, and convert on the offensive end. Give yourself a chance to win. That's all you can ask for. And we've did that twice. So like it.
Klay Thompson, also of the same mindset.
The beautiful part is we have another opportunity Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure when the game is. Thursday. So although it's been ugly first couple games as far as fouling and turnovers, we can bounce back in a great way, and I know we will.
Before we go to the phones, JD, 888-957-9570, how perfectly Klay is that? Bounce back Wednesday, Thursday. Heck, I don't even know when the game is. That is so on brand for Klay Thompson.
No, but Klay will be there, and he'll be ready to shoot.
Yeah,
that's the one thing we know.
No doubt.
Ready to let it fly from deep.
The jumper will be in tow, and all told, he played all right yesterday. You were looking for a little bit more impact. Late in the fourth quarter, he hit those 2 big threes to stem the tide, keep them in it a little bit, but you got to get more productivity from Klay and Steph. 49 points combined on 34 shots. You got to be more efficient from the Splash Brothers if you're going to win these games.
Yeah, and I thought Klay I thought he made the adjustment offensively from game 1 to game 2. Now he was making shots, but he took fewer shots from game 1 to game 2, but 5 of 10 from 3 you can live with, the 21 points. I think that's a night where, because he was shooting it well, you'd be open-minded to him taking a few more. But look, I was critical of Klay after game 1, and I even asked him about the good shots versus the great shots deal at the availability Sunday, and he bristled at the notion that anybody that hasn't played the game can know what a good versus great shot is. Little did he know Steve Kerr had already half hour earlier had said, hey, they got to be better in that realm, and Kerr had probably already hit that to Klay Thompson in their film session. But I want to give Klay credit because I was hard on him after game one for making the adjustment. Offensively, that's, I think, more of how it needs to look like with taking the right shots and making them. You're not going to make all of them. The problem with Klay, and we can get into Steph's offensive inefficiency in game two, but the problem with Klay is defensively he's been, for the most part, ineffective and hunted by the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
The Kings have actively hunted individuals on the Warriors when they've been on the floor in certain position groupings, and it's allowed them to have some success in these first two games.
And I'm surprised the Warriors haven't thrown a little bit more zone at Sacramento, and maybe they're afraid of the three-point shooting, but they've been beaten off the dribble so many different times. I'm surprised they haven't gone to try to junk it up a little bit more against a younger, faster Sacramento. David is in El Cerrito, and he wants to talk about the Draymond situation here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, David?
Not too much, Tibbs. I just want to stay quick to the zone thing. You really can't play zone when you have two guards that aren't that quick on their feet. They're not length. Steph doesn't have length. Klay doesn't have real speed. You try to play zone against them, guys that are that quick, they're going to kill you. They're going to get inside the paint, and they're going to kick it back out, and it's over. They're not going to be able to get out. It's not. I mean, maybe if they're tired, you could rest on it for a minute, but that's not really.
You got to junk it up, though, David, is my thought. Because right now, when you're playing straight up man, you've got nobody to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. And like JD was mentioning, anybody who Klay is on, they're going by Klay as well. Sabonis is having his way on the interior against Looney, Draymond, and everybody else. So I'm just saying you may want to mix up the defense a little bit and try something else.
I hear you. Well, I just want to say one thing. I don't know why we're defending a guy or finding, a reason to defend a guy. Whatever Sabonis did, it looked like he fell down, didn't even know it was Draymond behind him. How could he? He couldn't see who it was. Maybe he grabbed his ankle hard. Maybe he grabbed it soft. It's not really relevant. I don't know why we're defending a guy who consistently has acted in his own self-interest at the wrong times. And in doing what he did in that game is the reason they didn't win that game. Everything was going their way. If he had been a guy who took a dive, then you have a team that might be 1-1 right now. But why are we trying to defend a bank robber and be like, well, he didn't steal that much money? He's been this guy forever, and nothing has changed. He is what he is. This is the deal you make with a guy like this. But why are we defending him?
Yeah, thanks, David. I don't know if JD or I is necessarily defending him. I do know this. Without Draymond Green playing on that edge, and I think about Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. And that's kind of what Draymond Green is, JD, for this team, in my opinion, because you need that edge. If you don't have Draymond Green playing with that edge, what do you have? You have Andrew Wiggins, who at times can drift into the woodwork. Steph Curry, great shooter, but not a nasty, snarling defender. Klay Thompson has not been locking people down. Kevon Looney's a good defender, but he doesn't have that edge. All you have is Draymond Green when it comes to that level of toughness. So you take the good from Draymond Green and you suffer through the bad that you got from Draymond Green yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm not defending Draymond in this particular instance, and I don't think you have either.
No.
I mean, it warranted an ejection. I think it was just unfortunate timing, for that to happen. But that's been the nature of this series, that something happens right in the critical moment where the Warriors are able to maybe get a little bit of control, whether it was Steph Curry getting subbed out and the complete meltdown that occurred at the end of the third quarter of game one, or the end of the second quarter in game two after the Warriors had worked their asses off to get the game tied. They give up the final 6 in the quarter. It's just every time it's been right there in front of the Warriors, there has been this just self-destructiveness that has prevented them from stealing a game in the way that the Warriors have been just so great at stealing playoff games over the course of this championship dynastic run.
It's been incredible, and that Draymond Green, you love him for what he brings, and you get frustrated when he does what he did last night, but I don't think that the Draymond ejection was the reason that they lost. Would you rather have him for the final 7 minutes? Of course you would.
It didn't help.
No, it didn't help. Especially, JD, as Steiny mentioned, they scored on 9 of 11 possessions, and the other 2 possessions where they didn't score right away, they got the ball back and scored subsequently. And yes, Draymond Green would have helped in that fashion, but to me, the game was lost in the first quarter where the Kings were awful. The Kings made 1 of 13 from three-point range, and yet you didn't take advantage because you turned it over 9 times. L in Pacifica. L wants to weigh in. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, L?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Great show so far.
That's early.
I just wanted to say a couple things. Number one, I have 3 points here. Number one, that was clearly a dirty play. I thought Draymond was going to get suspended. He stepped on his chest. If he was concerned and if it was an accident, he would have turned around and checked up on the dude, like anybody else would have done. Number two, Draymond's got a history of this. Let's not forget the crotch kick to LeBron James years ago, and a lot of other things. Jordan Poole punch in the face, the altercation with Kevin Durant on the bench. And he obviously cannot control his anger when he's in that zone, and it's sometimes disappointing. And then number three, let's not kid ourselves. Like all Warriors fans, we love having Draymond on our team. He's that old guy that, at the pickup game, you're playing against a bunch of young kids and they're talking trash and scoring all over you. And then you lay him out with a little elbow, land him on their butt. And then finally, like, okay, maybe we should respect this guy. And then everybody that's blaming Draymond for losing the game, if we don't have Draymond, somebody else better step up and play some defense. Nobody's been playing defense all game long, all series. So we cannot blame him for losing the game. We got a bunch of other players not playing defense. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate the phone call and enjoy Pacifica. Looks like it's a lovely day. Don't know if the marine layer has blown in down there or not. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 in San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It's Willard and Dibbs. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard as we approach hour number 3, and we are picking through the wreckage of a Game 2 loss at Sacramento, JD. And if you look at the first 2 games in this series, you can't help but look at both and think, God, they were both pretty winnable in many ways.
Yeah, that's the one of the many big takeaways is the fact that even though the Warriors, for the most part, haven't played well, the fact that they did have opportunities to win both games late. And I think that's the reason for some optimism, assuming the Warriors can figure out who the playable players are going to be moving from Game 2 to Game 3 on Thursday night, and assuming that they can, button up their offense a little bit in a way to where they can escape some of this ball pressure that the Kings have been able to put on them. So I think when it comes to adjustments and does something drastic have to be done, I think the nature of these first 2 games still being close, despite the Warriors hanging on for dear life, as they spent 2 quarters doing last night in Sacramento, from the middle of the second to the middle of the fourth. There is, I think calm is the appropriate approach for the Warriors. And I think Steve Kerr tried to do that after the game. Hey, fortunate to be in a position to win it late, given the way the game had played out. Have had 2 opportunities to win a close game, haven't been able to do it. And, make some simple adjustments. Trust that either you're not going to allow it to get to that point again, or if you do, you'll have enough counters to what Sacramento is doing to be able to make them pay and get on the board in this series, Dibbs.
Yeah, John Dickinson in for Mark Willard today. You mentioned something at the top of that at that statement about figuring out who you're going to be able to play. And right now, I think that's the big conundrum for Steve Kerr. Andrew Wiggins has been, I think, terrific. Put aside the three-point shooting woes, 3 of 16 from 3. You don't expect him to be a knockdown shooter. He has played great, in my opinion, on both ends of the floor. And last night, he was one of the real consistent forces, I thought, offensively and defensively. But Steve Kerr was asked about not playing Jordan Poole and Dante DiVincenzo in the fourth quarter last night.
Wasn't the plan. It was just reading the game and seeing what we needed. We had to have our best defensive lineups out there in the fourth quarter. That's why Gary and Wiggs played quite a bit the entire quarter, and we kept Steph and Clay out there for most of the quarter. I think Steph played the whole quarter because had to have those guys to give us a shot. And so they got us there. They gave us a shot. Like I said, getting to that point, even with everything going on, I thought was really impressive, but just didn't have quite enough.
Two pieces there, JD, and we'll get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay there. We're coming right to you. Jordan Poole, 16 minutes, 1 of 7, very ineffective. Is it the ankle issue? And the bigger one to me, JD, Dante DiVincenzo, 13 minutes off the bench, didn't take a shot, a team worst, minus 13 in the plus-minus. What do you make of those two bench players?
Yeah, it was a rough one for DiVincenzo as he made the shift from a starter and a successful starter over the course of the time where Andrew Wiggins has been out to, all right, Wiggins is back and DiVincenzo has to figure out a different role. I think he's been out there a little bit unsure and was last night in what he wants to do, whether it's keep it moving or take a shot. He chose not to take a shot. I think it shows a little bit that, if he doesn't think it's a wide open good shot, he just won't take it. And I think at times that makes him a lot more guardable than he should be for his offensive skill set. So I think if he's going to be out there, he's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. But Dante DiVincenzo was a player, and Jonathan Kuminga was another one this year. We can save the Kuminga part of it for another time. But DiVincenzo played better when he was asked to do more, when players were out and his role increased and he knew he was going to play 28 to 32 minutes in a given game. And he almost needed that freedom to be able to be the best version of himself. And he, like Kuminga, have really struggled when this Warriors team has been closer to whole at fitting their ability to be effective in that box of you're not going to play 30 or 25. You're going to have to do it playing 15 to 20.
Right.
And it's just almost been like two different teams, Dibs, because of that. And that, hey, you got your starting core back, but now these bench players who are effective when they are playing more because you're not whole get their roles shifted around. They just can't make an impact on the game. And unfortunately for the Warriors, DiVincenzo's a really good player that I think has been rendered ineffective, at least last night, because of that back and forth.
Yeah, totally neutralized by a lack of effectiveness in his playing time. They basically played 7 players last night, JD. GP2, 27 minutes. And if you add up the bench minutes from everyone else, 42 minutes from Kuminga, Green, DiVincenzo, Poole, and Moody combined. That doesn't even equal one player's full 48 minutes. So Steve Kerr's got to figure out either I'm going to go with 7 guys only and really let them eat, or you're going to have to give DiVincenzo and Kuminga a chance to go out there and make mistakes and get comfortable in the basketball game, because last night's rotation, it was uneven and it didn't work.
I think the goal, as I look at it, I think he's still, and this is pending Jordan Poole's status,
right.
Like is he physically able, and they may have to make a decision on that, because if the ankle was really bothering him to a point where that was the primary reason why he was ineffective, there's no way for us to know, because he's had games like that when he's been healthy that have looked like that. So there really isn't any way to know. But if they feel like he's ineffective, then I think one solution in a weird way would be to give DiVincenzo Jordan Poole's role, basically. Just plug him into the Jordan Poole normal rotation
30 minutes
slot
and just go out there and play.
As the 25 minute, 25 if he's rolling 30, and just let him go play his game. If you factor Poole out, I think Peyton's the other playable in addition to the starters with Wiggins in there. I think Moses Moody is going to get a shot. And you saw Steve Kerr go to Moody over Kuminga when the Warriors got in some foul trouble. Kevon Looney picked up that 5th foul, and I thought, damn, after tweeting that Kuminga was completely unplayable, I thought, well, Kerr might have to play him now because of the foul trouble. He told you how he feels about Jonathan Kuminga by the fact that he went to Moses Moody.
He went to Jermichael Green even for 50 seconds ahead of Kuminga.
And then never again. Right? It was the whole, I'm doing it, and then never again.
That was the statement where, Kevon gets into foul trouble, and he goes to Jermichael over Kuminga.
And I said to Steiny and Guru yesterday, I was on with them from shoot around, and I made it very clear. I said, "Hey, I would not play Kuminga tonight," meaning last night.
Yeah,
like,
I actually took your comments and parroted them in the afternoon show. I appreciate that. It was a great
I
take.
love it. Always, all respect. If you're stealing from me, typically, the old radio adage, if you're stealing from me, you're stealing from somebody else. Not in this particular instance, because
I gave you credit,
everybody loves Kuminga.
To give myself credit, I gave you credit. Because I thought you were right that, Kuminga was going to be, and I actually said kind of what you said, he's going to get that opening 4 or 5 minutes, and if it doesn't pop, then that's going to be it.
And I think Steve Kerr regretted it. I think he debated it. Like, am I going to give him the 4, the one more chance? Shout out Biggie Smalls. Am I going to give him the 4,
3,
or am I going to just not play him at all? And I think when you look at how bad Kuminga was when he was on the floor, I think Kerr probably in a quiet moment, maybe with a cocktail to get to sleep, would regret the decision to actually play him at all. But I think Moody was stable enough, Dibs, to where it's game to game and it's shift to shift, I think, from first half to second half. But I think Moody showed enough to where you play him in Kuminga's spot, I think, moving forward, if you're truly going to go away from Kuminga and not give him the third chance just because he might be a little bit better at home.
Kuminga a -10 in 4 minutes. That is that projects out to being a -120 over a 48-minute game. Let's get a little pick-me-up.
Picked on.
Jonathan in San Francisco.
He was a guy
JD.
they picked on, Dibs.
I need to get picked up right now. We're going to go to Jonathan in San Francisco because he's not panicking. What's up, my brother?
Hey, Dan. Hey, JD. I just want to say, man, I know we're 0-2, and a lot of people, the Dub Nations, are really down. They're listening, all day long, listening to all the calls. And, hey, 2 games down, but if you think about it, we're not too far away. It boils down to the closing time. A few plays here and there, and we should have won 1 game or even both of them. But, they were able to make their shots, and we missed a few of them. They definitely need to tighten things up, especially on the defensive side. Try to limit, Fox and Monk. I mean, you got to give it up to them, bro. Even Mike Brown is doing an awesome job as a coach. Those 2 guys, man, they're a problem. But, what's holding through in the playoffs, and this is true in the regular season, is that the Warriors are a bad road team, right? So, hey, but what also will hold through, and I'm banking on this, is that at home, the role players play better.
Yeah.
And at home, this whole season, and hopefully this still holds true, man. Throughout the whole regular season, the Warriors are magic at home. So don't panic, man. We got this. We've got 2 games at home. They need to just play their lights out, and hopefully Clay and Steph, the 2 Splash Brothers, if Jordan Poole's not going to be there to provide the pool party, hey, we need nuclear warhead Steph and Klay Thompson.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And, the series doesn't start until the road team wins a game. So, technically, JD, this series is yet to begin. More phone calls on the other side. We are sponsored by calhope.org. Warriors down 2-0. Your thoughts, your calls. Coming up next, John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Willard and Dibbs. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard today. The Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. John Dickinson is in. I am Dan Dibley, and we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this Warriors-Kings series where Sacramento won game 2. Warriors had a chance to take the lead late with an Andrew Wiggins 3, chance to tie at the buzzer with a Steph Curry 3. Neither one of them went in. And then last night, a game that was so ugly and so uneven on both sides in the first quarter. And then the Warriors found their footing in the second quarter, and it seemed like they were poised to take over, championship pedigree, and all the rest of it, JD, but it just didn't work out that way.
Well, and I love the way you set it up as far as game one, because I said this on the post-game show on Saturday night. I thought that was a real missed opportunity for the Warriors because they had control. And I know you always want to split the first two, and there's no need at that point to panic because it's the Warriors, and they've got all the championship pedigree and the deserved accolades from the things that they've accomplished in the last decade. But I looked at the 10-point lead in the third quarter and thought, when they were trailing going to the fourth, because it wasn't even that they gave up the lead in the final 6 minutes, although it was back and forth in the final 6 minutes and they had chances to win, but you had a chance to take that game and completely change the complexion of the whole series from the jump and put pressure on Sacramento going into game two to even believe that they've got a shot to win a game in the series, let alone win the series, which obviously they very much now can. When the Warriors not only lost game one, but lost game one in the fashion that they lost game one, where they let the Kings off the hook and let them kind of dominate the key moments, that to me made game two a harder game for them to win. And then they got bit by the fact that game two was sure as hell a harder game to win, and they couldn't get that one either, and now they're up against it in a big-time way.
Yeah, it was harder for them to win because of the way they came out and played almost from the jump. Draymond Green, opening possession for the Golden State Warriors, it's a turnover. And then Kevon Looney, turnover number 2. And then you skip ahead, another turnover. This one from Klay Thompson on a bad pass. Klay Thompson loses the ball. Steph Curry lost the ball. They got dispossessed more often than Wendell Tyler from his days with the 49ers, JD.
That's a 3.
Thank you. I'll take it.
That's a 3. Maybe a 3.5. Do we do halves? I don't know. Do you guys do halves?
No, whole numbers only. You got to make a decision.
Then it's definitely a 3, not a 4.
I'll take it.
It's definitely, yeah.
Just the amount of turnovers, 9 turnovers both ways, and the Kings in the second quarter go on a 23-8 run, and that ultimately is where the Warriors were stuck playing catch-up from then on. They were up 23-17 after that first quarter, very uneven in the opening quarter, and then the Warriors take timeout with 6:44 to go in the first half, and they're down 9. So you go from up 6 at the quarter, not even halfway through the second quarter, all of a sudden you find yourself down 9, and from then on, the Warriors were really chasing the game. They were only able to get, I think, one more lead, or no, I don't think they led again from the second quarter on.
No, and they fought to prevent themselves from getting run out of the building, because at that point it was just, and they did a nice job with the run late in the quarter. I think it was a 12-2 run late in the second quarter to tie the game, and you're thinking, wow, if the Warriors could go in tied at halftime or down 2 or 3, let's say, at halftime, given as bad as that early part of the second quarter looked, you'd feel real good about it, and almost like you could come out in the third quarter and take control again the way you took control in those first 9 minutes of the third quarter on Saturday, and make it kind of a carbon copy where Steph, because of the extra day off, is going to be able to play the entire fourth quarter after a 2-minute rest. But they've done so many times in the series. First quarter last night didn't make the Kings pay for the 17 points that they scored, and the Kings came out taking terrible shots. Second quarter, they completely wasted all the hard work that they did in the run that led up to that final minute, and found themselves chasing the game again, to use your point, going into the half down 6.
27-24 was the lead that the Warriors had, which would be their final lead of the night. Malik Monk hits a 3-pointer to tie it 27 apiece. He hits another 3-ball on the subsequent possession after a Jordan Poole miss, and the Kings never trailed again. The game was tied a few times, but after 27-24, the Warriors were never able to get back up on top and get a lead on Sacramento. Russell's in San Ramon, and he's feeling pretty positive. Russell, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you, Russell?
How are you? Good. The Draymond thing, I think everybody is believing what they're seeing. So I went through a quick reenactment myself. And what's going on is Sabonis grabs his leg, but he doesn't release it. So anybody, think about it, yourself, you're going to try and first pull your right leg out, which he did. But Sabonis didn't let it go. What happens is the momentum pulls you back down towards his body. Then Draymond decides to pivot. Then he jumps off his left leg to free himself, which everyone said, oh, he sprungboard off his stomach. So if you guys try it yourself, you'll see what I mean. It really changes the interpretation of that picture. As far as the Warriors' chances, I'm still encouraged by the fact that we play so ugly, lost in every aspect of the game, yet we're still there, have a chance to win. If the veterans could pull their heads out of their butts, I think we can turn it around. That's all I got.
Thanks, Russell. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the Zapruder-like breakdown of the Draymond Green situation, although I didn't quite see it the same way in terms of him pivoting, and he had a chance to put his foot gently on Domas Sabonis, and he chose not to. He chose to stomp down, and you see the referee in the clip. I just watched it for the 138th time, JD, and the official right on it with a quick technical foul on Draymond Green before going to the monitor and issuing the flagrant 2.
Yeah, and I think the right call, as we've laid out a couple of different times on the show already, to have it be a flagrant 2, to have him be ejected from the game in that moment. And I think the slight plausible deniability, I think, is why he winds up avoiding a suspension in this. And that comes from, well, he's grabbing my ankle. What am I supposed to do? I might lose my balance. Even though it may have been intentional, it wasn't malicious or with intent to injure, let's say, using, I think, an NFL parlance. But I think it'll be interesting, though, moving forward to see how I think this series gets officiated with Game 3 and Game 4 to be played in San Francisco. Because I do get the impression from the Warriors side of things that they feel, while the calls have been by number even, that they've been getting the short end of touch fouls called against the Warriors. Some of those plays like the grabbing and the ragdoll in the clay leading up to that incident between Sabonis and Draymond have not been called, and that the Kings have basically been allowed to be the more physical team than the Warriors have been. And the Warriors need that because they really have an inability to defend. Like, they need a looser called game because they have a harder time dealing with Sacramento's quickness. And
that's what we had last night in the early going. And Steve Kerr in the post game, I don't know if you were in the interview room for this or not, but he talked about the Warriors playing with fouls and the physical nature of this series.
The first half, there were hardly any fouls called. Second half, there were more called, and I think we had 5 in the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, which hurt us. But like I said, you have to adapt to the way the game is being called, and I thought we had a few too many reaches and holds and plays that we might have been able to avoid, but it was also an incredibly physical game, as I said.
Reaches and holds, JD, and that's been a theme for this team all year long. Not so much the overtly physical play that's led them to get into foul trouble and be the team who has committed the most fouls in the association, but it's those reaches, it's those holds, it's those cheapies that have gone against them all year.
Yeah, it's the touch fouls. It's the fouls that come with being at an athletic disadvantage. It's also the fouls that typically go against you when you're not the team that punches first. And the Kings, to their credit, have made a huge point. I went to their practice availability Friday in the lead up before Game 1 after going to the Warriors Wednesday and Thursday of last week. And a big theme was physicality and the fact that they felt they needed to hit the Warriors in the mouth first. And I think you've seen the Kings get the benefit of the doubt because they have been the aggressor, which, as you know, is always typically the team that gets, if there is going to be a slight edge in terms of the whistle.
Right, and that's what happens when you look at the free throw disparity as well, JD, and the Warriors are always on the the bad end of free throw disparity because the other team tends to attack the basket more. 29 free throw attempts for the Kings last night, 18 for the Warriors. They got outscored by 6 points from the foul line, and by and large, that's because the other teams tend to attack the basket more than the Warriors do. Steph Curry did get to the line 8 times. I know not all of those were live ball situations. One of them was the technical foul that was called on Domas Sabonis at the tail end of the instigation sensation from Draymond Green, and so that was one of his free throws. But other than Steph Curry, you didn't have a lot of attacking of the basket. Wiggins just got the 2 free throws. Clay just got 2. GP2 got the 2. Jordan Poole got 2 in his brief amount of time, but the Warriors didn't do a good enough job of getting to the foul line, which has been a problem all year long.
No, it has. You look at the Warriors in the paint when they have gotten in the paint. I think they haven't gotten to the line when they've gotten in the paint in large part because the Kings are just nowhere near them because the defense has been that bad. And the Kings do deserve credit for the defense that they played last night in significant enough stretches to have it help them win the game. But one big theme for the Warriors in their favor in both of these games has been when the Warriors haven't kicked the ball out of bounds or thrown it into the 20th row, and been disciplined enough to run their offense, they've still been able to pick the Kings apart, but there's been enough possessions where the Warriors have unforced turnovers or bad shots that the Kings have taken advantage of, and there's also been enough of those possessions where in certain parts of the game, the Kings have been able to be the aggressors and pushing the Warriors off their spot and picking up full court. So it's been a little bit of a combination of everything. I think the biggest, from a game plan standpoint, thing that the Warriors have to try to do from game 2 to game 3 is to figure out a way to get into their offense more fluidly with the ball pressure that the Kings are putting on them, and then continuing to attack and make them work and get the great shots as opposed to the good shots that are available on the outside.
Especially for Steph Curry, I think finding some cleaner looks for Steph. He had 28 points, but it came on 21 shots, 3 of 13 from three-point land, which is not as efficient as you need Steph Curry to be. And if you're the Kings and you realize that you can hold Steph to 28 on 21 shots, you feel pretty good about your chances, especially with Jordan Poole being neutralized either by injury or Steve Kerr's unwillingness to play him in tight spots. Klay Thompson then would have to have a monster game. Andrew Wiggins with 22 points, but that came on 19 shots. So from an efficiency standpoint, if you're Sacramento, you got to be thrilled with what you were able to do against the Warriors offensively. 888-957-9570 is the number. Idris is in Hayward, and he's got some adjustments. What's going on, Idris?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm going to start off by saying, I watched both of the games, and the Warriors, the way they played, had no business winning either one of those games. Yeah, I know it came close, but if you watch we could have, no. We've been watching the Warriors for a long time. You cannot, first off, the first game, that third quarter where they were supposed to, you smell blood, you capitalize, this is what the Spurs do, this is what the Patriots do, this is what the Warriors once did, but I don't know if they just underestimated it. Last night, we see the first quarter, I'm like, oh my goodness, take advantage, and we're having the most lousy turnovers, which you can control. As far as Steve Kerr goes, he shouldn't have to talk to Steph, Dre, or Clay. They are veterans. They should know better. As far as everybody else, that's where Steve Kerr's got to really put his foot down and let them know, if I put you in the game, I expect that. But other than that, we got to, one thing that I noticed is I think Draymond Green is going to be not obvious. Dre needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the paint, even though he's not a good finisher. If in that first quarter when he tried to settle things down, he took a quick 2 in the paint, made a 3. The fact that our offense is so predictable is making it easy on them. We need everybody else to get involved. Even if it's just 10 points from Draymond, it'll make a big difference. But other than that, we're in a must-win situation. We'll see what happens, but that's all I got, man. And Dre didn't do, he stepped on him, but yeah, chippy, let's go. Go Dubs.
Thanks, Idris. I appreciate it. That's a great addendum to, yeah, he stepped on him, but come on, let's just move on. I'm with you, Idris, in terms of the future. I don't think that Draymond Green should be. I don't think that Draymond will be suspended for stepping on Domas Sabonis. If it was the regular season, JD, I do think that Draymond Green might be facing a 1-game suspension for that, but no chance do they do that in the playoffs.
Well, and I think that's where it does get back to the fact that fair or unfair, you can call me a conspiracy theorist or not, but the league does want this series to go 6-7 games. I'm not going to go as far as to say the league wants to dictate an outcome. That would be asinine.
Be unheard of.
But getting this thing to 2-2, where you know you're going to get a Game 5 in Golden One Center with as electric and raucous as the atmosphere has been there, and knowing that you potentially would get either a closeout game one way or the other in Game 6 for somebody, depending upon how the rest of this plays out here over the next week and a half. Like, that's a scenario with the prospect of a ABC Sunday afternoon, April 30th, 12:30 Game 7 hanging there.
Oh yeah,
on the brink. Like to me, that does, fair or unfair, conspiracy theory or not, that does factor into the NBA's decision in my mind on a 50-50 call as to whether somebody would be suspended or not.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think that's where Draymond being ejected last night works in his favor.
And I also think that the Amari Stoudemire incident from, about 15 years ago, where they came off the bench, the Suns did, Stoudemire and a few other Suns got suspended for the succeeding game, and that ultimately changed the series. I don't think the NBA wants that in any series, especially when you've got the defending champs. And let's just call it as we see it, JD. Draymond Green is good for business. He is good for ratings. When he goes on and carries on and basically begs the crowd to boo him, and he's cursing at fans, and there's going back and forth, and fans are giving him the double bird, that is good drama. And ultimately, all of these sports that we love and we talk about, it's not about fairness. It's not about being equitable. It's about entertainment. And there's not too many things more entertaining than Draymond Green. I want to inflame the audience a little bit and play Domas Sabonis in the postgame from TNT. He was on with Jared Greenberg, the great sideline reporter, and he was asked about the scuffle, the kerfuffle with Draymond Green.
Let's play our basketball. Look at the fans. This is it, We're here to fight, So every time we step on the floor, we're going to give everything for our teammates and the franchise.
Do you have any animosity about what happened there?
No, we're both fighting for the rebound, We foul on each other. Stuff happens. It's basketball. We got to move on next play.
That's it. So if he's not that offended by it, I don't know why we, the fans, or the neutral third party and all the Sacramento radio hosts, your own guy is saying that's just hard basketball.
I'm going to try to dig this up, Dibs, in the next 10 minutes here.
Okay.
Because he was asked about it in the locker room afterwards, and the tone completely changed. He said there's no place for it in the game.
Right.
It's interesting. Like, it's almost as if you in the moment you're thinking of it, all right, one way, no big deal, and then you get into the locker room type setting and you start to say, well, wait a minute, hey, there's potential if we can sell this to maybe he won't play in a Game 3, and that could in some ways salt away this series, or at least give the Kings a hell of a chance to salt away this series on Thursday. I found that to be interesting in that, an hour later when he was in the Kings locker room with the scrum, the tone had changed a little bit.
And I love the notion of there's no place for that in the NBA. Is there a place for grabbing a guy's leg in the middle of live ball action? Is there a place for that in the association? So I think if we want to talk about there's no place for that in the league type of conversations, well then if Draymond Green gets suspended, then Sabonis gets suspended too, because Sabonis' action, there's no place for that in the association either, in my opinion.
No, there's no place for that either. And I'm trying to dig up the video right now, so apologies for that. As I think I've got it. I'll get it to the guys.
Yeah, no worries.
In the control room.
Grandy
here.
said the audio quality is not great, which is why I think they have the quality. But I think you did a great job of summarizing exactly what Sabonis said. 888-957-9570. Your calls in just a moment, but Grandy actually had a little, I don't know if it's a quiz or trivia, but he said, have you seen the odds, the series odds now after Game 2 going to the Sacramento Kings. So let's see if we can guess, JD. I hope you're not looking it up because the Grandy man told me that he's got the series odds. Mark, what do you think? Should we put the game show music out there?
I'll put some game show music up right now. So obviously after Game 1, the Warriors were still favored by Vegas to win the series, oddly enough. I was wondering what you guys might think the odds are currently after Game 2. You've said numerous times yesterday and today, 92% of teams when up 2-0 go on to win the series. So what do you think the Vegas has for the Warriors to win the series? What do you think those odds are? And I'll give you, plus or minus 10 on either side.
It's tough. And JD, yesterday I said to Mark Willard, who is out today, Mark back in tomorrow, I said that even if the Kings win, I still think the Warriors might be close to being favored. I'm going to say the Kings are minus 120 and the Warriors are now plus 110. So nearly double favorites. Well, you could let JD guess first before you shut me down, Grady.
Oh, good point. My bad.
Boy, I'm gonna say from the Warriors, plus 125, 130-ish, 125.
And the Kings?
The Kings minus
150.
I don't know. Yeah, 150, 160, 155.
Yeah, so currently where I'm looking, the Warriors plus 130 and the Kings minus 155, despite the fact that it's 2-0 Sacramento.
JD, yeah, thank you, Grady.
Seriously?
Right.
Yep.
So even though historically 92% of teams win up 2-9.
I really hit that. I really
you got it like straight on. Yeah.
Are you surprised? You're a flippin' savant. Holy cannoli.
That was a complete guess, and that was a complete guess with a admitted. At times I have to refresh myself in exactly how the odds work. And so I was kind of trying to calculate it properly in my head. You gave me a little tip in there on the King side of it, but I was trying. That's
if it's plus 130 one way, the other way would probably be plus 150 or minus 150 to try to balance it out. So you nailed the Warriors side, and the King side just made good sense. Crazy.
Yeah, and for those maybe not in the betting world, this essentially means the Warriors slight underdogs. Is what Vegas is saying right now.
So you'd have to bet 150 on the Kings to win the series right now. To win 100, you bet 100 on the Warriors and you would win 130. And the reason why these odds are so dramatic is what we talked about, JD. Teams up 2-0 win 92% of the time. So based on the historical data, the Kings should be about minus 700 and the Warriors should be about plus 600.
Yeah, and not the case, and not the case for the Warriors are still getting the benefit of that championship pedigree, right? I mean,
as they should, and the fact that they still have 2 games at home coming up. Game 3 on Thursday, Game 4 Sunday. Both those games right here on 95.7 The Game. More of your phone calls on the other side, and coming up, JD, we're going to take a look at exactly what the Warriors need to do in order to turn this thing around heading into Game 3. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small...
Wiggins up the floor, launches a deep three, spins off the rim, Barnes the rebound, and the Warriors now are down 2-0 and head back to Chase Center for a must-win situation in Game 3 on Thursday night.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Would love to hear from you. What did you think about last night? Coming up here in moments, John Dickinson is going to fix the Warriors' problems. No pressure, JD. No pressure at all. But it's like the old Bob the Builder cartoon. Can you fix it? Yes, we can. So pressure's on you, JD.
Well, I mean, considering that I pulled those odds right out of my rear end,
Sure
I'm feeling optimistic at this point that I'll be able to fix the Warriors going into Game 3.
I love it. And don't forget that we are giving you, the listener, a chance to go to Warriors-Kings Game 4. Listen to Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast in between 7:30 and 8 a.m. tomorrow as we give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 7:30 and 8 a.m. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed, not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 is brought to you by Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Well, JD, the future for the Warriors also starts now because they've got just a couple of days to get themselves pulled up by the bootstraps. I know they're off today. Tomorrow there'll be a practice. They'll go through the paces and get ready for Thursday night and Game 3 out at Chase Center in a situation where the Warriors have been so good at home, so dreadful on the road. Is it just that easy, JD, that coming home will fix all of their woes?
Well, they're going to have to hope, and they're going to have to hope they can do it against a team that's been really good on the road and a team that really has not performed the way most teams in the NBA do, where role players don't. A lot of the Kings role players have played better on the road this season. The Kings defense has been better on the road. Their offense has been better on the road, and so it is somewhat of an anomaly what they've been able to do, but they didn't, for whatever it's worth, and probably not much, win either of their two games early on in the year inside Chase Center. The Warriors winning a couple of close ones, but that's what the Warriors are going to have to hope. They're going to have to hope that the good things that they've been able to do in the first two games of this series, they'll be able to do more of that, hit some shots from the outside, which has been the biggest difference for the Warriors among things they've done better at home, but also keep the Kings from having that hot night that they have yet to have in this series. And some of the ability to get the Kings on the ropes as the Warriors have in these first two games, that it leads to bigger runs and fewer Kings runs off of the Warriors' mistakes. I think that, as far as the home court advantage, is the first step to this process.
Yeah, Warriors 29 for 90 from three-point range so far through the first two games. They took 53.
The Kings have been worse.
Yeah, the Kings have been worse, and the Warriors took 53s in the opener. Sacramento 12 of 32 and 9 of 38. They are 21 of 70, JD. That's about, it's about 30%, so slightly worse than what the Warriors have been, but so far the series has boiled down to two big numbers, in my opinion. One, the rebounding, particularly the offensive rebounding. I know last night the rebounds were even at 41 apiece, but the Kings did get 3 more offensive rebounds than the Warriors did. But the biggest factor, turnovers. The Warriors with 20 turns last night, and 14 for Sacramento. So you give a team extra possessions and you're not hot shooting the basketball, you're going to be in some trouble, and that has been the case. Let's go to John Green in Sacktown. John Green's got a positive spin. John, what are you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my brother, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. What's going on? What's good?
Oh, man, that was bullshit, man. I did not like how...
Well, I appreciate that, John.
Night.
It lasted about 2 seconds into that phone call, and for those of you on YouTube, you can appreciate that. Quick hook from Grandy, too, by the way, to catch that. He caught the shh, and we didn't even get to the it portion of the program, JD.
Yeah, I think I might have caught it. Maybe I got better. Maybe I got better ears than you do in the.
No, you do for sure. Younger ears, and it was an anticipation sensation from the Grandy man in the back, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you talked about the turnovers and the extra possessions, the extra field goal attempts.
Yeah.
Looking at 8 more field goal attempts in game 1, 10 more field goal attempts for the Kings in game 2, and not just the extra possessions and shots and all that for me, but I keep coming back to the number in these first 2 games of 25 points off turnovers last night for the Kings, 25-9. So a plus 16 in a game that ends up being an 8-point game. The Kings have turned it over, but the Warriors have not been able to make Sacramento pay at all. And when the Warriors have turned it over, the Kings have really paid because it's been different kinds of turnovers. The Kings also, for as odd an anomaly as they are, as bad as they are defensively, they're an anomaly in a weird way. They're actually a good transition defensive team, which doesn't make sense compared to that. They're really more of a bad half court defensive team than they are transition. So I think as far as starting to shift toward how do the Warriors fix it, I keep coming back to they have to be patient enough to slow the game down just a little bit and be more disciplined in trying to make the Kings defense work in the half court.
Well, it felt like last night they did that. They were a little bit more patient offensively. The Warriors shot it at 47.6%, whereas game 1 they were at 47.8%.
They just couldn't get into their offense as consistently as they did in game 1.
Right, and I guess that's my follow-up question to you, talking about them being more patient, because why haven't the Warriors been able to get into an offensive flow against a team that's not supposed to be very good defensively? Is it just as easy as Steph Curry is being harassed? And I know that Steph Curry isn't often the trigger man for the offense. A lot of times it's Draymond Green, but if Steph Curry can't get comfortable in the half court offensively, and if you're not getting productivity from other guys, what do you do on offense then?
Yeah, I think it's, Curry's going to have to learn. He's going to have to try to attack, I think, earlier. Bring it up and attack. The other part, just like drive to the basket, basically. Go one-on-one. The Warriors have run a lot of high screens and have led to some offensive fouls on illegal screens, and also have just created a glut of defenders, I think, that have made it easier for Kings defenders to help because they're bringing the screeners man into the action some. And I think the Kings have held up on that better than would be expected. I think one way to do it is to clear it out a little bit and let Steph go one-on-one a little bit more. The other way to do it is it's just a quick wing pass into the offense. And start your movement off of that. Like you bring it up and you just get into it that way, and then have Curry run off all the screens and the different actions that he typically does, and you get it back in some kind of a flow. I wonder if even some kind of a come up and try to get into a little bit of a weave, creating those wing pass motions to get the Kings defense moving without necessarily having to bring the screener into the action, and then you attack off of that in an area where the Kings defense is vulnerable, having to switch and move and guard the paint and guard cutters and drivers.
It seemed like the Warriors were trying to do that early on in the game, but so many careless passes out of what you're talking about, where they weren't running so much of a weave as they were running a little bit of a high screen action, and then Steph or Draymond going with the screen and then trying to throw that one-handed cross-court pass that we've seen them do so many times over the years. And now maybe it's the Mike Brown factor, but he's coached up the Kings to expect that pass to go from the top of the circle out to the strong side or out to the weak side. And the Kings defenders are waiting on that pass, and they're taking it away. And live ball turnovers have been a big bugaboo for this Warriors team all year long. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're picking through the wreckage of Game 2, but now we're starting to turn our attention to Game 3. John Dickinson, Mr. Fix-It, is here, and he's going to help walk us through how this gets better, and so is Leo in San Francisco. Leo, good afternoon. You're on 95.7 The Game. Leo, you there? Gone. Leo is gone. How about Cade in San Francisco? Cade, what's going on?
Well, I think we don't have a big man, and it's showing up in our games that we don't have a big man. That's number one. Number two, there's a lot of calls on Steph that are not being given. Steph needs to start flopping himself because he has to flop to get those calls. And number three, I think Gary Payton needs to play at least 30 minutes.
Thanks, Cade. I had to give you the quick hook. A little bit choppy there on the signal. JD, you know what they need? They need James Wiseman. Hi, this is James Wiseman. Any chance to rescind that trade and bring back Wiseman?
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you.
No, but I'll tell you this, and I've been critical of that trade in the big picture. I think obviously you understand why you would want to get Gary Payton II. We can leave that aside. That's a conversation.
Well, just real quick, I have not been critical of that trade in the big picture or the small picture because I don't believe that James Wiseman is ever going to be an all-star. I think that you've seen what James Wiseman's going to be. He's basically a small forward trapped in a 7'1" frame. I don't think that James wants to be the big man that the Warriors need him to be. So I think that they cut bait when they had to cut bait. I was hoping GP2 would be more effective. I mean, he played well in Game 2, but he's going to have to play great into April and into May for that trade to really pay off short term.
Yeah, and I think they got him because he's a perfect fit. I didn't like the fact that he was injured and they were going to have to wait for him because I think that part of why you do that deal is because you want the guy immediately. But I also think there's potential for him to be an injury-prone player for the next couple of years. So big picture, that's more my concern. Like you're getting him because you think you have a team that can make playoff and championship runs. If you can't do that, I think he's less meaningful in some ways. But if he also ends up being one of those guys that can only play 30 or 40, 50 games, 30 games a year over the next couple of years when you're paying him close to $10 million, I think that becomes a problem. Short term, though, I have a completely different take on it as it relates now to this series. And where I was going to go with it, Dibbs, was the Warriors are freaking lucky that they have Gary Payton II on this team for this series because regardless of what you think about the future, they would have gotten run out in both games if they didn't have Gary Payton. And they would have, I'm going to say it, they would have no chance to even come back and win this series if Gary Payton wasn't on the roster. And James Wiseman would be taking DNP coaches' decisions at this point if he was on the roster. So I think the reality is the fact that GP2 had, the Warriors are lucky they have him. I wonder, and I wanted to ask Dr. Pandya about the fact that GP, is he physically able to play? Like they really want to play him about 17. They've upped it to 20. Last night they upped it to 26? I think it was almost 27.
Yeah.
And I think they're putting him in a position where he might be vulnerable to some kind of an injury that might keep him out.
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, and I hate to, borrow from Rocky IV and Ivan Drago, if he dies, he dies.
Yeah,
but you're in a spot where, I mean, you can't hold back on GP2.
You're right.
Thinking that, okay, if we play him, maybe he tweaks the the midsection again, and now he can't play going forward because you're right, JD. Without James Wiseman and a, quote, true big man, you're gone because GP2, he plays like he's 6'9" with that length and his ability to guard, 1 through 4, even 1 through 5. But take Draymond Green out of the conversation. When you get past Kevon Looney, you've got no one who can guard Sabonis. And even Kevon, he's doing yeoman's work down there. But Sabonis, especially if they're going to call the game the way they did in Game 2, where they let a lot of bang and go. Draymond was able to get a foul on Sabonis when he took that charge, but Kevon Looney, he's not a guy who's going to fall to the ground when he's getting banged into like that. And so Kevon's just holding his ground. He's doing the best he can. But beyond Kevon Looney and Draymond Green, this team's got no answer for Sabonis, who, 24 points. It was kind of a quiet 24 for Sabonis, quite frankly.
No, it was, and he's put relentless pressure on the defense, even when the Warriors have been able to slow him down. His physicality has been felt. It's almost like a team with a good running game, right? Maybe it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
It's like trying
to... it's 3... Yeah. Exactly.
27
it's 3 yards
carries for 91 yards, but you're going to feel it.
You're going to feel it, and in the fourth quarter, it's going to make other things easier. The fact that he's been punching you, hitting you for the first 3 quarters. So I think the Warriors have to figure out who their 8 and 9 is going to be in this series moving forward. And part of that is Jordan Poole healthy enough to be able to play? I think that's the first thing they have to figure out. I think beyond that, they have to make a decision. Do they want and are they able to maybe go smaller with certain lineups? I think you saw that with Peyton and Draymond and the closing lineup with Wiggins, Clay, and Steph. I think that's a group you can use a little bit more. Would you go to that as a starting group and put the onus on Draymond to guard Sabonis? I think that's a question. And then
on the surface, I like that, JD, not to cut you off as I brought from Guru. On the surface, I like that, but the last thing you want is Draymond Green to pick up a couple of early ones. It's one thing for Kevon to pick up a couple guarding Sabonis. You can make do with that because Looney is not as important on the offensive end as Draymond Green. So for me in this matchup, you got to have Looney out there to start the game to make sure that Sabonis doesn't get too comfortable, because if Sabonis is going off, you already have no answer for De'Aaron Fox. And then Malik Monk has been a problem in this series off the bench. I got to make sure that I try to slow Sabonis early in this game with Kevon Looney.
Yeah, I'd stick with Looney, I think, at that point. And then you got to figure out how to use Dante DiVincenzo more effectively. Because to me, he is, although he was a non-factor and a negative factor, I still think he's somebody that you trust at this point. I think Jordan Poole, if he's healthy, is still somebody that you have to give an opportunity to play better on the home floor because the Warriors need his offensive prowess. But as we've talked about, he's somebody that's been hunted, like a lot of different players have been hunted by Sacramento. And then is it just going to be those 8, DiVincenzo, Poole, and Peyton? I think the 9th tomorrow is Moses Moody.
Agreed.
Agreed. I'm like Klay Thompson now. I think the game's tomorrow. Good.
Right.
I think you're Guru, Dibs. Jesus, what is going on
Hang
here?
in there, JD. John Dickinson, he's been working his butt off for 95-7 the game. I'm going to take a play off, JD. We're going to give Leo a second chance. Leo in San Francisco, against my better judgment, Leo. I'm getting bullied by the guys in the back. We're going to go to you. Leo, what do you have for us here on 95-7 the game?
Hey, I love the guys have my back. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hey, I guess a couple things. Yesterday when I was talking about wanting to see more of the inner guys, I think now is a good time to do it with Moody and Kuminga. Again, I'm going to say, especially playing at home. Hopefully Kerr gets out his mentality. They can trust these veterans. Right now, I think GP2 is compromised a little bit physically. Doesn't seem to have the burst or the lift that he had last year, obviously. Poole is obviously injured. I think there's some opportunity here to get. Moody had a pretty decent game, the few minutes that he had last night. Kuminga, I think at home, you let him get going at home. I think he can give you something, especially on the boards. And at the end of the day, they're going to play better defense. And on the offensive side, yesterday when they were attacking the basket in the fourth quarter and making their run, they had a layup drill going against Sacramento. And if it means, having to do a little tweak, like maybe even taking Curry off the ball more so they're not doubling him up on top as soon as he crosses that court or pressuring him up. Mitchell was pressuring him, 94 feet. Take him off the ball so they can't do that. And see if these guys can stay with him, chase him, throughout a possession. I think that would certainly help Curry in that regard. But at the end of the day, Draymond's going to have to, maintain his cool because he's really the only one that can run that offense. Bringing the ball up the court, initiating the offense, and getting the guys involved. So that's the most important part. Obviously, good defender. But, Sabonis doesn't want to get stepped on the chest and don't grab anybody's leg like that. Shaq said he was stepped on his head. So I think Sabonis got away with one last night. That Draymond wasn't in a Shaq mode last night.
Thank you, Leo. Appreciate it. And definite retribution. The boys feel validated in the back for strong-arming me into taking the call. Good call. Nice tone. And I didn't hear Shaq say that, but, can you imagine if that would have happened even before Shaq's days, like back in the Barkley days or the pre-Barkley days, what would have happened if somebody would have grabbed like Rick Mahorn's leg or Charles Oakley's leg? I don't know if Sabonis would have made it off the floor.
There would have been a full-blown melee with everybody off the bench for both teams. I mean, it would have been a brawl, and in that type of environment, something where it would have been a really ugly scene. I think.
Well, think about Sabonis' dad, even Arvydas Sabonis, and I know that you're almost old enough to remember watching him play for Portland toward the tail end of his career.
I remember the end. Yeah.
He was a bad man now. That was a tough dude, and I can't imagine that Domas would have grabbed on the ankle of his father or a player of that ilk back in his day.
Definitely not. And I think one other component to just starting to look at some of the storylines is how great the crowds have been in the two games in Sacramento. And the one thought that I had looking at Game 3 was, I hope for the sake of this series continuing to be entertaining and hopefully extending to 6 or 7 games, I hope that the Chase Center crowd is angry at what they've seen in the last couple of days, whether it's angry at the way the Warriors have played, and so you're coming in and bringing more juice to the building, or angry at the fact that the SAC fans had really showed out the way that they had, or angry at the officials or whatever. Like there needs to be an edge to the crowd, I think, that Chase Center has had at times, but hasn't always possessed a true, hey, we're threatened, and not a going to sell the tickets because this season's over and this team can't win a championship and let everybody drive down I-80 and take the joint over with their fake beams.
No doubt, JD. And it's tough, though, when you are a fan base that's had 4 championships and 6 finals appearances in the last 8 years, just by the very nature of the comfort with which we all have enjoyed this team. You're not going to be as hungry as the Sacramento crowd. That Sacramento crowd, and you know it well, 17 years without even a sniff of a playoff game. I mean, they haven't even been close. They've been bad. They were going to move. They were an embarrassment in the association, and now all of a sudden you're a 3 seed. You got a kitschy new gadget in the beam. You got a young couple of superstars. You're a thing. So, you're the best thing to happen in Sacramento since Peja and Hidu and Vlade and the gang, right? And White Chocolate. So the Warrior fan base, it's impossible to try to match that energy. But I'm with you, JD. They do need to come out and have the Warriors back and be loud and get on Sacramento and really help lift this team. Klay Thompson was asked about the pressure of a Game 3 back in San Francisco.
No, I don't feel pressure. I just see an opportunity for us to go home and protect our home court and make adjustments. Like I've said before, we've been through it all, so we're not accustomed to hitting the panic button. Lost a 73-win season, so we know what it's like to deal with that pressure and outside noise. It's nothing new. It just comes with being an NBA player.
Yeah, the pressure there, and man, you hate that reference because that was, I think, one of only 2 times the Warriors have lost 3 straight playoff games in this championship run when they were up 3-1 on Cleveland in that NBA Finals.
Yeah, and the Warriors have seen it all except for being down 0-2 in a series. This is a new one, but I think if there is a team equipped to handle the pressure that comes along with being down 0-2, it is this Warriors team. And I think that's where it comes back to the positive spin, if you will, can be, yes, the Warriors have looked overmatched in this series to that eye test that you mentioned early on in the program, but as Steve Kerr pointed out in the post-game press conference last night, the Warriors fought to get to a point in both of these games where they've had chances to win it in the final couple of minutes, and I think that bodes well for the Warriors if they're able to play better, more consistently throughout the game, that maybe it doesn't quite have to come down to the final 2 minutes and be in a tie or a 1-point game where you have to slow down what has been a historically great offense in those clutch situations.
Yeah, and congratulations to Sacramento and De'Aaron Fox, who was named the Kia Clutch Performer of the Year, whatever that means. It means
inaugural, I believe. I think it's the inaugural Kia Clutch Player of the Year award.
Well, there you go. And apparently it's
or second, first or second.
Yeah, he's really good in the clutch. And you know what? He's really good in the clutch. And to your point about the fourth quarter, if you are in a tight game, nip and tuck with Sacramento, you're going to be up against it because De'Aaron Fox is in many ways unguardable. His ability to get to the spot where he wants to get and hit that little 13-footer, the 18-footer, his mid-range, his ability off the dribble to get comfortable and to get to his spot is among the best I've seen in the association. Reminds me of a peak James Harden in many ways, JD.
No, he really has been able to do it, and the teams that have been able to beat the Kings in the clutch have, for the most part, done it by outscoring them. That really has been the key to it's. Hey, they're gonna get theirs, and he's gonna get his, but they're so bad defensively that you can basically be the team that has the ball last and outlast them. And I think that's something coming into the series where I think the Warriors believed with the championship pedigree and the experience that it was going to be a little bit of a different story, that they would be able to get the critical stop they need in those moments and be able to run what can be an efficient offense themselves to a point where they get the advantage. But the Kings have just had every single answer when they've needed to have it, from Fox hitting multiple threes to Monk to Harrison Barnes hitting a big three the other night to last night Davion Mitchell hitting the back-breaking dagger three late in the game. And so the Warriors have just... The Kings have not shot the three ball well, but they've hit timely threes in both games of this series, which have been backbreakers for the Warriors.
And the clutch factor, and we'll go to the phones again here in just a second, 888-957-9570. Warriors tied on a Steph Curry finger roll, 95 apiece, 5.5 to go. Then it's a Barnes dunk, Kings by 2, and the immediate steal on the inbound pass. Turnover number 21. By the way, I'd mentioned 20 turnovers before. I think the official number is 22.
It's 22.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I guess 2 of those were team turnovers, including one I'm about to reference coming up. But Steph misses from 3. De'Aaron hits a 20-footer. He gets to his comfort zone. Kings up 4, and then it's a timeout. Warriors then turn it over, shot clock violation. Harrison Barnes on a turnaround bank shot. Now it's a 6-point game. Clay rails a 3, but you were never able to get much closer than that. Clay did hit another 3 with 3:11 to go. You're down 102-101, and I'm thinking, JD, all right, here we go. Klay Thompson, he's getting heated up. Back-to-back threes from Clay. If they can just get a couple of stops, and De'Aaron Fox misses a bunny, Sabonis the rebound, the putback, Curry misses a 3. Next thing you know, it's another 3 ball from De'Aaron Fox, and now you're down 6, and all of a sudden that thing got away from you in a hurry.
Yeah, and there's just been too many of those little stretches where it's one or two things that the Warriors don't do, and the Kings have made the Warriors pay in a big way with the little 6-0 run. Like they are, and that's something that they have done all year. They hit you with this, it's one turnover, it's one missed shot, one turnover, they go back the other way, all of a sudden it's a 6-0 run, and it's just momentum changing. That's how they've been able to hang in so many of these games to make them close down the stretch. and a big part of the success as to how they've been able to win the 48 games they did. And it plays into, unfortunately for the Warriors, Dibs, it plays into the Kings in a lot of ways, when they play well, do things that coincide, unfortunately for the Warriors, with things that they do not do well, and that's been enough to flip this series with points on turnovers or off turnovers leading the way.
No doubt. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95-7 The Game. The Kings are up 102-101. They go on a 10-2 run over the course of the next minute and a half, culminated by the Davion Mitchell three-point shot that put him up 9 with $1:17 to go. And it was all over from there. Steve is in San Francisco. He wants to fix it. What's going on, Steve? What are you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm seeing, the way, just like Leo was saying, getting into the paint with some of these cutting slashers. Wiggins, Poole if he's healthy, Kuminga, give him some minutes. And get some pressure on Sabonis, get some fouls on him, get to the free throw line, and it's going to open up the arc and the 3-pointers. I think we got to focus a little bit more on that in Game 3.
I appreciate that, Steve. And you mentioned something there that I know is a bit of a hot button for John Dickinson, and that is the Jonathan Kuminga angle in all this. 14 minutes for Kuminga through 2 games, 1 rebound. JD, does Jonathan Kuminga become more playable just because the series shifts back to Chase?
I don't think so, but I'm going to leave that up to Steve Kerr.
Okay.
I would not. If Steve Kerr wants to give him one more chance, then that's fine. Steve Kerr can give him one more. I would not give him one more chance. To me, he's buried in this series. I wouldn't have played him last night. And I thought the way Kerr was rotating players throughout the first quarter last night, that he was setting it up to not play him at all. And then he went to him, and he was the worst player on the floor for the 4 minutes that he played last night. And a huge part, although subtle to the casuals, who again, every time there's an adjustment to be made, I don't understand what it is. Warrior fans go to the play Kuminga more,
right.
Play Kuminga. Why didn't Kuminga play more? I don't understand. And I've always thought, Dibs, and maybe you can help me out, but it's the fact that he does make flash plays that I think make you think that he's a better overall player than he actually is at this stage. But the thing that I don't understand is how when he doesn't play well, it feels like nobody points it out or even is competent enough to notice it. Unless you're really somebody that understands the game. He gave up 3-4 buckets,
right?
Whether it was point of attack defense or losing Kevin Huerter on a rotation that led to a wide open 3. I mean, that's how you are -10 in less than 4 minutes on the court.
Exactly.
And it's crazy to me. And I thought Steve Kerr gave him one more chance that I would not have given him last night. And it was a big part of why things got away. And then in the second half, he was done with him. He told you that when he played Moody after Looney picked up the 5th foul. And, maybe Kerr gives him one more chance at home. But I feel like last night was that extra chance, and he wasn't good enough. And look, I said this earlier to Steiny and Goo Dibs. It's not an indictment of his career and what his future potential can be. I think that's where I disagree strongly with those, who are big Kuminga fans, in that it's the level that he's able to help this team now consistently that I don't think he's reached versus what he'll be. I'm sure he's going to be a great player once he develops, but and I'll also say this, it's not completely his fault that he's not ready to contribute, Dibs, consistently. Like, he hasn't maybe gotten enough run at other points, but part of that's on him too. He's been a low motor player, I think, at times. The rebounding illustrates that. But just because it's not completely his fault, which is an argument that I will give in on a little bit, like, we can have a conversation about that, but that doesn't mean you just get to play and work through it in a playoff series like you're Steph, Clay, or Draymond. And I feel like there's a decent chunk of Warrior fans who treat Kuminga almost like he's the next guy after the big 3 in terms of, well, he's just that good that he should be able to work through it and
he
get
might
his
be
run.
that next guy, but he's probably not going to be that next guy between now and June, assuming that you play all the way until June. And you mentioned it at the start of that as to why fans think that Jonathan Kuminga flashes. It's because he makes flash plays. And when Jonathan Kuminga does something really, really good, whether it's drain a three from the corner or really the one that most fans latch onto is when he jumps from about 12 feet from the rim and absolutely demolishes somebody. And you can see the athleticism of the 20-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, and you can start to imagine what he's going to be like when he does develop. But the whole thing about developing young players, there's two ways to develop a young player. One is play a lot for a team that's not very good and go through the ups and downs of being a young player on a team that's not very good. And the other thing is be on a really good team and sit the bench a lot, play G League, play garbage time, and play low leverage minutes. And that's where
Moses Moody.
Or even like Patrick Baldwin Jr., for example, PBJ. He's in a spot where if he was on pick any team at the bottom of either conference, he's a good player. He's got a lot going for him in terms of his ability to shoot. He can score the basketball. Physically, he needs to get stronger. Defensively, he's not quite there. You're asking these young players to step into a championship team. They're the defending champions. And I know that it makes Steiny cringe a little bit because they are a 6 seed. Two things can be equally true. Shout out Ralph Barbieri. Rest in peace. But this team is replete with veterans. They are the defending champs. And to expect a 20-year-old to come in and hit the ground running, look at Jordan Poole. In his fourth year, he still is, at 23 years old, he's still unplayable in many ways because he hasn't fully developed to where you can really rely on him in the clutch where you need him to be.
No doubt. And I think, we'll ultimately see what Steve Kerr decides to do with Kuminga. Does he give him another chance? Does he think that he can be more effective? I mean, on paper, and I think this is part of it in this series, on paper, he looks like the type of player that would give Sacramento trouble.
Right, fast, athletic, and long.
Yeah, but the truth is the Kings have forced him into spots on the floor where he's looked a little unsure of what he wants to do. Do I take that top of the key or wing three, which the Warriors don't want him to take unless it's shot clock running down off a ball movement? They're fine with him taking the corner threes, obviously. And they've done a nice job when Kuminga's been in the game offensively of preventing him from being in that dunker spot to where, or on the wing where he can cut and get a layup off of action with Draymond or somebody else trying to feed it to him if he's on the floor. I don't think he's been on the floor a lot with Draymond in the first two games of the series, which, again, part of what hasn't allowed him to be effective. And the Kings have gone after him. You want to talk about areas in which Mike Brown has exposed the Warriors? To me, it's things like knowing that he can play Alex Len against the Warriors, and Alex Len can be effective when he is the type of player that you wouldn't think would be effective against the Warriors historically. But it's also the fact that Mike Brown has attacked Klay Thompson for being weak defensively, attacked Jordan Poole for being weak defensively, attacked Jonathan Kuminga for being weak defensively, in making him make decisions and not always letting him just ball hawk,
right,
which is what he's done in a simplified version of what the Warriors have tried to ask him to do in an attempt to make him more playable, which he has been. But that just has not – he hadn't done any of that in these first two games.
But he can't be that player in this series because he can't be the primary defender on the guy that you need him to be the primary defender on because he's quite frankly, he's not fast enough to stay with De'Aaron Fox. So now you got to play him off the ball more, and he doesn't have the experience to make the correct reads off the ball.
Falls asleep.
And he doesn't rebound. 1 rebound in 2 games. If you're going to be in there and be off the ball, you've got to be active on the glass.
Moses Moody, real quick, and I know we want to get to the phones. Moses Moody last night, he gets in there and he plays 8 minutes and he has 5 rebounds.
Wow,
he gets a bucket. He gets a bucket off. He had 2 offensive rebounds. He was steady. He looked a little slow, picked up a couple of fouls, getting used to the speed of the game. He doesn't knock down the 3 ball, which is I think the thing that prevents him from being on the floor more. But I would roll with Moses Moody at least going into Game 3 in Kuminga's spot.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. We got a couple more days to break down what the rotation will be as the Warriors are facing a virtual must-win. No team has ever come back from 3-0 down in a best-of-7. Joe in San Jose, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing, Joe? Joe, you there? Gone. It's a good opportunity for me to tell you that Steve Kerr will join Willard and Dibbs tomorrow, 5 o'clock. The head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, right here on 95.7 The Game. Kevin in Pleasanton says it comes down to Steve Kerr. Is that right, Kevin? What are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Great. Good. Great conversations, man. I love you guys. All the conversation and the banter going back and forth is good knowledge. I'm not calling you as a fan. I've actually talked to both of you guys at different times. I've said the same thing in the sense of this is not about the players. It's about Mike Brown versus Steve Kerr. And I said this before the series started. I said that's what it comes down to. Steve Kerr has been the same this entire season. He has looked like a shell of himself every single end of the game press conference. He has that deer in the headlight look. Oh, well, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. He's made no adjustments. Mike Brown outcoached the hell out of Steve Kerr the first half. If Sacramento hadn't gone on that run where they just missed like 10 shots in a row, the Warriors never even gotten close. Mike Brown clearly outcoached Steve Kerr the first half. But all in all, the series, what it comes down to is adjustments. Steve Kerr made no adjustments, guys. And in terms of what you're saying, in terms of Kuminga and all that, let me explain something. Mike Brown was subbing 3 guys at a time. You know why? Because he allowed his players to play.
No.
During the season, Kuminga, Moody, he wasn't giving those guys true burn. He was letting Afro Man play. We all know Afro Man was not going to play during the playoffs. He was not going to play. But Steve Kerr was just trying all this stuff.
Thank
you. You know why? Because, well...
Sorry, Kevin. And thank you. You lost me with Afro Man. Yeah. Anthony Lamb, who, by the way, he's yet to take the warm-ups off.
And you might see him tomorrow. And I'll tell you another thing. You might see him with Kuminga because that combination is one that Steve Kerr has liked. So if Kuminga gets some run, maybe you see a little bit of Draymond, Kuminga, and Lamb.
Funny you say
together.
that, JD, because I asked him about when we had him on a couple weeks ago. I said, Steve, there's all these numbers, and we in our business, we love the numbers, and whatever number suits us. Like, if it's a player that we're down on, we go right to the plus minus. Oh, he was a minus 13. That guy's no good. So I said, Steve, what numbers do you look at? And he said assist to turnover ratio. He said rebounding, and he also said 2 and 3 player combinations. And one of those combos that he talked about was the Lamb Kuminga combination. So interesting that you would bring that up, because if you are going to play Kuminga, maybe you throw Anthony Lamb in there as well and give him a shot in this series. I mean, you got to try something else.
I think Anthony Lamb has the potential to play in game 3, and maybe it's instead of Kuminga, maybe it's with Kuminga. We'll have to see. I want to go back to just the caller's point. I think it was Kevin on Mike Brown trusting his bench and trusting his guys. They play 8 guys and 9 with Alex Lynn, who, again, I just gave credit to Brown for understanding that Alex Lynn could be a factor when I didn't really think he could. And he basically hadn't played the whole year until the last couple of weeks of the regular season. But the Kings have had the same rotation all year. Like, they've known who their starting 5 is. They've been the healthiest team in the NBA. They've had continuity. They know Monk's their 6th man. They know Mitchell's their backup point guard. Trey, you think the Warriors would love to have Trey freaking Lyles on this team right now playing in the backup 4 instead of Jonathan Kuminga. You want to talk about a guy that brings Otto Porter vibes. Trey Lyles is like a young, what Otto Porter was last year for the Warriors, but the pieces fit together among their top 8, plus Len, who's 9, and they've played together all year. And if Steve Kerr had his guys to be able to play together all year the way the Kings have had, and they were winning with an 8-man rotation as regularly as the Kings have been winning, then the Warriors would have had a 50-win season and enough we wouldn't be wondering who's playing. The people in Sacramento don't wonder, Dibs,
about
who's playing every night because they're all good.
Right.
And the rotation's the same every night, plus or minus maybe one player.
And they've all played all year. This is something Mark and I talked about in terms of the Sacramento regular season. The Kings had the most games played among their core rotation than any team in the association. They didn't have a lot of load management. They treated the regular season like it mattered. So when we got to the postseason, they actually hit the ground running, whereas the Warriors, if you think about how they've come into the defense of their championship, Andrew Wiggins is coming off a 2-month absence, and you don't really know bench-wise who's coming or going. Dante DiVincenzo goes from starter getting 25 to 30 minutes on the regular. Now he's shuttled to the bench 13 minutes in game 2. And Jordan Poole, same thing. He's been starting a bunch with Klay Thompson not playing back-to-backs for a large part of the year. Now Jordan Poole has been shuttled to the bench, and he's not playing nearly as much. So in terms of role definition and consistent minutes, the Warriors haven't had it, and as a result, they're not getting the same productivity off the bench. The old expression, JD, is don't be that guy. Well, we're going to see about that guy in San Francisco because he wants to weigh in. Are you that guy? That guy?
Hey, I'm that guy, pal. JT, you remember me from the old days in the summer.
Oh, yeah.
Calling in with Coach.
Oh, yeah.
And Dibs, you're my guy, man. I go back with you to the Rise guys and doing the traffic on KCBS. So you guys are two of my favorite dudes here, man.
Thank you, that guy.
Appreciate
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 8s.
Exactly. Hey, I got a couple points, and before I get into them, and I'll be quick about it, I think, please, on the crossover, can we have Guru do his speech from last year? Can we get that going?
Maybe Thursday, that guy. It's a little early in the week for that, and back's not quite
Thursday.
against the wall yet, but maybe Thursday we can get him to reprise that.
Yeah, let's do a 2003 version. And then I think not enough is being made about this whole Brown connection. Remember, he also beat Kerr in the Olympics. So I'm one of that guy that didn't think drawing Sacramento in the first round was going to be beneficial to us. I wanted like the Clippers or somebody, but nonetheless, we are here.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking Kerr needs to go into these games one by one, kind of like it's a football playoff. Just win this game and you keep playing, right? So I think JD and Dibs, what do you think about if they go into it thinking, okay, they're going to do 7 or 8 man rotation and play it like every game's a game 7, and just go into it not thinking that there's a tomorrow, because that's when you get a little too lackadaisical, in my opinion. And so I got that. And also the last thing, I'm a season ticket holder, so I'll be in the crowd. And I'm wondering, is there any way we can get the huge blow pump speakers behind the benches every time there's a timeout for Sacramento and just rock the E40 coming through there? And also, my last thing, I'll let you go, I appreciate it. They have the cowbells. I want to go, 1999 foghorn candlestick every time there's a timeout and just lay on the. What do you guys think of that? Appreciate it. Great show, guys.
Thanks, that guy. Appreciate the phone call and enjoy.
I'm pro foghorn.
Game 3.
I'm pro foghorn.
Yeah, no. I'm also pro foghorn, but I think that from an entertainment standpoint, you've got everything pretty well buttoned up. I would imagine you're going to get a lot of E40, and they're going to cut to him in the crowd. They're going to show him up on the in-house video monitor, and the crowd will go wild. But ultimately, for me, JD, it comes down to substance over style. The kitschiness of the foghorn and the Blaupunk speakers behind the bench and the E40 and the tell me where to go. Bottom line is, stop turning the ball over so much, and the rest of it will work itself out.
No doubt. That's more the stuff that will need to be peppered in if the Warriors are doing well, to let the Kings know that they know, and let the Kings fans that maybe are in the building that they know that this thing still isn't over. It has to be an accessory and not a main part of the game plan going into Thursday night.
Justin in Danville, as we keep going to the phones here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Justin? What are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm driving home from work. You guys are on point completely. It's a simple mistakes, lethargic passes, terrible turnovers, and that Draymond foul. I mean, geez, they were right there about to win that game. But in a whole, the team looked like they had 10-pound weights on their ankles. They looked slow. And the defense, can anybody walk up and defend a simple jump shot? I mean, it's 5 feet, right? There were no points in the paint. No one's attacking the rim, and they're living and dying by the football, guys. This team needs to attack the paint, rebound and hustle. Poole needs to provide that spark, and the team as a whole needs to play fast and consistent, take care of the turnovers, attack the paint, stop the easy buckets, and we should get the win tomorrow night,
Yeah, agreed, Justin. It's Thursday night, but I appreciate it. You and Clay both will be there tomorrow, and the rest of us will be there Thursday. Jordan Poole providing a spark off the bench, JD. I don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to provide that spark, and if he is, if Jordan Poole can play like the downhill Jordan Poole, De'Aaron Fox light player that he can be, that changes this series in a heartbeat.
It does, because he also, on paper, is the kind of player that should eviscerate Sacramento's porous defense, and he just has not had a handle on when to attack and how to finish, and it's been the bad Jordan Poole, really. It more so last night, but you wonder how much of that was the ankle. I thought Jordan Poole was okay. Not really defensively in game one, but he did enough offensively in his 21 minutes, scoring 17 points to where him not playing his shaky defense was. It's okay if you score 17. It's not okay if you're 1 for 7.
Exactly.
In his little minutes as he plays and scores 4 points.
5 for 17 for Jordan Poole so far through 2 games, 21 total points. Jordan Poole has to be explosive on the offensive end for you to be able to tolerate his struggles on the defensive end. One more segment ahead, JD. This has been really good. You're making me feel better about their plight going forward to Game 3 on Thursday. Couple spots open on the big board. 888-957-9570. Your calls coming straight ahead. Next, the Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. It is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top professionals by attending the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference this May 23rd and 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA, IFMA, ABC, and NECA. This event is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities throughout the Bay Area. Register to attend today and receive free lunch and parking. This event is free for all qualified professionals. Register online at proexpos.com. That's PROEXPOS.com.
Looking to learn new skills and be part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center. Classes range from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and conditioning. All levels and ages.
tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, there it is. A piece of the famous speech from Guru to the Warriors. I think that's before Game 4 NBA Finals. I know it was in the Boston series, but we may have to
I had the pleasure,
Dibs.
I had the pleasure, Dibs, of filling in for Steiny that day on that Friday back in June, and
I don't know.
And so I just laid back on the mic in the studio in Boston at EEI and just let him go.
Oh God, that's so good. I mean, just I'm tired of being pushed around and just we got to go out there and fight.
Let's go out there and take the Celtics ass.
It just was so good. So good. One of those moments where I was listening. I think I was probably on my drive home, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I was still in the noon to 3 days of Steiny and Goo. That was post Steiny, Guru, and Dibs. And so I was coming off of 9 to noon listening to you guys. And maybe Guru can bring it back. I don't know if Game 3 is quite big enough just yet. And it is the first round series, JD, for crying out loud.
You're gonna save it for you're gonna hope you get to Game 5 and save it for then. It's like saving your ace starting pitcher for Game 5 because you're gonna need him anyway. So you're gonna just try to get through Game 3 and 4.
So that was before Game 4 of the Boston series.
It was 2-1 Celtics on a Friday night in Boston with Game 4 ready to be played, and the Warriors would go on to not lose again post-speech, beginning with that night and the big comeback with Stephen Curry from down, I think it was 8 in the final 5-6 minutes.
Okay, well, we'll have to run it by Goo because ultimately, he is the go-to voice when it comes to big speeches. And, this team may need a big speech.
It's not official, obviously, until it's done on the air, and probably during the changeover. But I'm just going to let the people know. 5:35 p.m. I did send Guru a text. I have not heard back, but I said, Goo, you got to give a Warriors speech. Just had a caller suggest it.
Okay.
And so I will keep you posted if he does get back here in the next 6 minutes.
Appreciate that, JD. And coming up at the top of the hour, we've got Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean, Warriors Roundtable. But first, I need to tell you that we're giving you a chance to go to Warriors Kings Game 4. All you have to do is listen to Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast in between 7:30 and 8. Tomorrow, we will give one lucky listener a chance to win a pair of tickets. That's tomorrow between 7:30 and 8 a.m. And as always, you can get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 4 brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. JD, we've had so many great callers. Let's wrap up the show today by going back to the phones. I'm doing this first one reluctantly because Zebo is about to come down my road. And by my road, I mean the road of the officials. Zebo in Oakland, what are you doing?
I know. I got off of work, man. I'm very angry that the NBA, they keep on doing this to Draymond. It's no good, man. He's a good guy. They do it to him in the final 2016. We know what happened there with LeBron. I'm very angry because Sabonis dropped his leg. So why no call out of both way? Why no suspend it too? Why no kick out the game too? They want to make one lose, man. We didn't speak with a guru, man. I really pissed off like an African, man. I'm from Africa, man. This is no good,
Well,
man.
Zebo, let me just real quick before we move on. Do you think the grabbing of a leg should be enforced and punished the same way the stomping should of another man's midsection?
Oh, yeah, because he hold his leg, he no let him run. So he hold his leg, he cannot run. So he hold a leg. It's like holding my leg. You cannot run with no leg.
Appreciate that, Zebo. Thank you for that. And I guess you got a point there. If you're holding a man's leg, JD, you can't run when someone's holding your leg. I don't necessarily think that the holding of a leg is going to be so bad that it's going to precipitate a flagrant 2, whereas the stomping of another man in the midsection, that will qualify for a flagrant 2.
That will get the job done. I don't think there's any doubt what Draymond did will get the job done as far as getting yourself ejected from a game. independently of that, I wanted to ask you about some of the stuff, and I was in the building, and there have been a lot of videos and photos of the aftermath of the interactions between Draymond and some of the fans in Sacramento. There was a video I was just watching here during the last break that I hadn't seen of Draymond almost locking in on one individual fan and just screaming, just just kind of There was the photo of Draymond on the scoreboard smiling as there were about 20 Sacramento fans giving him the double bird. There was a couple of sources in Sacramento, this is unconfirmed, who said that there was, in fact, a crotch grab by Draymond Green toward the fans at one point, which I'd not been able to confirm independently or via video. I should say.
I'm glad you're not spending your free time trying to confirm a crotch grab.
No, I'm absolutely not, especially because I feel like I've spent the last 6 hours on the radio. But
give or take.
But what did you think of all of that, Dibs?
I thought that it was perfectly in keeping with what Draymond does, and if Draymond wants to carry on, if a fan is giving him double birds and flipping him off, is Draymond Green supposed to just sit there and take it? There's a certain part of this in a human exchange where if you're getting heckled by a fan, or in this case, dozens of fans, you can either turn the other cheek or you can clap back at him, and Draymond's going to act the way Draymond does. Let's go to Coach Steve in Fremont as we try to get everybody in here before the top of the hour. What's going on, Coach Steve?
Yeah, how you guys doing? It's actually Coach D. That's okay, man. I just wanted all the Bay Area and you guys to calm down. The Warriors are the defending champ, and Sacramento took care of their home court advantage, and now they're coming back to Oracle. So, all this talk about Steve Kerr getting out coached and the Warriors, this and that. Sacramento won 2 games, and now they're coming back to Oracle. And the thing about it is this: do not underestimate the heart of a champion. And that's what a lot of people are doing on the phone. I'm out.
Thank you, Coach D. Appreciate it. And, never underestimate the heart of a champion. Warriors are coming home. 2 games at home. If they get them both, we'll all feel a little bit differently. But bottom line, JD, this team does need to win 4 of the next 5 in order to still live their dream. Let's go to Mike in Sunnyvale to wrap it up, JD, before we get your final thoughts. Mike in Sunnyvale, what's going on, bro?
JD, how dare you besmirch the good name of... What about Willie Brown? He may be a thief, but he's our thief, okay? And that's how we feel about Draymond, right? He's our guy. We're gonna go to the mat for him, until he's not here anymore, which is probably going to be in a couple weeks. But I'm just super excited that the Kings are good again. The Warriors are still good. We're watching awesome basketball from California. Went to school up in Chico, year 2000, and the Kings were going back and forth with the Lakers, Bibby, Doug Christie, C-Webb. It was awesome. So I'm just happy to be watching some good basketball. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. And I don't think JD was besmirching anyone, simply pointing out Draymond Green and his transgressions as it pertains to the use of his feet.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't. The phone cut out at that moment, so I wasn't sure what.
I think he was implying that you were besmirching Draymond Green, and then he made the reference of Willie Brown. He may be a thief, but he's our thief, and that's
right.
Speaking to Draymond Green, he may be a bit of a rough customer, but he's our rough customer, and he might be the epitome of the player that you want on your team, but you would hate if he wasn't on your team.
You tied it together beautifully, Dibs, and with that. I will end on that note.
JD, I appreciate it. You put in extra hours today. You were working all night last night in the post game. When can we catch you next, pending an emergency fill-in shift?
6 o'clock on Thursday for Warriors Live. Also, look for our Warriors Weekly podcast, actually, probably not on the air, but you can obviously access it and download it. Myself and your boy, Matt Steinmetz, we're going to record one of those early tomorrow morning, so look for that to drop mid-morning or maybe early afternoon in all of your podcast platforms. The Warriors Weekly podcast. So Steiny and I get together, and we're gonna break down the first 2 games and what the Warriors can do.
John Dickinson, ladies and gentlemen, you deserve the bigger applause. I could only find the light applause. Great job today, JD. Really love doing radio with you. You make it fun. and you make it informative. Thank you, Granny, for having my back as always. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, cash me out one time. Gucci Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean coming up next. Mark Willard back tomorrow. Thanks for listening, everybody. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Rain dance!
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen, select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that's right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you are bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $2,100 with the purchase of a qualifying Mila appliance package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Earth Month sale. We want to help inspire you to live a more sustainable life at home.
Oh, how?
We've got savings on faucets that can help conserve water, energy-efficient appliances, and more. It's good for your home and your wallet.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of good.
And with all the offers from our spring sale, you can save even more. Hurry into your local IKEA store or go to ikea-usa.com/earthmonth before the sale ends. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The playoffs are here and sports fans are laser focused. The Goodman Eye Center wants you to do the same with your eyes. We offer many options to fit your needs and correct your vision. So whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, or have astigmatism, the Goodman Eye Center can provide independence from glasses and contact lenses. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center, the choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation today at GoodmanEyeCenter.com. That's GoodmanEyeCenter.com. If you're looking for patio perfection, it's a perfect time to swing by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're after fun furniture, live goods and greenery, or grilling tools to spice up your dining, your friends at Osh have you covered. Right now, you'll find all the essentials, including outdoor dining sets and chat sets, big green egg grilling kits, new Greenworks mowers, feed, seed, and fertilizers from Scott's, and so much more. Make it a sensational season and optimize your outdoor space with a little help from Osh.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Every piece of land has a story. For the Caggianos, it's keeping their yard pristine with a John Deere Z530MC track mower, because it's not just a yard, it's a gathering place.
Work and play kind of meld together for us.
They run a brewery, harvest their own hops, and keep things tidy for their guests.
People say, what are you? Are you a farmer or a brewer? So I say, I'm a farmer brewer.
When you love what you do, it's not really work. Run with us on a Z530M mower and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com.